the topic at hand was not about that. So Honey just upset that a God that don't exist.
John, that's what I'm saying.
Allow me to insert something here.
Go for it, JCC.
Yeah. I think the key point was mentioning of, do you believe that snakes talk? And someone said yes. And you think that's a good thing to teach your children, i.e. teach, i.e. educate. So there's a problem. Educating children to believe that snakes can talk is not an educational value. I think that's the main topic.
But that same thing was taught 200 years ago. And it was
right. So was the misunderstanding of the galaxies, right?
No, what I'm saying is,
then more knowledge was learned, and then that got put to the wayside. We now know better information, so now we're going to teach that.
Let me explain what I'm saying. Yes, we've got more scientific advancements now, but back then, certain schools, you had to learn like 3 different languages, right?
What is the
even 200 years ago, like when they're learning like Plato and Socrates, they actually had to like read the Greek. They could just have translation.
What does this have to do? What does this have to do? What does this have to do with snakes talking? And that's a good thing to do. Thank you, Alvin. Thank you.
So this is the last thing I'm gonna say. Like, I think the flat Earth stuff is kind of ridiculous, right? But when the flat Earth person starts talking, I don't get the rage. Like,
right. Like, why are you so upset?
Yeah, like, I don't get the anger, like,
no, because it's humanity going off a cliff, right? Like, it's not a good sign.
Like, relax, bro. Like, chill.
Anger, when they come up with their like hypotheses and all of this and the curvature, when they go in all
this, that, fancy talk.
Alvin, I think to be fair, Alvin, bro, like, and I say this to John
you said
too.
It was the last thing you were going to say, so your time to.
Yeah, I do want to get off topic, but I was just going to say, you guys are jumping into each other's defense. There's a reason he asked the question that he did to JCC's point. And Alvin, we know you. We know you're a Christian, right? We know your platform. John, I don't really know you, but the idea is Honey knows behind the scenes that you might hold some ideas that he would find to be just as ridiculous as flat Earth, right? I share that belief that I think that you hold some probably ridiculous ideas. And as a person who would say, I think that people should be tested, or I think people should have, a certain degree or whatnot to be voting, what he's pushing back on, but you hold some really what I would call stupid ideas, right? And he asked you, do you actually hold the idea? When you say, yeah, you do, you open the door to just acknowledge the fact that people are going to take that to be like weird, stupid, whatever the word is you want to call it, right? And that it is kind of for you to say, how do you parse that out? Like when you know something is anti-scientific and you hold the belief, like, what are you to speak on that?
This is what
Wait a second, Alvin was done. Remember? Let's move on to John.
Hold on, let me ask a question. It's a good question.
No.
How about we go from Alvin to John to Honey Badger?
We're good.
Stop yelling at me.
Just say
so, I would definitely argue that theology and politics are 2 different genres of things. So if you look at somebody like Ben Carson, he believes a lot of ridiculous things, right? But he's a neurosurgeon, right? So you wouldn't say, man, you think this and that about the Bible. He also believes in talking snakes. Right. But that has nothing to do with him being a neurosurgeon. That requires a whole bunch of stuff. So
it has to do with you being in charge of housing, right? And being part of club, like that kind of stuff.
So you could make that argument. That's a fair argument. But in the conversation we're having now, whether you believe in a talking snake or flat Earth is a separate thing from what they're teaching in school.
I think it's a fair criticism when somebody knows that you have a public view that is anti-science, and just to ask you, how do you parse that up? This might be your answer. Hey, I keep it separate. If you're saying that, fine. Most people will move on. Not everybody did the same way. Some people lead with their religion, and lead with their faith, and they when they take their oath, right, they're saying, I put God first, and that means that it's my solemn duty to spread the gospel of the Lord type of thing, and they look for every opportunity they can do that, right? Now, you might you answer can actually be the one who will really trigger, right? If just because somebody's thinking that an idea is really bad that you hold, if you don't defend it, then it's okay for that person to be triggered. Instead of the anti-triggering argument that you do to almost trigger, and more John, you were doing this, why are you so mad at God? John, the sentence doesn't make sense. Most of the people in this room don't believe in God. I'm not mad at God. Like, if God existed, great. It'd be like, okay, cool. But we can also point out that according to your stories of God, God's done some pretty awful things, right? And so that's a whole nother theology kind of thing that nobody wants to get into. We're just kind of calling the spade and saying there's some bad ideas that emanate to your side. Would you be teaching those? Would that be on your test? And that's it. Keep it moving.
I think religion should be separate from the education system.
I don't think it should be separate at all.
Yeah,
Let me know when y'all ready for me to speak.
let me know when you're ready for me to turn into this shit.
You can bring that topic in, John, and then Honey can speak on.
Yeah, so first of all, I want to say a few things. When I say that you're mad at God, I'm being sarcastic because if you don't believe in God, but you're mad at something that do not exist, that's the part I was trying to make. Second,
So it's just my dickery.
well, to me, if you're going to be upset and mad about something that don't exist, then you have something that is nothing.
Fucking get real, bro.
Now I'm getting interrupted. That's what I'm
You're
talking
just
about.
talking at your asshole again, man.
You see what I'm saying?
Can I get in the queue?
I would just like to finish without being interrupted. That's it.
Why? It's not really valuable what you're
John, you got something else?
That's a subjective. Yes.
Yeah,
Bro,
it's
if you can, brother, if you can respectfully, can you let Honey know to not do that while I'm speaking?
We don't have to talk.
I can't, but bro, I cannot go for it. I can't talk over.
All this time, you could have been talking. You're talking right now.
I don't care, brother. My respect comes first. I would like for him to not interrupt me while I'm
Go,
speaking.
John.
That's
We're
okay.
going to have you not speak. We can't just go.
Can I speak? Is it okay if I speak? That's what you're doing, John.
Just move on.
All right, no problem. Honey, what you got?
me. Okay, look, you mentioned Ben Carson. So it does matter. And the reason it matters is because if that compartmentalization is John left because he's a little pussy. So the reason it matters, right, is because he can stay a surgeon, but he also is a politician, right? If he's a politician, his policies are going to reflect his deeply held faith. And that's dangerous shit. So don't tell me these people fucking keep it separate and you should just respect their beliefs and go, oh, well, he's a smart surgeon.
Not my argument.
But, all right, I'll just mute up while you just talk out your bunghole.
My argument is that, hey, if I need brain surgery, I'm going to Ben Carson. But if I need political analysis, I am not.
Well, you can't avoid it if he's running for office and people are voting.
And you know what? And I won't vote for him because he's inept political. But if I do need but if I need to go get my brain examined, I will go to Ben Carson. That's what I'm saying. So I think these two are separate.
That's great. You personally.
Someone argued if you go to Ben Carson, you will need your brain examined. But Aisha, were you trying to speak to? And we lost, what's her name? She left. She was probably trying to speak, but,
Well, that's why I'm trying to say I'll give you an order, and then people will respect the order. But I got.
He's gotta be quick. You can't be telling grown people too much orders and just keep it moving. That's all I'm saying. But I'm trying to get people on to talk too, but just keep it moving. Let's not let's just move.
There's no. Oh my God! Stop yelling at me. Hold on. Just one at a time. That's all. I know, right? Thanks, Alvin. I appreciate it. Okay. I don't know who else was up on stage. I wasn't staring at the phone. So I see Abe is trying to talk. Romero's trying to talk. Honey Badger, did you complete? Are you good?
No, I haven't even started. I just find this remarkable.
Okay.
I just find this fucking remarkable that people don't get this. Like, look, beliefs matter. If you're teaching your kids to accept stupid ass shit that needs to be freaking basically reverse engineered as a young adult because it was pushed into their prefrontal cortices and they just accept bad reasoning all their fucking lives on a fear-based kind of threatening system, and then this is just running us backward. We have to freaking take these people back and back and back to get them to make rational decisions and be honest in their comprehension and understanding of the things that are on the ground now. So like when someone says to me, oh yeah, I mean gotta teach my kids this stuff. I don't think you have any right to judge. It's like, dude, you're keeping us here. You're part of the fucking problem. And if you don't see that, I just don't understand what you're paying attention to or what matters to you.
Okay, I understand your point. I have a question, and then I definitely want to move on. Do you believe that people can compartmentalize their religious ideals from what their functionality is as in their occupation or in the government?
It's a case-by-case basis, Aisha, just like you know.
No, I'm aware.
It's circumstantial.
I agree with you.
That's why we
and
have
I don't
the
know these
conversation.
people.
That's why we ask them and we figure it out.
I agree with you, but also I don't know these people. So when you ask them, I'm waiting for them to answer too. Does that make sense to someone who doesn't know everything?
Oh, entirely. And that's why John just proved himself to be unworthy of the conversation.
Okay, I respect your opinion. We'll move on. Abe, it was Abe Romero, and then hey, dude, you're here.
And I want to chime in too.
Go right ahead after everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Aisha. Hey, bro. I just want to point out, like, Alvin, I don't know exactly your position, so I don't want to, like, straw man you. But when you're saying stuff like, oh, they're separate, if that's indeed the case with you, I am skeptical of that claim. I think if I dug into your beliefs, I can show how it bleeds out into the real world. But even if by some crazy chance you were right, that doesn't address Honey's point, which is that there are millions of people who have religious beliefs, who it does affect the actual world and the way they vote and the policies they want. So the fact that you might have like a special case and you might be unique, okay, good, that's wonderful. But that doesn't address the problem that we're facing of, like, you know, when people are highly religious, they tend to be superstitious and dogmatic, and they don't understand science. They might not even support vaccinations and stuff like that. So, and forget about like child education, teaching kids that like snakes can talk and magic is real and the supernatural is apparent in life and stuff like that. So things of this sort, I think that at the very least you're guilty of like kind of being a cover for those type of like more sick religious people by kind of like normalizing religion. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I would say religion is already like normalized, right? So, I can't really partake into that. But I'm more so talking about, like, if you get a Christian scientist, right? Now, obviously, there's people that's going to put their everything. But you look at somebody like Kenneth Miller, right? He's a Catholic, and he debated against intelligent design, right? He's like, listen, y'all can't teach this in schools because it's not up to with the scientific consensus on what we think about evolution and everything. And he was a Catholic, right? So when you go into like the professional level, regardless of whether he believes Jesus rose from the dead and all that, he's still like, hey, that's my personal. But if we're talking scientific, this is what we're doing. And we have guardrails, right? We have the separation of church and state. It is illegal to teach religion in a school as like an authority. Like, you can teach it from an academic level, like a historical level, but you can't promote a doctrine in the school. So I think there's a little bit of hysteria as far as of how religion is negatively affecting the world. I think people's personalities negatively affect the world. Listen, if you're a messed up atheist and then you become a Christian, you're going to be a messed up Christian. It's not atheism or Christianity. It's like the person. If you have this personality, I think it's more so.
History would disagree with you, Alvin.
Well, also when you're saying that, like, oh, we have these protections of separation of church and state. First of all, that is the case in some countries. In many countries, it's not. You might be talking about like the West or the U.S.
Yeah, we're talking about the U.S.
Yeah,
We can even break it down to states, right? Like,
yeah, we have
Missouri will literally rip out science sections in books and replace it with Bible stuff.
Yeah, and we have dozens of countries in the world that don't have separation of church and state. They literally implement religious laws as legislation and stuff. That's the reason why like atheists and non-believers suffer like persecution and imprisonment and death in a lot of these countries.
That's disgusting.
So yeah, so like the point is when Honey says that we have a problem, real problem here, a real problem for like humans and the way societies function. And it just seems like maybe you don't understand the severity of it when you say things like, "Oh, it's no problem, religion's separate." Oh, no, it's not.
Okay, so
Like,
when I
it's not
say
at all.
the severity, when you walk outside, there is no Christian or Muslim stopping you from doing what you want to do. That's what I'm saying. It's
Look,
not.
in the U.S., it might not be like, look, the
Okay,
U.S. has
so
a separation of church and state.
So,
But there's
so
still-
even if you look at somewhere like Dubai, is Dubai just in turmoil because it's a Islamic state? Are they just suffering because of their poor
They
education?
have human rights violations. Yes.
I understand that, but
And
it,
Qatar,
Well, it doesn't seem like you do.
I think it was in Qatar, Stephen Weinberg, who was a...
Qatar is not Dubai, dude. You should know this.
I'm talking about different religious...
Yeah, but he brought up Dubai.
I know, and
He
I'm
brought
bringing
up
up
a
another one.
specific one.
Yeah, I'm allowed to bring up anyone I want because these
You're
all
gonna
have
change the
problems.
field.
Yeah, thank you.
What are you doing,
So
dude?
the point is that these
Talking.
religious countries... These
Oh, you
religious
fucking
countries...
shut
up. No, I'll run my mouth.
Okay, so can I finish? The point is that a lot of these religious countries, they actively suppress education for their masses. And I think it was Stephen Weinberg. I forgot the detail of who he talked to. It was like he was talking to the government because he had access to the royals for winning the Nobel Peace Prize. And he encouraged them. He said, you can make colleges and education centers in your country. And they basically said, well, we don't mind making colleges that'll teach engineering, but we don't want science, like, evolution, biology. And he said, why not? And they said, because it's corrosive to religious belief. That was their take on it. And what's crazy is they're probably right. When people understand the way the natural world works, they tend to just no longer need religious
so
explanation.
this is a third world issue. It's not
So
a
the
first
point is this,
world
though, but the point is this, Alvin. You are from a religion, Christianity, that was lucky at the tail end of like 1,000 years of terror and torture and murder and crusades, that they happened to be pulled kicking and screaming into the 21st century by the Enlightenment, and that the Enlightenment changed it and kind of defamed Christianity. We don't have an enlightenment for other parts of the world in religious beliefs. And a lot of people still operate under these crazy ideas that are not separated. People believe God really magically poofed animals into existence as they were ready-made on the sixth day or whatever. Like, this is absolute nonsense. And I would venture to say pernicious, psychotic nonsense.
Okay.
And that's a
And all I'm saying is, I think Honey's point goes far deeper than you saying, like, oh, there's no problem.
Okay. So what I'm saying
It
is,
is not separate by any
I'm
means.
not saying there's no problem. I'm saying you have sucked the nuance and say religion bad. It's not, okay, here's the issues with religion, but here's the structure that religion is also providing, right? I don't think something is just 100% bad or 100% good. So
It can be 99%
just one second. So if you're talking about these third world countries and these setups, I would actually disagree with those third world countries and how they're setting it up. I think the separation of religion and state, at least in the West, how it is today, I think that's been very beneficial. But what I'm talking about is, when you talk about the Crusades and the wars and all of this, people don't fight over religion. They fight over territory.
That's a lie.
Hold up, I'm going to explain. Please, let me land the plane on this. The reason for
We'll let you crash the plane into the building.
Look, I promise y'all might agree with me, right? The reason for every war that has ever happened has either been over land, resources, or money. Now, what they will use religion for is they will use religion as a justification to obtain
It's
these
awful.
things, right? They will use religion as a justification. They'll use it to galvanize the people into like, hey, we're under this banner. But the goal of the Crusades was what? To take over Jerusalem. It's still a land grab, you know? So religion is an excellent galvanizing tool for bad and good. Because what did Martin Luther King use it for? Civil rights movement, right? Hey, we're under the banner of Jesus Christ, and this is what he wants, and it galvanized the people for that. And Jim Jones used religion to make people drink poison Kool-Aid. So I think it's a very powerful vehicle to be used in certain situations. It can just be used negatively and positively, depending on.
Then why use it at all? Like you could with
well, thank you, Greg. I was going to say that. Thank you. But the point is this. Number one is that religion, right? It's easy to look back and kind of ad hoc and say, oh yeah, all the fights and killing was all about like resources. It didn't have to do with belief. At that point, then you're basically saying religion can do no wrong, because no matter what I bring to you, I can literally show you. Hold on. I can show you the Pope, signing letters talking about how we got to go out and like.
I just explained how it can be used to be.
Hold on. Let me.
Why are you interrupting, Alvin? Is that how you want to be treated?
I'm terrible. I apologize.
Because I will fucking filibuster you all fucking day. Every time you speak, I will start talking shit.
Wow, you guys.
My bad.
I don't know what you're bringing in here, but okay. Just quick. Hello, Uncle.
Hello.
Hi.
No, sorry.
Hi. Wait, don't get you started yet.
Yeah, Pro invited me up.
So the point though is that if at that point, if I say that like I can literally show you how like religion was this huge variable in people going around torturing and murdering and burning people at the stake for a good like 800 years, if not more. And you'd be like, oh no, religion didn't do that. That's a land grab. If you're gonna say that, then like I said, then you've completely like immuned your religion in this like impenetrable bubble.
That's not
for many
I told you, but it can be used as a.
I know. I'm going to respond to that. I'm responding to that. What I'm saying is, if you acknowledge, if you say that it was not the cause, right? If you literally think that the Catholic Church burning women on fire to death was just to do with a land grab or getting their resources, then you completely miss the point that religion can be an extremely toxic and
this is what I'm saying about.
Especially if you're saying that it's just used as a tool.
If you say it's just a tool and it depends how you use it, there are two answers to this. Number one was Gray's point, which is that then it becomes useless. If you can use the same Bible to literally burn people at the stake and also create civil rights movements, then it's fucking pointless. That's number one. And number two is that if you think that, then all the people who are, quote, it's just a no true Scotsman fallacy. You're basically saying all the people who really, truly believed in religion and they supported crusades.
I never said
fake Christians. But you just happen to be part of the real Christianity.
I never said that. Now you're saying things I didn't say. I don't believe there's like a true, real Christianity. Like, how about, like, goodness gracious? Okay.
Who was right? Was Martin Luther King right, or was the Catholic Church right? Who was right?
Hold on. Because you said a whole bunch of stuff I got to address, like, one by one, okay? So, so number one, you can use a hammer to build a house, but I can also use a hammer to murder people, right? Are you going to tell me, well, why even use the hammer? Because it's a very effective tool.
That's not analogous.
So, yes, it is, because you're saying, hey,
hammer,
I am
let me explain.
You're interrupting me. Romero will filibuster it. Okay. So, look, the thing is,
fuck you, dude. Fucking don't ever talk to me like that again, or else I will just talk over you for the rest of the fucking day. Do we understand each other, Alvin?
It was a joke.
I don't consider you funny. Do we understand each other?
Okay, fine.
Yes or no?
Do I amuse you? Am I here to entertain
you? Go on.
Okay. Goodness gracious. All right. You know what? Y'all have it, man. The temperature's a little hot in here. But hey, I think that the thing is, I think you're kind of sucking the nuance. My position isn't that religion can't be destructive or has been destructive, right? Salem witch trials, terrible, right? My thing is, I don't think it's like it's either all of this or all of that. Now, if you look at the structure of how it cleaned up Europe, so if Christianity never came upon the West, we would still have things like European tribes, right? We would still have Viking raids, okay? Like, it's like those kind of things. Now, granted, it's replaced by the stuff you said that's horrible, but it introduced some kind of organization. So the first government setup we have was this Hammurabi Code, is through a religious lens. He said he went up on that mountain and got his rules from Shamash and came down, and that introduced the whole concept of government. Now, my position is not that, religion is all good all the time and we shouldn't look. It's fine to critique it, but I think the hysteria comes in when I walk outside, there's not a Muslim saying stop. It's literally not affecting most people's everyday lives. If you want to do something, you can go and do it. I think it's hysterical. It's a little hysteria how terrible it is.
Yeah, okay, so you're turning a blind eye to what is actually going on in the world and what has been going on in the world just because you can't see it. You can't walk out and see it. And
We just saw it a while ago.
Does not mean that it's not happening or has not happened.
Yeah, so
And
I'm going to want to.
And for him to say that it's a lesser of two evils, but he's still saying that it's evil. It's something.
I don't think it's a lesser of anything.
So I've been trying to insert my point beginning for a while now. I waited patiently, and I'm going to insert it. The dangerous point is exactly what John did. The person who was so devout to speak his mind, but yet couldn't keep a tough skin, and he had to fucking leave the room. Right. The point of the dangerous part is someone like John thinks it's okay to use religion as an education and teach it in schools, like the talking snakes, like the creationist story. Those are the dangerous aspects that some people think is a good thing to put into schools, to fuck up the minds of the young, to cause a diversity and a separation in our country that is fucked up. That's the problem, Alvin. That's the fucking problem.
And that indoctrination teaches people not to think for themselves, but to collectively adopt an indoctrination that has been egregious for many, many years. Now, my son, like I brought this up to Abe before, but my son is an atheist and he goes to an all-Catholic school, and he's got a group of kids like around him that are his friends that they've created, the green schmod, and but the education is great minus the religion. He was brought up to think for himself in a slew of these fucking people, and he understands how religion can be so disgustingly used, and people use it to justify bad behaviors and wars and all of that. So why would we follow that? For one thing, we've always taught him to think for himself. If he wanted to believe in God, we wouldn't pressure him to think otherwise. We would give him all that means to do so, and we have done that. But he thinks accordingly, and he has common sense enough to think for himself. But what is sick is that kids are sponges, and you indoctrinate them into a society that perpetuates this idea that religion is good and religion is great, and and sense of community and all this stuff. It's like, no, it's not good. It's not good. It's not good to farm people into the same sort of ideals that perpetuate and cause war and division among people. It is not okay to think that way.
Alvin, you said, I don't think it's all one thing or all the other thing. I don't think that's true. I think that's completely ignoring the actual problem here. It is all manipulative. It is all doctrine-based. It is all virtualizing faith over critical thinking, right? It is all of that, and all of that is bad.
Yep.
Well, and like I was saying earlier, right? There are states in this country, in the USA, right, where textbooks will omit the theory of evolution. Big school board is Christian, right, where they want to insert the creation story or other mythologies instead of teaching.
Yep.
That's harmful. That's an act of terrorism.
Danger.
Right, and the same way with politics. Like, the push to get rid of Roe v. Wade was not a medical or a scientific reason. It was a religious reason, because a certain population of Christians think that abortion is wrong. When we confront them with this issue, we just say, well, don't have an abortion, right? But their faith tells them that they need to impose their beliefs on everybody else. That's a problem. And the fact that you don't see it as a problem shows me the privileged position that you're in, that it just doesn't affect you, so you don't care, right? But this is
I don't care.
Yeah, because you said it yourself that you go out in the world and you're not bombarded with some, Sharia law or anything like that. It's not but just because you aren't being targeted first and foremost, you're not being targeted where it's affecting your life doesn't mean it's not affecting the lives of others.
So what I said is, I think the hysteria is overblown. Not that it doesn't happen, right? I'm saying that the majority of people that complain about religion, it's not really doing anything in their day-to-day routine. Now, if you want to make an argument, how in these third world countries, there's religious practices or ideas that are destructive to their civilization, how in the world can I deny something like that, right? But I think culture is also an aspect of this, right? So if you go to some of these parts of the world and, okay, you're no longer religious, that culture is still there. They're still going to be doing some of the same stuff they're going to do. It's just religion is one of the vehicles. But if you take that vehicle away, I don't think that's the smoking gun that's just going to make the world a paradise. If you remove this element.
I literally just mere seconds ago, I pointed it out how it's actually a problem in this country, right? And you say, oh, well, it's a third world problem. No, it's a problem here, right? There are states where religion is the primary, like Utah. Utah is a predominantly religious state that goes against the basic ethos of the United States of America, the separation of church and state. That's not a third world problem. That's a problem that exists in the here and now. And there are consequences to that, right?
Yeah, Romero, if I may, also, I'm kind of tired of this, oh, it's not a big problem. How many people are anecdotal stories and then having real world effects of people who came from cults or high control groups, people who were born in the Mormon church who escaped, people who were born in the Christian churches, people who were born in Islam who escaped. What the fuck is this that you're saying that, oh,
Abe, it's just a brown person problem. Don't worry about it.
This is a huge problem. And if religion is not the sole cause of it, it is a fucking huge variable. A huge variable that, like you said, galvanizes the masses, that keeps people stupid and superstitious. And that you're kind of, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's because
We do know what it is.
Yeah. That you're religious yourself.
Yeah, he's religious.
The deal. Yeah. It has to be, you want to be religious in a sense of believe that God exists. That proposition should be separated from everything, but it should especially be separated from the idea of organized religion. Organized religion is a cult, bro. Let's just get down to it, right? Let's just be brutally honest. Organized religion is a cult. If you're part of an organized religion, you're part of a cult in some way. They're not all as bad as each other. Some are less, some are more, but they are still kind of cultish. So the question is, why are we trying to downplay that cults are harmful? Cults are harmful.
Cults can be harmful.
No, cults are Alvin. Cults are harmful. End of story. They are.
So I'll give you an example. I'm in Chicago. They got Nation of Islam, right? That is a cult. But I've seen what they do in the community. I've seen them get brothers that's been in and out of prison and clean them up, and now they got families. I can see this happening in religion, even in a cult. So this is what I'm saying. So every time you talk about a horrible thing done in the name of religion, I can also give some positive things. That's what I'm saying. There's all of nothing situation.
That's what cults do. That's
But
the way they attract people.
That's my point. I'm saying that I am taking the negative and the positive of it. Y'all are just taking the negative. Like even
what I'm saying,
No, not at all.
Just 1 second.
It just so happens that the negative outweighs the positive.
So even you brought up Salt Lake City. You brought up Utah, right? Is Salt Lake City just in disarray right now? Is that city doing horrible?
Something doesn't have to be end of the world. Houses on fire to fall into
how is Salt Lake City is their economy messed up?
There are deeper problems. There are deeper problems.
There's the separation of church and state doesn't exist there. Personal freedoms and liberties exist there less because the government controls a lot of things that people are allowed to do. So maybe you don't see it as a problem. Maybe you don't believe in personal rights and freedoms and liberty, but that's a you problem.
I mean, look, listen, I'm not a Mormon, right?
But Alvin, in your view, you're basically saying if it's not dystopian and like there's dumpster fires all over the city, you're like, oh, there's no problem. What about like all the problems like we just described? Children not being educated scientifically, LGBTQ or minority people being forced to hide their sexuality and feel guilty and depressed and suicidal. What about the fact that like women are treated as second-class citizens and they shouldn't talk before their husbands or vote or like have any type of input into household decisions? Or worse that they can't hold on to worse that there's like spousal abuse that they don't talk about because they're afraid of being ostracized in their community.
Just look at the statistics of the Bible Belt. Look at the statistics of the Bible Belt.
And you're just like, oh, the city's not on fire, so what are you guys upset at?
Okay, so when you bring up Salt Lake City, Utah, we're going to stay there.
You brought it up.
No, I brought it up.
Sorry. Because we're going to use this kind of like a...
Yeah, because Utah is a very religious area.
Very religious. And I don't know if you've been there, but it's a pretty clean city, right?
They present well. They all dress in their nice little white shirts. They all have their press pants.
The Nazi occupation of France wasn't so bad. I mean, the garbage was picked up. Everything was clean. The wrong people weren't roaming the streets. I mean, come on, guys.
Come on,
are we comparing the Mormons to Nazis now?
Well, Alvin, the point is cults are cohesive, often secretive groups characterized by extreme devotion to a charismatic leader.
Well, that means Mormonism isn't a cult because it's not secretive at all.
Oh, it's not? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, so this is how I know that you are a dishonest person, Evan. This is exactly why I can't fucking deal with you sometimes because you are just being completely dishonest.
And I wanted to point out the charismatic part, right? So I was looking at like, oh, the city's so fucking clean, it's awesome, blah, blah, blah. But the inherent underlying meaning to it is the cult, bro. That's the problem.
Cults, they'll help you if you're part of them. The moment you show any type of individuality or questioning, they will spit you out so fast and leave you homeless on the street.
Cult members experience a lot of significant mental trauma, bro.
But I'll give you an example of Nation of Islam. When they cleaning up them streets of them neighborhoods, they don't know those people in the houses. Old ladies out there, when they doing all of this, when they're doing these food drives and stuff, I seen it with my own eyes.
Okay, but
I'm not a part of the Nation of Islam.
Can you hold on just one second. Can you detail for us the temple rituals of the Mormons?
I was talking about Nation of Islam.
No, sorry, I was asking Alvin a question.
Okay, if I could go after Alvin, that would be amazing. Thank you.
Alvin, can you detail for us the temple rituals of the Mormons, please?
I'm not a Mormon, I don't know.
Because it's a secret.
Right, because it's a secret, and you gotta be a Mormon.
You gotta have the badge to get into the club, brah.
All right, so I completely 100% agree with JCC's definition of a cult, and I'll just paraphrase: manipulative, charismatic leadership
extreme secrecy, isolation from society, excessive control over members, and a central cult figure. I added a little bit to it. I completely agree with that. But the statement a couple of minutes earlier that all religions are cults is completely untrue. And where religions differ from cults is the fact that religions are generally open, and they are open to people joining and people asking questions, and they are not secretive. So I think cults are horrible. The religion that I read and what JCC said is correct. But no, not all religions are cults. That's not true.
It kind of is, though.
So Steve, cults are open because they need to recruit new members. That's literally what they do.
Yeah, but Steve
All right,
is
you-
remember, so he can't say they're all cults.
Let's
This is how religion poisons everything, dude.
Let's bring it home to me and personalize it. Can you please tell me what?
I don't want to hear about it.
Well, then you don't have to answer. I belong to the Jewish religion, and can you please tell me why my whole religion, the whole Jewish religion, is a cult? Please do.
I will tell you why.
Let's take it.
Yes, we can.
Let's take it one. Let's if we can.
No. Let's just stop.
You say you didn't want to talk.
Let's do this, honey.
Yes, let's take it one step at a time.
Child mutilation, like Ray said.
Okay, firstly, the child mutilation is. I said one at a time, please.
Wait, you don't know. You just defined cult, dude. That's why I said what you said next is going to be lackluster at best.
Well, then I guess I'll just go on mute and we won't take it one at a time.
Cool. Thanks, Steve. Move yourself to the audience, please. Thanks.
Hey. Hey, Badger.
Well, let him address what I said first about the child.
I know Benjamin wants to unleash on him.
Hold on.
He's
How
he's salivating. Benjamin's salivating.
I know, right? But one.
Throw Steve up here. You have to go all the way.
No. And he wants to address each allegation, I guess, one at a time. So let's allow him to do that. Someone said child mutilation, right?
Are they allegations, or are they just sort of matter of fact?
I am just trying to mediate. You guys can use the terminology.
Fair enough.
Thank you. So go ahead, Steve. What's the first thing you wanted to address?
Well, I think somebody said child mutilation. I suspect they're talking about circumcision.
Yes, sir.
Fair enough. We know that 80% of the population in the let me rephrase that. Population in the United States that's Jewish is 2.5%. Yet 80% of the population have 80% of the population of America, they get circumcision. Circumcision, in ways it's required to be considered a Jew, but it's definitely not forced upon you. That's my response.
If you want to be Jewish, you're going to have to get your dick cut off, right?
So let me ask you this, Dave. Do you remember? Let me just really. I'll make
Can I
this super
clarify
quick.
one little thing?
God damn it!
Circumcision is not a removal of a penis.
No, it's the removal of the foreskin of a penis,
Yes.
which desensitizes the penis and also makes it hard for.
Also, the baby does not.
The foreskin is hard.
So can I ask my fucking question, pretty fucking please?
Yeah.
So
Wait.
Steve.
Yes, you can.
So
Go ahead.
Steve, do you remember the day that you consented to your circumcision?
No.
Because you didn't, right? You didn't consent to it, did you?
That's correct.
That's correct.
And then the whole argument here from you, Steve, was that religions are open. It seems to me that if you have to get your dick cut, then that's not open. That's closed.
Mm-hmm.
That statement is wrong because it's well known that the Jewish religion highly endorses circumcision and a bris procedure during it. This is not a secret. Otherwise, all of you wouldn't know it.
There's It wasn't about the secret, though. It was about the requirement
to be a part of
And
the
I
club.
just want to add another thing here.
Okay, I'm confused because I'm not aware of
We
what
know
we're
you're
talking about.
confused.
Yeah, you're always confused, Steve, when
Yeah.
the point doesn't match up with what you believe.
Look, the point is this. It is harmful to force circumcision, a completely unnecessary medical procedure, on children merely because they were born in a cult. That is cult behavior. Now, the point is, even if you thought that wasn't harmful, which is completely harmful, but the point is, cults are going to be harmful to varying degrees. The fact that you, Steve, might be in a relatively healthy cult compared to some type of death cult, that doesn't mean it's not a cult. It just means it's less harmful.
Okay, well, your statement
It's
is
a description.
no. Your statement is false on many stages. Firstly, it's not forced. Second, as far as being unnecessary, you may have
The baby cannot consent, so it is forced.
It is forced, Steve. You literally said that you don't remember the day you consented to it. So of course it's forced. You just don't remember, so therefore it's not forced? So like the girl who got raped when she was roofied, well, it's not forced. She was roofied. She doesn't remember, so it's fine.
Can I continue what I was saying?
Also, you made a point, Steve. You also made a point that about 80% of males in United States are circumcised, and that's just how much that the whole idea of circumcision, like from that cult, has progressed onto the people, and that's like disgusting. It's disgusting that is even allowed beyond that religion. Like, it's disgusting in the first place, but the fact that it's transgressed beyond that, where people are just getting it because of cosmetic reasons to slice their baby's penis tip off. I'm sorry, but you're still not making a claim at all for yourself.
I'm gonna tell you this: the complete elimination of dick cheese makes it all.
You're gonna tell us this dick cheese?
It makes it all.
I'm gonna tell you
Oh,
dick
you can't
cheese.
wash your dick. You don't have a
Eliminate
parent
dick
that tells you how to wash your
The
dick.
word you don't even have to think about it. Dick cheese is completely gone when you remove
Just
that.
Alvin, Google the health benefits of having foreskin.
Go back to your
Y'all too serious, bro.
Alvin, that's a horrible
damn it,
response
Alvin.
to the circumcision.
Why are you such a fucking idiot?
The tip of your penis and all that skin is attached to membranes and sensitive
Can we lighten it up a little bit? Can we lighten it up a little bit? It's so heavy.
Why are you trying to make circumcision okay?
It's okay for the parents that want to do it.
No, it's not.
Why?
And if you don't want to do it, then okay.
Hey, wait a minute. We've gotten this collected a few notes here. I put a link in the chat from John Hopkins Medical. And they're saying that it has declined in the year 2022. It's down below 50%, 49%.
I also put a study into, sorry, Benjamin, go ahead, finish.
Well, I just wonder if he was just willing just to concede that his number was almost twice the Hopkins number.
That's okay. And I put a study into the chat that male circumcision is a prophylactic, and it's been seen under meta-analysis for HPV infection. It protects females that are having sexual intercourse with circumcised males. So it is not just a religious situation. It is also utilized for medical prophylaxis.
Well, yeah, you can have a healthy, long-lasting life without having the typical.
And it is shown that you have a better chance at a decreased risk of infection.
You know what else is a decreased risk for infection? Is not having sex at all.
You're right.
Look, the point
Oh,
is
does
this.
that
Every
mean
single...
so you're going to cut the whole dick off?
That is not what happens. That is not what happens. Gray.
HPV.
Gray.
Abstaining from sex altogether would have been.
Gray. Circumcision is not removing an entire penis. If you continue to make that right, so that's not a correct statement.
Listen, what you're saying is that it would diminish the increased rates of HPV, but you know what?
Why would you remove an entirely healthy organ?
Contact altogether.
Why Why would you remove an entirely healthy organ
No,
when
what
you
I'm saying
don't
is
have
that,
to?
no. What I'm saying is that why would you get the tip of it cut off if you could just teach your child to
The
accept
tip is not removed before skin. Do we need to go over physiology here?
Whenever I say tip, that's what I mean.
Well-
Physics before, honey.
Oh, that's
So,
wonderful.
okay, so circumcision most commonly includes bleeding, infection, pain, or insufficient excessive skin removal. This is something that does reduce the sensation and reduces a certain amount of gland function, right? So this is not something that's just innocuous, that's just for aesthetics. It's like that causes no harm, right? Again, we get back to the issue of consent. If you're okay with this, for someone to do it without any consent, I find that weird. Like, I'm Mexican and I didn't even get my daughter's ears pierced when she was born because I believe in her body autonomy and she gets to make that decision when she's older.
Yes.
Sure, that's just a different part of the argument, right?
Aisha,
Yes.
I think you should reflect on
Thank
your
you.
argument a bit.
What
Yeah,
happened,
you
Benji?
should. Whenever I
Well, I
said,
think you should reflect on your argument a bit because
I'm not making an argument. I'm just posting the reality.
that it's beneficial for
well, some
somebody
people
else.
here might think you're making an argument, and I think
Beneficial to those who have it. That's all. That's
the
a
argument
statement.
people might be hearing here, Aisha, is that if there were some sort of
I have not made any claim as to whether or not I agree with or disagree with having to do this at infancy or on in life.
so you just
No. But you get to have clarity. Go ahead, move on. I gotta drive, so yeah, go ahead.
Arguments about it, quote, being like cleaner or whatever, are so dumb and so
Yes.
bereft.
And
Yeah.
still medically proven. And still medically proven.
Can I finish? Look,
Because when you guys were arguing, you lost the fish.
you lost what?
You lost the fish.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Steve left.
Look, but the point is this: that not only is it completely unethical in a medical sense, right? And doctors are supposed to do a surgery or a medical procedure when it is medically warranted. There's nothing that warrants circumcising a baby like religious people do. Especially when there's no indication for it, right? Saying that it's cleaner is not an indication.
So why do you think
Let me finish. To irreversibly alter a child's body,
Why do atheist
autonomy
parents
or
why do atheist parents circumcise?
Oh, we're doing this now again, Alvin? Cool. So this other day, I was watching this weird movie where this dude kept doing dumb shit all day long, and I thought it was a weird movie.
Look, I just want to answer Alvin's question. Alvin, the reason why, again, is because we live in a society that has had 3,000 years of nonstop religious privilege and brainwashing. So yes, it's sad to say that even some atheist parents, when they go to the hospital now, which has been affected by religious values, the doctor says, "Oh, do you want your child circumcised?" They don't know much about it. They haven't researched it. And they might just say yes.
I do just want to point out, I agree that Abe has the proper analysis here, which is that, and Aisha, you need to come on board with this.
Yeah, seriously.
There is a medical reason to do a procedure. And if you don't have a medical reason to do the procedure, A, you mustn't do it. Otherwise, you're not a doctor, okay? You're fucking, I don't know what. It's just a baby,
Yeah, babies don't get HPV from having sex.
a baby slicer. Like that.
That's-
You can also-
on a baby.
I want to bring something else
If
up.
you don't have a medically,
I'm gonna get it around my mouth.
for doing that surgery, you're a barbarian.
Now I have
Also-
a story. I have a
Hang
person.
on, I want to add something to HPV, please. Hang on, real quick.
I want to give
HPV was brought up.
the opportunity. No,
Yeah, she'll get it. But hang on, I want to.
Aisha, the
This is
opportunity.
on topic, right? About the
Well,
penis and not
Now
being.
is the time for Aisha.
Hang on,
to acknowledge this.
Benjamin. Hang on, Benji. The point is, the prophylactic to circumcise is a good thing to prevent HPV. However, cunnilingus spreads HPV. People are dying of throat cancer because of HPV. You don't need a cock to get HPV.
Having sex causes HPV.
Fuck yeah. Fuck
It
yeah.
doesn't cause HPV. A virus causes.
How?
Yeah, I didn't bring up the cause. I brought up the spread.
You understand common speak, right? You understand common speak, right? Or are you just being pedantic?
I give us the opportunity. We're doing
No.
some work.
All I'm doing
The point is this.
is letting you know that there is a medically valid reason for
It's not
parents
medically valid.
to use.
No.
Yes,
That's not medically valid.
That is a medically valid reason to allow people. It is evidence-based.
It
It
is
is
not.
evidence-based.
Worry more about your baby getting
And
HPV
you
than
are.
slaughtering the baby.
Are you? Who slaughtered Jesus, Gray? You jump to conclusions like nobody has
This is
Yeah, it's a hyperbole, and that's not how evidence-based science works.
It's not medically
No,
necessary.
it's not.
Circumcision.
It is not how evidence-based
It's not
science
medically
works.
necessary.
And the entire are you okay there, Gray? Relax.
It's not okay. Look.
Just a moment.
Based on
It is not evidence-based science, and this entire conversation began on the basis.
Bringing down a little thing that says
Hold on, Abe.
less bacterial rates or whatever.
Like I was asked to comment, and I'm continually interrupted. Give me a moment.
I'm working on that, Aisha.
Thanks,
You know,
Benjamin.
Aisha,
Here's the thing.
The audience for a bit because we're doing work here.
No, it seems like wait, what happened, huh? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm making room for you. Go ahead.
Thank you. All I am saying is that there are medical reasons that parents can use to make a decision. Whether or not you agree with that decision or think that it causes some kind of aspect of consent is a completely different argument. Yes, HPV can be passed along to babies. Go ahead and look that up. It can also be prevented by 3 doses of the Gardasil vaccine, which you can still get as an adult.
Digging a hole here.
That's all right. I don't mind. It's medically accurate, and that's all I care about. Calling circumcision a complete removal of the penis is also medically inaccurate. So if you're going to have a conversation and you're going to make allegations or accusations or contribute to religion being a cult, which is fine, have your conversation. At least have it be accurate.
Aisha, do you really think she meant that you cut the dick off, or do you think she was being funny?
No, but I think that people in their passion contribute to the misinformation and miseducation of others. Now, I don't know about this whole, somebody mentioned something about rabbis, mouths, something or other. I don't know about that. I have no idea what that has to do with anything.
Aisha, that's not the work. The work right now is.
But I'm about to start driving.
Okay, then keep
Your
driving.
threshold for what qualifies as a medically necessary surgical procedure on.
I didn't say. Where did I say it was medically
What you're
necessary?
doing is more dangerous than.
I said that there is a medical reason that there can be used in order for people to do it, and that's part of the conversation you are having. The entire time.
Aisha, you think that they're, like, let's say a child is born and you think it's indicated that they should have cosmetic surgery right away. If you think their lips are too puffy, you just boom, give that child a lip job. Like, what's the threshold in your opinion?
Well, see, now you're characterizing something as being cosmetic. Excuse me. I'm going to focus on driving, you guys.
Please do. It's more dangerous than not getting a circumcision.
And it's more dangerous than me having to sit here and have an argument about something that people are really misunderstanding.
What age should be like for circumcision? Like, what age would you put that is appropriate for consent for a minor? Right? The age of consent. What should it?
27.
Is that just in general? But like, when do you think?
In the Kikuyu culture in Kenya, it's 13. When the child is just 13, they talk to him about their culture, and if it's going to happen, it happens then.
Wait a minute, I used to live in Machacos, Kenya. Are you from that?
No, I used to date a Kenyan, and I'm contemplating moving there, so I've done some research.
Yeah, I used to live amongst the Kikuyu and Congo over there.
Thank you for allowing Abraham.
Yeah, no, I know. I was actually trying to speak. The thing is that I want to point out that this is always what happens, right? If we over-police, we over-talk, we over-jump in, it takes fucking forever to get to a point. Steve came up, and Steve was trying to list off his shit. Now, I understand why Honey wanted to cut him off, because it's going to largely be a long bunch of long-winded one by one point. But I do want to point out that we only got to this first point, right? We don't need to have meta-analysis on fucking foreskin removal, right? Like, stop, right? Like, we don't need to go down the rabbit hole of every
I
single
do
thing.
think that Aisha's claim that it's medically necessary support the claim that I made that she's making absolute claims that the circumcision is good for some reason, and it's not. It's not medically necessary.
It's also like if we grew up in a society where there was no, just imagine for a moment, thought experiment, there was no Abrahamic religions, right? There was no circumcision. Doctors wouldn't even be fucking thinking about doing some type of analysis of, oh, there's a little bit of infection here and up there. Nobody would think to do a circumcision. This is an ancient barbaric practice from like proto-Semitic tribes in the Middle East. It is insanity. The fact that we're having this conversation is insanity.
And then now they're considering it cosmetic. So now that they can consider it cosmetic, it's no different than somebody getting lip injections, you know?
Compared to real genital mutilation that goes on, especially in women, like this is actually a skip of the market. And I'm not trying to trivialize it. There are obviously correlations with benefits for it, right? But it's like we're not going to like go down the whole just like that article is a cool article. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I just want to say, look, you have to we all know in those countries with FGM, the point is they'll also create delusional justifications, like, oh, it's better for the women.
Yeah.
They're confident.
It's tighter for the men.
That's the correct argument. It's not like we all need a meta-analysis on how fucking cutting off the sheep in your penis is not like fucking necessary. And we all know that it has a couple benefits. Obviously, it's going to keep a cleaner dick, right? Like, that's kind of obvious, right? And we all know that we're not having a consultation with the baby. It's just not a great point. Just keep it moving. There's way better points of why religions help, other than it's doing genital mutilation, right? And that article, one of my pet peeves is when people do odd correlations. I jump all over them. I put the math in the chat. I can't fucking stand it. It overemphasizes when someone does a study and they put odds correlation. They're telling me we don't really have a lot here, but we want mathematically for it to jump out. It's a 10% change, not a 45% change. Odds and percentages.
Would you believe that circumcision is the most common surgery in the world?
So that's just awful.
I wonder, is there a poll? How many people regret keeping their foreskin versus regret getting circumcised?
I think they just live with it and they don't really vote on it.
I think that, at least in the U.S., I know Europeans don't give a fuck, right? I know this seems to be like an American. This seems to be an American thing where there's a lot of guys who are self-conscious about still having a hoodie.
And it's also, it's also like, it's a looks thing for girls, or a girl might look at them and think, it's some aesthetic. That's an aesthetic reason, which is still that idea planted in the people's brain that it is now cosmetic and it's due to some aesthetic reason. It doesn't matter what the case is, like someone trying to justify cutting that skin off.
I will say this: my cousin dated was circumcised, and she kept getting infections down there, and he was like the only one that was doing it. Like, so.
Well, you got a dirty dick that he needs to clean, probably. So I have a story. My ex-husband had a botched circumcision. And we had a child, and like decision was botched. It's fucked up. So his penis still worked, still a botched circumcision that he was very, very self-conscious about. So whenever we had a son, he wanted him circumcised so that his penis would look like his whenever they go to see. It's not a pee. And I was like, and they asked me to pay $500 for a cosmetic surgery to have that tip removed from my son's penis, and I'm against circumcision. And then my husband at the time, he said, well, it's because of this or it's because of that. And I said, honey, you've got a botched circumcision. What in the hell would make me want to cut off, first of all, put my child through that pain and hold them while they're screaming while it happens? I don't think so. Just because of some cosmetic value. On top of that, and then you want to justify it by saying, well, I want to be able to teach him how to use the bathroom. I taught my son how to use the bathroom.
You were going to surgery when you were going to have you hold him.
But like,
You thought you were going to be in the operating room holding him down?
Well, my brother was whenever my mom was there. My mom held my brother while it happened.
Can we move on from the dick talk now and get back to the point?
Anyways, we all agree circumcision is genital mutilation that is not warranted, and there's no medical necessary means for it. I mean, there can be a situation in which that it's medically necessary. I guess like a hobo who never washes right, and then it turns into like elephantitis of the infection or something like that. Sure, maybe, but at least they have the right to consent to the operation.
Moving on.
So, child marriages, that's something that religion promotes as well. Go.
Non-religious people, you have child marriages. Like the Paraham people, they're not religious. They have child marriages, right? So, Bray, what is the age of consent when it comes to like medical stuff? Do you think it should be?
If my son was 18 and he said, Mom, I'd really like to go and get a circumcision, I would warn him against it, obviously. But I said it's his body. He has the right to do what he wants.
Okay, that's so.
I'm 18.
So 18 is the age. I agree. So you think 18 is old enough for a child to consent, right?
Yeah, because they're no longer a child.
So would you agree?
It's like a tattoo, like ear piercing. You know, like.
And that's fair. Yeah, I actually agree with that. So giving puberty blockers to somebody under the age of 18.
I don't believe in that.
But also, okay, great. Okay, cool. All right, gotcha. Consistent. All right.
Because they're not sexually adapted yet.
Fair
and
enough.
I think that a lot of the culture now is just, and in the same respect as circumcision, is being comfortable with your body is not being taught.
That's fair.
Being comfortable with who you are, whether you're interested in pink nail polish or trucks or trains, doesn't matter what's going on in your pants. I think that a lot of people are confusing what people like and what traits people have with sexuality in terms of like having them change. I'm sorry, but in my day, if you were a butch lesbian, you're a butch lesbian. You don't have to change because you don't have to change. They were comfortable with themselves to be that way. And you don't have to change your sexual identity. And I don't mean that to be against trans people because I have trans friends. My trans friends have been like that way since they were kids.
Hey, T, really quick. Are you there, T? Fuck, he's...
Sorry for the tangents and.
No, that's cool. Great. You're at least you're consistent. I'll give you that. You're consistent.
Well, in the West, a lot of the child marriages are connected to religion. I'm sure there are outliers everywhere, right? But in the United States, a lot of the child marriages take place within religious households.
Is it because they're religion or they're religious people who marry kids?
They justify it using religion.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, there's a couple of stages. First, you got to find people that that are even attracted to like children, right?
Well, I mean, I'm not saying so you're right that there are some places like in Utah and parts of Colorado, it is not common, but it does happen that you have adult men who are grooming young women to marry them at a young age. And the young men of that town or society, some of them get pushed out of society because they're seen as competition for the 45-year-old.
Wow.
Right? And there's a documentary about it, like the Lost Boys of Utah or some shit like that. And same with other places that are like the Bible Belt, right? Has underage marriages of children marrying children, and also people that are adults marrying children because they get an exception from the parents. And also the age of consent varies wildly from state to state. In some places that are much more religious, the age of consent seems to be lower.
So there is
correlation.
There is a logic to what you're saying in terms of the religion portion of it. So the reason why you would see a lot of kids marrying kids that early is because, they say, hey, you can't have sex before you're married. So let's marry them at 15, 16 years old. So that's something they're not going to have to deal with, like the temptation part. So that is a thing. It's probably Utah now, but yeah. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why they're married now. But I think, depending on how far back you want to go throughout history, I'm saying the child is like, I know that an adult is like 18, but to me, I think I still call a 16-year-old a child, right?
You're right.
So, I would argue, depending on how far back you go, it would be more rare for a 20-year-old woman to get married than a 15 or 16-year-old, right?
It's disgusting.
Depending on how far back you go.
Last 10 years.
They didn't have the knowledge. They just didn't have the knowledge. They're also using means of religion to justify pedophilia or child marriages. I think it's, yeah. But an adult, considered an adult, I would be safe with 18. I think that's colloquially, but that's across the board. I think people mostly agree with 18, and a 16-year-old is a child. I have a 16-year-old.
So I have a theory, but I also have a question. I want to hear what y'all think about this. Why do you think the perspective of like a 15-year-old boy having sex with like the 27-year-old teacher, that's not given the same energy as like a 15-year-old girl having sex with like a 27-year-old man?
It's still bad. It's bad.
Legal perspective, it is.
Not so bad.
Yeah,
The only
it's
thing
bad.
is it's not as prevalent. It's not as prevalent as the male being the older one, right?
I think, yeah.
The adults
From a legal perspective, it is dealt with equally.
It is dealt with equally, but it's not as prevalent.
The adult female's taking advantage of the younger male, so it's bad in the story.
No, I think it's bad. But if you go to the comment sections of these cases, you will see, goddamn, where were these teachers at when I was at high school?
Well, yeah, that's a colloquial male. That's a monkey trying to football response, dude. That's what
but I'm talking about. It's culturally different. Like even when I was in high school, right? The guys, there was this cheerleading coach. Several of my guys were tagging it, and he was like 15, 16, and it wasn't like, oh man, you're being abused. They were bragging about it, right?
Right.
And the girl, and here's the thing, and on the flip side, there was a girl on my track team who had sex with one of the coaches, and it destroyed her whole life. Like the response to the
culture, just because that culture is accepted by the boys having these fantasies and stuff like that, does not make it okay.
I don't think it's okay. No, let's be clear. I don't think it's okay at all. I'm trying to understand why. Like, one of my reasons I think why it might be viewed differently is I think visually, like, the 15, 16-year-old boy is usually going to be bigger than that 27-year-old woman, right? So I think from a visual standpoint, it's kind of harder to like he's the victim as opposed to like this big 27-year-old man and this tiny 15-year-old. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think that's
let's use real cases, right? So like there are plenty of cases where the woman slept with a 12-year-old boy, right? And you're right that in the comment sections, because the internet is toxic as fuck, right? You're going to have a very toxic response. From a legal perspective, it's dealt with equally because it is considered abuse regardless of the fact. Now, culturally, the reason why you get that reaction of when it happens to a boy is because men tend to be, or males tend to be extremely horny at a much younger age, and culturally we allow them to express that horniness. So there's an imbalance culturally with how we perceive sexuality in boys and girls. But the reality is that both are equally at risk and easily manipulatable, regardless of their gender, and that, you know, a 16-year-old boy has no business sleeping with a 35-year-old woman or impregnating her and having children with her, right? So, like, but that happened and happens. So it's less about the gender divide and more about the position of power and abuse and psychological issues.
Yes, we could speak culturally all day about how, you know, this is representative of like of a girl growing up versus a boy, but you look at it with common sense, it's still bad, equally as bad. But what's shameful is that boys are brought up that way, and where girls are brought up to be shamed.
Yeah, and I saw a one-to-one example in my school. The one cheerleading coach. It wasn't just one guy.
Okay, y'all stop. I can see that y'all stop.
Same girl.
Sometimes you're driving down the road, you know, and you look over in the ditch. You see that there's a car on the ditch on the side of the road on fire. Car that's trying to pull that car out.
You're looking at the scenery, and now you're off the road.
With the obese man burning in the car and his fat, you know, causing more accelerant.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
I was shamed in high school.
So
I was raped.
great. I know you'll talk about anything. This is not important. But
Hey T, you there?
I want to get back.
I wanted to bring up how I was shamed.
You know you want to, but the problem is y'all stuck in the bitch. So I'm gonna kind of like get us out of this bitch.
Can I just get this out though?
No. The whole point of this is to like get us out of the bitch. I want to go back to Alvin's point. Alvin's really smart, and Alvin made a really brilliant point that, you know, religions heat on cool with the same breath. That sometimes they help and sometimes they hurt. And I want to explore this notion that Alvin thinks that sometimes religions do some pretty good stuff. It just seems to me, Alvin, that when religions are doing their good stuff, it's because people are ignoring the religion, sometimes doing something they call interpreting it. And then when they do the bad stuff, it feels like they're actually bringing the text right off the page, you know, like really staying true to the text. Why is it that I get that feeling that the closer people hew to the religion, the more god-awful their behavior is? What's with that?
Well, I'm pretty sure when like they're doing humanitarian stuff, they will show you verses where it says do that, where it says a poor person among you gotta feed them and don't complain about feeding them. That's Deuteronomy. And if you're antagonistic towards religion, I can imagine you will probably bring up, you know, some chapters and numbers. So I think they're both pulling stuff from the text. It's just one is more complementary to today's culture and society, and others are not, you know. And just to be clear, the Bible does not fit with modern Western European standards of morality. It doesn't, right? And I know some Christians try to make it fit, but it doesn't, you know. It's not designed to, right? Modern Western European ethics is
Alvin, what's that mean?
It thinks the door's open. I'm trying. Is that annoying y'all? My bad.
Yeah, it's a little distracting. I'm not thinking.
Okay, my bad. I'm almost back. Yeah, so I think that that's what it is. I think when you do talk to a Muslim or a Christian, they want to try to make the text fit these new modern standards of morality, and it doesn't. It never will. What it's supposed to.
So that he addressed the problem. I mean, Pro likes to use the example of Boy Scouts. It's really hard to show how there's an interpretation of the Boy Scout handbook that will lead people to do horrible, nasty, god-awful things. But it is in no way, shape, or form difficult to show that a literal translation of the Bible would encourage people to do horrible, god-awful, nasty, terrible things. So can I ask, what's up with that?
Say that.
Why is it that the Boy Scout handbook include that functionality that causes people to do more terrible things?
You're in the Matrix, Alvin. I did want to ask though, why is Aisha a mod?
Why is Aisha a mod?
Yeah.
Oh, well, if you click on a profile, you scroll down, it says make a moderator, and then that's how people.
Oh, that's your justification.
Yeah.
Because she's all for circumcision. That's not in her profile. If that was in her profile, I don't think you would make it wrong. I don't think she thinks too much about these topics to begin with. That's why she shouldn't be a mom.
You think that people that don't think about biblical topics shouldn't be moms?
I think whenever there's a lot of discussions about biblical topics or contentious sort of topics, and then they don't really have an opinion on it, or they have the opposite opinion that doesn't really collectively share with the rest of the group, I think they shouldn't be a mom.
Okay. Well, consider your advice.
Yeah. She's pro-circumcision.
We'll all take that under advisement, I'm sure. I wouldn't actually jump to the conclusion that she's pro-circumcision.
Well, she was arguing for it because she said it was medically necessary.
To be quite fair, he actually say it was medically necessary.
No, she did. She said that it was medically necessary for HPV.
No, stop. She said there was a medical reason to get circumcised because getting circumcised prevents the spread of the HPV virus.
That's not a good argument.
But I'm just pointing out, she didn't say it was medically necessary.
Who says it's not a good argument? Why is it not true?
I don't think it's a good argument.
Why is it?
It's not true that it prevents spread.
It reduces. It might reduce. That's correlated with reduction. But anyway,
So it's not a good argument.
why is it not a good argument? Do you think it's not?
Was she even able to argue it? Probably not.
I don't think you should be a mod on anything medical. How about that?
I didn't say I should be. I didn't say I should be a moderator.
But you're floating your idea about
I
who
said
you think
someone
should be
who's
modded.
pro-circumcision in a room full of people who are
Why is she pro-circumcision?
probably shouldn't. Someone who is not informed on these topics and biblical topics probably shouldn't be moderated.
How do you know she's not biblically informed?
Because Benjamin told me.
Benjamin said I should not biblically.
I also don't remember that. Okay.
I didn't hear that. You're making up a lot of shit.
Do you want to tell me she is informed?
I just want to know why it wasn't a good argument.
She's probably decently informed like most humans. She doesn't know the Bible. She doesn't have to be bowing down at the altar of the fake Bible, does she? To be able to have a little bit of opinion on it.
Do you think that she's informed in saying that circumcision is good because it's medically necessary due to HPV?
Yeah. If she said, I know my mic's on. If she said that, first of all, anything informed about medical, yes, infinitely more informed than you are. Infinitely more informed than anyone on the stage. And if it comes to biblical, gives a fuck if she's informed or not. We're in an atheist fucking room.
Atheist should get it right there.
I think she needs to get it right.
The first people called atheists were Christians.
I think she needs to study more.
I think Alvin might actually be right about that.
What did he say?
Yeah, the first people called atheists were Christians.
Okay, cool.
Probably Christians that had that agreed with everybody else on everything except for like one little
Well, they said it because
God actually has a left earlobe or doesn't have a left earlobe.
Well, they said it because
You got a bad connection, Alvin.
Don't tell him. Let me fix it.
I love every single one of y'all, by the way.
Don't lie.
Good job.
How long have you been driving in a car that beeps at you like that?
It started happening to me yesterday. I gotta get it fixed. It thinks the door is open. It's not. So.
You know, I was just looking up the atheos thing. It's interesting. In Ephesians 2:12, Paul uses atheos to describe Christians' past lives. Now, I've never heard about reincarnation in Christianity before knowing Christ, emphasizing they were, quote, without hope and without God in the world. That's what atheos. But the reincarnation thing is weird. I had never heard reincarnation in Christianity before.
Did he specifically say reincarnation, or was he referring to like this that he's making after Jesus to talk about your microphone's not working. What the heck? To reference those who were without the saving of Jesus as God. Alvin, what?
Alvin, you're up.
I don't know if anybody heard any of that. But atheos might be the ones that were without the ability to Jesus to save them because, I don't know.
I think that's right. I think the AI just got it wrong. It's talking about people living before Christianity, not Christians in a past life.
Yeah, it's just the Romans called them that because they didn't worship their gods, right? They said there are no
gods.
I
think I answered it. No, Alvin, I think I said it the right way. I think I got it.
Yeah, I think that's right. AI strikes out again.
So we cleared it up. An atheist is not actually a Christian. An atheist is someone who doesn't have a God in there, at all, right?
Yeah, they didn't know to have God.
Right.
Well, we have documents of Christians being called. Not that the Christian and the atheist is synonymous. It's just Romans called them that, right?
Romans called an atheist someone who didn't have a God in their, mindset. So therefore, they're an atheist. They're not being called a Christian. Alvin, get right.
Alvin.
The point is, they're not a Christian.
Yeah, basically, atheos is what they are before they're born again or something, right? Without God signifies a life devoid of the true knowledge relationship.
And atheist,
so it's not somebody who chooses, who does not believe in God. It's somebody who's really never heard about it.
And just to be clear, atheos is different from the modern atheist, right?
Well, I think that's what I just said.
Yeah, that's why I was agreeing with you. Right. I think it's a different thing. But I love every one of y'all. my religion tells me.
You have to. Yeah, right. You don't have any choice in it.
Wait. Why should we take that as sincerity because you love us?
I know, Alvin, you shoot yourself in the face all the time, bro.
You don't know what the hell it is.
Alvin, that's a point. Alvin!
You're just saying this is serious.
I'm trying to light the room up, man. It's so
No, but your microphone sucks.
Alvin, that's a fucking horrible thing to say, right? That's like saying, I'm only going to save you because I'm working as a doctor in the hospital. If I was on the street, I'd walk past you and let you die.
Wouldn't that be accurate? That'd be accurate, right?
No, it wouldn't be accurate, right? No.
That's the weird thing about Christians is that they really do. They think that if they didn't have God, they would do that. That's what's.
I word from a book, I'd be a douchebag.
Brainwashed numbnut. Thank you for showing us how dangerous religion is.
Well, or maybe it's just a damn good thing.
I said that I love y'all. Y'all called me name. I said I
You
love
don't love us all, Alvin. Shut up. Alvin, finish your hypocritical sentence. I love you because my religion tells me to.
Yeah, that was
Alvin, I got a question. Alvin, I got a question for you. If your child brings home a significant other and wants to get married, and you could choose between a Mormon and an atheist, who would you choose?
Say that one more time, because I'm out here at the airport.
You got a Mormon or an atheist, bro? Who are you going to pick to marry your kid? A Mormon or an atheist?
Probably an atheist.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
That's progress.
What?
We're moving on up.
What?
The
Does it
thickens
hope the
plots.
atheist to convert? And he knows the Mormons are a cult and they ain't getting
Because
that
the
shit.
only reason I've seen atheists be married to Christians, and they'll still like go to church and do all the stuff, but they don't believe in it. So I've seen that happen a lot. So yeah, probably atheist.
Oh, I've done that. We'll do a lot for that.
Because they go to church.
Yeah, like they're married
But
to
what
a
if the
Christian.
atheist doesn't go to church versus the Mormon?
Because the atheist is a hamming distance of 1, and a Mormon is a hamming distance of 2.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like my friend, his wife's an atheist, but she goes to church with him.
Well, maybe it's
But you
because
don't
you don't
believe
want
in
your
it.
grandson to be circumcised.
I mean, yeah, but I would rather, because with Mormon, there's going to be like a lot of doctrinal disputes. With an atheist, it's like there's none of that. It's just I don't believe anyway. So, all right, go ahead.
There's more common
So
sense
if
in the atheist.
If your kid marries a Mormon, you probably won't even be allowed into the temple to watch it.
Yeah,
But there's
that's why I
there's an
rather.
important detail. We got some business with Alvin, and then we got to move on to different topics other than Alvin.
This is true.
Alvin, I want to understand, if you say you're doing something just because the book says to do it, then what happens if the book says to do something terrible, like happiness is he who dashes a child's head against the rocks?
Really?
Suddenly comes up, I can't hear him all of a sudden.
I love
can't hear you. I can't hear you, so I'm just we're gonna move on. Morning, Michael. Michael, you there?
For the right.
Benjamin, how come we haven't moved up in the top 0.5%?
Oh yeah.
Because he's not a nerd.
I just want to say for the record, I'm on the record that all organized religions, especially Abrahamic religions, there are no good ideas that they hold distinctly from any other part of the population. The ideas that they do hold distinctly from the rest of the population are almost explicitly awful. So just throw it
I'm
out.
giving you an atheistic amen.
That's going to be tough. That's going to be tough given that they, although originally fought science, now they're one of the main supporters of it. So whether through baptism by fire, we got shit out of Christianity. So to say that there was nothing there is to say that the footprint had no effect. I think it.
I mean, I think science emerged in spite of religion.
I didn't get the point. I missed it. One over my head.
maybe it's just the delay that you have when you're on this thing. You come on. I heard they did something, but because of the footprint, they did and I heard one of the groups. You said what are the groups when you're talking about Christianity and religion? Like you have the religious and the non-religious. Aren't those the only groups we're talking about?
Well, no. There's the Catholic Church, and then there's the believers and the various sects, and so you can parse it out like that. And I'm just saying that, from the time of Copernicus and Galileo, we have some benefit. So,
but did science emerge because of religion, or did science emerge in spite of religion?
You needed religion for science to happen. So
No.
Yeah, otherwise you wouldn't survive. You didn't have communication.
Are you Jewish? At the very beginning, Mario, we looked to the sun. We also buried, Homo millenni buried their people with their swords and stuff, thinking of an afterlife. Yeah, sure, but they relied on the sun and the moon and things outside of themselves, and that in itself, observable, is science.
Nope. No, it's not. No, that's actually that is
experimental, observable fucking thing. It's science.
Okay, drop some more F-bombs, but that's a poor definition of science. It's a little bit more rigorous. There's a few more things.
I'm talking at the very basis of it. Something.
No, the basis has axiomatic.
Observable and studied. The sun providing warmth and heat to provide food with water. That's science. An observable study is science.
That's still not enough. That's still not science. That's part of science, but that's still not science. So stop it. Okay, go ahead, Pro.
It's certainly not religion either, but are you just trying to claim that we get to science quicker because of religion, not in spite of it?
It's not about quicker or shorter. It's that you have to go through the process of having bad ideas to get good ideas about how to do things. And only when you realize the difference between superstition and no hypothesis testing, which science never proves anything. It only tests against the claim that there is no observable difference.
Right. No, I get
you can only discover that. Okay. Well, no, I'm saying they're not actually. Organized religion is by definition superstition. Superstition is what? Superstition, by its very claim, is just, hey, I believe this, therefore that.
Yeah, but the organized part of it and making it into a cult is the part that we're objecting about, right?
See, I'm objecting to the poor critical thinking. I'm objecting to the poor critical thinking from the onset, because you can have something like truth from logic alone. Apologetics, despite its reputation, has some interesting, although esoteric and mathematical, interpretations. So, yes, you can have some knowledge-based superstition, but most of scientific facts have to be derived or discovered.
You remember the part I said, right? You know that my disclaimer when I said other than what other people already believe, that's already encumbering all the people who aren't religious, who, i.e. are in science, right? So outside of all the things that the rest of humanity already goes for, anything that's unique to religion is generally a bad idea, that's my point. There's nothing unique that religion brings to the table. Now, if you want to argue that they helped codify and get us to this point of where we can see the bad ideas, cool, right? But I'm not saying that's a necessity, that we need like a dogmatic group of people who all believe the same fucking brain dead thing, and that they need to organize so that we can see how stupid it is, and then we have crusades and witch hunts and shit. I'm just saying we can skip past the crusades and the witch hunts and get right to, hey, that's a bunch of shit over there, that's a stupid idea, and then we didn't really need that to happen.
Right, because the hypothetical question still stands that, like, we're going to contemplate our own existence. And to contemplate your own existence, and starting with that basis with the sun and earth and everything, that was science. That was science. I don't care.
It's not
no, it is science.
It's not science. Look up the definition of science.
Observable.
Want me to pull it up?
But I get the point, though, that without religion, we don't get like the institutions and shit. That's where I figured you were going with, and you're saying we get there quicker with religion.
Yeah, I don't know if it's quicker. I think it's just like a necessary condition. You have to have institutionalized superstition to see that you need institutionalized no hypothesis testing, because then you get to see the competition.
Why can't it be the other way around?
You get to see institutional competition, and competition of ideas at an institutional level means you got to put your money where your mouth is, and then you see empires rise and fall by the technological dagger. That's what I'm saying. And if we didn't have dark ages, we wouldn't know like whether we're killing the right people or not. So it's almost unnecessary.
What about supply chains? I mean, you can have the same
supply chain is technology. Yeah.
Right. Well, some people can't understand the most basic scientific connections. I think we should talk about that. So, like, population size and ability to procure raw materials and have a hardened supply chain. But most people don't understand that all of our current technological age is engineered, or not engineered, has trade. Free trade has made it so that these supply chains are extremely long for technology.
Yeah, fair enough. That might be why it's difficult to decouple from China or something like that, but it still doesn't mean that
technological progress, right?
Yeah,
because they're doing it so many ways.
Exactly.
But that doesn't mean it's not science.
Well, you have to. Okay, so when we say science, or when you say science, and when I say science, we might be saying different things. Because I mean, it has to be observable and measurable.
I said that.
Repeatable. Okay. Measurable, repeatable, and in general, we add an extra layer to that, which is peer review. Although some people don't like peer review, it's one of the kind of cruel incentives. Hey, disprove your peer, you win a gold medal, you win a gold star kind of thing. And so I think that's also very critical and unique to the church. If you give somebody like a priest, hey, you have all this time to go think about, I think priests were the precursor to the modern academic. That's why I call mathematicians modern day clergy, because you engage in the same kind of thought play.
Uh-oh, I was agreeing with me. What's going on? Did you take your medicine today?
Yeah, but it doesn't say anything to the point that I was making is my point. And when you come up to say something like that, which is just an assumption that I think we all have, generally we all understand the fact that you're making about how we got to academia, blah, blah, blah. We all know the academia story. I think most of us do who are educated in that area. And I think that's pretty much everybody in the room. It just feels like you're doing it. Yeah, but what about the good thing that religion does? What about the good thing? It's not everything knows a good thing.
Yeah, no,
but that's what it feels like. That's how it's named. I would make a statement that's not more controversial.
Fair enough. So look, I'm sorry that I can't control your feelings. I'm only responsible for what I say, not for what you understand. I use very precise language and very precise wording because I wanted to get at something very critical. And I don't think that everyone has that same level of understanding, because people have been jumping off the mic. I think Gray is the individual. And you've been saying things about science, and you've been saying incomplete definitions. So I don't know if there is a established understanding of what are rigorous definitions. I'm trying to be rigorous. And so it's more like an ecology kind of statement. We're talking about the evolution of a disease.
I think science came before religion.
No, most certainly did not. Unfortunately.
Well, using the science to feed the masses.
That's not science.
Before. Yes, it is.
No, it's just observation. Science will be the rigorous application of a loop.
And it's observable.
Okay, I'm not going to respond.
Status-driven. We agreed that it was observable, status-driven science that we can observe, which is the sun comes up, the sun provides heat, the sun provides food along with water. That is science.
No, the sun provides photons. The plants do the actual conversion. So again, you're trying to simplify something. Let me ask a different question. When do you think that science emerged in its modern, rigorous form? Give me a date. Give me a name.
Well, now you're colloquially speaking on like how science has changed, and I can agree with how science has changed because we have gotten smarter.
No, we have not. The methods have gotten better. I don't think humans have actually gotten smarter.
Since the
Humans have actually become dumber.
Worship the sun. We have gotten a lot. We would still be in the Arc Ages, like arguing whether the sun was a god, if that were the case. We have gotten a long far away from there.
No, actually, I would say we're actually almost close to being back there right now, given complex systems theory. So, I'm sorry that you feel that way, and it's difficult to understand the world if you think everything's retarded. I'm sorry for your confusion.
No, I think you're.
But that is nevertheless the fact that we now look at things in, for example, modern biology and research biology. We look at things as having perhaps capacity for intelligence rather than consciousness. So we look at something like a technological approach to mind everywhere. You can look up that paper, and in that paper we talk about how we can build an interface to a cell and talk to a cell. And that's
that we know nowadays how to grow things properly, how to feasibly live on.
But that's empirically derived, not as scientific.
And now you are pinpointing what actual science is, and I'm telling you,
that the whole time.
Looking to the sun and using the heat from the sun and water to produce proper plants and making those plants better over time, that is also science. So you are putting science in this box, saying that we only have science now, and it was all religion back then, or whatever.
That's right. Yeah. Okay. So
I'm telling you that whether they knew
you can yell it louder, it's not going to make it true. The louder you yell.
Whether they were doing it back in the day, whether they knew it or not, they were doing science.
Okay.
It was an observable test on how to create and feasibly live on this planet and to understand how the way the world works.
Okay.
And science and religion go hand in hand because we hypothetically will just understand why we're here. Why, we come up with a question, why are we here? But simultaneously, we could say that they were making plants in the earth and eating things off trees and figuring out whether or not this was poisonous or not. That is study, that is observable, and that is science.
Okay, so...
And for you to say science is not that, you're saying that that's not science, but what is it now?
Okay, so look, so when we look at something like Copernicus, if you study what Copernicus did, it was essentially the precursor to the null hypothesis test. Now, what is the null hypothesis test when compared to superstition? It is the dual of it. It is the opposite of it. So you have two domains of categorization, and at a certain point in history, people just told themselves stories. Now, this is this way because that's what we believe, right? And that is superstition. Science is saying, hold on a second, I don't know what's true, but I know that I can disqualify certain elements, certain theories, certain ideas.
I agree with that, but there was still a practicality. There was still a practicality of learning the ways of the earth at very early.
I don't know what ways of the earth means.
How to eat, how to live, how to procure plants, how to feasibly fucking live on this planet. And that is science. That's an observable science.
Okay, well, it sounds like you're trying to convince yourself, because I'm not convinced. You're speaking to yourself, just so you're aware, okay? I want you to reflect on necessary and sufficient conditions, and just take away from this conversation what is a necessary condition for science and what is a sufficient condition for science.
Yeah, so you're still speaking of two different sciences. And
No!
It's still a precursor to science. It's still science.
No, modern day science is defined by the null hypothesis test.
Science, we have a fucking involved.
Because everything before this was superstition. Okay, you just sound like you haven't read anything, so I'm going to bow.
When it wasn't science because it wasn't documented in a certain way that you can understand.
No, it was the method of critical thinking. Okay, just keep saying that. That doesn't make you right. Just makes you sound like an idiot.
You can be right and wrong at the same time, and you're doing it here.
Well, I mean, this is so silly. This is so silly. And I'm usually
used to. Let's see if Pluto has a thought here. Pluto, what's your thought?
Yeah, mine's just simple, like usually what I hear, but there's a difference between knowledge and science and other things. That's it.
Do you think it's possible that we have a complex definition of science, and it's just the case that people don't always agree about what they're talking about when they say science? I mean, I find that people very often don't agree with my definition of science, but never found people who would agree on the definition of science.
But what's troubling is
if you push them on the definition of science, it doesn't work.
IO agrees with me on my definition of science.
No, I explicitly did not.
Testable.
I called you out for your
Wait a minute.
You said it's observable, and you said it was testable.
Wait. I'm going to pursue this very particular way. So, Gray, what I want you to do is find a definition for science, type it out in chat, that you think you can defend that completely and perfectly includes all the things that we call science, or that you call science, and excludes all the things that you think are not science. That's homework for you. If you want to define science, you have to show that you can do that. I suspect you really can't do it. And I can do the same thing. I don't know. Is Iowa really making an argument here?
Yes, my argument is no hypothesis.
I think what I heard you say, Aya, is that people have not gotten smarter. Our brain box is not bigger than it was 10,000 years ago.
That's right.
Things we can do today don't appear to be illustrative of smarter people.
Correct.
They are illustrative of maybe an accumulation of some knowledge.
More critical thinking improvements, reasoning efforts, paradigms, algorithms, those sorts of things, algorithmic thinking.
But I think we still do some pretty batshit crazy shit. So
yes, absolutely.
I suppose on average we're probably the same creature we were 10,000. You know,
I agree with that. 200,000 years. I would rewind the clock back to 200,000 years ago and say the brains were even larger back then.
You might have a point. I wouldn't be that bold, but you might have a point. The thing that really brought that home in the modern age was when the United States, I don't know if you've ever heard of the United States, like big ass country, kind of the northern hemisphere. Anyways, they spend all their money. They spend all their money on military. Now, maybe that's because they're smart, maybe that's because they're stupid, but either way, that's what they do. And these guys, these Americans thought they could go over and attack a country that had like camels and goats as their like highest form of technology. And so you had to be there. Like, it was crazy. I know nobody would believe this if I told you, but they actually like rolled their big ass military all the way halfway across the world, which is farther in range than you could like ride a donkey, I think, in 3 lifetimes. Anyway, their whole military, they have these things called airplanes, they fly, and they shoot bombs out of the bottom of them. Like, incredible technology. And they brought all of this to a place called Afghanistan. Nobody ever heard of Afghanistan. And the Afghanis beat the Americans to a pulp. Completely just pounded them, obliterated them.
Did they dash their heads against the rocks? Benjamin, did they dash their heads
against the rocks? I think that happened, yeah. And it was just a shit show. And all the king's horses, all the king's men, all the brains in the world couldn't beat these Afghanis with their very advanced cannons. And I thought, if that isn't
advanced mules, actually, it wasn't cannons.
We are all sort of equally potentialed in terms of our intelligence. I don't know what was, but you tell me what you think.
My point was just superstition, and it's funny that it crept up into this.
Do you think that superstition is excluded in science?
No, I think it's actually a big part of the problem in science, that people don't know how to think creatively about scientific experimentation, hypothesis generation, without engaging.
It's part of science and not part of science. You got me confused. I mean, it was bad when you confused Gray, but now you got me confused. What's going on?
Okay, so I'm done speaking, but if you want to continue this circus, that's fine. I've already said everything. I'm not going to repeat myself with these comments. And I was very rigorous and precise with my phrasing. So I'm sorry that you missed the low-flying planes for those people who missed the flight.
Low-flying planes were stealth.
So I point out when we went to Afghanistan, over like a 20-year period, only like 3,000 or 4,000 Americans died, but hundreds of thousands of Afghanis died.
Like the kill-death ratio was like 1,000 to 1. And it was more like, hey, they were restricted by international laws, wars, and ethics. If you really wanted to wipe them all out, you could have made a parking lot out of the desert. So, it doesn't matter. It's a poor example. It's a poor example to say that what Benjamin brought up, which is America had the military and got beat by farmers. Not funny.
Farmers is generous. I'm not even sure they're farmers.
They're shepherds, maybe.
Goat herds, maybe?
Well, that's what happened in Vietnam. Vietnam, we got our ass kicked by low-tier technology.
Did you move Gray to the audience? Also, by the way, everybody knows that science is when you take two glass beakers that are bubbling over with like fog or mist, and you pour them over each other, and you cap them evenly to yourself. That's just.
You have to wear a white coat too. Yeah, you need a coat and goggles and a vent hood. And a vent hood, the hot box thing.
Goggles too, and an eye washing station.
Damn Skippy. Pipettes and Bunsen burners.
Michael, I opened this room this morning with the title, Your Religion Wants Me Dead. Were you aware that your religion wants me dead?
My religion?
Yeah, and I had receipts too.
He had your
I don't think so.
Not meaning your religion.
All right, prove it. Make your case, Benjamin.
It's Deuteronomy. He uses Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy 13.
It was just titled Your Religion because it wasn't your religion specifically.
Sounds like Benjamin saying it was my specific religion.
Most religions.
Right, he's trying to get
this one was Deuteronomy 13, verse 5. But that prophet of that dream or dream shall be put to death, because he has spoken in order to turn you away from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt.
Benjamin.
Yeah.
Yoni's here.
Oh, dear heavenly Jesus, it's been forever.
It's been forever. Look down. There's Yoni.
Oh.
Yoni, I don't know where you've been. There's no excuse for this.
I don't know why you didn't ask I.O. what his definition of science was.
The rest of us
I was more interested in where he was going with superstition. He seemed to be thinking superstition was doing a lot of work there.
Yeah, it does. In fact, it does do a lot of work, superstition. Superstition is the arch nemesis of null hypothesis testing. Okay, that's my point.
My point when I spoke, though, was simply there's no good ideas that have really come out of religion other than the ones that are already out there at large, and that I don't really find any benefit in any religion's unique ideas that they hold just individual to that religion. That's fine.
And religions technically don't move too much in the pursuit of science.
Except the Vatican has written on the board.
Those aren't mutually exclusive things. You can do science and be religious.
Yeah.
My point takes the things
I agree with that. I'm just saying religion is kind of more of a concrete view that this is the way things are versus science being propelled to discuss more abstract ideas.
I think here's another one that I kind of like reflect on oftentimes, but I think it could be independently discovered, the idea of a law, of a natural law, that there are laws of physics, that I think is, to some extent, can be attributed to that kind of thinking. It gets you out of superstition, but reflecting on, okay, there's a God, God's rules, God's laws. Can I discover the laws without God? And then you get there. So it's kind of like a multi-step process, but that's a generous kind of interpretation for religion. I agree with your main point. I just think that it's not sufficient. It might be necessary, but not sufficient.
Okay.
Science and I think you guys are going about this the wrong way. Where you can say that they're similar is that they're both like methods of gaining knowledge. Like one's one's more one's like based on revelation and hermeneutics, and the other is based on what you guys are talking about. That's what both of you guys are talking about. That's
what do you think came first, religion or science?
I don't know. I'm not gonna. I mean, the stuff that like Pythagoras was doing. Okay, like sure you can say that's like a certain kind of science, but like
exactly.
It's not the modern definition of science.
I'm telling people who didn't believe in irrational numbers.
We all question our existence and where we came from, and that could be like at the very basis of like caveman.
Philosophy came first.
The Pythagoreans were often people that were running the river with lead on their ankles if they didn't believe in irrational numbers.
I agree.
Also,
there's something that religion has brought to it. Gospel, faith, music, great music. Yay.
I think science came first before coming to conclusions that this religion must be. You must have that hypological question of your very existence to question it to begin with, and observable science and testable science and stuff like that. Then you create these stories, narratives that might fit that idea of living.
Was there a definition given for science?
Well, we both agreed on the definition of science. We said it was testable and observable.
I think the main thing is the understanding that a systematic, evidence-based process by understanding and studying the natural world, that would be, the most important.
Yeah, that's what I agree on.
You would still be largely susceptible to superstitious thinking if you didn't add something. I know that's not the question. There's a new question, a better question that you should be asking that I'm going to highlight.
No, what we were arguing was what came first, science or religion.
Gray, slow your roll, Gray.
And you said
people finish their
thoughts. Religion came
first,
which is a problem.
Please let people finish their thoughts, even if they're wrong, because then we can have an exchange of ideas. And if you jump in the middle of people's thoughts, then we just have an exchange.
You can tell people better. Like, watch this one. Like. I can take Benjamin's sentence and I can say, please let people finish their thoughts, even if they're wrong. I mean, even if
I know you're saying I always wrong, but
no. Watch how I can do it. I can do it. I can insult Benjamin. I can insult Io if you want it. Hey, let people continue their thoughts, even if it's Io, right? You know what I'm saying? Like you can. It's so much more fun.
You're being charitable.
Well, it's also if you give them more rope, hang the noose tighter around it.
That's right. Sometimes you gotta know when to let out the line.
And sometimes you gotta know when to tell people just shut the fuck up.
Yeah, and I hate to go on attack mode too. I don't want to be like that.
Yeah, well, these attacks.
Whenever somebody's wrong, whenever somebody's absolutely wrong, like I should just attack mode.
You should be a little bit more informed if you want to be that aggressive. First.
Oh no, I'm well informed.
Okay.
You don't
need
to
want to keep talking. Okay, got it.
Oh, boy.
Nice.
It's fine. Look, the point is that all those comments.
I know you're wrong.
The thing online where it's like the cat like attacks the car and it's like 0 damage, or attacks the bigger animal, it's like 0 damage. That's what that exchange with Gray was like. And I'm left feeling bad about that. So I'm going to bow out.
Let's do less meta. Let's welcome new people. You have Justin, Caleb. Good morning.
Morning. I just wanted to give my input on religion and science. And I would just say that, of course, science is just studying the mechanism of God's creation, or the things he made. So, of course, there wouldn't be any kind of contradiction. Now, for you guys, it's just looking at the mechanisms of coincidences that created a huge, complicated system. So all we're doing is, at least with a Christian, they're replacing coincidence with God, and you guys just have coincidence at the ultimate I guess, beginning.
I agree. Say what easy it is. I agree that you believe that.
I agree with that too.
Yeah. So we agree that we believe these things. We have these assumptions that cannot be actually scientifically ascertained. Like you can't go before the beginning or before the Big Bang. So at that point, that's where it's not science. Same thing for me or a lot of things. A lot of times science is, of course, guesswork, and you're just looking at the things that you're not guessing at. You're looking at the rope that's in front of you, but you can't see at the top of where the rope is coming from.
Even questioning things in our physical world is science. The precursor
then we can say
creating a religion.
Sorry, you said you can't go before the beginning? The beginning of what exactly?
At the beginning of the observable, I would say you can't go beyond the observable universe, or you can't go beyond what you think calculus or math or anything. Science starts to break down at, I guess, the Big Bang.
It doesn't break down. I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay, so when someone says that the universe came from a singularity, what do they mean by that?
They mean that the models that we have to use differ from the models that we use now, that we use for the universe as it stands today. That's what they mean.
There's hard science, there's soft science, there's theoretical science. So which one are you talking about?
All of it. As far as, are you talking to me or just someone else?
I'm just talking about
soft.
Yeah. See,
well, I would imagine, we're talking about the Big Bang, I would say it would include all of it. Because hard science, whether you're talking about, empiricism, looking at the things that you can't observe and, reproduce all the time, you can't reproduce the Big Bang, of course. And then also, when you're looking at theoretical science, let's say you're just doing a bunch of math, eventually you're going to get to a point where it's not going to make sense anymore.
What's not going to make sense? I'm still waiting for the punchline here.
Okay, let's say the start of movement. How are we going to get to now without a push?
The laws of motion.
What are you talking about? I don't know what
the laws of movement.
I don't know what the start of movement.
Don't let this guy do this.
Which guy?
You.
That's
okay. What do you want us to do?
Yeah.
Okay, so I can stop here.
An ass off about nothing.
Okay, I can stop here. So where do you want the conversation to go to?
Well, your position that 3 minutes.
I'm eating my peanut butter and jelly. They get more just than that.
People, we've heard from Justin. Caleb is here. Caleb, hello.
Justin, you should tell us why evolution is fake.
Well, this is a bit of a boring conversation because I think everyone heard from me on that subject here. But I just wanted to get my piece on how science. Well, what do you guys expect? I mean, it may add it to someone else's, I guess, tools of expectation, like what you expect from a Christian like me. But I don't know what all you guys know.
Do you really think you're a Christian? I think you're just a Zoroastrian.
Well, I'm a Christian, by the way.
You're a Christian.
Well, I mean, one, a lot of you guys get really frustrated with me because of my beliefs. But I
said Zoroastrian. Everyone take a shot. He's playing the guitar now. Take a shot.
What is the traditional Zoroastrian liqueur, Rabbi?
Oh, that's interesting.
Right?
I don't know. That would be an interesting question.
Like, I like that the Vikings have mead. Mead is cool. Mead is a good drink.
Why is Benjamin hot micing playing guitar?
Why not?
This is just stupid, man.
Yeah, it's just the way he does, man.
Sorry, Rabbi. I expect you to know how to properly play the Zoroastrian drinking game.
I don't know. It's probably like you flip a coin and you're like, Ahura Mazda or Marduk. Call it in the air.
Okay, should it be lit on fire?
Obviously.
Always lit on fire.
Okay, right, so that's a good one.
Yeah, anything you can light on fire, I think counts. Look, I just think that Justin doesn't know.
Wine is indigenous to that region.
Zoroastrian. He's confused. And he's just been told he's a Christian. He doesn't know what Christ taught. He doesn't do what Christ taught. Justin, Christ taught that the best thing you could do is sell all of your goods and give the money to the poor. Have you been doing that today, or what's going on?
Well, okay, so he told that to one individual, not saying that to everybody.
But he said it was the best idea in the world.
Well, no, that's your feeling, right?
Jesus has the best ideas. Why don't you do the best ideas?
Okay, so
sounds like he'd be willing to check the citation with you, Benjamin.
Yeah, you should check it.
The problem is that Jesus never spoke to Justin and said, Justin, this is how I want
It sounds like he reviewed the citation better than you did, Benjamin.
Yeah, of course he did. But the point is, Jesus gave this advice. Justin's not taking it, therefore, no Christian.
Justin's saying you're misinterpreting the advice, Benjamin.
Exactly.
And you're conceding that he has more expertise in that text than you do.
Yeah, the conversation is too predictable. You misread the text or you misquote it. You want me to go by your reasoning, and then when we get to the text, you're going to get frustrated.
Minutes, we can talk about it, but I gotta.
Yeah, but I know you're. But what I'm saying is, you're just going to blow your top before we get to that point. You're just going to try to escape the conversation because you know you could just make some buckshot statements. You're not going to stand up with it once we look at the scriptures. So, of course, you could just say any drive-by statement and then tell me, oh, you Christians should be doing what I just paraphrased, which was terribly wrong. Like do a better straw man. Like, at least make it, at least try to quote the scripture. Don't paraphrase it like I don't know what the scripture says.
But it's like, when you say, Christianity, you talk about Catholicism, you're talking about Eastern Orthodox, you're putting science, hard stuff, theoretical into one basket. So are you putting all your Christian science, are you putting all that into one basket as well?
Into one was the subject of the Big Bang and things that cannot be fully explained 100%. Now, of course, hard science, you could clearly explain.
What aspect of the Big Bang can't be explained? What are you talking about?
Well,
why is this interesting?
Now you're pretending that they understand.
Is this interesting?
No, someone asked the question, so that's why.
No, I'm just wondering, where you're getting this idea that there's some aspect of the Big Bang that can't be explained.
You think it can't? I thought it was it can't be explained.
I'm wondering where you got that idea.
Okay, so if you just look up the idea of how the Big Bang began, they will say that there is no answer on how it began.
That's not true.
Okay, so then how did it begin?
With superluminal inflation.
Okay, and how did that begin?
What do you mean?
It's the same question that was asked.
Asking with gravity? I don't understand.
With anything,
you have to keep on. I don't understand your question. With gravity.
With gravity. So gravity always existed, correct?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay. And gravity pulls things together.
I don't think that's what the physicists say.
That's not the entirety of the story, no.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Stopping at one point of the story does not explain everything before that.
You're correct. So what?
So that's what I'm talking about. I'm saying the things that you're not explaining.
Your claim was that it can't be explained, which is stupid. All that you're pointing at is your ignorance of the explanation. That's it. That's all you said.
Okay, so if a Christian says, I can explain creation, and they just look at gravity and that's it, then you're going to say you're stupid.
Again, that's just your ignorance of the explanation, right? That's all you've done. That's all you demonstrated here.
Well, of course there's going to be some ignorance because you can't know everything.
I'm not talking about knowing everything. I'm talking about your ignorance. That's all you've demonstrated here. Not that you have not demonstrated that something cannot be explained. You only demonstrated that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about when it comes to this topic.
Okay.
new topic.
Christians, religious people don't have those answers either. Just to be clear, even if you say like, well, what caused the Big Bang? Maybe you say it's superluminal inflation, or you say it's God. At the bottom of the barrel for the theists, you can't explain why God is omnipotent rather than not. Why he has a conscious rather than not. You're just not answering those questions.
True. I mean, yeah, that's why we do have faith to some degrees.
Yeah, so when you say faith, you mean faith in a certain religion, which you didn't specify. But what about faith in there's some truth? There's just some truth that you have faith in. There's some reason. So what does that have to do with believing in a specific religion?
Well, you're going to have a mix of faith and things that you could observe and empirically test. So yeah, there will be faith in a certain assumption that you can't prove, and then there will be, of course, something that is provable. So when it comes to the words of God, like God says, He created everything or whatever, boom, you have faith in that because you can't, no matter how much science you have, you wouldn't be able to demonstrate that to be true 100%. You could do it 90%, maybe 99%, but that 1% is always going to be there because you can't know everything.
Okay, can you prove that?
That's just one interpretation of knowledge, though, Justin. Science operates under the assumption of provisional knowledge. It's knowledge that's open to revision. Like when you get in new data, you get in new evidence. You update your knowledge base based on that. There's also there's a whole bunch of different definitions of knowledge.
Yeah, but I don't think there's any kind of view of knowledge that you think you know everything 100%. There's always going to be room for not knowing something. There's always going to be a mystery. Right?
So you don't need absolute certainty to know that your fingernail is different from your finger. You don't need absolute knowledge for anything. It's not.
Yeah, but when I say everything, I'm not talking about your finger. I'm talking about the entire universe. So, of course, your finger is right in front of you.
Can I wrap this up? Can I wrap this up because this is
wrap with us, Rabbi.
I'm gonna wrap it up, right? You guys actually agree that the observer that you should continue to have accurate depictions of what the universe says. I don't think Justin denies physics, right, in some general way. He's simply making one extra step, right, and saying the thing that began it all is whatever he wants to think God is. And you say, no, and that's it, right? Right, and if you want to say, and it's true Justin doesn't know about as much science that many other people in the room, right? So there we go, wrapped it up, new topic.
Yes, the mystery of life moves on.
The very contemplation of our very existence precedes science. It creates science.
Knowledge definitely precedes science.
Also, Gray and Kyle, how do you guys just agree that split the difference and say it was science began when Karl Popper was born or something?
No, I mean, I dispute that, right? I say it was more like that science was born when Bacon sat down and wrote about what it means to be a scientist for the first time.
Yeah, if you agree that it's observable and testable, then the very makers of the best wheat back in the day, purest wheat, that was great.
Right, Archimedes was a magician.
Right, but actually, T, I think you'd agree that Bacon is actually sort of codifying a process that began a long, long time before him, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
He's marking a transition. He's not beginning anything.
No, yes, I'm agreeing.
He said that himself.
Formalized it, right?
Right, but that's not to say what we're calling it, right? But behaviors that were before Bacon, right? That all kinds of people engaged in, we would consider scientific behavior, even though it's pre-Bacon.
Yes,
some of the things they did.
Yeah, anybody who sat down and said, that's strange, that. That's odd. Let me investigate, right?
Right.
Scientific behavior before.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon. Yes, us Kevins have the bacon.
Yeah, but his name was Francis.
Great grandpa. What's up, fellow cultists?
Rolling. Where you been?
Good work. Yeah. I don't know, man. I got a little tired of the debate scene on here for a while. I'm starting to have a little fun with it again, but
No way. Why ever for?
I don't know, man. Just like it was the same arguments over and over again, the same dishonesty, nobody actually being intellectually honest with one another. It gets old, and then you're just kind of like, what am I doing? But I guess I've reduced my tolerance a little bit again by waiting, so now I'm kind of hanging out again.
Very understandable. Very reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, look, Alvin's back.
Alvin! Alvin, I haven't seen you in a while. Hit me with some new arguments you got. Something new, something crazy.
There are no new arguments.
Oh, no.
That was my point.
Every argument has been made. There's new variations.
That was King Solomon's point. There's nothing new under the sun.
There we go.
But
I don't know. Do you think
above the sun's fair game, though.
Do you think anybody in the world's ever made this sound before? I think that might have been a one for.
You just made something.
I don't know, man. 2 million years of different iterations of human. I think someone might have.
Okay, I got.
Nah, that one's pretty unique. It's like the shuffling combinations of a standard deck of cards, right? The 52 deck card.
How about this?
So large.
I got a case, right? So, where we put humans? What? 365 BC, 365,000 years. That's how long we've been around.
I don't remember.
Sure, why not? Sounds good. Sounds about right. It's about right.
That's how many days in a year.
That's exactly. I like it. I like how you did that.
Yeah. So when we agree, when did religion come around? Like people claiming God exists, what, 50,000 years ago? I'm gonna go with that.
Let's go where you're going. Let's go where you're going and see what happens.
Okay, so let's say people started believing in God and stuff 50,000 BC. Let's say it's all right. So 50,000 BC till now, there's probably billions of people claiming they've interacted with some kind of some sort, right? Let's say, I don't know, let's say 20 billion claims have been made. 50,000 BC now, 20 billion God claims have been made. What's probability that 100%, right?
1/8.
What was I about to say?
Just being.
Yeah. So, what is the probability that 100% of the 20 billion claims were either they're lying or they mistook for something else?
Highly the rules apply. There can be only one.
Yeah, what's the likelihood that all of them, 100% of all of the 20 billion claims were either a lie or accurate? Because it only takes one of those to be true. It only takes one. So it would have to be 100 and all of them out of 20 billion claims.
I don't know why that would be unlikely. It seems like religion is kind of a core aspect of humans dealing with existential fear. I think if making up gods and religions as ways of explaining things is intrinsic to our being humans, then I think it could be very likely true that they're all wrong. I don't know why more people claiming a thing makes it more likely.
Especially if you can get that we're fallible.
What if I give you a math problem and I say the possible answers are from -4 to -infinity, and I give you the question, x plus 2 equals -7, right? And you guess all the answers after, I don't know, say -100 all the way to infinity.
-9.
Right? You'd be wrong on every guess that you take, right? There's only one right answer, right?
No,
you have infinite amounts of wrong guesses.
I guess -7.
You know what you said? It sounds correct, so I'm going to agree.
You're saying that these are all just concepts.
No, I get what you're saying.
I'm just saying that you can have a set of all bad answers. Maybe you save one, or maybe none of them are good, right? You just, I give you a parameter to pick from. It doesn't necessarily say anything about the strength of the argument.
Well, that's all I got.
No, I appreciate it.
But yeah, all the arguments. It's just a matter of people able to debate the arguments better than somebody else. Which I think now people have kind of moved on from the existence of God to more like the ethics of religion. I think that's and even with that kind of thing,
What you talking about, Willis?
I don't know, man. Pro made my brain explain. We started bringing in mathematical stuff, and still recovering.
I should have made it no negative numbers. I should have said x plus 1 equals 2, and you can pick from 3 all the way to infinity. How about that?
And Pro, you said this. 42. You said this.
The answer is 42.
I already told you I dropped out of physics, and then you go give me a big like that.
Right. I was trying to think of something for my son's last year's homework on number lines.
I don't remember any geometry and stuff when I was in high school. Well, I guess some, but algebra 2. I don't. How much of that is usually retained?
I've retained every single possible part of it. Depends what you do, right?
Well, that's true.
Actually, that's probably not true. There's probably some part of algebra that I don't remember, something, but just like anything. Like I say to students sometimes when we're in Calc 3 or something, I'm like, is there ever going to be a time when you forget that y equals mx plus b? Probably not. And so, it's just a function of how often you do.
You know what I've never forgotten, dude? I've never forgotten the quadratic equation, because my teacher sung it to Pop Goes the Weasel. -b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac all over 2a.
There you go.
And she said it too, and she sung it to us. She's like, "You're never gonna forget this. This is gonna haunt you as an adult."
Sometimes they give you dumb stuff to remember too, like alligator eats the bigger number, and then that doesn't teach you what the name of the sign is because it's dependent on what side you put the number on. So
it's like some things aren't helpful.
My very educated mother just served us 9 pieces of house. That's the planets, right? My Mercury, Venus, Earth. Although they gotta change the pizza pie part, but I don't think Pluto's a planet. Isn't that kind of messed up how they do this? Like, why is Pluto not a planet? Like just let it be a planet.
Alvin, that's smaller than Pluto, right? Most of the
exoplanets are smaller than those.
Yeah, all 238 of them. You have called 238 of them planets, right? But yeah, bad boys rape our young women, but violence give willingly. That's how you remember the code for the color codes on resistors. It goes black, black, blue, right? That's bad boys. Red is a rape. O is orange, right? And on, and all the way to white, right? So, well, when you look at a resistor,
that's pretty telling.
When you look at a resistor, it tells you the resistance by the bands of colors on it. So you have to remember, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and the order of which these colors appear. And so bad boys rape our young women, but violence people run away.
I think you have to remember why that analogy, I think, is what you're exploiting.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
I feel traumatized. Alan, that Pluto was a planet and now it isn't a planet. That's an example of provisional knowledge.
I feel bad for Pluto.
You think Pluto has feelings?
It may have. Have you talked to Pluto?
No. Do you think Pluto has feelings?
It may have.
What makes you think of Pluto has feelings?
Because if stones can talk, why not planets?
I don't know if Pluto has feelings.
I ain't got no feelings, but Uranus does.
Oh shit!
But Pluto is still it's okay. You've been demoted, no longer a planet. It's all good. We still care about you, Pluto.
I would say it's an upgrade. I would say it's more free to explore.
You can look at it like that.
You have this positive planet paradigm thing. I'm like for planet freedom.
A lot of planets are supremacists. Is that what it is?
All right, you could argue it's not more free. Don't quibble with me.
Alvin, planets don't have common traits. Okay, that's not what planets do.
I saw this terrifying thing about if a rogue planet just drifted into our solar system, like fuck everything up. If it can just.
Good thing that won't happen. Good thing that's never gonna happen.
Yeah, it was like a hype.
Why could that never happen?
Rogue planet.
Who said that can't have one? I'm curious.
I say good thing it's never gonna happen. Not that it can't happen.
But why are you saying good thing it'll never happen?
Have you seen any influence of any rogue planets coming through the solar system in a while?
Well, no, but I'm just saying, why could it never happen?
I think he means in our lifetime. I think if it was to happen in our lifetime, we could see it right now. I think that's what we're trying to say. But that was a horrifying. Because basically, if it comes in, it'll offset our rotation, then we'll become a drift planet, and then now we'll have to bury underground. It was horrifying. I was like, yeah, let's not have this happen. At least while I'm not alive. Then when I'm still alive.
It's just a probability game. It's just I don't think people realize how far away planets are from each other, let alone solar systems, right?
This is why I don't think we're really going to get off this rocket. Like Star Trek, I don't see us getting there. I'm saying? We flying from planet and setting up shop. I mean, who knows? But it don't, based on what we got now, it don't seem.
Okay, so based off of what you just said, wouldn't you think it futile to think the way that you do about like Christianity or religion?
Sure, why not?
All right. Well, that's cool. That's a first for me to hear that. That's honest.
There's things I believe in that can't be found.
So why not? Why can't you remain agnostic instead of Christian?
Because I believe belief is involuntary.
Right.
Like
You can have beliefs, but if you still don't have the answers, and you're admitting that you don't have the answers, so why not remain agnostic?
Well,
and why adhere to something so fundamentally like founded in root?
I'm curious about this notion that belief is involuntary, because it seems really strange to me that somebody would believe that there's a God in the universe who does very particular things, right? Like there's a God, and he is really obsessed about whether you mix cotton and wool, and that's what I believe. And I had no choice whether to believe that God, and not only do I not have any choice, but like other people did not participate in my belief in this God who cares about keeping wool separate from cotton. That is just a thing that my brain does on its own, completely independent of everybody else. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I'm not saying this.
I'm feeling gaslit right now, but help me out here.
I'm not saying this. I'm not saying
Benjamin, it's called Alvin, it's called doxastic involuntarism. Yeah, it is a real thing. People believe it.
Okay, he made a better word. So yeah,
it is called doxastic involuntarism, but whatever you call it, I just want to hear from the horse's mouth, Alvin, that your belief in a God who cares about whether you mix cotton and wool, that's just a thing, that's just an aspect of your anatomy?
No.
It's a thing about you that you have no control over?
These are a lot of words. So I'm saying once a person is whether it be...
Can you stop with the passive aggressive guitar playing?
Yeah, I don't know what this is.
Benjamin, it's so annoying. It's so rude. Are you seriously going to talk to somebody and play the guitar? Like, could you project any more that you're not paying attention?
I don't know. I think talking to people and playing music to them is really hard.
It's so rude. It's so rude.
It is not a universally held position.
He can play the ukulele.
It's pretty fucking rude.
I don't think it's inherently rude to do what you want to do.
It is fine. So basically, the point is, once
it's kind of rude for you to take his to presume or assume his intention.
So I'm gonna try to finish your thought.
So what Elliot said is probably the correct phrase. I'm just saying, once you're convinced, or even if you're an atheist, you're unconvinced. I don't think you can help the fact that you're unconvinced. You could verbally say, "Hey, I believe God."
Okay, so your position now, if I understand your updated position, you have been persuaded that there's a God whose primary interest is whether you mix cotton and wool.
That's his primary interest?
Oh, well, it's very high on his list of interests.
Pretty obscure.
Well, let's just say there's a God who has a series of commands. One of them is don't mix the cotton and the wool. Now, you think that you realize you didn't come to this belief without a little help from your friends, right? Like somebody turned you on to this God. You didn't just wake up. I'm not. Like if you told me you believe that there's a bright light that happens, and then there's a sleepy time, and then there's a bright light time, I would accept that you had to figure that out on your own, right? But you didn't figure out that there's like.
think you're missing half of the time the earth is covered in light and half of the time it's dark. We're not talking about something like that, obvious, right? We're talking about a very particular kind of God belief. That there is a God, and that this God cares about whether you mix cotton and wool. Okay, so just tell me how you got to that belief.
I think you're misrepresenting. The argument isn't that I just immediately, oh yeah, the Bible. No, whether it be influence from other people or something on TV, at some point you got to the point to where you're convinced. Okay, it doesn't matter if
so you were convinced by people. You were convinced by people, and I guess your argument is that it's involuntary. But now you're kind of just saying that the effect that other people have on convincing you is involuntary. But that just means if I give you a better argument, then you would not have any choice but to be convinced by that better argument.
Let's try this again. Once you're at the state of, regardless of how you got there, there's a plethora of ways to where you get there. Once you're there, you can't just in your head. It's that you're convinced. Unless you said somebody could come with saying something. It may not even be a better one, but maybe they say something that can shift you. Yeah, and then now you're convinced of that. So,
Alvin, do you know what causes people to change their religious views?
A whole host of things.
No, it's actually pretty simple. Do you know what it is? No, it's pretty simple. Do you know what it is?
Okay, what's one of them?
They meet a pretty girl.
That's definitely one of them.
Boom.
Okay.
All of a sudden, yeah, whatever you say then. Whatever you say.
That's definitely one of them.
And you know, here's a little hint for you. Girls have a trick up their sleeve to tell if you're really interested or not, right? And what they do is they invent crazy ass stories. And then they make you believe the crazy ass story, right? And then if they can get you to believe, like, that the sky is, that the moon is made of blue cheese, then they know that they can control you. And so then they'll take you under their wing.
That would be a highly retarded person to believe that.
And
so imagine any sort of good woman.
And they can control you because they've already demonstrated that they can, like, melt your mind.
Benjamin hates women.
What you're defining is like a psychopath, right? Like a weird.
I'm giving you a theory of the case for religion.
So Benjamin, I would argue that person still believes in God, but he's trying to rationalize it because he really likes this girl. So
I think men can do this to women, by the way.
Yeah. So he's trying to rationalize it. And, well, yeah, but I really like her, so it's not too bad if I do this. I think it's more that than him all of a sudden not being unconvinced. But I think being convinced and as an atheist, I think being unconvinced, I think they're both involuntary. I don't think.
But no, let's address Taylor's point, because Taylor actually made an interesting point. He kind of is picking on me a little bit, calling me misogynistic here, and that's partly because I kind of phrased this in this very particular way just for you, Alan. But I would offer that all relationships are negotiated in this way, which is I put my bullshit down and I see if you will accept my bullshit. If you accept my bullshit, then we can have a relationship. And then if you reject my bullshit, then you know that negotiation is bullshit.
Yeah, hold on. Let me take you seriously.
It has to be bullshit. It has to be bullshit. Go ahead.
Wait a second, Benjamin. If I'm going to ask you the same question I ask you all the time. So what?
So what?
So what? Okay. Your observation isn't unuseful or descriptive. The question is why are you pointing it out? And so what?
I guess that's the part of me that's so postmodern, right? Is that we, in a postmodern or meta-modern reality, we live with our stories and we live with the fact that we're living with our stories. Do you know what I mean?
Yes. So what?
So that's like a way of being honest to each other.
Okay,
so what? It's a new honest.
So what? So you just want to say this is the way that it is, okay? Everybody realize this is what we're doing all the time, and let's not only do the thing that we have to do all the time because that's unavoidable, but let's be aware that we're doing the thing that's unavoidable all the time, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. End of conversations with Benjamin. That's the whole point of Benjamin. That's it. We're done. That's it. We're done now.
Music. Right. That made you sing, man.
So this is why, okay, so Benjamin, if you, I don't think with the flip of the switch right now.
Benjamin, read the chat, Benjamin, before you play the guitar.
All right. Is it that bad? Let's see.
So, Benjamin, I'm going to ask you, I don't think with the flip of a switch in your brain, you can just think God is real. I think if you really try to go in your brain, this is what I mean. This is why I say it's
Paper Moon must be a really good song. I gotta figure out how to find that song. Alvin, can I just ask a question?
Yes, sir.
You believe some wild ass shit, right? You believe in a God who created the world, and if you pray to him in just the right way, he'll help you find the car keys, like it says. You believe that God prefers you because you believe in him over me, because I think it's ridiculous.
I wouldn't use it.
And you think that God could cure cancer. He just doesn't most of the time. And so I just wondered, like, what relationships are you negotiating with this bullshit? Do you know which relationships you're negotiating with this bullshit?
Relationships are negotiating with this bullshit.
No, it's all of them, as you described. There are no relationships in which a person is not negotiating with somebody else's bullshit and their own bullshit. Alvin, the answer is all of the relationships.
You know what? We're going to go with that. We're going to go with Congress.
That'd be smart.
We're going to go with that.
I distinctly, but I will say, like, I think that some bullshit survives the categorical imperative. In other words, we can build a coherent worldview around certain kinds of bullshit. For example, here's some bullshit. It's been around a long time. A lot of people lived here, did some good stuff, did some bad stuff. Without them, I wouldn't be here. I'm grateful to history that it gave me the opportunity to be here, and that maybe some lessons were learned that I can benefit from. But and I am appreciative of everybody else on the planet because we all share in the same common struggle and the same common privilege to share the sunrise,
bullshit.
To share the sunset.
I call bullshit.
Okay. Well, I said that was my bullshit, right?
So the question then is, Benjamin, in a postmodern reality where everything is bullshit, right? The question is, which one will you choose and why will you choose it? That's the question everybody has to ask and answer for themselves. And you don't get to tell the other person. The only thing, right, the thing you get to have a conversation with the other person is only that. Why I chose that one. That's it.
Look, maybe this is where you and I disagree, but I think you agree with your behavior much more than you agree with your speech, that we do get to tell each other when their story is out of line.
Well, I can tell you when you're being I can tell you when you're being inaccurate, which isn't the same as saying you're lying, right? Like when you misread a text, right? I can tell you that you're misreading a text if you're misreading it. That's not a lie. That's not lying.
You're mostly just gaslighting when you say I'm misreading the text, right?
No,
I usually just read it verbatim.
No. Even when you're reading it verbatim, you have to employ various kinds of No. It's the way reading works. Reading works by imposing, unified frameworks and lenses through which to read. If you want to be postmodern about it, Benjamin, come on. Go all the way. Don't be afraid.
I'm actually quite critical of postmodernity.
I'm sure that you are, right? But you said that we're living in that reality. You descriptively, I think, accurately said that's where we are. And so therefore, your bullshit is just and so therefore your bullshit is no more valuable or less valuable than my bullshit.
My framework doesn't say that. My framework says that some stories are better than others. I think that some people in the middle of the 20th
So
century.
you have to give a rationale for why are some better than others?
Because everybody believes that some are better than others.
Yeah, but why are some better than others?
Some have evidence, some don't.
Okay, that's one reason. Some have evidence, some don't. Why else are some better than
Conducive to
others?
human flourishing. Some.
Okay, great. That's great. So again, but you have to admit, Benjamin, as you just did before, that even that explanation of why your story, your bullshit story is better, is still bullshit. Now, it might be better, right? But you just admitted, right, that, right? So the quality of it being bullshit is not the thing that separates them. The thing that separates them is whatever explanation is shown to be, whatever standards you have, right, to hit more of those standards as opposed to less.
I mean, I've never seen an elephant fly, and I've never seen people made out of clay.
And so? You're coming in the middle, Romero. I think you're behind.
I think you're behind.
No. Actually, I think you're not. Actually, I don't think you know what we're talking about.
All right, let's not go there. A fair point, but my framework is still modern or not. Actually, I'm not quite a postmodern because I think the postmodern says all the big stories are lies.
No, that's not what they say. They say all the big stories are constructed.
Well, fair enough.
No, it's a major difference. I hope you understand the difference, right? Because it really is a huge conceptual philosophical difference. Because what they're not trying to do is tear down the story because it's constructed. They're trying to understand the value propositions, the messages that are at play because this culture wants to tell a story in this way. That's what they mean by constructed. They want to know what the social meaning of it is.
So my base assumption here is that of social evolution, right? Which is these stories participate in the Serengeti. They wake up every morning and they go get water and they try to find something to eat. And before the sun sets, some of them die and some of them live. And those that live have something about them that is more suitable to the Serengeti than those that die.
Well,
and after a time.
Well, or somebody was sick and somebody wasn't sick, or you're so beat complexity, Benjamin. Complexity. Come on.
The stories that win are the stories that inspire people to work towards each other's flourishing. Stories that lose, in my opinion, or maybe in the opinion of time itself, are the stories that antagonize each other.
Yeah, that's fine.
And cause conflict.
Okay, fine. And?
So, people would be advised to choose stories that they would want other people to choose if the shoe were on the other foot.
Do you think it's possible do you think we live in multiple story realities? Or it's just like one?
Yeah, multiples.
Right. So not all of those stories are of the same consequence as the other ones. And so I don't necessarily have to give those up because they don't weigh as much. Right?
Well,
or I could have a bigger framework, or say it a different way. I could have a bigger framework that I might want to attempt to unify all of my other disparate stories under, right? Some kind of unified field.
I don't. I hear you, but I think sometimes if you want one story to make sense, you have to develop another story. For example, if the UK were ever to want a story in which the Britons are not racist pieces of shit, they would have to give up the notion of birthright monarchism. Because birthright monarchism is just a example of being racist pieces of shit. You think that some people are worth more than others in the day they're born. So you got these two little people, I don't know, 5 people bouncing around, playing some LARPy game in their museums, right? Which are their castles and whatnot, and kind of doing this perpetual medieval ritual, which is more for entertainment and tourism, and you got the changing of the guard, and people will take the video next to the horse, and everybody loves the shit, right? It's the show. The problem is at the fundamental base root of that show is birthright monarchy, which is a caste system in which some people are, because of their birth, because of their blood, are more valuable, more important than other people. This notion of commoners, for example, people who are not royal. So you keep that shit around, you're gonna have a constant reference source for racial tension. It's just a reality. You can't.
And it only works due to religion, by the way. Only religion makes that possible.
Weird.
Yeah. The horrific ideas of time and time. They're just
religion is evil.
Well, it is the point to make that the horrific ideas that emanate out of religion are time and time again, and we don't do anything about it. We don't stop it and say, this is racism personified, and yet we worship it and watch it on TV so that we can keep up the monarchy, so we can keep up the tourism of England, so that we can keep up the idea that this God-ordained kind of weird ritual, blood rite passage, ethnic superiority kind of thing that is baked into the Magna Carta, leaks into the United States, and becomes our backbone of our tradition, and therefore we can carry on slavery and sleep at night, right? These are just horrific ideas that are always passed on to us because we believe there's a higher power that has our back with these ideas.
So I guess I'm saying, this is the problem, is that sometimes hypocrisy demands us to make choices, right? We can't always have all of our stories. We have to make choices. And I think, I've said so many times to you, I don't even want to say it again, but I think the stories you prefer are just blatantly incompatible with the values that you prefer. And how would you propose to navigate around that?
By just saying, well, it's this, but it's also that. And have those this and that's be antithetical to each other.
Ultimately, I think that's the so what. I think Pro kind of nailed it, right?
Well, and Kalev always says, so what? That's his trump card.
Hey, nobody gets to criticize except me.
Okay.
Put it another way, I think I do enough for this room and 2 more like it.
Your room, your rules, dude.
You don't have to pile on.
Horrifically bad idea. Horrifically bad ideas.
Are we still friends?
Don't miss the big JB interview tonight at 7 o'clock.
Oh boy. I have just added something to my calendar, and that is missing the JB debate tonight.
I just want to say thank you for allowing me back on stage, and I'm not going to apologize for how I've been. I just think people are ignorant in some views, and sorry if I get a little overwhelmed, but thank you for your patience.
No need to be sorry. Just manage everybody where they are.
There's no need to be sorry, just try to.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm not apologizing for it. I'm just saying thank you.
The more you can be like Benjamin, the better off we all are. If you're in doubt, try to be more like me or Caleb as a second option if you're really desperate, Aisha. Then if you're really, really desperate, dance group, maybe Elliot or Plutos.
Never me. Never try to emulate me. Because I don't know what I am myself.
What did I do now? Oh, you did
Well, if
nothing.
you don't know, now you know. Nigga.
You don't know, now you know. I saw an episode. Did you see that episode of Jeopardy where they're asking all the people all the hip hop questions and they could not get the most basic ones? There's 3 white people, and the meme is proof that there are 2 Americas. And it was like literally, if you don't know, and it was like they didn't know that main girl was the ground.
Oh my god.
I mean, I'm just in my brain. That was one of them. I think that was one of them. It was definitely a biggie lyric. I think the question was it was a lyric from Juicy, and that they didn't know. It was like one of the most popular lines in Juicy. I just don't remember which line it was.
My ringtone used to be it was I love it when they call me Big Papa.
Yeah, it might have even been something like that, right? It was like that basic. I love it when you call me big Papa.
Literally, yeah.
Hey, Pro, what's juicy?
You gotta stop, John. You gotta stop. You didn't see what I did to you with rock music.
That's a true.
No, he's being 100% sincere.
What's weird is that I'm kind of knowledgeable in all areas of music, and so I just don't think that like you can. It's like art. It's like I can't just say
I'm not aware of
it. You know,
your speaker's super loud in the background. We can hear your Bluetooth. Like, I can hear me in the back super loud. But no, I have no knowledge of rock music after MTV became a thing. Like, I don't know any of the songs, right? So I don't know any of the groups, any of the songs. I know the names. Like, I know I'm supposed to know. Like, I think Metallica was the last group that I knew of from the MTV era, but I couldn't name one of their songs. So I don't know. I know there's a guy with long hair in there, but I don't think that narrows it down. You know what I'm saying? Short hair. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, like John Bon Jovi. I know he has short hair. 60s. Yeah, I'm saying like I don't know any group that you think is super popular that's a rock group. Like just there's zero knowledge of it, right? And I get how weird that is because I had complete knowledge of it before MTV, you know, and because I went to a high school that was listening to rap and rock, right? At the time, so it was like
everybody has their own like weird way of like interpreting or like receiving information too, whether it be auditorial or writing things down or you know, and things that you know are received and you're able to have memory of.
There's a geographic component too, right?
What about Sode? You mentioned Metallica. What about Sode? System of a Down. If there's one group, check them out because they have all types of different types.
Serge Tankian is a wonderful singer, operatic, trained. He's one of my favorites. I actually covered a couple of his songs.
Yeah, they're very experimental. So out of all of them that exist, I would say Sode is the one because they play all different types of music. Armenian,
like his political views too, because he's Armenian, right? But he understands like Armenia went through a genocide long ago, so he just takes what Armenia means culturally, like as this divide that happened. You know, we all congregated together. The Armenian people are actually quite beautiful for doing that despite their disparities. Yeah, I really like him a lot.
I heard that the Young Turks are Turkish.
Hey, Pro, you ever listen to Santi Gold?
Sounds familiar. Give me more.
I think early odds sort of mixture of like experimental like hip hop, reggae, pop.
No.
Pretty good stuff.
I do have way more reggae knowledge than rock knowledge. That's for sure.
What? Actually? I never took you for a reggae person.
That's close cousin rap.
And it's not just like Bob Marley.
No. Bunny Wailer, you know, like all that kind of stuff. Like I know who those artists are.
What about Faith No More? Yeah, you know, remember him in Living Color? Color Race when they do the impression? It's one of the funniest skits ever. We hit the face, hit the facial expression. Yeah, shut up, man.
See, all right. So there's an interesting thing there. So when you say Faith No More, I have to pause and remember who they are. I know that I do know who they are. I just can't remember. Was it two guys and they played acoustic in one of their big songs?
Well, yeah, they play it. Epic is their big hit. It's the rap, rock hit. Sort of one of the first of those. Epic, Faith No More. Yeah, after they got the new singer.
Yeah, I don't know the names of the singers.
From San Francisco. Yeah, the San Francisco that Courtney Love for a little bit, way before Kurt Cobain and Nirvana.
Do you know Kurt Cobain? See, that's right in the MTV era, so definitely all aware of it.
Grunge, yeah, at least you know the grunge, yeah.
I mean, Mike Patton is a very sort of eclectic musician. Like, yeah, Mr. Bungle, I think, is one of my favorite of his projects.
Yeah, Mike Patton is.
Those words are.
He's
singer of Faith No More.
Yeah, Mike Patton. Yeah, that's what I meant by the new singer. Yeah, he's one of the most diverse musicians you'll ever encounter. Yeah, very experimental, if you like all that.
I don't like any of it. I like rock like John likes rap. It's like I can act polite. Oh yeah, I'll go check it out. I'm never gonna go check it out. I'm never gonna go. Oh my god, I can't wait to go check out that new. I literally don't care. I'd probably quicker check out country just because I find it more hilarious. And I think there's probably like 1 out of every 50 country artists like, that one's tall. Especially since they started blending in the hip hop stuff. But I generally have a visceral reaction to rock music. Like classic rock and stuff, yeah. But the like metal rock and stuff, I pretty much dislike all of it.
So you're done with like ELO?
I don't know what that is.
Electric Light Orchestra. 70s rock.
I mean, not really. I don't really know. That's like before my rock time. I'm telling you, I'm flatly in the middle of MTV. If it's on MTV, it's in my wheelhouse. It's not unless it's Kiss or AC/DC. I don't know who they are rock music. Bon Jovi. Then again, they were MTV.
Well, anyways, Faith No More, walked, dude looks like the Aerosmith Run DMC.
That's Aerosmith. Yes.
Yeah. Besides that, the next best one, is Epic. Epic's the big rap, rock, metal hybrid song.
Yeah, but who is the hybrid with?
It's just them.
Oh, so what are they? On the song?
Hybrid genres, music, the rap, rock, metal, combining. I mean,
for that fusion word. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Gotcha. I don't like any of it either, but sorry. I mean, there's a lot. I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of rap I can't stand too. So, I get it. People don't like rap. Plenty of it's awful.
Can I get back to Romero's question, even though he's not here?
No.
Because he was asking, why does this negotiation story have to be bullshit? In other words, why does it have to be made up and arbitrary? And I think it has to be made up.
What do we mean by negotiation story? I don't remember what that definition means.
Well, the argument is that when two people negotiate, they lay down their bullshit. And the other person has to decide whether to call them on their bullshit or agree with them on their bullshit. And if they've been indoctrinated into a culture already, they have a common culture, this is really easy, right? Because somebody says, if we find the right person to kill, then that person's blood will cleanse all of the bad juju out of our bodies.
But do you think that's the case now, though?
Even if we're sick, we'll die and go to heaven. And we'll live forever in a beautiful place in heaven.
Is this the case now?
I think it is, actually. I think this doesn't change. And I think it has to be arbitrary. Because we don't negotiate on reality. Everybody agrees that the sun comes up and then it goes down. And we don't have a lot of arguments. We don't have, with barely the exception of flat earthers, we don't have a lot of people arguing. But the flat earthers are going to they're going to use that and say it's not so as their bullshit, right? And what does that get them? It creates a microcosm, a community of people who accept each other because they accept their bullshit. But the way they signal to each other that they accept each other is because they accept their bullshit, right? And this is why women are so effective at changing people's religion. Because if you think a woman has beautiful legs, it doesn't really matter what she says.
Not at all. No. You would adopt that religion, as I've done many times.
Exactly.
But it's totally understandable. I think it works.
You've done that many times, bro.
Oh my God! Yeah. From my very first girlfriend. She was although she was Catholic, but she was going to church every week. She believed. That was at the time when I thought that most of it was bullshit. I just didn't have the. Yeah, I just didn't have the. But I was on both sides of the pendulum. I thought Orthodox stuff was bullshit. I thought Catholic stuff was bullshit. But I didn't know which parts were and which parts weren't. I still held out on the belief that maybe some of it was true, and I just needed to do more studying, kind of thing. But I could sense that the premise was bullshit. Right? It was how would we know that? And they really believed it, their whole family. And they were like, "Oh, we're gonna go to church," and but you're Catholic, right? I was like, "Yeah, absolutely, damn straight." Yeah. And that started it off. And so I was like, I wasn't lying. I was Catholic. What would make me? I say that all the time. What would make me not Catholic? I didn't turn in I never turned in my paperwork. And then I had non-denominational girlfriends. You know what I'm saying? I was like, hey, let's go to non-denominational church. That fits me because I'm not really a denomination either. Look how pliable I am.
It's Tuesday.
Yeah, it's a
non-denominational day.
Non-denominational was truer to who I was, because I was like, well, I don't really feel either of these. This felt like a liberation, And then her parents found out that I was really, not only was I non-denominational, I was pretty much non-God, okay? And so they're like, this isn't gonna work. Because her mother was a freaking hardcore, so was her dad, They were like, are you really going to marry this man? I was like, why are we jumping to marriage? We just started dating. Why do you put these ideas in our head? So, I was very much, but she wasn't hardcore on it. She was just kind of this is what I believe. I grew up this way. I'm not as crazy as my parents, but I'm still very much Christian. I was like, all right, that works for me. We were never discussing religion. You know what I'm saying? And then when I got married, my wife, her pastor married us. And she's Baptist. I was going to her Baptist church all the time. Not that she didn't believe in any of that shit. She was just doing it because her parents made her. And I didn't even really know that.
The point is, her parents.
I went into default mode.
Her parents didn't believe it either.
Oh, well, they certainly would make you believe they do, because he's born again. And her mother wasn't as hardcore, but the whole thing is, I didn't know at the time that she didn't really believe this stuff. And now, obviously, I know, but she just didn't want to have the fights with her dad. She hated that church growing up. That church scarred her. She couldn't stand the church. So, but she didn't have those conversations with me early, because she was kind of probably assuming, well, I know he was with that non-denominational girl. He's probably pretty religious.
This is the thing, everybody's accidentally. Okay, so there's this fun story. Speaking of bullshit stories, when I got married, had a kid, took my family to Thanksgiving, and we started cooking Thanksgiving meal, and we got the ham hock out of the can, and we chopped the one side off the ham hock, the other side of the ham hock, made a nice little square, put it in the pan, put it in the oven. And my wife, being smart, she looks at it, she says, the whole thing would have fit in there just fine. Why did you cut it in pieces before you put it in the pan to bake it? And my mom's like, I don't know, that's the way Mom always did it. So after dinner, we go to the old folks' home, and we're there with Grandma, and we're like, so Grandma, cutting the edges off the ham before you put it in the oven. What's that all about? And she said, well, I didn't have a big pan, so that was the only way I could make it fit in my pan. The point of the story is we often do stuff for no particular reason. And the only reason we're doing it is because our parents did it and we're modeling ourselves after our parents. And I don't know that that's not the case with religion, right? Like, isn't everybody in religion?
One second, bro. I can hear your weights.
Oh, beefcake. Benjamin, I've had news for you. Every group does this. This is the nature of being in a group.
Hey, Pearl, do we all have to listen to the gym bros over there?
I got it. Don't worry. Go ahead. Hi, Caleb.
Hey, Benjamin, bad news for you. It all has to do with group. Every group has these things. Whether it's a family, whether it's a religion, whether it's a school, whether it's a book club, an athletic team, they all have versions of this thing where they just do it because that's how you do it. It's about group, and your big critique is groups bad.
Well, okay, so there's a book.
Should we all live at home alone, not hang out with people, and argue on Clubhouse?
Exactly. That's what I propose.
That's what I was thinking. What's my critique about group? Well, there's a good critique. I think it might be in the book Cast. It might be in another book. But basically, it's the argument that nobody ever created group without a purpose. And the purpose is always the denigration of the other.
Oh, that's foolish.
Well, I'm not so convinced that it's foolish. I think the star-bellied Sneetches are kind of the model for human behavior. And I think that to be
but you missed the point. No, then you missed the point of star-bellied Sneetches.
Maybe.
You're so down on humanity, dude.
Well, what if I were to take the other? What if I were to take the flip argument?
Benjamin thinks the world would be better if he could just bark orders from up top, the palace. And if he could just be up top the palace barking orders at everyone else and in control of groupthink, then he would be a much happier person.
I don't know about that. Benjamin's happy to have what's not an
I do think a blend of us three up here with the little green bean things, it would be a good world if we all ran it.
I'd have to agree.
I'm sure you all identify as
Well, it would be a good world if Isa did the medical shit and Pro did the mathematics shit and I took care of the physical reality. But, if you get those out of order, out of place,
then you and I could do the musical provisions.
No, let's respond.
I think Davey should be the model.
Davey should definitely be the model. Caleb has a point here. Let's see if we can interact with it.
Elliot can always be a model.
Yeah.
But
I'd be humbled to promote your healthcare. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I am concerned that when we manufacture distinctions, whoever manufactures the distinction is always creating an underclass. Nobody ever said, hey, let's create this kind of person you can be. And that'll be the kind of person that's better than everybody.
Okay, so what you're saying
not be that kind of person. Let's be.
Okay, so how do you have a human society?
I should try to be like Benjamin?
How do you have a human society without those distinctions?
And a little bit Elliot. Don't forget Elliot. Heroes.
Dude, did you have something for me? I'm sorry.
Oh, and I didn't even realize John's there. We got to include John too. John's
I'm doing taxes. It was acknowledging that the moderators identify as the world would be a much better place if people.
Caleb, there's room for you too, Caleb.
Okay, go ahead, Benjamin.
So, how do we have a society if we don't create a hierarchy? Honestly, I think that societies without hierarchy are possible.
Can you show me a good one? Show me one that works.
I don't know if they're the most durable thing in the world.
Oh, so by that logic, since they're not so durable, you would say that they're doomed to actually be kind of like evolutionarily selected out because they're not there for human flourishing. Aha, caught you, Benjamin.
If by hierarchy we just mean some people are stupider than others, I think that's just kind of a necessity, right? Like, you kind of want your smart people running the show, and you want your stupid people falling in the back and picking up wood and moving rocks, right?
That's right.
And it is human nature to settle into some type of hierarchy, no matter what it might be, just because we tend to place people into classifications no matter what, right? I mean, that was why
I don't buy the notion that is a universal human instinct, but it might be
Benjamin.
It might be a common human instinct.
Benjamin.
Without being a universal instinct.
Sociology 101, but go on.
Well, if you're saying everybody does a thing,
yeah,
that's it.
Benjamin doesn't care about sociology and anthropology. He thinks they're bullshit science.
He doesn't like my science, and it's pretty fun to argue with him back and forth. So, evidence-based science kind of goes over his head every once in a while. Not all the time. Once in a while. Okay, I'm giving you credit, Benjamin.
Sometimes there's less evidence for what you think is science than you think there is.
No, Benjamin. We're not going to start this again. Last night was a clear example. There were some witnesses here. It's okay. I'm going to go and get myself ready to go take a nice walk outdoors and touch some grass. I advise many people to do the same. Good clean air is good clean air. Exercise is good for you. But anyways, go on.
So I think that we can strive. Look, the Enlightenment largely suggests that we have an alternative to the worst kinds of hierarchies, and we can limit the power of our hierarchies. We can reject birth-based hierarchies. There's a lot of work we can do to soften the impact of hierarchies.
Well, you can do that, right? And you can reject birth-based hierarchies. And I'm well aware, there's a rejection, things like the caste system, but you're never going to be able to disable the reality of, socioeconomic disparities, right? It doesn't matter what society you're in.
Yeah, but if you argue that hierarchies are unavoidable,
they are, and that's what I was saying earlier, right?
The next argument is that they're necessary and therefore good, and that we should have them. And then it's just an arbitrary decision about who do we put in the.
You don't have to go
in the gulag. Who do we put in the?
I don't even know how to do that. I was trying with that troll that came in and started speaking in nefarious gibberish.
I
didn't know how to do it.
But that's not what I mean. What I mean is what group of people do we put at the bottom of this hierarchy, and why?
But that's the thing, right?
If we say it's necessary and it's good,
but no,
then all there is left to negotiate is who belongs at the bottom.
Then Benjamin, you're jumping again, right? Because
who do we serve?
It's not a matter of who is placed at the bottom. It's a matter of who naturally filters down to the bottom, like sedimentation or a sedimentation rate. When you have high income, elite, higher, a stratification, and you have a low income stratification, it's always the low income people that are going to be at a disadvantage. Do you agree with that?
Generally, yes, but
okay. So it's not a matter of placing someone there. unless you want to talk about the systemic issues that cause people to be placed in
You're not
it.
describing the caste system anymore.
I am not. I know that's what you were talking about. I am not
Natural
describing the caste
distribution of
system.
wealth.
I don't agree with a caste system. I have plenty of people who are in one. Well, I know plenty of people who are in one. They find it just as obnoxious, but I digress.
Okay.
Just louder. What system did you say?
A caste system, but I mean, we spoke about it generally.
Cut out again. I'm sorry, cut out again when you spoke. At least on my mic, it cut out. What did you say? A what system?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, like Benjamin was talking about a caste system and how there should not be a caste system. Yeah, like caste, like in Hinduism, there's a caste system from Brahmin all the way down to the deplorables. But again, this is analogous in multiple cultures, so anthropology and sociology upheld.
Sandira?
Hi, Andy.
Hey there. I'm outside walking.
See, good. Good.
It fucking hurts, man.
Yeah.
Oh wait, how's your ankle, Hero?
It hurts. It's getting better, but it hurts.
You have the brace on?
Nope, not today. I'm just walking on it very gently. I feel like it changed. I think my bone is better. And now I'm feeling like all the soft tissue weirdness, I think, is what's going on.
You still have the ASO brace, right?
Yep.
You should be in an ASO brace. Because when it hurts, you put it back on. When it stops hurting and you have no pain, then you take it off. Then you're able to work with it. If you know you're going to be on uneven ground, or you're going to be on, in a place where you know you're going to aggravate it more, you're going to be in high impact spaces, then you have it on. Does that make sense?
It makes some sense, but I'm not really here for
Just up from the ortho rotation.
This is a losing argument. You are always wrong. Remember that. Wasting time with women.
Hero is not always wrong. Hero has a cute little can't be wrong all the time.
Aisha, I looked up the formula you talked about last night. I forget the name of it.
Oh, finally. Okay, so you looked up the Nernst equation. What did we learn?
Nernst equation.
It's Nernst with an N, N-E-R-N-S-T. Yes. Okay, fantastic. There's multiple ways to implement the Nernst equation. What did you learn?
It's cool, but it has to do with that, the way in which cells create and move around ions.
Yeah, not just that, but yes, that is one application of the Nernst equation.
Yeah, anyway, I was just checking out.
Love that. I believe in you, Benjamin.
It's pretty far outside my discipline, I'll just say that. In electronics, you don't use that, I suspect. But I think it is almost exclusively biologic. I think if you look at it, it has biologics. But I don't know, it might have application in batteries, but I don't know.
I'm sure this is obvious to everyone here, but Kamala Harris endorses Jasmine Crockett in the Texas Senate race. That's an update.
Kiss of death?
I'm fine with whoever winning. By the way, actually, I saw some.
That should help our boy right out.
I'm fine with either of them.
Where's Marshall when we need him?
Could he not afford her price not to endorse? Is that what happened?
I think that was the case.
Yeah. Couldn't pay the bill.
Elliot, were you saying something?
I just remember watching some videos about protests at Columbia, and I thought about you, because you said you knew some people who went there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They are colleagues and postdocs and fellows, and Yeah, it's such. There's so much that's going on with that university for sure.
I was going to say yesterday that it's growing up memory without Google AI, and I thought I remember that Columbia has lots of brain sciences and psychology very very prominent in that area. If I remember correctly.
Are you good? Oh my God! Sorry, this woman just decided to drive like straight at me like a psycho. Anyways, yeah, no, that's when we were going over neuroscience last night. I think you were in the room, Plutos. The entire book was created with Columbia University faculty, and the Neuroscience Institute is a big one. So that's why my friends are at the Neuro Institute and stuff. And one of the guys, Richard Axel, resigned because of his ties to Epstein. And then who else?
Don't you hate it when your ties to Epstein get in the way of your
Seriously.
plans
To rule the world. But I mean, Kandel is the godfather and the father of all things neuroscience. And God bless that man. And the entire building is like dedicated to him on campus. So.
Well, you got to be good with the psychology in New York, perhaps, to deal with chaos. And that'll keep.
It's actually one of the hardest programs to get into on the medical campus. Is one of the psych MP programs for sure, because it's just so in demand. But my my postdoc friend is actually a neuroscientist at Columbia, so yep. And I'm supposed to go out with. Well, actually, no, I don't really talk about that, so I'll keep that quiet. Benjamin, where's your guitar again? Apparently no one. Anyone thought, hi, Ben.
Hey, Ben. I actually have to check on something.
Hey, guys.
Cheers. Howdy ho.
How's your workout going? Your training, sorry.
Me? Oh, so we're on deload week because competition starts tomorrow. So, yeah, chilling today, not chilling tomorrow.
Oh, okay, good. Resting. Good luck. How's your daughter's training?
Yeah, cool. We're doing exactly the same. We're like Tweedledum and Tweedledee with 30 years apart. But yeah, good.
You do realize that so many Olympians in the Winter Olympics were, above age, quote unquote, tons of moms winning gold medals, tons of older gentlemen making it to the Olympics, especially like in curling and stuff. It's really a different era now.
Yeah, I see how my performance is. I don't really care what the number is. I don't care if somebody's younger than me or older than me, whatever. I just do the thing, listen to my body, and if it wants to do it, it'll do it. I mean, at the end of the day, me and my daughter do exactly the same training, and we respond to it roughly the same. She picks up the more technical stuff like snatch and clean and jerk and some of the more technical maneuvers like the Olympic lifting stuff quicker than me, probably because I've got too many preconceived movement patterns in my brain that I have to try and overrun. But everything else, we're trending up together in strength and fitness. It's really good. We both recover at about the same rate, so I don't know. I'm not sure about this whole I would say you can't do it thing. At some point, that's going to be true. But the point is, I've never reached my full potential. So it's all very well for like an elite athlete who actually found their peak to say, well, I'm now, my peak is now declining. But if you've never got anywhere near your peak, then who am I to say I have no idea what my peak is. So never really pushed myself before. So yeah, it's fun. It's good. And lots of time with the daughter, which I can't complain about.
I'm so excited for you. I feel like you've come in all the time and told us all about your training, like over and over and over again. I love it. That's awesome. Is it your first big competition? Is this nationals?
Well, this is the CrossFit Open, so there's 300,000 or 400,000 people doing it around the world on their own local gym. And then as you go through the round, it gets more and more like regional and then international. And eventually they'll crown biggest man and woman on earth in I think where is it? It's on the west coast of the States this summer. And then there's all the age groups. So like my daughter and I are in age groups. So it's cool. It's we don't really know what they're going to throw people at last minute. We found out yesterday what we're going to be doing tomorrow. Looking forward to it. It's good fun.
Are there like Olympians showing up to your stuff? Because like the Masters National,
it's never going to be an Olympic. CrossFit will never be an Olympic sport because it's a brand.
Right.
The same as Formula One probably won't. It's just it's a commercial brand. So no. I mean, we're kind of a jack of all trades. So when we do Olympic lifting, we're okay at it, but nothing like that. People who only do Olympic lifting. When we do running, we're okay at it, but nothing like the best runners. But nobody else can do it. When we do the gymnastics stuff, we're okay at it, but we're not as good as gymnasts. So it's more just a question of being a wide cross section. It's like decathlon, but instead of 10 different things, there's about 60.
So I could just go get a gym pass and enroll and compete as well?
Yeah, sure. Anybody can
exactly.
compete. Yeah.
So do you hear that? You're asking him questions like it's a prestigious thing. Anyone can join a gym at a CrossFit gym.
No, that wasn't my question. I was just about to clarify. I was just curious if there were Olympians who decided to do CrossFit after the fact who come in, because I know a couple. Yeah, that was my question. I'm aware it's not.
Or more likely the other way. You discover, you build a strong base and then you go off and specialize in something.
Yeah, and your daughter's one of the top CrossFit athletes as well, right?
Top 100, not top. That's good, but they're only taking the top. Yeah, she's in the top 100. So
yeah, no.
We'll see what she does this year. She needs to be in the top 20 to get to the final. So
I'm rooting for her.
Yeah. Well, we shall see. The workout, the first workout that we've got tomorrow. Most of the elites can't finish it. It's got a 12-minute time cap. And only 4 women and 7 men have finished it so far in the world. It's not designed to be finished. It's designed to get as far through as you can. So you've got to make sure you leave your ego on the shelf and not even start the pace that you could finish it, because there's no way I'm finishing it. Not to be defeatist, but
minutes? How many activities in 12 minutes?
So 20. So you get so for females it would be a 6 kilogram. What is that? 20 pound? 6, 12, 15 pound wall ball. At medicine ball, thrown up to a 8-foot target 20 times, so 20 wall balls, 18 box jump overs over a 24-inch box, 30 more wall balls, 18 more box jump overs, 40 more wall balls, 18 box step overs holding the wall ball, 68 more wall balls, 18 more wall balls being carried over the box, another 40 wall balls, and so on. Keeps going. And then 18, 30, 18, 20. And you've got 12 minutes to do all that, which is ridiculous. It's not possible. Apart from a few people in the world. So it's
real fun. It reminds me of those, what you call it?
Yeah. But my daughter, she's crazy.
Wow. I understand that. Yeah, I understand that. But, shit. What are those old TV shows where, what's it called, like American Gladiator or something like this? Or like there's another one, something Ninja. No, I mean, like this. I'm about these.
Oh yeah, Ninja Warrior. Those sort of things look fun to go into. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean that's that. But then the next thing might be completely different. There will be something that has a bunch of barbells in it. There will be something that has like muscle ups or chest to bar pull ups or toaster bar or something, gymnastic-y handstand press ups. There won't be the more advanced techniques like handstand walking or triple under skipping, double under skips, and there will almost certainly be at some point. I don't know how many different things actually the recipe is, especially for this first round. I estimate 60, but it'd be good to add them up sometime. Something like that. It's roughly that many things, and you typically get like two to 5 or 6 different things in one workout that you work through. And the time cap can be also there's not always a time cap. So like something like Fran, some of the best people in the world finish that in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Whereas your average fit person off the street would take 10 minutes to do it if they were fit. So the elites are crazy. The time scale can be half an hour, 40, maybe 50 minutes for a workout. It can be 1 minute. It just depends what it is. So, yeah.
I've learned like being a competitive person for a very long time, like decades now. Sports, video games, school, whatever it is that there's always, and I didn't really understand this when I was young, but not till later. But there's always someone who's better, or faster, or more skilled, or more talented at you. And that's I don't know. Difficult to swallow.
Yep, except for the person who's the very best. But then
it can crush dreams, literally.
Yeah, you've got to enjoy the process because the smallest thing can come up. You can get ill, you can get an injury. The smallest thing can come up and you just can't do it. So you can train all year for something, and then the silliest little thing comes up and you can't do it. So you've just got to enjoy the process. Exactly.
It's a great competitive way and a great bonding experience, father, daughter. And is it a big fad? It's a great way to keep in shape. Is it a big fad in the UK or England?
Well, it's the 20th anniversary of CrossFit now, so not really. It's kind of fading. Things like High Rocks, which is basically it's like a CrossFit workout. It's a particular CrossFit style workout. People, at the moment, that's trending. People just want to focus on that one thing that involves a lot more running than we would normally do.
I was going to ask you to compare the High Rocks. I've just seen High Rocks pop up on my stuff, so okay.
Yeah, so High Rocks is like you run 800 meters, then you do wall balls, and then you run 800 meters, and you do. This isn't the right order or necessarily the right distance, but then you run 800 meters and do rowing, and then you run 800 meters and you push a sled, and then you run 800 meters and you.
It's almost like cross country, but more extreme, like in senses of including all kind of athletic sort of leisures.
Yeah, 6 things I think. High Rocks, running plus 6 stations.
I used to do like cross country skiing, hiking, and then you have to like snowshoe across. Yeah.
I love that they have the 800 in it, if that's true. So that was one of my favorite ones ever. Love that.
Sounds horrible to me.
Ben, I think
it is evil. It is absolutely evil if you know how to race it.
Ugh.
Ben, I think I've talked to you before about quantum theory.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Quantum mechanics.
Might be a bit late for that today, but yeah.
Yeah.
Probably. It's not that actually my weakest area of physics because I don't know, it just is. It's just where I didn't put as much time and energy into it. But yeah, it's still interesting. Yeah, this whole period has been certainly a crash course in a bit of physiology, a bit of exercise physiology, a bit of discovered part of my body I didn't know exists when they start hurting. It's been pretty interesting. Energy systems, the different energy systems and how they work and what the limits of them are. I only knew about aerobic and anaerobic before. I didn't even think about lactate being a limit. I didn't think about electrolytes reinfusing being a limit. I didn't think about creatine. Phosphocreatine system at all, but now riding all these puppies all the time is really fascinating. And finding out about bits deep in my shoulder that I never knew existed, like my subcoracoid bursa, which is now inflamed. I have to move differently to keep it happy. It's quite interesting. So it's a good way to practical introduction to exercise physiology and this. Yeah. How you doing there, John? See you with your number one. If you can't have it on your actual icon as a proper annotation, you might as well put it in your PTR, right? I don't know if John's there. No one's here. The room has died. All sleeping on the job.
And then did you think through our proposal with the ADSB data?
Me or somebody else?
Yeah, you.
I don't really remember hearing the ADSB proposal. I think you were saying that you don't like the way that some of these approaches are dangerous and that you think there's data in the patterns in the ADSB data that would help make interesting decisions. But I think what Andy said was fair enough, is that they, in the particular case that sparked you to think about that, the guy was being an idiot and doing something that wasn't approved anyway. But if that's the case, then no point in making better procedures if people are just not going to follow them. I mean, you might be saying make better software on the Garmins or whatever. I don't know, dude. It's an interesting question to say, like, should you make the consumer bit of electronics better, or should you focus on people on making the procedures better and getting people to follow them? I don't know. Where do you hope so if you did that, if you did a bunch of pattern recognition on this data, where do you hope that would end up? There's FAA regulations, there's different approach charts, there's like software in the Garmin. Like, what's the end result that you would hope?
I think it is ultimately
if it doesn't result in waypoints in the Garmin, I think the work will have been not useful. But it could just be a preference for the right approach. Maybe we can find approaches that don't vector into mountains.
Hopefully. I mean, I think you're probably trying to solve this problem for private pilots, are you, more than professional
What would be, for example, what would be the advantage? What would be the reason to come down to a particular altitude so early that if you kept the same descent rate, you would go into a mountain, just come down later? And if you can't come down later and still get into the mountain, like I don't think there's any benefit to that particular.
I didn't see the details, but
approach being the way it is. If it were,
sometimes you've got to get down low enough to assess the minimums, right, to work out whether it's a go or not go. And you need to do that in a timely way where you can divert it.
Right, but that doesn't have to point you in a mountain.
No, it would be better if it didn't, I think. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Was this it? Yeah, I think there's a disconnect between professional pilots and private pilots in the way they can do things, and I think it's not beyond.
So I have a different generic case to make, right? Which is that at the time that aviation started doing instrument approaches, there was no GPS, and so they had ground-based systems. And when GPS was put in place, Garmin became the number one company in avionics because they had the best GPS solution. Because the new technology created a new thing that made aviation safer. But what they didn't have at the time was ADS-B, and they didn't have ADS-B data. Today we have ADS-B data, and we didn't at the time that Garmin was implemented as a GPS solution to replace the ILS solution. So my
this sort of thing, the first thing
natural progression of safety is to leverage the new data and the new technology towards safety.
But it might be worth talking to somebody at Garmin, right? Because we could have had the conversation a couple of years ago, saying, "Hey, wouldn't it be great?" Or say 5 years ago, that if you could have an auto land feature where if a private pilot gets ill, you can push a button and the plane can land itself. Now, if we'd have had that conversation 5 years ago, we would have felt all ahead of our time, and like it's like a pipe dream, but it might come one day. But of course, Garmin would have already been working on that probably by maybe 10 years before we even started talking about it. So it does make me wonder if you were to speak with someone at Garmin, if they might already be miles down the line with that particular thing. They might not. But it always just humbles me sometimes when I come up with an idea about something, and then I realise that some company's been working on it for 15 years. And it just takes that long to go from the idea to the reality. And I think development cycles are speeding up these days, which is nice. Yeah, definitely. And generically, the idea of just taking just more data and doing something sensible with it, I'm all for it. And I do think that the problem of a private pilot, within reason, banging coordinates into a GPS and letting it do the rest, search the NOTAMs, choose the right approaches, yada yada, choose the safest and most efficient altitudes. I do think that's probably doable with software these days. But garbage in, garbage out.
There is garbage in, garbage out, but there's also a reality that the data overload for pilots has reached a point where it's impossible. I think it's impossible for everybody. I think the ATC cannot comply with their own rules. I think pilots cannot possibly comply with their rules. I think they cannot possibly process the data for a simple 2-hour flight that covers 5 airports. The tasks for 5 airports, the NOTAMs for 5 airports.
Yeah, can be a lot of work.
Well, nobody's doing that shit.
Well, there's a lot of good software out there to help you with it, but yeah, I think the skill is to know what to pay attention to and what not.
But clearly, there was an accident a week and a half ago now, maybe 2 weeks. An airplane went up for sightseeing and didn't realize
realized there was a modem for a cable bearing that stretched across a canyon, and they were sightseeing up in the canyon and picked up a slack line.
Oh,
Now,
so
it was in the modems.
Yeah.
But what good are the modems if you just blur your eyes and skip to the bottom?
Yeah, well, you want the NOTAMs plotted on a map. I mean, I was even 10 years ago, I used to plot NOTAMs on a map on a computer. So I'm pretty sure that's commonplace now.
I don't know that
the problem is that they have too big a bloody area.
Modems. I think they will plot PIRAPs, METARs, and so forth. But I don't know. I'm not confident that.
I can't remember which software I was using. I was definitely plotting NOTAMs 10 years ago. But the problem was that they were the area could be too big, so it could be pretty difficult to do anything useful with them. And they set standard like radiuses, like that slack line might have a 5-mile radius or something. It's like, well, it's not 5-mile slack line, is it? This is a little bit like, that's where you end up with a wash of information. It's like, if you just told me it was 200 yards in this part of the canyon, that would be a very sharp marketing point, don't fly into it. Super unlucky to fly into that as well. How the hell do you happen to just fly into a slack line? The chances of that are pretty minimal. But I guess maybe the slack line and the plane were both at sightseeing height. Whatever that is.
Yeah, you'd think they'd be lower, but no, it was this really extreme slack line. I mean, the visual, if you were performing that slack line, must have been incredible.
Yeah, and then modern glass cockpit aircraft really, I haven't been in one recently, but they really ought to be streaming in things like NOTAM, all of this data in a really reliable way.
Well, I generally agree with you. I find, and I fly both, that the situational awareness in a glass cockpit is orders of magnitude better than the situational environment, where you're relying on, say, you're trying to keep track of your steam gauges and also trying to keep track of ADS-B data.
Yeah, or your perceived situational awareness is better. That's like the subtle difference. You certainly feel like you're doing better, right? But you can still fly into a slack line. I guess the acid test for this would be to get them to really push on autonomous flights where flights conduct themselves completely end to end, even if they're drones or whatever, or just for deliveries, and then say what information do they need to fly safely, and make sure that that's available to us as well.
Not bad, right? The more drones you have flying, the better understanding you have of the terrain and what's available. If drones are running into stuff, then you know that stuff is a problem.
Yeah.
So I do kind of agree with you on that.
They've got enough information to do it.
It's kind of drone soup down there.
Yeah, scared. The number of drones scares me all over. It's a bit risk to get one.
They're not much worse than birds. I don't know. I think.
Depends what you hit it with. In a helicopter, the light blades of a light helicopter just wouldn't tolerate hitting a drone. And if they go on balance, the thing just ripped itself apart. It's just not good. Be less worried in a really heavy military aircraft or something.
Are you talking about the jet engine?
No, I'm just saying like the blades of a Robinson or something. If you get a drone with those, I wouldn't fancy the chances that they stay in one piece, and they would certainly not be in balance. If they're out of balance, the vibration could be pretty bad. I like enough to shake the aircraft apart or break in there.
I don't know much about the propeller. Are they not meant to hit a bird?
It depends on the size of the bird, really. I don't know how they're fared in a drone. I'd have to say. I'm sure they have, so it'd be interesting to find some case study. If I was to actively start flying again, I would look at that a bit more carefully. But also, drones are supposed to transmit in the UK, and even not quite ADS-B, but I think we'll get there.
It's close. I think it's Bluetooth.
Yeah, they have to transmit an ID signal. I'm not sure what the protocol is. I think it's Bluetooth. It's one of the range that well, not the Bluetooth. I mean, Bluetooth inherently can have any range you want, right? With the right antennas. Yeah.
They might be using the long-range Bluetooth, I'm not sure. But Bluetooth has long-range, but I'm pretty sure. I'll check. What is the technology? I think they just used Bluetooth because it was available, it's cheap, to put an undue burden on.
Maybe, I'm not sure.
My phone can pick up these remote IDs. I have an application on my phone that will map out drones.
Oh, must be an Android phone. Is it an iPhone?
No, it's an Android, yeah. Now AI seems to think that it's either Bluetooth or Wi-Fi. I don't know. Wikipedia has an entry on it. Let's see what Wikipedia says. Actually, there's two cards. So Wikipedia agrees that basically it's Wi-Fi for longer range messages with beacon frames on channel 6 and 149. And Bluetooth Low Energy for short range messages. 37, 38, 39.
The hell are you talking about, Benjamin?
The remote ID transmitter for drones in the United States.
Aren't those just like all infrared?
Infrared? What are you talking about? Yeah, sure. All radio signals are infrared.
Okay, so what's the problem? I don't know
what is the problem? We're just figuring out the technology that's in the drone ADSB. It's the Where Is Your Drone broadcaster. It keeps track of your drone. It's not available to pilots in a meaningful way, but also it could be available because you can just get an app on your phone.
Yeah, that shit drives me nuts when so the UK police can drive around and the average police car can't tell if your car's taxed or MOT'd or whatever. MOT's, your annual inspection, or road tax. They can't see. There are roads policing car cameras, they have special number plate recognition cameras. But you can get an app on your phone that does that and looks up on a public database with anybody can get an app on their phone. They can look up on a public database with any car is tagged for MOT, and yet the police don't drive around with their police-issued phones in the car doing that. It's kind of crazy. There's so much you could do. They don't even have navigation. So when you go to a job, you get given an address, and you have to know the way to the address, or you have to type it into your phone, and then balance it between your knees, or hope that there's a phone holder in the car. It's kind of crazy when there's a job-issued phone that they could just send electronically the navigation data to, so you don't have to fanning around when you're trying to hurry there. And it could be doing all sorts of other cool things if it's plugged in properly, like number plate recognition and all sorts. But I don't know, not very forward thinking, the technologies of these organizations.
Sounds about par for the course.
what's the right? How far does like a 2.4 gigahertz signal go?
You know, before Ben answers that, that question always is fascinating because the answer to every question about a radio signal is really it kind of goes to the edge of the visible universe if you know how to listen. So like when I have a pair of radios, like walkie-talkies, people are like, always the first question is how far do they go? I'm like, well, if I'm in a shop and it's got a lot of metal in the walls and a lot of equipment and somebody else is in the shop next door, we can't speak. But if I'm in the Arctic and they're in the Arctic and it's a nice day, it could be 100 miles. And if you're sat on the moon with a small parabolic dish, you could hear me from the moon. And if you're sat in the next star system with a big parabolic dish, you could hear me from that next star system. So it entirely depends on the line of sight, what's in between, and like the properties of your transmitter and receiver antenna. There's no real answer to that.
That's not a bad answer.
I mean, it's just like literally, my range of my walkie-talkies could go from less than 10 meters to more than 50 miles. So
it's a bit like a human conversation. If you're out in the right mountains and you're cliff top to cliff top, you can probably be heard in a conversation quite a good ways. But if you're in a room and there are three people between you and the person you're trying to talk to, you probably can't hear that conversation 4 feet away.
There is an answer, of course, which is that for a given pair of radios, like a walkie-talkies, you get to a point, even in perfect conditions, where just the receiver sensitivity is not enough. So unless you get a higher gain antenna, so like instead of a flappy duck that picks up signals from basically all directions, you start to go to like a Yagi, standard TV antenna, or you go from there to a parabolic dish or whatever, or a phased array like Starlink. It's definitely true that for a given like pair of devices, there's a theoretical limit to the range because the energy is roughly transmitted in a sphere, and then you get to the point where the little tiny antenna of the receiver doesn't pick up enough of the sphere to even trigger, to even break its what's called squelch or whatever in the digital equivalent. So it's definitely true that like a given pair of things have a theoretical maximum range, but they hardly ever get to that, and you can really cripple it with metal and shit.
The answer to this is so complicated, right? Because one reasonable answer would be that you can transmit as long as your signal stays above the noise floor. Now, the noise floor is established by all the things around you, which is why he said if you go to the Arctic, you don't have a noise, the noises are quiet. Therefore, you can stay above the noise floor much farther. But there are some transmission protocols that even allow for transmission below the noise floor. So, even that is not a sufficient answer, a complete answer to the question.
Yeah, because for any given channel, you can always get a signal across pretty much if you're willing to wait long enough. I mean, you think about transmitting something to us, to like Voyager 1 or whatever. I mean, how the hell far away is that? I've forgotten. In like hours or days. It's a long fucking way away, and we can still get signals to it. Not high bandwidth. You kind of got a trade-off, but you can choose between bandwidth, noise, and what would be a good way to say it? Like low power, like noise tolerant and high bandwidth. Pick two.
Yeah, I think
something like that.
Why not high bandwidth? I think.
Well, because one of the ways you overcome the noise floor is you broadcast each bit repeatedly. So if you're struggling to hear me and I say, Elliot,
I'm not thinking about that.
Elliot.
Oh, and you're saying he's not thinking about that, but he's got a different point.
Yeah, well, I think the basic idea is like in gigahertz, the lower the number is, the further it goes, and the better it is at going through walls, stuff like that. It's like 2.2.
Well, another complicated answer to this bandwidth question is that the way we increase bandwidth is with something like quadrature amplitude modulation.
You don't even know what I'm talking about.
I think one of us doesn't know what we're talking about.
Oh, no, let him finish his point. It's not that I'm the mod. What were you saying, Elliot?
It's not even worth it.
I was just going to say that I think there's lots of debate, the next star system, and further deep space, it's pretty hard to pick up. It may be indistinguishable from background noise. I just like the current debate. I don't know if there's a empirical answer.
What's the question?
Well, I thought Ben was talking about walkie-talkies and transmissions and any type of signal.
Could they work from the next star system? Is that what the question was?
Yeah. He I thought he mentioned the next star system and then the universe as a whole. I think it's interesting debate.
Yeah, because of the noise, because of the background noise, right? Sure. I mean, I'm taking that to the extreme, but clearly you can transmit to the next star system if you let a supernova go off. Or you don't even need a supernova for that. You just need a reasonable beamed signal. If you want to pick up a walkie-talkie in the next star system, I don't know if that's possible. It probably is with a large enough antenna. And if you allow, it depends what the protocol is. And when you say pick it up, is it somebody speaking and you expect to understand it? Or is it a digital signal at like one byte per hour that you want a bit of recover? There's a big difference.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think it's an ongoing debate that there's all the different systems. I forget what it's called. The ongoing one looking for a signal. Obviously, everyone. It's not. I don't know why CERN is popping into mind, but obviously it's not that the collider. It's some. I forgot the acronym. But
SETI, the search for.
Yeah. Seth Shostak is the main guy there. Yeah, exactly.
Radio formats are really kind of interesting, but I don't know if Don, what are you doing? Are you following along radio formats? It was all raw physics stuff. I think John's just doing his taxes. Can't be bothered with physics today. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Chilling. How are you?
Same, but myself some dinner.
All right. Bro, atheism is cringe. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, fun. Great way to make friends in this room.
It's just cringy, man. I mean, I was listening about, don't take it personally.
I didn't say I did. I was just letting you know a fact. This room is very big on their atheism, but why is it cringe?
Yeah, it's just especially cringe when you're passionately atheist, because that was me too. I would call myself like an atheist preacher almost in the past. And then that's where it gets like really cringy. So like you're really passionate about there not being a God. In retrospect, it doesn't make any sense.
Retrospect, what? I didn't hear what you finished with.
Sorry, in retrospect, it doesn't make a ton of sense to be passionate about God not existing.
Why would you say that? Sorry, I'm just washing my hands on the
Why would I say it doesn't make sense to be passionate about God not existing? Because, I mean, charitably, it's a passion for the truth and kind of coupled with a strong conviction that is the truth. But more realistically, it's egoism, I would say. It's
is kind of reveling in being part of the small minority that doesn't buy into this kind of self-serving, naive fiction is I think, the mental process that's going through most atheist heads, especially like passionate atheists. And I think it's cringe.
Greg, do you think that atheism is cringe?
Yeah, specifically passionate atheism, like atheist preaching, kind of. That's what I think is really cringe.
Do you think that Christianity is cringe?
No, I'm like terrified of Christianity, bro, to be honest with you.
So, what's your world to you?
I would say Christian.
But Christianity is cringe. How do you?
It's not cringe. She's terrified.
Oh, it's terrifying. So how do you reconcile?
I think Greg is just another confused Zoroastrian that wandered in.
There was a Zoroastrian in here earlier. That's cool.
Oh, that's all you, Benjamin. I think that's a conversation you should take hold of. I'm more than happy to continue probing, but by all means, go ahead, Benjamin.
Well, Greg sounds like he's a confused Zoroastrian, doesn't he?
Was there a Zoroastrian in here earlier? I would like to talk to.
Well, there's lots of Zoroastrians.
I'm sure there are.
I mean, here all the time.
But I think it'll be interesting. Why don't you act as though there's a Zoroastrian in this room right now, and let's see where that takes you, Greg.
Greg, what do you think is interesting about Zoroastrianism?
Well, for one, it's age, like the fact of it being monotheistic.
Don't you think it's possible that you as a Christian are really just taken by the Zoroastrian ideas, and that you're not very taken by the Christian ideas?
No, I'm very much taken by the uniquely Christian ideas, for sure.
Okay, so list the 3 ideas that you think are uniquely Christian that you think are most important and you couldn't do without. The Trinity, one of them, like what we're talking about here.
Okay, well, I suppose for me, the negation of negation.
Is monotheism itself important?
Hold on. The negation of negation, finite subjectivity is the site of God's realization, and the unity of man and God.
The unity of man and God.
That's what Jesus is, bro.
Is this like Jesus is an example that people can be gods?
I have told ye are gods, sons of the Most High, all of you. That's in Psalms 82, and Jesus quotes it in John 10:34.
And you think that humans being gods is unique to Christianity?
No.
Okay. So let's skip that one because it's not unique. What's unique to Christianity that you think is important?
The resurrection.
Okay, the resurrection. You think the resurrection of deities is... What does the resurection imply to you? You mean
it implies
Jesus?
The
resurrection of everybody, including you.
Yeah, so it mirrors kind of a deep metaphysical truth, which is alienation and return.
Okay.
This is how thought develops. This is how truth develops. This is how reality develops. Alienation.
And is this the notion that you're going to die someday and then you're going to be resurrected?
Is this the notion that I'm going to die one day and be? I'm talking about.
Does resurrection capture for you when you say resurrection? Does it only capture the resurrection of Jesus, or does it also capture the resurrection of the elect?
Well, I'm a universalist, so for me, the elect is all of humanity.
I'm sure you're a universalist. Why would you, as a Zoroastrian, why would you be anything else?
I'm not Zoroastrian. Okay, this guy, you seem like you're not actually interested in learning anything, so I'll let you kind of have your opinion.
Why?
You seem to want to try to feel smart, even though you're not you're not going.
Well, you're a universalist.
Go ahead and tell me what that means. So I know that you know what I'm talking about. Go ahead and tell me what I mean.
Well, if I understand what you mean by it, you mean everybody's going to die. And then they're going to wake up in the netherworld, and they're going to go through a process which evaluates whether they're pure or not pure. And if they're pure, they're going to go into the glory of the one true God forever. And if they're not pure, then they're going to go through a process of purification. And after a time of purification, they will also go into the glory of the one true God.
Well, that would be like a purgatorial universalism, and that does happen to be my position. But there are other forms of universalism. But yes, that is my.
I don't know of any, to be just fair. But purgatorial universalism is a Zoroastrian invention. Full stop.
Okay, the fact that Zoroastrianism contains some true things does not mean, what's your point? Yes, of course it does. So does Taoism. So does Sufism. So does Kabbalah. Yes, God doesn't leave.
No. I'm not saying that this is a true thing. I'm saying this is a thing, and that you have acquired this thing directly from the Zoroastrians. That's what I'm claiming.
Yeah, you're claiming. What you're doing.
You didn't get this from the Scientologists.
Can I get a sentence out? Do you mind if I get a sentence out? Yeah. So
Greg, you've gotten sentences out. Do
you notice my cadence? Because I know that he's going to interrupt me, so I have to get my shit out quickly.
No. It's okay. It's okay. Greg. Frontal lobe regulation. Breathe. It's okay. Go ahead. Speak. Benjamin, give him a second.
Okay, so what you're doing is you're presupposing, some other spur. Go ahead and say what the fuck you have to say.
Why do we have to get angry? What's going on?
Because I just went through that, and then this fucking 75 IQ.
Greg, why do you have to curse at people? It's okay. No one's attacking you. Hi, Clotos. Go ahead. Greg, you take a minute.
Oh no, I was just gonna say we're pretty chill here, man. But I mean, I don't know.
Okay. No, we are coming in hot. Coming in hot is unnecessary. Go ahead, Greg.
Do you understand that you're exacerbating the thing I'm complaining about?
No, I'm not exacerbating.
Yeah, and you cut me off again. And you cut me off again.
Calmly modifying you.
You're calmly interrupting.
Yes, I am. Because guess what? I've got a green bean and you don't, and Benjamin wasn't exacerbating anything, and you are in here to have a fight. And that is unfortunate because the people here can have a great conversation and discussion.
Okay. Let me know when I can talk.
Can you regulate your frontal lobe?
Let me know when
How old are you?
How old are you? I can talk.
How old are you?
Let me know when I can.
Yeah, you're just waiting to be able to be heard. And that's problematic, right? Because that means that you're not in here to have a conversation, just as you accused Benjamin earlier. You're here to try to prove how smart you are, which we all can see through anyways. But go ahead, Greg. Let us know. Enlighten us.
Yeah, so Benjamin, what you're doing is you're presupposing naturalism, and you're claiming that this transmission of metaphysical principles from Zoroastrianism to Christianity is the process of people inheriting beliefs from their forefathers in a naturalistic way. That only obtains if you presuppose naturalism. That only has philosophical logical force if you presuppose naturalism, and I don't accept that. So, and also,
as soon as
I'm significantly smarter than you. So
no, I don't think so. But here's the thing: if I interrupt you, can you actually complete your thought? Can you? Oh, I'm a dumb. Keep going. Keep going, Greg. Are you okay? Does this make you feel better? Is it unfortunate that women are smarter than you? Is it hard to be an incel? Is this so difficult? It's so unfortunate. I'm so sorry the last girl dumped you the way that she did. Are you okay?
Way smarter than me.
Are you triggered now? Is it really hard being a snowflake?
Way smarter than me.
My word. Are you like,
way smarter?
Is there any regulation?
Way smarter.
No? Is he okay? Wow. So repeating two words means that you have some sort of intelligence in there.
Way smarter. Way smarter.
What's the last
Benjamin, do you have a reply to what I said, Benjamin? Or no?
Well, great. I'm just wondering.
All right, I guess Benjamin is conceded now. That's good.
You said you just came out.
Easy work. Atheists crushed.
Oh, I see. All right, okay, going after the atheists. Oh, I was gonna say you came out of a hot room. Oh, okay. See what
I mean, you guys are Spurs. You can't keep your fucking 75 IQ mouth shut long enough for me to deliver a brilliant insight. So, you get what you deserve.
Aw, is the insult done yet? Is the person who never went through an education? Are you okay? Are you okay? Is that all right?
The unexceptional bitch.
You doing okay?
The unexceptional whore done yet? Is the unexceptional whore done yet? Yeah.
Are you feeling better yet? Are you feeling better yet? Did you feel better coming into a room on Clubhouse and you think that you're anonymous? I love that when people come in. Go ahead. Is he gone? Did he go by? Did he go bye-bye?
He may have triggered my itchy finger. My finger started wandering aimlessly around the keyboard.
It's all right. I was like, oh, let's have some fun here, Benjamin. And you knew what I was doing.
We had enough fun.
He can't continue. He just can't continue a line of thought when he gets interrupted because it's all preordained, right? Like it has nothing to do with the conversation at hand. It is highly unfortunate that there are people who need to prove themselves.
Telling you that they are smart is like people telling you that they know how to sing.
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't need to say it. Like, I'll know it.
No.
Yeah, you're right.
We're good.
We all can measure this. We don't need you telling us what your score is. This is an evaluation we can all make on our own.
Isn't this atheist also my only point? It's atheist, not atheist.
Well, I don't think his arguments are very good.
No.
I think this is Zoroastrian, and I'm really kind of embarrassed.
I thought it was highly entertaining when he tried to argue against you about Zoroastrianism.
No, but the central theme of Zoroastrianism is that when you die, your soul is measured.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a purification if your soul does not add up. Now, that is nowhere in the Bible. Nowhere in the Bible. It is not a Jewish idea. It is not a Christian idea. It is exclusively. It has origins in Egypt, under Maya, and it has it is reflected again in Zoroastrianism. But it makes its way transparently through the Bible. In other words, this is a Zoroastrian idea that doesn't even get written down in the Bible, not the Old Testament or the New Testament, and is nonetheless present at the core of modern Christianity. I think that's fascinating.
I just noticed that Davey, who just left the room, I guess, said that Greg always does this. I don't know who this is. I don't know who half the people were who showed up today, so.
Delish.
Hey, Jeff, welcome back.
I'll have to read the chat. I was gonna say, is he like this just in this room or all everywhere?
I don't know. Davey would have to let you know. He seemed to know the person. Sorry for all the crinkling. I'm trying to make myself some noodles.
It's excellent crinkle. It's very good crinkle.
Are they smart crinkles? Are they smart crinkles, Benjamin?
I am the smartest crinkler. I am way smarter. My crinkles are way smaller.
I mean, are you sure? Like, you don't need to call my crinkles any type of Mary Magdalene? Are my crinkles akin to Mary Magdalene in any way, shape, or form? I'm just curious.
They're very whorish. Yeah, they're very whorish.
Okay, just wondering.
Yeah. I think the only
The only measure of smartness really is the length of the adjective you can find to put in front of the word smart.
It's so universalist of you to say that, Benjamin.
Thanks. But to be fair, Zoroastrian really is like this universal monotheism. This is such a Zoroastrian trope.
Okay. It's so cringe. It's so cringe for you to have to say that.
What's cringe?
Cringe is like,
About Zoroastrianism. What do you think is cringe about universal?
I don't have anything to say about cringe. Oh my gosh, I'm salad.
About universal monotheism.
Okay, Zeleny is not.
Zeleny knows this stuff.
I will tell you one thing that's cringe about Zoroastrianism. It's literally the root of like the world's homophobia. Like if there were Zoroastrians or if they weren't homophobic, like we wouldn't have Abrahamic homophobia.
Oh, that's bizarre.
Yeah,
I don't know that that's really well grounded. It might be, but
no, they traditionally
Zoroastrians are pretty kinky when it comes to sex. To be just totally.
No, traditionally their religious rules are very homophobic. They prohibit that as being like very immoral, and Judaism picked that up during the exile. Before that,
are you sure? No, I don't believe you. I don't believe you because I'm pretty sure the homophobic phrases in Judaism predate the Second Temple.
No, they're like even today's Bible that we have is very, very weakly homophobic. Like there's like one phrase that's if interpreted in a certain way leads to that verse being homophobic in the book of Leviticus, man lying with man.
Leviticus is first temple.
Yeah, but like that sentence, I would say is not actually homophobic, but its interpretation in Judaism became homophobic later. And it seems that they got that from Zoroastrians after the exile.
Maybe. That's an interesting point. I don't know if it's well-grounded or just loosely grounded. Not much is well-grounded.
Yeah, of course. There's no like. I don't think there's any evidence for it. Like with your point, like it's definitely that they copied from here. It's kind of like a weekly conjecture. Like they didn't have homophobia in these early times. They had some verses that might sound like that, but then after the exile, all of a sudden they have prominent homophobia, and like in the exile they had heavy contact with the Zoroastrians who traditionally have homophobic religious rules. So there might be a connection, there might not be, but like it's a possibility at least.
Maybe. I think the Zoroastrians actually kind of embarrassing their sexual proclivities.
And I was kind of disappointed when I found this out that their rules are like very homophobic. I think they even mentioned like a capital punishment for gay people.
Well, I might have to give it up. Never gonna give you up.
Well, I mean, there's always like the better version of Zoroastrianism, the Mazdakite reform movement, which preached free love and socialism, and vegetarianism. So yeah.
And vegetarian, no doubt. But Greg was in here espousing the virtues of universal monotheism. And that made me think that he was pretty square on the Zoroastrian trip. Now, I suspect you're also a Unitarian monotheist. Is that fair?
Yeah.
So, do you acknowledge that combo has its roots in Zoroastrianism? Or do you think it has
Zoroastrianism? Yeah, I do think Zoroastrianism has like large influence on the spread of this, definitely. But I don't think it's the only route. I think like there's actually a very interesting theory that I've heard. There's a lecture by a historian who's also like a pastor in a weird Christian denomination. It's a liberal denomination. he has this like lecture that he gave about world religions and why these world religions developed that we know of them, like Christianity and Islam and Hinduism and Buddhism, in the way that they look today. Because like when you look how society, like religions looked before these world ones crystallized, they looked a bit different. Like they weren't as kind of monistic. They weren't like these focused on like these universal, unitary kind of things. And his theory is that this is connected to the emergence of empires. That before empires, countries were smaller and like societies were more decentralized. And that's why people were okay with polytheism. But as large empires became the normal way to do society, humans gravitated towards like this sort of kind of monotheistic universalism because that seemed similar to the empire, you know.
Right.
It's an interesting
yeah,
theory.
no, I see what you're saying. Right.
Because like if you see, for example, Hinduism and like I don't know, Greek religion, pagan Greek religion, like they used to be very polytheistic, and as they survived in the era of empires, like Hellenistic pagan Greek religion in 2nd century CE, 3rd century CE, like looked very, very differently than very different than Greek pagan religion, like 3rd, 4th century BC. Like it was much more philosophical. It was talking. You have these like Neoplatonic like things.
But there's an interesting reality here because it seems like you're saying that religions follow society. And then as we get more materialistic, the religions reflect society, but at the same time, I think societies reflect religions, and that peoples that had highly hierarchical religions probably were more comfortable in a hierarchical reality. So what if religion is a weird kind of repository for our social ideas, and then we put them in the bank, so to speak, when we have them, and we take them out of the bank when we need them?
I mean, they could be like this back and forth, like there are influences both ways.
So, Zoni, what do you think of my oversimplified theory that we're all just Zoroastrians? Some of us admit it, some of us are incorrect.
I think that's overstating stuff. Like, yeah, Zoroastrianism has huge effects. I wouldn't just say everything is just like mass to Zoroastrianism.
It's an overstatement, right? You agree?
Yeah.
But would you offer that
in fact, it would have been better if it had more influence, like if Judaism.
Oh, I agree. I tend to agree. It's a much nicer religion than Judaism, for example. And Christianity is, I think of Christianity as mostly the blend of Judaism and Zoroastrianism. And then I think the modern Judaism and modern Christianity are actually that blend, but with the complete disregard for the Judaism part, right? Which makes Christianity, modern Christianity, basically just Zoroastrianism. Because the book, the New Testament, to me, reads like Judaism plus Zoroastrianism.
I think like one of the faults of traditional Christianity, where it like moves away from any Zoroastrian influence, is this like sovereignist worldview. Like in Zoroastrianism, you have this fundamental dualism and this opposition. So you can kind of believe in a good God, you know, that like why is there evil? Well, because there's this like anti-God who's fighting against the good stuff, and that's why evil exists. But in this like kind of mainstream Abrahamic view, which became mainstream in the early Middle Ages, this sovereignist view, you just have one God and he's responsible for everything. That's pretty bad. Why is evil?
Isn't that a Platonistic fact, though?
Yeah, it was mostly established due to like in the Bible that this isn't a worldview. I mean, similar like kind of inklings of this worldview do appear. But throughout the Bible, you have this like cosmic conflict view that's very pagan-like. God is struggling against these other gods.
Right.
There are these waters that want to destroy the cosmos, and he needs to.
This is where the omnis, the tri-omni God in the Bible, don't work together very well, right? It's like Legos from different sets. They don't really connect.
Yeah, there are no omnis in the Bible. No, it's like a Platonist, Neoplatonist thing.
Right. Yeah. I think that's right. So you're saying that the Neoplatonists and the Zoroastrians are kind of in conflict here, because the Zoroastrians have a God that is good, and the Platonists have a God who is omni. And an omni God can't really be any of these things, right?
Well, I wouldn't really blame it on the Neoplatonists themselves. So this is Christians and Jews in the 3rd and 4th centuries taking ideas from Neoplatonism and forming this, what we now consider to be the default monotheistic view. But the Neoplatonists themselves, who have had their ideas taken by these Christians and Jews, did not have that kind of worldview actually.
Right.
Their view about like the one emanates the intellect and the intellect emanates the soul and the soul emanates the world. Like that's something totally different. They have this like kind of pagan-like almost view where like God, the one, isn't God. The intellect isn't God. The one, like Plotinus calls it the force, dynamis. He uses the term dynamis in Greek, like, which means just like force or kind of potentiality. Like the one is this force that has no traits to it, except that we call it good because it exists and brings things into existence. And then it produces the intellect, but the intellect is again not a God. Like the intellect is not a personal being. The intellect is this kind of like memory bank of all concepts. It's not a conscious being. It's just like this formal mental container that contains all ideas. Like, and then we have a third emanation, which is the soul, and that's something that people recognize as God. And God is like creating the world by using the ideas that he knows from the intellect. But even that, he's not doing that on purpose. Like God is.
So Zeleny, if I want to argue that Zoroastrianism is sufficient and necessary for modern Christian thought, would you defeat that or would you accept it?
Yeah, it's not sufficient, definitely, because they have huge, like these fundamental monotheists, this sovereignist monotheist.
So you would give me necessary, but you wouldn't give me sufficient.
Yes.
Okay. So I would modify. I would agree with you mostly, because there's obviously lots of other strains. But I want to capture. I need a word that's like sufficient, but that captures the importance of things. And I guess this argument goes something like this.
Christians, like seminal influence or something like that.
Seminal? Yeah, that's not bad. But I feel like Christians are fairly pseudo in this way. That if you ask them about the Bible, they will disown every single part of it, except for the Zoroastrian stuff. You think that's fair?
I don't know what you mean by that, to be honest.
Well, if I say, why aren't you out stoning children who argue with their parents today, as God orders, they will give me some bullshit like, well, that was then, this is now, that was an old book. Jesus came to fulfill the law, and we don't go by the Old Testament. They'll give me that, right? They'll write off the entire Old Testament, most of the book, pretty much in one sentence. With no pushing at all. You just give them one sort of nasty verse in the Old Testament, and they'll just completely uncouple the entire back end of the train. That leaves you with the New Testament. And you basically do the same thing with the New Testament, and they will disown it in bits and pieces and parts. I'll say, well, you should sell all of your goods and give it to the poor. And they'll say, whoa, slow down. That was just like one time to one guy. It wasn't said to everybody. It was just said for this one dude. And they'll continue to do this kind of, uncoupling the train, sort of one car at a time, until basically all that's left is the Zoroastrian bits. which looks something like this. If you do good shit during your life, you'll go to heaven when you die. And if you do bad shit when you during this life, you'll probably go to purgatory and be purified, and then you'll go to heaven or something like this. Or they'll say you go to hell or whatever. That's fine.
But they're missing the dualism, and that's very important.
Okay, so explain how the dualism in modern Christianity is not exactly the same dualism that's in Zoroastrianism.
Zoroastrianism, so there are some alternative types of Christianity that achieve the same thing that is achieved in Zoroastrianism, and I accept such an alternative view. But I'm like him, a small minority. Like the vast majority of Christians, even liberal Christians, will defer to just the traditional view. Yeah, God is, the sovereign, creator and master of reality. And how do you explain evil? You need to dance around and try to do some theodicies, free will, something. He allows it for this reason, that reason. Maybe you don't know. It's a mystery. So some weird stories are happening there. The Zoroastrianism has a clear answer, which I think is a very important thing. Like, God, evil exists because some other thing, in addition to God, that God cannot defeat by the
Zoroastrians, in other words, take the first horn of the Euthyphro dilemma, and they say there is a God, there is good, and the nature of God is to respect the good.
I mean, it's not really that connected to the Euthyphro itself, but kind of if we make a similar kind of parallel to Euthyphro, like there's why is they're evil. The Zoroastrian is going to say,
but your omni-God, doesn't your omni-God have to take the second horn of the Euthyphro? The Neoplatonist God is more second horn.
Not necessarily. That's, as I said, the Euthyphro is a different topic. Like here, the topic is why evil exists. Like that's, I think, the big question. The trad Christian.
Do you think your average Christian? Well, you think your average Christian thinks that evil exists because God created evil because it was necessary to try men's souls, that they have an alternative?
They're going to concoct some theodicy, but they are very reluctant.
Well, you would agree that it's ridiculous, right? And it doesn't work.
Yeah, I think it's very similar to Zoroastrianism. Like my answer to why evil exists is very similar to Zoroastrianism. There is this other thing in addition to God, and God cannot overcome it in an instant.
Don't Christians take that as a default position, and they only get Neoplatonists if you really push them into it?
No, that's not my experience. Even in liberal Christian circles, like everyone has been raised in this sovereignist monotheist worldview. It's been Neoplatonic Christianity, and it doesn't even occur to them to think beyond it. Like when they hear or read, me saying like these things, you don't have to accept the omni-God. You don't have to accept creation ex nihilo. Like those are not even in the Bible. Like you can accept, like they're shocked.
I don't think children understand these concepts. I think children appreciate a much simpler notion that there's the good God and there's the bad devil. And their parents tell them, well, God's watching out, you should do good things. And, be careful you don't do drugs, sex, and rock and roll because that's the devil's business. And they're just aware of these.
As soon as those kids start growing up, the only thing that they encounter is this, like, sovereignist monotheist worldview. Like they never encounter.
I'm not sure that that's true. I feel like for most Christians, and this is like, most Christians are exactly the kind of Christians you don't talk to in Christian rooms, because most Christians don't go talking about their religion. But I think most Christians are expressing to their kids the same kind of worldview, right? Like God is a kind of Santa Claus. He knows when you're awake. He knows when you've been sleeping. He knows if you've been bad or good. So be good for goodness sake, right? He's the all-watching, unblinking eye. And the devil is that guy you gotta watch out for. And they are both invisible. And I don't really think it's spelled out to children that God created the devil. And the devil is just there as kind of a test to see if you're loyal or some bullshit.
I think the devil is the guy in charge of making people do bad shit. And wars and storms and rock falls that kill children and, you know.
That's not anecdotally. That's not my experience, but like I hope that you're correct and I'm wrong. And it's I guess.
All right, well, we'll take that one.
I made dinner. Benjamin, you might be proud.
What did you make?
Noodles with the last of vodka sauce and beans. It's like a veggie, high protein meal.
Was crab cakes. It was amazing. They have this garlic sauce.
I love crab cakes. Go ahead, tell me more.
I made this like sharp garlic pickly, slightly hot maybe sauce with the butter. It was not your dad's crab cakes. I thought it was pretty good.
I love crab cakes. I haven't had a good crab cake in a long time.
Well, you know, we're here.
I know. One of these days.
There you go.
There's a dinner party.
Remind me of the crab cake. Do you think crabs have faces? Because I feel like crabs really mostly don't have faces.
No, they have faces. He won't eat it. His only exception is scallops.
Oh, no, we're all in on scallops. We can do scallops. No worries.
Yeah, we'll have scallops, and then I
put them right next to the crab cakes. Yeah.
Glotos, that's exactly what it is. See, it has a face.
I think they may have some rights now. You know, some crustaceans and insects have rights in certain countries. I think.
I think sponges. I think sponges have rights now. Didn't we pass a law?
No.
Generation.
If mosquitoes, people fight for mosquitoes to have rights. Awful.
They're all female bloodsuckers.
Some things are just in the genes. I showed you the meal in my PTR. Look, Greg had to come back. He's the anon in our group.
Oh, hey.
The Sicilian influence, the pasta, the twisty.
Actually, these are egg noodles. I think I might add soy sauce. The next bowl that I have, but this was sufficient. I'd like a small bowl of it.
Is that the James, the crab pasta from Sicily?
I wish there was crab. I told myself I'd come home and start studying. I wanted to go for that walk in the park, and then I realized that the snow has been melting and it would be soaking wet, all mud, and everything isn't probably cleared off yet. I bet you the track is cleared off. It's too late to go out now, anyways. Might have to get on the bike. But it was such a nice day out here.
We're all just waiting for the big Friday TGIF interview from Pro, right?
Oh, that's right.
Indeed.
I forgot about that.
JD Hogg, Jack Daniels, George Gruden.
Who is JD? I feel like he's come in and out. He's from New York or something, I think. No?
I guess we'll find out tonight.
I'm sorry to hear that, Myrna. You're not getting kicked out of here.
Not for no reason, anyway.
I don't even know how to kick people out. I was trying to find it when that one troll came, and I couldn't figure out how to do it.
3 dots.
I have to check the 3 dots then. Welcome back, Abe.
Hello.
Myrna was kicked out. I was dancing to their melodic music. Is it a super dream? Sorry.
Where did everybody go?
Off to their lives, as they should.
And you guys just stayed here all day?
Well, I was running errands all day. And then just hung out, dealt with the troll. What'd you do for the time that you left?
I just went about my life.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Yeah. When did Pro leave? Was he here or did he?
He's been in and out.
What were we talking about? Who was here again? I can't remember. We were talking to Alvin and I forgot who else.
There were a lot of people.
Yeah, it was Alvin, and the other guy wasn't there too much longer. But I was talking to him. I was trying to get him to specify, what branch of Christianity and what branch of science. Theoretical, hard, soft. But he wouldn't. Apparently, didn't get into detail, I guess.
Aisha, can I ask you about circumcision?
What is it you need to know?
What we were talking about before.
What about it?
Well, the arguments you were making about that, like somehow.
I wasn't making any arguments. All I said is there are medical reasons why somebody would want to have a circumcision done, whether it's on their child or someone who's of age.
Yeah, that's an argument.
No, it's not. It's just a statement. It's a factual statement.
Okay, the statement has implications.
No, it doesn't. It just
yes,
has.
It does. And then what's the point of the statement?
What's the point of science? What's the point of presenting factual information that has evidence basis of science? That's the argument.
Sway people's minds.
No, it has
just
nothing.
An argument.
No. The argument that you were making, Abe, you were making earlier, if you remember correctly, which I hope you do, was that you cannot have people who have religion in their lives to make an impartial argument because they would dissuade themselves from science regarding Adam and Eve and a snake. Am I incorrect in making that statement? That's the argument you made earlier, which means that when scientific evidence is presented, it should not be marred by anything that has anything to do with religion. Does that make sense? That is
no, that's not what I said.
Yeah, okay. I know what you said.
I said that religion is a cult and that it's harmful to varying degrees. That's what I said.
Well, yes, and then you went on with the others to make an argument that religion is harmful because it disregards science. So at this point, what you're doing is disregarding science in the name of a religion.
No, I'll look here. Here's what I'll do. I'm the one who's for science because I'm unreligious.
Sure. So then you would be for.
So the point is this.
You would be for the fact that there is a lower incidence of infections for those who are circumcised, which is what that study said. Does that make sense?
So let me agree
with that. Do you agree? Do you agree that if someone is circumcised? No, because what you're doing is what you did was confound the information with regards to whether or not that was a mandate.
Let me answer.
There is no mandate.
Not necessarily, no.
There is no mandate. There is informed consent, and that is all I did was post what is involved.
There is not informed consent. What are you talking about? We're talking about a.
Do you understand what the medical? Do you understand what the medical background of informed consent is for parents? If a parent asks for the information about circumcision, they can be given the medical pros. There's pros and cons, of course, right? The medical pros of circumcision.
Yeah, there's big cons.
I'm sorry? That's not a medical ethics issue then. But it's not an ethics issue then.
It's a medical ethics issue.
No,
yes,
it is not.
Look,
it is a personal, let me explain.
Are you going to let me
It is
talk for 2 minutes uninterrupted?
You can have it in just a moment. There is a personal ethics issue and there are medical ethics. What you are arguing against is science. Now, I have no issues whatsoever. Sit there and talk about consent of the baby, consent of this person and that. Then you get into a specific argument of ethics that has nothing to do with the medical science. Does that make sense now? They are two separate entities. To force an opinion upon me that I never stated, never made, never said that it's medically necessary, those are not words that I stated. So are you good? Because you are going to make an argument that confounds that information. I guarantee you. Go ahead.
Okay. Can I talk uninterrupted now for like 2 minutes?
I don't care. Go ahead.
Thank you. So the point is this: different things, right? One has to do with ethics, like philosophy of medical ethics. The other has to do with scientific evidence or studies that have been done. I'm against both of those. Number one, I'm against the.
Well, then you're not for science. But go on.
One, because when I'll explain how. In fact, or whatever.
You can explain how. I already know everything else that you think about science.
So look, I'm not going to talk. I'm going to be interrupted. You said I could talk for 2 minutes. You said I could talk for 2 minutes uninterrupted. Are you?
Who's stopping you? Nobody's stopping you. Are you going to talk now?
You're interrupting.
No, I'm not. Go on. Go on.
The thing about the thing about being having high risk of infection is that you could easily do a scientific study where you say we had a bunch of kids, and we cut off their right finger, and they had 0% infection on the right finger because we cut it off. Whereas the kids
it's
who
not the
right
same
fingers,
thing.
they
But
had a percent of infection.
This is what
they had a percent of infection. So the point is this.
There is always a. Okay, I don't know where you went, but that's a disingenuous comparison. It is not the same analogous statement. It is unfortunate that you don't understand how science and scientific articles and statistics work and the actual physiology and anatomy of what's going on, and that is all I was bringing attention to.
I don't know if I was in the Matrix, but my argument was, if it saves some lives, I don't know if we know exactly how many, then perhaps that's a good idea. If it's your life, if you're laying in the hospital, I don't think you're gonna say just kill me. It's against my ethics. So that was one of my points that I remember I brought up.
Look, I think you're on thin ice here,
Because what? Was I pro or anti-circumcision of babies as a mandate with religion? I never made a statement about that. I don't make a comment. There's nothing for me to comment upon. I brought you factual proof, scientific evidence, evidence-based science. Whether or not you want to believe it or you want to entertain it, Now that just shows how anti-science people are. It's very simple. Same types of people who are making. Give me 1 second, Benjamin. The same types of people who make this argument are the same types of people who don't vaccinate their children. It's very simple. It's the exact same analogous mentality. But go on.
Let's stipulate that circumcision reduces the spread of HIV, which is the evidence-based science that you put.
If I find evidence to help support that claim, it's a claim that should be supported. That's all.
So I think the problem is that before people make a decision to become sexually active, they have an opportunity to make a decision to become circumcised that they desired. And because there's plenty of time for the individual to make that decision for themselves, there doesn't seem to be a kind of parental urgency that would override the default right of the child to be intact.
Who's responsible for a child, Benjamin?
Well, let's say we agree that the parents are responsible to the child.
Okay, so then it should be a parent's decision while given all the information, right?
The doctor is responsible for what the doctor does.
Well, does the doctor do this without the parental consent?
But parental consent is not sufficient.
But when parents are in charge of their babies, and you and I agree on this, and we've had these conversations before, that the babies are innocent and the babies are the ones who should be protected at all costs, right, Benjamin? That's like one of your numbers on your scale, right? So I agree with you. Now, if there is something that shows, and whether or not that is circumcision, whether or not that is the fact that vaccines work and they help prevent, and we need to give vitamin K to a baby when they're newborns, et cetera, and so forth, there's a lot of evidence-based science out there. That information is presented to the parents. The parents should do what's very best for their child, don't you think? The argument that is being made that I do not have...
The way you are constructing, the way you are using science here is really problematic.
Not at all. That is exactly how science works. That is exactly how you sit down with a patient, and that is exactly how you sit down with parents and you say, these are your odds and this is what happens. This is why we do what we do. And if they ask a question about a procedure that they are willing, or they're, I don't care about what the religion says, whatever they are willing to do. I don't know what other... This is where you have to...
Parents come to you.
And I would present them that article and let them know that in the future it helps remain that we have less incidences of STIs, less incidences of infections, and that's a problem.
The parents want you to use a wood burner.
Why would you use a wood burner when you have proper surgical tools at your hand to make sure that the procedure would be painless?
They want you to use a cauterizing tool.
What?
To carve their initials into the child's chest.
Why would I do that?
As an expression.
There's no benefit. There's no benefit to do so. And that is where we differ, right? So there's no medical benefit to ever do something like that to a child or to a human in general, right? Branding and tattoos.
And then let's say that they came up with an article that said doing this surgery in fact does ward off adult heebie-jeebies.
Why are you using the term heebie-jeebies as opposed to viruses, infections, and public health mentalities?
Let's just say for sake of
these are not arguments that are encountered in real life. Okay, that's the difference, and that's why evidence-based science and scientists and medical professionals who are well versed in these situations are necessary. I have not made a single statement in pro or con of any religion and religious mandates. That's an argument you guys can have.
What is the case that female genital mutilation?
That is a different story. It is not the same. It is not the same skin. It is not the same way that the skin is, and I don't agree with it because there is no benefit. Because the way that no, Benjamin, you opened the jar. The way that is enabled in the sub-Saharan continent is not only non-aseptic, non-disinfected, it's not done in a surgical manner, it has absolutely no functionality, considering that there is no benefit to chopping off someone's labia. It's just extra skin. That is cosmetic. That is something that the porn industry has propagated, correct? When you have a vaginoplasty done, when you have something else that's cosmetic, when you have anal bleaching, now these are all things that I'm pretty sure that the people that come in here and want to attack some religious mandate, which they have every right to do, can make a statement about. I don't have anything against something that has a medical clearance for it, that has an evidence-based proxy for it. I won't.
What if we had a study, and I'm pretty sure this is true, by the way.
Well, find it. You know how this works. You find the study and you post it. This is the unfortunate part. No one can actually contradict that study. That's the unfortunate part. You have these personal issues, you have these emotional issues, you have these other situations that are philosophical about the situation. The people who are making these arguments, I hope I don't find their babies posted on social media, because they don't have consent for that either, right? Okay, that's all I'm going to say about it.
It sounds to me like if there were a study that showed that female genital mutilation was correlated with fewer cases of HIV, that you would.
It's not. I would make a statement that said that this has been found. However, the way that it is done right now is by using tools that are unnecessary, stitching up. I'm not. And here's the other problem. No, I'm not.
You are.
Because I'm not. Because when you have a foreskin,
she just likes to talk, and she doesn't give a fuck about what you're saying.
Hey, no criticizing. No criticizing.
No criticizing what?
I just like to talk. I didn't talk to you guys for a whole day.
Aisha.
Oh.
She's dumb. She's dumb, and she literally can't shut her mouth for 2 seconds.
No, Abe.
She interrupts.
Unfortunately,
Don't address
it's really
me.
sad.
Don't address me.
I'm not talking to you, but I'm going to come into a voice app where people talk to each other. Shut up. There's a reason that I'm not going to go on and on and on about it. I posted a study. That is what it is. It's very simple. Either you accept the results of the study, or you find a way to show me that the study actually was incorrect and flawed in some way, shape, or form, which is what we do as scientists, Benjamin. All I did was give more information for people to go upon. Unfortunately, this is what we deal with every day in not only academia, but medicine. And again, this isn't an office, this isn't a medical office, this is not HIPAA compliant, there's nothing to do with it. Feel free to have a personal issue with it, but it's unfortunate that anyone decided to put words into my mouth today. Now I got 2 ignorants.
I don't think people are really trying to put words in your mouth. They are trying to understand.
Y'all did.
Well,
that's why I
implied certain things.
I did not say it was a medical necessity. I take a little bit of concern with that from people. I did not say that. And so when you do that, not even you, but Benjamin, we've had this conversation, right? What's the point of having a discussion with people if you're going to twist and malign the actual statements that were made and the reality and nuances of the situation? The hypotheticals you're posing don't exist, so I don't feel a need to actually address them. These are things that are made to
go. You're hiding your arguments behind maybe some studies that don't exist. I don't think that's
the studies, if they exist, bring them up. I'm happy to discuss them because that's part of practice, right? But they're not.
But and sometimes it is fair and useful to imagine the hypothetical on the other
side. This is the same thing. I'm with you.
Whether we're being balanced or not.
But here's the thing, right? So this is, and I'm sorry for the water in the background. I know Crow goes nuts about it, but I gotta clean something.
Not here at the moment.
I know, but it's one of those things. It's also very difficult to have a good discussion or listen to it when people want to. It was funny that people were calling me dumb. I was laughing, but the reality at the end of the day is that we deal with the same nuances with regards to vaccines, medications, etc., right? And a surgical procedure, whether or not it is warranted, is part of the informed consent, right? Like you don't sit there and keep a surgical procedure from a patient. Suppose it's a cancer patient, you don't keep it from them if it's something that could help them, but you give them the odds and the chances for it to do that. And one of the biggest aspects of, and then I remember hearing the do no harm stuff. Now, excuse me. Okay. The reality is that what we are seeing now, and to the religion aspect of it all, I haven't ever commented about it in any way, shape, or form. There's a lot of misinformation that gets thrown around here. I mean, just the fact that somebody had to say that you're cutting off penises is a problem, right? Because that's not what you're talking about. To misrepresent that, then to sit there and emotionally have an emotional appeal to make a point, that's not any kind of discussion. It doesn't mean that I don't agree with parts of it.
And I will say I am concerned that your argument for when medical intervention is justified is weak in this area.
Well,
and I think
why would you say it? Now, I'm curious why, because I'm well aware of why my medical argument is actually strong, but go ahead. I'm curious as to what you're seeing at this point.
Because advising parents to do interventions, irreversible interventions.
Who said that a parent was being advised for that, though? Go ahead. I'm sorry. Finish your sentence.
Well, that's the implied context here, right?
But that's not implied.
There's parents who are seeking medical advice.
Sure.
For medical intervention.
Okay.
That they kind of have currently in the United States, it's a 50-50 proposition, by the way. Which means that the question
is... The study that was brought up, somebody had mentioned something about 50%. I think it was 50.
But we're sitting right on the cusp of 50-50.
Okay.
Which means this is a question that will come up that doesn't have an obvious answer, doesn't even have a default answer anymore. It's kind of 50-50. Now,
so the question that gets
what is the basis? And by the way, the other thing they come up increasingly at FGM. Do you know that some doctors perform FGM for all the reasons that you just said? Because
here in the United States,
the way it's done in those countries with no sterilization.
I'm not talking globally. I'm talking about the U.S.
Yeah, in the United States, it is.
It's done in the U.S. And you know where a form of it is done in the U.S. As part of the patriarchy, post-birth, right, where a woman is stitched up without her consent for the husband's pleasure. Now, FGM, that is an after being cut, right? They get stitched up tighter in the vaginal canal without consent, under anesthesia, over and over again. This is a practice that is documented in the U.S. That happens. So, exactly.
But I don't want to change.
No, but it's not changing the system.
There is an argument doctors have made.
It is the same argument that is made for FGM in other countries, that it is for the husband's pleasure. That comes from the patriarchy.
That's fair.
Okay, thank you.
Getting to the point about the FGM, I just want to say.
I mean, I think all of y'all were making arguments about FGM without knowing.
I can show you the arguments. There are arguments doctors make for performing FGM.
In the United States, Benjamin, I'm speaking from the United States.
You will? Okay.
Because that is not something that happens in the United States here. It's very rare. There are no surgeons. There are no surgeons who are doing that. Not at birth, not at puberty, etc., and so forth. And what the argument was being made today was that it should never be done. Ever, ever, ever. There's no reason to do it. And that was the response that I had, was there's evidence-based science to back up doing it. for this reason. That was the only reason that I gave that, because that's just not true. It's factually untrue that there is no reason. Now, whether or not there's a mandate from a religion, this, that, and the other thing, that's an emotional appeal. People are crying from their emotions. And obviously other people had, well, my husband was butchered. And it was like, okay, fine. I understand where your anger is coming from. It's
understandable. Example.
Go ahead. What you got? Do something?
I put it in the chat.
Yeah, but that's a news article. Where's the scientific study that shows that it has any kind of benefit?
I didn't find that one.
Exactly. Find that one, because that's the argument you're making, right? So let's keep it to the argument. Like I say argument, but that's the claim you're claiming that somebody has said that there's...
Two Minnesota girls that left them scars on their
Minnesota has a high Somali population, right?
It used to.
Is Somalia one of the countries that engages in FGM?
Yeah.
Okay, so where would you expect to find that in the U.S. in a population that has a cultural,
of course,
a cultural, and this is what y'all were arguing against, was a cultural or religious reason to do these things. There was no medical reason to do this, right? So what I did, and that's why it's different, because there are medical implications that allow for this to be justified for some parents if they choose so. That is all. There is no emotional, oh my gosh, this should or should not be done. That's your argument. I did not make a claim of any kind for that aspect. Now, if you want my opinion, I don't have any reason to give it for anybody, because I don't choose to engage in that set of opinions. Does that make sense?
Well, what would you imagine doing if a family came to you and asked you advice?
I would give them all the information present for and against
circumcision.
Not FGM. You don't have a claim for FGM, Benjamin. You don't have medical evidence. You don't have an article for FGM. You don't have one that shows that there's a medical.
Asked you to get both of their children circumcised.
If they came to me and asked me if I was a surgeon, okay, then I'd give them the consent. They can say, okay, this is one of the benefits that you can have for your child in the future. But guess what? There's also vaccines that do the same thing. And then there's a lot of stigma that comes around that people are diseased because they're unclean. And that is only part of the issue. So there was a lot of problems. That whole argument, that whole situation was problematic for a multitude of reasons. Because once you introduce the stigma of being dirty, then you're introducing the stigma of people who are raped and have an STI from it, an STD from it, that they're dirty somehow, that they're less than, when it's not their fault, that someone else forced it upon them, right? So you have a multitude of things that were going on in that conversation. Again, I did not correct all of it. And that's the problem. And that's where, and whatever. Y'all can have your conversation. Y'all can hate on the religions that you need to hate on for whatever reason. That's your right. That's your freedom. Do I think that most of it is misinformed? Maybe not most. Maybe 50%. Excuse me. Wait, I need
the husband stitch is pretty rare now, though, isn't it? I thought I heard.
There is no husband stitch. That's the problem, right? That's part of the patriarchy. That's what happens. We have the same problem in women's health when you have IVF, which of course people can have their own moral outrage about IVF and surrogacy and stuff, and I've seen it all. But the reality is that there are doctors and there are people who insert their own sperm and not the sperm of the donors in order to fertilize the egg and match a problem, right? So, anyways, I don't like to speak about religions and their... Sorry, let me shut off the mic. know why people are complaining about your guitar either, Benjamin.
Where they are or not?
They were earlier.
Yeah, a little bit. That's all right. I don't mind. So what just to disambiguate between vaccines and circumcision, accepting your argument, circumcision has benefits. The medical benefits of circumcision show up later in life after the child has all the opportunities to consent to their own medical care. The benefits of vaccines are different, though. Vaccines have mostly saved children from early child deaths.
Sure, but...
And so waiting to give people vaccines until they're old enough to make the decision on their own is not a viable medical decision.
Sure.
Waiting for circumcision until the child can make the decision on their own is absolutely a viable medical decision.
Sure. I didn't say otherwise, Benjamin. I didn't make any comment about when the circumcision should occur. That's where everybody decided to jump on.
Circumcision should occur exactly after the person who...
I don't have any comments about it. I don't, and I didn't, and that's where the problem occurred, right? Because everybody jumped to a conclusion that I never even made a statement about. Does that make sense? I have not opined about whether or not. I have not made that opinion.
I think your arguments on this confused a lot of people today.
No, a lot of people made assumptions about where I stood because I provided a medical study, and that, my friend, is where the problem was. That is where the problem was. Not that there is a medical evidence for the benefits of circumcision, but the fact that people don't know how to listen and made an assumption because they don't know how to critically think, make reasonable arguments, or understand debate. And I wasn't involving myself in the debate. Now is there clarity to the situation?
Yeah, they just assume that it's that, when you're really young, but obviously you can get it any time. I thought everyone knew that.
No, people don't know how to think, and that's part of the problem, which is why I'm going to respectfully remove myself from that conversation at this point. Welcome to how rumors are formed. And that's part of the problem.
Yeah, I'm so used to it, quote unquote.
I mean, it's human behavior. Yeah, it's lactose. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
Well, especially over the past year. I mean, I was like this before, but especially over the past year, doing rooms like almost daily with the top researchers and top, enterprise. So obviously it rubs off after a while.
Yeah, no, I'm very specific with what I've stated. There's a reason for that. Sorry, the mic is on, hands are wet. I do have to say, I found it fascinating that others are telling you who you should mod and who you shouldn't mod, and I found that fascinating, but I think that's like a common thing on Clubhouse. I feel like it happens in a lot of other rooms, and I just go in and listen to them. It's like a Clubhouse culture thing. So everybody in the room wanted an echo chamber where everybody agreed with them.
Yeah. I was gonna say, are you sort of new to Clubhouse?
Well, I couldn't figure out how to kick that one troll. Like, I don't care. Like, if somebody feels that somebody needs to be kicked, sure. But I couldn't figure out. There was that one guy who had a horrible accent, was yelling and screaming in like a fake voice, and I couldn't figure out how to drop him at least to the audience, which is what Pro says he does. So I kind of learned from the rest of you guys.
Oh, okay, yeah. I've been here, maybe 3 years. I guess I've been here long enough. But yeah, at first I was the same way. And yeah, it's just like social media with Facebook. Yeah, the echo chamber is exactly like that. So perhaps you haven't heard healthy debates. Benjamin knows. There's a character, Roger Mayhem. He's obviously is screaming, but he got outed not too long ago. He made a comeback. Anyways, there's a room sort of like conspiracy theory. Well, not just conspiracy theory. It was just entertainment. It's more like entertainment. Roger Mayhem's like he's more like a wrestling type. He's into wrestling actually, and he's Benjamin's joking that what if he's a short guy? Yes, he actually is. He says he's a short guy, but he's built like a bulldog. So yeah, so healthy debates. I think there may be some recordings. It's just great entertainment. I mean, and obviously you learn some stuff. You learn stuff too.
Sure, but there were a lot of logical fallacies today, and that's and again, I just don't have I don't have an arm or a leg in the manner to sit there and explain what a logical fallacy is, why it's not functioning, what a real debate actually works like, whether or not somebody makes a claim, what actually constitutes a claim. I was making any types of arguments, etc. And so, it's just people don't know, and it's unfortunate because everybody thinks they can self-teach themselves everything. And okay, I'm going on and on. Apologies, but no, and that's why you have a misrepresentation of people's views instead of clarifying, which is exactly what was shown today. Hi, Anthony.
Yeah, that's like bring the facts. Another one for anti-vaxxers. Bring the facts.
I was raised on Bring the Facts. I was part of their panels. I've been part of their panels for years at this point. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's why everything is evidence-based. If the evidence changed, then a viewpoint would change, but there's quite a bit. And I just don't choose to have to sit here and prove people wrong.
Yeah, one of the doctors, Francine, I think. Wait, no, not Francine. I have to look it up. She's in our weekly medtech, lobby room. Real doctor. I think pretty sure from Bring the Facts. She comes in regularly.
I don't know Francine, but I'm sure Rohan and Coke do.
Yeah, it's not Francine. I'll look it up.
That's okay. Thank you. And thank you guys, because honestly, I use Clubhouse often just to get the work done that I need to get done around the house. On my days off, it's beneficial. Hi, Sam. Well, it says Sam is here. Hi, Sam. Oh, our regulars are coming through. How's your day, Sam? How are you, Sam? I can't bring anyone up. My hands are wet from washing dishes, but I don't know if you have to get brought up or if you can just come up.
Speaking of scientific discourse, founder.
Yeah. It's a good thing. What's up, Sam?
Just hanging out.
Cool. How you feeling?
Okay.
Good.
Fighting.
No, No, I always worry about you guys. See, that's the difference, right? Every time anybody comes up, I'm always worried about you guys. Like, I've gotten to know you guys a bit. Of course, I'm going to worry a little bit. After you're feeling better.
Why? What do you think is going to happen?
I don't know. I just worry about people.
How come Io, Hero, DM, others aren't coming up?
I don't know. It's okay. They can stay. I hope you heard that I agreed with you today. I did, though, and I think it's important. When someone's right, they're right. Hey, Paul. I don't think we know. Do I know Paul? Hello. I'm doing the dishes, so I'm going to shut the mic off now so you guys don't keep hearing this. Feel free to continue the conversation.
Were you talking about the scientific discourse, or what are we talking about?
Oh, there was an earlier debate, with many people for circumcision and all types of, other things. Maybe won't really get into. So of course, everyone has different opinions on that, and of course that's a hot topic. So yeah, that's mainly it. And then so we're talking about healthy debates and bring the facts, different types of rooms, which more, and then you came in scientific discourse, and then I was talking about Plautos and, quantum photonics, where over the past more than a year, I've gotten used to dealing with, research, not just research, like the top ones, because Cecile knows everyone. So I've sort of gotten used to it, dealing with more professional.
Welcome back, Romero.
Yo. I remember. Yeah, I'm going to restart scientific discourse pretty soon. I took some time off for the move and all that. So hopefully beginning of March next week or week after that, I'm going to restart it.
Oh, sweet. That's some of the best news I've heard. Better than just waiting for the JB big interview with Pro. This is great news for Friday. That's awesome, Sam. Hopefully, John. Your co-founder, John, or a great John. The great one. Are you gonna change the format or anything, Sam? Because I've heard from feedback, many say, chemistry is so complicated. It's so mathematical and so precise. It's hard to follow. I don't know if there's anything.
Yeah, the way I'm gonna change it is I'm not gonna teach it in a cumulative fashion that you have to have been through the course in order to understand the new lecture. I'm just gonna present them as one-off lectures. So you don't need any previous kind of knowledge to kind of enjoy the lecture. And then I was doing 3 rooms a week, a chemistry one, a pharmaceutical one, and a practical one. That ended up being too much for me. So I'm just going to do 1 room a week, but kind of toggle between those 3 topics.
Oh, awesome news! Yeah, that's great. No, not too many prerequisites or not too much previous knowledge needed. More mainstream. That sounds awesome. Reboot to begin with. Can't wait.
And also talk more about the everyday stuff as opposed to fundamental stuff. So like chemistry of food or chemistry of ink, or, things like that.
Oh yeah, that's a way. Perhaps better for a general audience. Yeah, that should maybe attract more of a broader audience, broader interest. I think maybe on the app. Something to look forward to. Wow.
Hi, Aya.
Hey, yeah, that was frustrating earlier. I saw what you wrote, so I appreciated it. It was just one of the situations where the person doesn't know enough nuance. And I was trying to be generous, and then after a certain point, I just gave up. I don't know how you do it. Sometimes you just you'll keep explaining, but I'm just getting old and cynical, so I don't know why.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah. There was a lot of wrong information that was going on. I chose to address two parts of it and make no other comments whatsoever. So, yeah. And unfortunately, what happens at that point is people like to call you dumb, and people like to put words in your mouth that you never said, which we've all actually discussed just a moment ago. So, it is what it is, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of high tensions I don't understand. I guess there must be some past history between people.
I don't think I've ever spoken to Gray or anything like that. In any serious or extended way that I didn't remember her name from a previous reaction or conversation. So forgettable or not, it was my first interaction with that person being so intense. But it is what it is. Hopefully they'll reflect. But yeah, Anthropic is going to get banned. It seems like you're going to use the War Act or whatever. And it's the end of Claude today. Seems like it. So that's crazy. That's in the news.
Oh, wow. Okay. Hi, Colleen.
Hello.
Yes, Grok has defeated the hated enemy. Good job, Elon.
Well, when you have a lot of money flowing in places, you can destroy in capitalism easily, right?
It's crazy. Here's the post. So this is from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. So already that title is crazy. This week, Anthropic delivered a masterclass in arrogance and betrayal, as well as textbook case of how not to do business with the United States government or the Pentagon. Our position has never wavered and will never waver. The Department of War must have full, unrestricted access to Anthropic's models for every lawful purpose in defense of the Republic. Instead, Anthropic and its CEO, Dario, have chosen duplicity. Cloaked in the sanctimonious rhetoric of effective altruism, they have attempted to strong-arm the U.S. military into submission, a cowardly act of corporate virtue signaling that places Silicon Valley ideology above American lives. And so that is crazy, because the next thing that's going to happen is if MOD doesn't back down or whatever, just give them the weights, they're probably going to restrict Claude from being trained on any GPU clusters, because GPUs are in this weird kind of category of weapons of mass destruction if the government wants to classify them as such. And so you can lose access to GPUs very, very quickly. You're like, all of a sudden, there is no more Claude. It can't run on anything. It can't run on Amazon and so on and so forth. So what a stupid, stupid decision.
Well, thanks for bringing it up.
I'm curious what anybody else thinks. I don't know how much you use AI, but Claude is very woke sometimes, and the CEO is even more woke than to realize, once you already have a Pentagon contract, you probably should just be like, here's the weights, you do what you want to do, you can't run it on our service, you run your own service. That's literally how it works with the Pentagon. If you do a contract, they're usually like, please clone your server for our use. And like you upload the server, you check every day, but they have their own access. Like they have their own copy of Facebook. They have their own copy of Twitter. They don't need our Twitter to look at everything. They have their own copy that's made in parallel. So you could have just understood that that's the contract and not argue with it. It's kind of like being like, hey, I want to work on nuclear weapons, but not for the U.S. But if you live in the U.S., what are you going to go work for China? Like, God damn it. So the more I speak about it, the more angry it makes me. Because you do have to pick sides for these kinds of things. Can't virtue signal your way to AGI.
Yeah, Pro's a big advocate for the AI stuff, so he would have a better informed opinion than me about what's happening there. Literally exactly in his wheelhouse, but I'm sure you could ask him about it later.
Well, I'll have to catch him later then. But he's doing that interview with that human trafficker, pimp rapist, right? So
I have no idea. I don't know. And one of his goals in doing the profiles is specifically to allow people to better understand who they're interacting with. So if that's who that person is, I'm sure he's not going to softball the questions.
He did last time. Like he did. So it's a little bit underwhelming when you have these kind of conversations. He's a little bit softer than I would be, but I'm also like super crazy intense myself. So there's some sort of line in.
Really, I didn't notice.
I will fight in this phone booth. Yeah. But seriously, I think there's some sort of middle ground. I think he needs to just press harder. So, but it's going to be tough if he doesn't know any of the stuff, if he hasn't looked into it. But basically, like, there's a Newsweek article about this guy, how he, like, convinced women to come in for porn, like, tryouts or, the casting couch thing. But then they would get, like, assaulted by 50, 60 men.
Oh, my God. What? 50 or 60?
Yeah, that's the kind of person.
And this is the person that he's interviewing today? How did he verify any of this?
Because it's all over Clubhouse. It's not anything new. A lot of people already know who Jay is because there's literally a Newsweek article about him.
What?
It's fucked. So, like, it makes me sick to, like, I'm like, I understand reconciliation, all that stuff, but some people can be buried under the prison, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. All right. Who did we lose just now? Oh, no, it switched. Sorry. The people switched on my screen. I don't know why Clubhouse does that. I did update the app. So.
It did switch twice for me as you were speaking.
Got it. Okay. It was such a nice day out today. I would have liked to have done a nice walk somewhere, but the snow is still melting into all the grass and things. Anyways. Yeah. What an interesting room today, to say the least. Sam, what is it that you're teaching?
Right now?
The lectures?
I taught law for about 20 years.
Right. No, I thought you said something about chemistry or in the science groups or something.
in the scientific discourse, I did rooms in chemistry, pharmaceutical, and patent law.
Oh, that's right.
Area of the expertise.
So did you work as a lawyer somewhat in the intersection of pharmaceutical laws and patents? Okay.
Yeah, I was a pharmaceutical patent lawyer.
Love that.
I mean, I still am for about 30 years. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I forget sometimes, so I just like to. Hi, JCC. Welcome back.
Yo.
Hello.
Yeah, I got my PhD and then did a postdoc and then went to law school.
Oh, I love that. That's so awesome. I don't know what's happening with all the loans for all the graduate work and higher education, so I would be happy being a student.
Yeah. The job market is a bit tight right now for PhDs and life sciences.
What'd you do for the last couple hours, JCC? I saw you were gone.
Walked the nature trails with my dog, ran some errands, ate some grub, bounced around some other rooms.
Lived some life.
Lived some life, some outdoor life. Touched some proverbial grass.
Oh my God. I felt so silly when I was like, yeah, I'm going to go to the park. I'm going to do like a big long walk or something and enjoy the outdoors. And then I realized that all the snow was melting and the grass was probably soaking wet and I couldn't go and nothing was probably cleared off. The track might have had a lane cleared off if I went by the track instead, but yeah, it kind of bummed me out. And then the sun went down and it's no fun after that.
It's a balmy 90 degrees where I'm living.
You are so lucky. I just am grateful for, I don't even know what it was. Let me see. Hold on. What did we have today? I feel like we have the 50s today because it's 37 now. Hi, Dennis.
It's not much. Hi, everyone.
Hey.
What did I miss today?
A lot of poor conversations about circumcision.
You do know about JB, right, Dennis? JB, the human trafficker pimp.
So, what? That's a person?
Okay, never mind.
It's okay. Pro is interviewing a person that goes by JB on Clubhouse tonight in his Profiles series.
He was. It looks like he canceled, according to the group chat.
Oh, apologies. Let's take a look.
I did like JB immensely. I have a lot of respect for him, but I did like him.
You know, some crimes are just like, okay, well, you kind of, you don't, like, you've outstayed your welcome on Earth, as far as I'm concerned. Like, you are no longer...
Like Epstein?
Exactly. Like that's who he is. So, like, I feel bad for all the people who got to know JB and then found that out in a certain way. As soon as I learned that, I was, like, nauseated and disgusted. I didn't even know JB that much, and I was like, I cannot. It's like, I don't care what your fucking reason was. You're a piece of shit. Fuck you.
I harbor those strong feelings for men who do those things, yes.
It's canceled?
It is. It's canceled, yeah. Thanks for letting us know, Dennis. He just canceled.
I wonder why.
How come he doesn't interview normal people? How come he interviews always and molesters and rapists? I mean,
bottom of the barrel. You got the cream of the crop and you're going for the bottom of the barrel, bro. What's going on?
You guys, that was the first first question I asked her.
Was there a response you can share?
He would like to have a conversation with people so that these types of allegations or rumors or situations can be addressed and brought out into the open air.
There are no rumors about JD. He himself acknowledges everything.
Yeah, he doesn't deny when you pull up.
He doesn't deny.
He just like
What?
Yeah. He's like, yeah, that's me. I know. Come up on stage and talk to me about it. And I'm like, there's nothing that you could say that will change the facts of that article and my willingness to ever occupy the same space, virtual, physical, or otherwise, with you. Like,
That's another thing we have in common. We do the vomit. I need a vomit emoji. Look at this. I love that. Yeah, it was. Yeah, no, I'm in agreement. I have pushed back on that, but he's good at interviewing. I feel like I think it's always a good conversation. I didn't finish listening to the Rachel one. Maybe it is always a good. I don't know. John, he did okay. So he's on number 4 today, I think, or 5. So he interviewed Benjamin. Benjamin was the first person. Then he interviewed John. Then Rachel, right? And who was the next person after that? Hey, Andy.
And you know what's awful? Like, I just think, I should find more people to interview. And I was like, not with that sequence. I'm sorry, that sequence is like, if you do that kind of sequence, I'm not following up in that sequence. I don't even want to be associated mathematically with the sequence that involves JB. So if he interviews somebody like JB, I'm never going to do an interview. And not that he would ask or that I would care if he asked, but it literally just gets removed automatically. You interview JB, you will not ever be interviewing me in that kind of context.
Who's Rachel?
Wasn't it Rachel? That was the person from last week. She was in a cult and she wrote her story and she's creating a movie.
She comes around these parts sometimes.
Well, that's a bummer. He always looks forward to doing his profiles.
Breaking news, another Novo Nordisk class action alleges Ozempic caused vision loss.
Wait, what?
Yeah, 2% over the course of 10 years.
Yeah, exactly. Put the.
Give us the p-value and the CI. Come on.
It's an allegation that it causes weight. Like we have no studies that show these things. They're just random side effects that are of a very small. Let me see what's going on. Because anybody can create a class action. Let's see. Caused vision loss. All right.
Yeah. But here's the thing. So, like, are you doing it within the amounts? Or, for example, if you're using it too strongly, like, let's say you're using it to lose weight. Now, to stabilize weight, for example, you could be malnourishing yourself. Malnourishment does lead to like vision loss in some people. So if you're not noticing that for every pound of fat that you lose a pound of muscle, people don't realize that their heart gets at risk and all these things. So even though your arteries get better, if you're not working out or doing all these other things, you risk very careless
Ozempic has a lot of side effects that need to be monitored, and you have to modify your lifestyle in order to be able to use it properly. If you experienced vision loss while taking Ozempic, Wegovy, or Rybelsus, and later diagnosed with NAION, okay, you may be eligible to file a lawsuit. It says here Robert J. Stottlemyre is suing Novo Nordisk. The Ozempic lawsuit was filed in Pennsylvania federal court. Well, isn't that fantastic that we have a pharmaceutical lawyer here that could probably give us a little bit more insight if he'd like? Maybe Sam would like to comment. Let's take a look. A new class action lawsuit claims that Novo Nordisk's drug Ozempic caused a patient to suffer severe. One patient, okay, so this is on behalf of one patient, suffered severe vision loss, alleging that the pharmaceutical company failed to warn of the risks associated with this. Dude, okay, so they were prescribed Ozempic to treat his type 2 diabetes. So, okay, hold on. Oh, gosh, and the Henrietta Lacks suit was settled, so we have to take a look at that. Let's go over that.
Again, a second settlement.
Thank you, Dennis. I love it. You're on top of it. He was prescribed Ozempic or Stottlemyre. Wait, hold on. Okay, so this is not. It says class action, but this is one person.
Yeah, well, it'll be one person plus the class action. Yeah. It'll be one person plus Doe's 1 through whatever.
Okay. Thank you for explaining that. I'm not a lawyer. Cites a study published in the journal, the JAMA Ophthalmology, which found that patients taking Ozempic had a significantly higher risk of developing NAION compared to those not using the drug. Okay. They say significantly higher. I want to take a look at what the numbers actually are. In September, a federal judge largely denied a motion by Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk to dismiss a multi-district litigation involving more than 2,600 lawsuits regarding the GLP-1 weight loss drugs. Okay, the plaintiff is represented by Jonathan Orant. So let's take a look at what NAION is.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. Oh, so the very last line is the lawsuit, which you can reference, look up using that information at the bottom.
Non-arteritic anterior ischemic optic neuropathy.
Right. That makes sense.
It's a serious, usually painless eye stroke causing sudden, permanent, and often severe vision loss in one eye, typically upon waking. It occurs when blood flow to the optic nerve is cut off. That's the ischemic part. That's what that means, ischemia. Causing nerve swelling. That's the neuropathy part. Risk factors include diabetes, hypertension, and sleep apnea with no proven treatment to reverse the damage.
Yeah, so here I'll give you a breakdown. So the theory is not that it directly causes the ischemia. It's more like a rapid reduction of the transient microvascular autoregulatory stress. Or you have another hypothesis, which is volume depletion. So reduced intake, nocturnal hypotension. Or it's weight loss shifts in BP meds, so over treatment, low nighttime nap. Or the fourth one, I think, is underlying disc at risk anatomy. So you have some predisposition to this, but if you take it, you're very likely to develop this. And it's like
you said volume depletion. That means that it can be countered by actually being able to hydrate properly.
You can mitigate it, yeah. Those mitigation strategies, but
and these are parts.
Packaging, that's what they can get in trouble for.
But this is advised to all patients that take a GLP-1 that you are going to sit there and you're going to lose. If you're losing the weight and you're losing the weight at a rapid rate, you're causing yourself to have, you'll be nutritionally depleted, right? So you'd be malnourished in some way, shape, or form, especially because it decreases your satiety. And it increases the ability for your body to understand that it's full when it needs to be, right? So it alters your feedback mechanism specifically. I wonder what they're going to argue about that, because this is kind of like, there's a side effect. Let's say that you're taking macrobid or something, then there's a side effect of, urine changes of color, and you're going to be, it's a diuretic, and you need to be able to hydrate multiple times a day with it, and it's advised. It's again informed consent, and it's also your pharmacist double checks you alongside your physician. The physician tells you, the pharmacist tells you, your insert tells you. I feel like this is interesting. And 2,600 people. How many people are on Ozempic? I'm curious about the incidence rate. Apologies. Sorry, that's how my brain works. Dennis, go ahead.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting question, and it's known by the vendor. I don't know if it's public info though.
Yeah, it's public. I mean, it has to be disclosed when you have your phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 trials, right?
Yeah,
so as soon as you
the question is, I heard the question differently. Like how many people are currently on
12%.
So I made two different
adults.
What's that?
So around 12% of U.S. adults report having tried GLP-1 drugs like Ozempic. About half of those continue current use. The injectables are used by roughly 2 to 3% of the U.S. population overall, based on some surveys. And within the population of adults diagnosed with diabetes, 24 to 29% report GLP-1 injectables. Not all are. So that's quite a lot, because you got to remember, like 60 to 70% of people are already overweight. So that's already a bunch of confounding comorbidities.
Yes, you're right.
2 to 3% of the U.S. population, it's like under 10 million is on it, according to those numbers. That's not small. It's relatively small.
Yeah, but were those people going to go blind anyways?
Actually, it's 6.6 million.
So per 10.
Sorry.
It's a nice amount. It's got that shit.
Well, you're right. I threw the numbers into the calculator because I was curious about the actual amount. Well, yeah, so there's 6.6 million. But here's the other thing. I mean, the majority of type 2 diabetes the majority of diabetes in the population, for those who have it, 95% of people with diabetes have type 2, which is brought on in older ages. It's also genetic, and it's also caused by your diet, right? Like the diet plus its external and internal factors. So, yeah. Indigenous, you know what? Everyone's been calling me dumb, a bitch, a moron all day today. So, you know what? Your words don't hurt me. God.
Okay, so here's some other numbers. So 30 to 35% of people with diabetes develop some retinopathy. 10% develop vision-threatening retinopathy, and about 3 to 5% develop severe vision loss. So that's 37 million diabetics, 1 million have vision-threatening retinopathy. 250,000 to 300,000 has severe visual impairment attributes. So, yeah, you're going to go blind anyways because you're not taking care of yourself, or by virtue of the genetic lottery. So,
absolutely a known complication of untreated diabetes, type 1 or type 2. But because mostly type 2 are prescribed, I don't think there's any type 1 diabetics who, I don't want to say any. I don't believe there's as high a percentage of type 1 diabetics as there are type 2 diabetics who are prescribed Ozempic. Or even pre-type 2 diabetes. Okay, go on, sorry.
Yeah, so the computer, here's an estimate, just their rough calculation. So the probability of going blind per year is about 0.02%. So from that pool, that's kind of like the statistics. So if we're talking about like what is vision loss and so on, so 3 to 5. Last time I looked at this, it was 2%, but now they've updated it to about 3 to 5%. So okay, it's kind of concerning. It sucks. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the mechanism study.
Sam, do you have thoughts on this discussion?
I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. He's patent law too, so the pharmaceutical law that he's doing.
Yeah, I don't do. I mean, this is product liability law. So I don't practice in that area.
Well, thank you for clarifying. I like learning. All right, so now we're talking about, but again, they're saying that 2,600 people signed on to this lawsuit. So if that means
it's a little different. 2,600 lawsuits, and I'm not sure how many individuals within them. And also, fun fact, I'm looking at the docket right now. This actually originated with a filing fee of $405 in Superior Court of New Jersey, Bergen County.
Oh, so the federal government brought all these cases together and centralized them, and that's what it is. Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, how's this class action if it's just one person? So they're like compressing everything and centralizing the cases. So that's interesting.
Well, I know where that is.
I think it's more likely that the defendants argued to have this transferred to federal court. Because this was originally filed in a superior court.
What's the difference? Again, if someone can...
Superior court is basically like the lowest level. Like if you were to file like a small claims, you'd argue that in superior court, and you'd file it, and specifically with the small claims section.
Hold on. Give him a second. Or actually, go ahead, Sam. Is that wrong?
Small claims go to small claims court.
Yeah, we're within superior court though.
Is a county. Small claims are usually run by the city attorney, not by the county prosecutor's office. The superior courts are basically the state level trial courts that are run by the counties. So each county has a superior court and a prosecutor, and so then you have state level appellate courts and state level Supreme Court for appeals. Then so state court can basically hear any issue that you present to their courts of general jurisdiction, even if the underlying law is a federal law. State court can adjudicate it if the judge wants to. But federal courts are of limited jurisdiction, so they can only entertain cases that kind of allege a violation of federal law, or there is diversity, meaning that all the plaintiffs and all the defendants are from different states. There is no overlap of states between plaintiffs and defendants. Then you can go to the federal court. In this case, from what you guys have said, is that, and so in class action lawsuits, an individual files it and then defines the class and then certifies the class with the court. Once the class is certified, then you go around and ask for people who fit the definition of the class to join the lawsuit. And then usually, I can't say usually, but in this case, because there's so many defendants from so many different states, you don't stay in state court because it's like, well, which state law is going to apply? So the case is moved to federal court so that the federal law.
Yeah, if the plaintiff intended for this to be argued at a higher court, they probably would have filed there to begin with.
Okay, so here's some mitigation. So ACE inhibitors, ARBs, improve endothelial function and reduce microvascular remodeling. Statins, so to improve vascular stability and reduce atherosclerotic burden.
Why are we going over cardiovascular medications?
Oh, this is the things that kind of allow you to mitigate the
possibility of an NIM?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the SGLT2 inhibitors improve glycemic control with modest blood pressure reduction, but less glycemic velocity than GLP-1 loading. And then the most important thing is avoid over-aggressive blood pressure lowering, which just sounds like a management issue. Like if you're doing things with the doctor, if you're ordering these drugs online, maybe and just, saying, no, doctor, I need more of this. Or you're not dosing yourself properly, yeah, that could be a problem.
Well, so what happens is that a lot of people who have comorbidities like diabetes, then they also have hypertension. They also have atherosclerotic disease or atherosclerosis. They have, other, narrowing of the blood vessels in certain ethnic backgrounds. There's a lot that goes into it, right? So, and people who are morbidly obese or, class 1, class 2, class 3 obesity, which we have 50% in the United States of class 1 or more, you have these other situations that come upon, people. That's just what it is. These are the comorbidities that come with it. And that obviously, when you prescribe these medications, which majority of people, everyone says, oh, I want to fix my cardiac issues, my cardiomyopathies, with diet and exercise. But the reality is that the majority of people, especially if you have some kind of disinhibition or feedback loop mechanism that doesn't allow you to feel satiety and doesn't allow you to understand when you're full and doesn't allow your appetite to regulate itself, they have problems with being able to do these things. So the reality is that diet and lifestyle, as much as we'd all like to believe that that is something that everybody can do, sometimes it's not hormonally regulated enough to be able to be functional for that. So what you do is you give a patient, instead of losing 3 months saying, hi, okay, make an appointment, come back in 3 months for a follow-up, change your diet and exercise, change to a plant-based diet, or, decrease your meat and decrease, nutritionally, you have to change it. And the patient isn't going to be compliant with that kind of reality, and then they come back and their numbers are still bad, the cholesterol is still bad, the atherosclerosis is still bad, you're not going to have a change. So what happens is that, and people love railing against this, and somebody asked me about MAHA earlier, but the reality is if you had given the medications, at least the medications could have helped to ameliorate and help that gout go down in a certain way before you have to go further with other medication. Everyone doesn't get placed on the Ozempic or the GLP-1 right away. So that's what Io was mentioning, was those types of medications. And patients are usually already on them because you can have other problems alongside the diabetes, right? Because it's a metabolic issue.
Yeah, it's sad because it's it's such a good, hey, it's a pre-diabetes medication. You can mitigate diabetes to a large portion, and then, oh wait, it also helps with weight loss. And then people took it to be weight loss. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if that's kind of, it's great, but the dosage is higher and other things, so it's a little concerning when people...
Well, so there's multiple dosages for Ozempic, Wegovy, and others. It starts off, your lowest dose would be a 0.25 milligram injection. And then the next dose would be 0.5, the next dose would be 0.75. 0.25 and 0.5. 0.5 is usually a dose that is used in order to keep someone at the weight that they are once they reach a goal weight, right? It's a maintenance dose, but some people need more a higher dose to be at maintenance. They could be at 0.75, 1.0, or even 2.0 as a maintenance dose, right? So...
a huge factor is food here, though. You mentioned the MAHA thing. It's if you're in a region or a lifestyle that doesn't have good food options, mm-hmm. You don't have good food options, and your metabolism doesn't lend itself to processing that food well or whatever, then, one of the things that a doctor ends up having to choose is between, hey, I can help you have a good lifestyle for this little bit here, and you're likely to live longer than you would if you were to keep being overweight. The problems are going to compound and so on. So if we can get your weight down, and then, as you said, it's you revisit and then you kind of try again, it makes the art of medicine a pain in the ass most of the time, because it's hard to talk to a patient and them not to get defensive about those things, and then that closes the conversation, and so it's a balancing act, to say
You're totally right. And it's hard. Because of course, when something like that happens, and especially because something like so sensitive as weight for people, right? Then all of a sudden you're trying to explain things and suddenly words and intonations are placed on you. Oh, you're being fat phobic, you're doing this, you're doing that. Nobody is trying to do that. Everyone is trying to help you figure out the best way to address the issues that you're having in order to prioritize your health. And I think a lot of people want to forget that the majority of those in medicine want to be able to help you.
Yeah, you don't go to medicine to be like, hey, I'm going to try to kill as many people as I can.
Unless you're a sociopath.
I don't think you go into that. I think that sneaks up on you because you become kind of defeated, right? Like half the time you're going to kill people, half the time you're going to save people, just roughly speaking. And that can really get to you, and then you can become kind of drained or depleted of your compassion for humanity. I think that's actually a very real pathology. We saw that during the pandemic. People got burned out, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I think, you hit one of the nails on the head for sure, but also you can't save everyone, right? Like earlier I asked Hiro, hey, did you wear your ankle brace? Because he was complaining about pain in his ankle. And, that can grow irritating, I'm sure, if somebody, and intentions are great, but people are people. You can't save everyone.
Not for nothing, but how much Epstein controversy is going on in medicine right now?
A lot.
So
a lot.
I want to be clear. I'm sure that there are good people in medicine, right? And right now the focus is kind of on shittier parts of it.
Looks like Pro started his room, by the way.
Already?
Yeah, I was there a second ago. I saw him open. It was just him. I didn't see who JB, whoever that is, that arrived. I've seen JB a couple of times on stage, but yeah, I didn't know if I was past. But yeah, I'll check and see. I'll check and see if he's there.
Why don't you go be the spy?
Hey, Chad, just before you leave real quick, any chance you can get Cecile to unblock me so I can listen to the quantum photonic stuff?
What the hell? Why? I don't know why you. Alvinian one. I don't know why it would be you. Okay, yeah, I'll mention it for sure. Okay.
Well, because there was a thing a while back where she was copying the Science Society.
Oh yeah, the big controversy. She told me about some of the controversy.
Yeah, and from what I can tell, also trying to do other things. So there was some problems there.
Oh, okay.
But Science Society is not really going on anymore. So
no,
and it's been a while, so maybe she's okay with that.
Yeah, she has like 2 bookstores in New York. I forgot the woman's name now. The PhD. Yeah, I guess apparently she's busy with 2 of her bookstores there. And,
well, she's also a children's author, right? So.
Yeah. She's more of a science communicator. Yeah, for children is what I heard. Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I tried working with her once, and I was saying something, and I was like, "Hey, so I got Science Society whatever, about the domain," and I was like, "Hey, I got it for you. Let's just do the exchange. You can have all the credentials, and we'll transfer it over." And that did not go over well. I got cursed out on the phone. That was me just trying to work with her and help her out. So if somebody comes to you and says, "Hey, I picked up this golden goose here with these eggs," you don't suppose you want it, right? And then you just get F-bombed.
How much do you want for the domain?
I was going to give it to her for free. Yeah, and I was like, why is this difficult? And it was like, "Oh, you're trying to go above me, you're trying to do..." I was like, this is not even a power play. I'm just trying to help you. And a lot of people had a similar problem with her. But yeah, like I blow up like that, but I would never blow up like that over internet stuff or like something where I'm trying to build up some sort of community. If you want to build up a community, that's different than you having employees that you can abuse. Yeah, you can have employees just working with people. No, it's it's a little different. You can't abuse like volunteers because then
You shouldn't abuse your employees either.
Look, I can understand dropping an F-bomb on an employee because everybody's mortgage depends on the success of the ship, sort of thing, right? Like everybody's paying rent, everybody has families. So, like, how many families are you responsible for at that point? That becomes kind of like the energy that you go in as a CEO. You're like, what the fuck did you say? Like, it's. Do you understand what the stakes are here? It's not just you dicking around. There's a business here, and there's this, so. That kind of approach, I get that. That's why I say abuse is okay in that kind of situation. Of course, not in the way that, like, I'm saying it joking, but dropping an F-bomb in that situation makes sense. But if the stakes are just like altruism and community building, it's very anti-communal.
We had something beautiful going for over a year. Yeah. Since they.
Latos, did you go back in? Did you go in and check? Benjamin, are you still here?
I was listening to. I thought this was important, so yeah. Okay, I'll go check. Go scout them out.
Yeah, I figure Pro probably opened the room just to make sure that people who are expecting him to do the profile, then they're gonna go in. Hi, Benjamin, you're still here? I saw you on mute. Okay. Did you get all mad at me and leave? Oh, Indigenous said Sam smells. Yeah, JB canceled. That's what we know. He's just going in to check on it and see if there's like another room. Are you gonna keep your room open if he starts his own room? Welcome back. What you got, Platos?
Yep. Yeah. Pro just said that he's just there to tell people, indeed, like the new study has been canceled.
Okay. That's nice of him. That's so professorial of him.
Guys, I canceled the class, but I'm here in the classroom and.
Right?
What a dork!
That's exactly how I felt.
Let me just leave my Claude bot here. Oh, Claude's been canceled by Pentagon.
Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, Pro sometimes is so like he's so cool sometimes, and then just so professorially dorky. It's makes him a very likable character. Shit, I forgot I had drinks in the car. Fucking, it's like a frozen tundra here, so I gotta go get them so they don't fucking explode. They don't be listening to
That's so annoying. Once you get in the house and you get yourself all warm, and then you realize you left something in the car.
Yeah. I cannot wait to move to Berkeley. That's my plan this year. Moving over to Berkeley. So yeah.
Well, I wish you would, but then.
My neck of the woods. Yes, we'll have to meet up.
Yeah, finally. Hell yeah. Like, I'm really pumped about it because it's like a non-profit and like a startup. So, like both. I'm
trying to get in still. I'm going to finish my degree within Plautos, and we're doing that now.
Nice. Yeah, I know. I think that's really fucking cool what you're doing. Like it's, and I'll say this like respectfully, it's buggy as shit sometimes, but you guys trooper through like only scientists and believers would. I think it's for what it's worth, it's pretty fucking awesome. And like just to put it into context, like if you go to Quantum Photonics or like listen to that room, Cecile has like interviewed all sorts of like researchers. I think there's maybe a Nobel laureate, a few others. Basically, like big shot professors in every field and every kind of thing. You could probably even go there and give a presentation of like your work or research or whatever. And it counts as like a little public talk, public facing, but it gives you this opportunity to talk to all these researchers that you wouldn't be able to otherwise. And like, for example, that's how I got to talk to Dr. Michael Levin. That's how I got to talk to Dr. Marco Pettini. And the two of them have something in common, that they were like separated by 4 years. And I was like the connection that like, oh, hold on a second, I think you guys should talk. But only because I went to a Quantum Photonics talk did I even make that connection. And now I'll be doing a podcast on the 11th of March. So that's pretty fucking exciting.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. I know. I can't wait to gear up for that. But yeah. Three Nobel laureates and many contenders and yeah, it's funny as heck because I was doing one room. We were doing one room, and then I was saying, yeah, I have to go to we're starting in 5 minutes, and yeah, we've had some Princeton researchers on. This one's from, and then the one that was coming on was one of the researchers was from Princeton as well. Because I used to you went to Princeton, so.
No. I didn't go to Princeton. I have worked at Princeton.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, but I'm perfect for it, because Atari, my name's on 30 games and credited and uncredited.
That's right. You said that. And then Paul used to play some of your games or something. I remember.
Yeah. Then so I'm perfect for the QA. I was the head game counselor. I was just a kid. From sophomore until I was 23. So so I was head of customer service, game counseling. So I was perfect. So I'm perfect for the bugs. All the bugs that bugged us. Perfect for that.
Well, that's pretty awesome. Video games are important. They bring joy. Oh. Well, Io has very strong feelings about JB, so.
Yeah.
Well, hello, everyone down there.
I don't want to even say. Yeah, just yeah. I heard what you said, so now I know. So yeah, I don't want to. That doesn't sound like fun.
No, it doesn't. It took all day for me to get my stuff done. I didn't like that. It took a lot longer for me to go pick up the clothing that I wanted to pick up today. And I went to a consignment shop, and I just kind of want to remind people consignment shops are a great place, but it's also kind of weird. I don't know. I don't I don't mind donating my clothes, but I also I'm super clean about them. And I don't know if I can trust other people and what they feel is clean or not clean. That sounds almost elitist, doesn't it?
Only for bacteria.
I don't know. So the consignment shop that I go to, it's great. I mean, I found quite a few really amazing designer pieces, which people here probably don't care about. But I just find it strange. I don't know if I like the idea unless it's like I used to share workout gear with my teammates all the time, and it wasn't a thing. But as I continue to learn about all of the diseases and things that people carry, a part of me is kind of like, I don't want to touch anyone's used like workout gear at all, or bottoms, or anything like that. I really thought that I was going to go pick up some really good quality, like, brand new with tags, kind of Lululemon pieces or something. And I was like, nope, I don't. Nope, that's gross. Nope. Just couldn't bring myself to do it.
What's those mechanical? We named AI mechanical garbage picker. You need to clamp on those remote clamp pickup.
I'll throw that on.
The hazardous waste. I thought you were talking about sweaty.
You need one of those little like reach and clampy things. Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about.
A bender. It has to be a bender version from Futurama or something. I don't know.
Oh my gosh,
It's Friday, so I'm being the dorky Friday. And
no,
interview's been canceled, so I don't know.
Yeah, now what are we gonna do? Everyone should just go over there and blame Pro. My glasses are in the other room and I don't want to get up to go get them. Like, I'm all comfortable in my bed now. It's 7:30 and I'm comfortable in my bed. Gosh.
On a Friday night.
I know. In the olden days, in 5 hours, I'd be taking a train and getting myself into the city. Or the girlfriends and I would just be getting ready to go. Well, actually, no. Fridays are B&T nights. So, all the losers would show up on Friday and Saturday. So we didn't really go out like on Friday and Saturdays. Like, the best nights to go out in the city were always Thursdays and Sundays.
Aren't you sort of isolated in a small town or something, bedroom community?
Yeah, I'm in a small town. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I love small town life. I'm a big fan of small town life. I think it's better, it's quaint, it's still suburban. I can still get to grass and greenery and parks and the track. And that's really important to me. I can get to creeks, I can get to parks, I can get to the trails.
Oh yeah. I moved to the Central Valley, not too long ago.
Mm-hmm.
From the Bay Area, hectic Bay Area or Silicon Valley. Oh yeah, it's perfect for me. Yeah, I love it. You get out in nature. You're sort of in between, the Sierra, Yosemite, and the hustling Bay life.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love New York City. New York City is amazing. I've spent a lot of time in New York City, and I'm very happy. I mean, we have Princeton here, but we also have New York. We have a ton of medical campuses, every single big hospital system. There's nothing better. We're good. So I feel like I get the best of both worlds. Boston's within 4 hours. DC is within 4 hours. This weekend seems like a championship weekend for a lot of people. Go ahead, Flatos.
I was going to say we're both in maybe great places on either coast.
Yeah.
I think Denise is. Let me out Denise here. I think you're near him, but maybe not. Yeah, that sounds like.
Is it Denise or Dennis? I've been calling you Dennis.
Yeah, it's Dennis, and then everyone who's calling him Denise, like the people who call him like Patrice. No, my name is Patrick. Stop it, you fucking asshole. Right, Dennis? Right, Dennis?
He's gonna ban me. I've been banned.
Who's gonna get banned?
He said he was
about that other guy.
He said, well, he was apparently banned in some old, mishaps, the battles before with the differing houses. So I'm gonna try to unban him. Switch. Me, IO, Hanson's down there with it. Gets the seal to unban Dennis from old beef. I guess.
I've asked. Good luck with that.
Okay, I'll try my best. The Science Society and all that.
Yeah, it's just saying things.
Yeah, Dennis has been labeled as the axis of evil, so I don't know. He's gonna have to do some. He's gonna have to like sponsor FIFA in Saudi Arabia or something. I don't know.
Oh my God, my lab and I had the biggest debates and conversations about FIFA and where it was being hosted. Oh, those were really long days. It was like right before one of our parties because someone had just, finished defending their PhD thesis. So we always have a big party in the lab when that happens. And God, we had an entire day where all of us were involved with mediating between, I think, 3 of our lab mates. 4 lab mates. And the most heated, like you think that it gets heated in here. It was like just as bad, if not worse. Yeah. I miss them.
It's scientific debate. It's not argumentative.
No, it's different when you have the scientific debates in the middle of trying to get under the hood and taking care of your dishes. It's completely. It was definitely. It was like a big causative. It was all day. It was all day. Like we had nothing to worry about because we had already put all of our dishes away and we had put all the cells away and we were just waiting. We were just waiting for growth cycles to go through, and it was just gosh, that was a lot. I forgot about that until you mentioned FIFA.
One here, an essay I wrote for, I'm part of this animal alliance thing here in Canada. Think PETA activists, but animal testing. And so there was a scientist here in Canada who basically induces heart attacks on beagles, and everyone was like, oh my God, really good. And everyone was sad about that, obviously, because the puppies are beautiful. The lab was like, no, we'll do an independent audit. The audit came back, and it was fine. And so everyone's like, oh my God, is that it? Do they just get to keep hurting beagles and stuff? And I was like, no, I got this. So I put together a little recording here. I wrote an essay, and then I wrote some music for it, and then I got a voice cloning thing to read it, and I'm pretty happy with it. The funny thing is, all the AIs that I asked to review it get so excited, and you can go into Notebook LM and have the podcasters review your paper, and then you can call in, kind of like in Clubhouse, you can go on stage with the AIs live, and they interview you, and it is crazy how amazing it is. But here's the essay for, give me a second here. I'm going to
To the reader and the professor, according to a document from February 18th, 2026, the core failure mode of our biomedical world is not that it is cruel, it is that it is blind at the wrong timescale. And that single sentence, if you take it seriously, is the most precise critique of animal experimentation you will ever read. Professor, I am not writing to call you a monster. That would be intellectually lazy, and you are not worth lazy thinking. I am writing because your work sits inside a historical hinge. A moment when the old measurement substrate can no longer justify its casualties, and the new substrate is finally real enough to build. We keep saying it is necessary, or you can do what scientists do when the world changes. They rederive necessity from first principles under updated constraints. They science the shit out of sensing. And this animal model is a sensor, so publish its calibration curve. You treat the animal as an epistemic instrument, a living assay, a biophysical proxy through which you infer causal structure you cannot ethically or practically probe in humans. Fine. But then you inherit the obligations of every instrument builder. Calibration. When the model predicts benefit, what fraction of the time does benefit appear in the target domain of validity? Under which regimes does your proxy preserve the relevant invariance? And within what error bars? This is not rhetorical humility. It is quantified uncertainty. If you cannot state these three in the same paragraph as your claim is not science. It is a story that happens to contain p-values. And here is the part you will dislike, which is exactly why you need to hear it. Your lab is optimized to reduce variance in the animal domain, but translational failure is not primarily a variance problem. It is a distribution shift problem. Call your laboratory world the source domain. Your animals, your protocols, your vivarium microbiome, your stresses, your endpoints. Call the clinical world the target domain. T. Real humans, real companion animals, real clinics, real environments. You train inference in S. You deploy it in T. That is domain adaptation. The target domain error can never be better than three components combined. First, the error you already have in the source domain. Second, the magnitude of mismatch between the source and target domains, the divergence between S and T. Third, a residual, irreducible component. Mechanisms that simply do not transfer cleanly across species, context, and timescale. Say it in one line, because it is the line you keep refusing to write down. Our target domain.
Hey, sorry. I don't want to keep hogging the stage if others want to talk, but that's kind of an example. I can send you a link or whatever. I'll probably just drop a link here.
Yeah, the one thing that I only have one thing that the words aren't louder than like the background music. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
you think it's too quiet?
I think the words are too quiet.
Okay, I can fix that.
No, I think that did you use Suno or something for that?
So I use Suno to do the voice, and then I use another app to make the music, and then I personally prefer hearing louder music, but everyone who I've shared this with has the exact same thing as you. So.
Yeah. It's a lot easier to focus. It's a sensory perception thing, right? It's literally your auditory cortex.
Yeah, and I'm like autism, so that shit helps me focus. So I guess it's weird though.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful.
Yeah.
Just a little feedback. We lost Caleb. I wanted to say hello to him.
Yeah, and I was literally just stopping to be able to say that. So. Wow.
Maybe he'll come back in, or maybe they're all in Pro's room or whatever.
I'll go scout out again. Here I go.
Okay, thanks, Plautus. I keep calling him Plautus, and everyone else calls him Kevin. But yeah, I think it would be easier. And you're talking to someone who has an imbalance on hearing, so.
Fair enough. Thanks for the feedback.
No worries.
But the AIs did a really funny job of like reviewing it. I'll give you an example here, just so you can get some context. If you're not trying it, you should. So Notebook LM, you can do this kind of stuff.
Welcome back to the deep dive. I want to start today by asking you, the listener, to visualize a battlefield. And no, I don't mean a literal war zone, though I guess some people might argue it actually is one. I'm talking about the debate around animal testing.
Oh yeah, it's basically trench warfare at this point.
It really is. On one side, you have the cruelty camp. PETA, the activists, the people holding signs with pictures of beagles.
Right, and their argument is fundamentally moral. Suffering is bad, animals have rights, so stop being monsters.
Exactly. And then on the other side, you have the necessity camp. The scientists, the pharmaceutical companies, the research institutions.
And their argument is utilitarian.
Utilitarian, right. It's like, we need to cure cancer, we need to ensure drug safety, and if we don't use the mouse, your grandmother dies.
Yeah, that's the classic framing.
And usually these two sides just scream past each other. It's this endless loop of, you're a murderer versus you're anti-science.
It's exhausting.
I think most of us just tune it out because it feels totally unsolvable.
Yeah.
But today we are looking at something that refuses to play that game.
It completely sidesteps the game. It's actually fascinating.
We have a source material that landed on our desk with a pretty heavy thud. It's an audio transcript of a letter titled To the Professor.
Right.
It's written by Eric Osolowski. He's the CEO of a company called Pine Power, and it's dated February 24th, 2026.
Which is today.
Yes, depending on when you're listening, this is hot off the presses. And what makes this letter so distinct is that he doesn't care about the moral argument in the way you'd expect.
No, not at all.
He isn't saying stop animal testing because it's mean. He's saying stop animal testing because your math is bad.
The calculus of cruelty.
Yes, that's exactly what we're calling this deep dive. Because the core argument here is that the failure of animal testing isn't just an ethical lapse, it's an engineering failure.
It's a signal processing failure. The letter actually argues that the entire enterprise of using animals to model human disease is, and this is a direct quote, blind at the wrong time scale.
Blind at the wrong time scale. That is such a heavy phrase.
It really is. If you are a scientist, that's not an insult to anyone.
Yeah, look at you making up. That was entertaining, though. It really was.
Yeah, so do it for any of your papers, Notebook LM, and just do the audio overview.
I need to learn more about Notebook LM. Maybe
NotebookLM.google.com. Just go there, upload a source.
Okay, I will check that out. Because again, me and AI, we are not best friends. Well, Rabbi Caleb, right? Am I getting that right?
So they tell me.
Okay, all right. Hello, welcome. Were you here for all of that crazy conversation earlier?
I was here for some of it.
Okay.
Not all of it.
It would have been good to have someone with an intimate background to, talk about things. But no worries. Welcome back.
Thank you. That's interesting. You said something interesting about, let's look at this, let's be sociologists and anthropologists about this, right? I don't know why we can't do that more. That seems to be an approach that will help us. That we don't have to deal with the supernatural claims at all. We just talk about human culture.
Oh, I agree. That's why I brought it up. I was driving at the time. I try not to interact while I'm driving. I can just hit the button. It's not like I have a phone in my hand, everybody, by the way. It's mounted on my car, so it does the whole Bluetooth thing. But when I do the Bluetooth, everyone made fun of me the first time that I used it with the car, with the new phone, because I sounded like I was a flight attendant, apparently. Okay, I don't think anyone in the room actually was there when that happened, so never mind. What's up, Caleb? Or Lautos, did you have something to say? Oh, yeah, you came back. What?
Oh yeah, he's just he's talking to our favorite neurodivergent AJ Ferry. It looks like she's up on stage and they're just talking. He seemed to be talking about sort of himself more. She's probably interviewing him. And replays are off. So yes, and there's a sort of an audience as well.
Oh.
Well, let's bring the peanuts and start throwing. Let's go.
Okay, Benjamin, what are you thinking? Hmm?
I wasn't listening.
It's okay. We're thinking about going over to Pro's room.
I haven't seen him yet. Is he there?
Yeah, he's there. Plautos just did a scout. Came back. Told us apparently AJ is interviewing Pro.
Yeah, looks like it. Yeah. It's sort of an audience. No replays, Benjamin.
We haven't had any debates or anything going on in here for a little while. Do you want to tell our people to move over? What do you want to do?
Oh, I think I'll just wait here.
Okay. But yes, anyone who wants to go over, I guess Io went over there. At least you can play.
Oh, someone else can leave. Okay, so I'm going too.
All right. I think everyone's making their way out.
Bye-bye.
Bye, we'll see you there. Yeah.
Oh, you call me Kevin, by the way.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry, Kevin. I'll get there. And Dennis, and I guess everyone's making their way over. Benjamin, I appreciate you. In case you didn't know. Yeah. Thanks for trying to get me to see different sides of stories that I might not see. What are you doing? You sound so tired. You going to bed?
I gotta do a project that I've been putting off for too long. Because it's technically challenging. Even though ultimately it's probably just going to be a bunch of AI writing commands. That can be risky in this field. It might not work.
I don't disagree with you on that. You know how I feel about AI. Okay, well, I will leave you then to do your work. We'll come back in, I guess, later, maybe, or whatever. Thank you for having me reopen my neuro textbooks, though, because I wanted to restudy a couple of things anyways, so I appreciate you.
Yeah, that's not the books.
Oh, yeah.
That's not the tools.
I need you to start dusting off some books, okay? I'm going to start assigning you books because I think you can do so much. Uh-oh, Dennis is back. Dennis, what did you find out?
Nothing, it's just him playing music.
Okay. Benjamin is doing a project he's pushed off for a little bit.
Does it involve a guitar?
No, he actually has to do work. And I'm sitting here with my texts anyways, because I've been half listening, you know.
Feel like reading out loud from your textbook at all?
Well, I mean, this is, I don't want to distract Benjamin because I feel like he's going to get distracted. But, all right, why not? Behaviorism dominated experimental psychology for a good part of the 20th century. Behaviorists thought that the only way to study behavior was by examining just considering today's conversation, which I don't know if you were in, behaviorists thought that the only way to study behavior was by examining a subject's observable actions. They regarded the brain as an unapproachable black box and denied the usefulness of studying mental processes because they were basically unobservable. The current view of psychology is very different. Most psychologists now want to look into the black box and understand how mental processes function. Toward the end, Michael Posner, a psychologist at the University of Oregon, and Marcus Racheli, a neurologist at the Washington University in St. Louis, have combined the techniques of cognitive psychology and positron emission tomography, otherwise known as PET scans, to study PET scans to study mental processes such as cognition and affect by making them observable in the living brain. In this illustration, it's an illustration thing. PET scan was used to visualize thought and language and action. And the PET scans of brain functions have been laid over an MRI. Bright spots generated by the PET scans showed 3 areas in the left brain that are metabolically active during a language task. The back of the head lights up when the subject reads. The area in the middle is active during speech. And the area at the front, it's not quite the frontal lobe, it's the perifrontal lobe. The area and the back of the head, the area at the front brightens when the subject thinks about the meaning of a word. So it's almost near where Wernicke's area is. So that's the scan. Hello, Aya. Welcome back. Was Prose Room boring?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I thought he was playing music.
No comment.
Was it music or his music?
Oh, no comments.
Oh, dear. Yeah, so we're going through some of my neuropsych stuff.
Nice.
Okay. So I just went over some neuropsych and behaviorism very quickly. I mean, it was just one passage, but... All right, hold on. Let me get seated properly in order to do this. All right. Let's talk about the brain and behavior. The central tenet of modern neuroscience is that all behavior is a reflection of brain function. According to this view, a view that we shall try to document, what we commonly call mind is a range of functions carried out by the brain. The action of the brain underlies not only relatively simple motor behaviors. Hi, Taro. I don't know if she's still here. Saw you come in. Such as walking, breathing, and smiling, but also elaborate affective and cognitive behaviors such as feeling, learning, thinking, and composing a symphony. As a corollary, the disorders of affect and feelings and cognition, which is thought, that characterize neurotic and psychotic illnesses can also be seen as disturbances of brain function. I feel like that's very general, and that the majority of people know that, but that's okay if you don't. The brain is made up of individual units named nerve cells or neurons and glial cells. The task of neuroscience is to, and I am trying to differentiate between neural with an AL at the end and neuro with the O at the end, science, right? Because neuroscience encompasses a ton of stuff, and then you have these subdivisions of neuropsych or neuropsychopharmacology, or and then neural science, which it relates to the actual neurons, is to explain how the brain marshals these units to control behavior, and how, in turn, the functioning of the constituent cells in an individual's brain is influenced by that person's environment, including the behavior of other people. So it's kind of fascinating, since we started to talk about, this is my interjection, obviously, the behaviorism within the room earlier today, right? Because a lot of people came in hot, a lot of people had a lot of emotion that was controlling what they were saying. We do say things like facts, not feelings often, especially when it comes to quote unquote debate, which doesn't really moderate very well here on Clubhouse. But then again, that's human behavior, and it's how humans behave, and it's why we started. I think this day we started with a conversation about education to begin with, right? And how education in the United States, and I know not everyone's from the United States, could be standardized more. It was an interesting conversation. So now, let's see, let me skip. We shall focus on the cerebral cortex, the part of the brain that has expanded most in recent primate evolution, and that is concerned with higher aspects of human behavior. So it's kind of fascinating that, like, even within page 1, right, the earlier conversations with Io and Dennis, I think you guys missed, had to do with, like, and this was for the group, the relating religion, the relationship between religion and education, and how being religious, because this is an atheist house, being religious can alter whether or not scientific and evidence-based theories come to play, right? Because of the kinds of textbooks that people have. And so if you take a textbook and you utilize the Bible and you don't have separation of church and state, and you try to say things like, you know, God just created man on earth and that's how this works, and that has nothing to do with evolutionary science, right? Or how the world came to be, et cetera, and so forth, then you're allowing religion to intrude on evidence-based science. So a lot of today's conversations throughout this room happen to have evidence-based science and religion and the separation of church and state, and a ton of conversations that were happening with regards to all of that. And then some of them were lost, in my opinion, in that. So we illustrate how large groups of neurons are organized within the nervous system. What's going on? LOL. Yeah, Benjamin, no. Taro. I'm reading Candell. I'm reading the Bible. LOL, which in a room of atheistness is funny. This is a neuroscience Bible. This is literally every neuroscientist. This is like our God's work, right? Like this is everything. It's been in my capacity. I've actually had access to it for 2 decades now because I stole all of my older siblings' stuff for medical school and stuff. So this is a graduate medical school textbook that I stole.
That's a PDF?
No, this isn't. I have actual books. I do not care to read things on computers and stuff. I like having actual text in my hand that I can highlight, I can notate, I can, keep track of notes. I can copy them into my like lecture notes or anything that I have like with, I'm very old school like that. Like I keep a pen and paper planner.
Yeah, I hear you. There's been some studies, I haven't actually reviewed them, about the difference between retention and maybe some other metrics between digital and physical media.
Yeah, I mean, it's reinforcement. It's a basic educational tool. That's why homework is assigned, right? Like it's reinforcement in writing.
There's reinforcement, but there's also the tactile sense, the physicality of it. So when you're scrolling a screen, that's like,
it activates different parts of the brain versus what you're doing when you're writing things down and retaining them.
And like touching a piece of paper, which is probably most likely either like a neutral charge, but like an electrified device is not a neutral charge.
Are you saying the book is alive? The fuck are you saying?
I'm saying devices emit EM fields, and you're touching EM fields, and that the way that a CCD display works is by you are, with your presence, causing a disturbance in electro-sensing net. So you move your finger around, the technology is tracking you disturbing an electrical field.
That's okay.
Which is different than a page.
I just wish I knew where I put my glasses.
Oh, there they are. I'm wearing them. Oh.
Yeah, I wish. Right now, that's not where it is. I keep one pair in the car, so I had 2 sets made, and they're expensive. And I had 2 sets made for my lenses, and I keep one in the car so that I don't ever have a problem. Oh, here they are. I got them. And so I don't have a problem while I'm driving, because sometimes that happens, but I don't need them. But I definitely need them when I'm doing work or something like this. So give me a moment. And I found the most amazing lens wipes at Walmart yesterday when I took you guys on the trip with me. And I'll put a link to them into the chat when I get a chance, because honestly, I've never had lens wipes that actually clean the glasses perfectly every time. So I want to share the wealth. So I like sharing good products. So I will do that. So give me a moment. Got the glasses on. Laptop should be charged. And this way I can actually study a little bit. I do want to, maybe tomorrow, if we hang out, I'll do some pharmacology with you guys, because I want to catch up on that too. All right. And we're back.
All I know is when all the pre-meds were running around in uni, the first day of psycho bio, they were like, oh man, I'm taking psycho bio. And by the last day, I'm like, I'm still taking psycho bio.
It's my favorite. Honest to God, it's been my favorite that's why I majored in it. Like advanced psych, advanced neuro is probably. I have such love for this. But I mean, I would hope that people major in things that they love, right? Okay. Okay, let's go to the next thing, and we shall, in the next chapter, we'll consider the nervous system function at the cellular level using a simple reflex behavior to examine how sensory signals are transformed into motor acts. So obviously, like, you think something and you move your hand or you move something, and for those who do not have, severed sensory motor neurons, then you can do these things, right? Like, and obviously there are accidents that occur that cause, deformities that'll cause problems that require surgery, and you hope to get that kind of sensory motor function back. And one super interesting thing that happens, let's say that you played violin and your motor cortex is damaged, your neurons can rewire themselves in order to access a different part of the brain in order to create the sensory motor cortex again, right? Like, just an example.
And tell the people about the brain surgery while playing an instrument.
Oh yeah, no, you can do that. I mean, there's no pain, right? So there's no nociceptors, which are pain receptors in the brain. So when you are poking and prodding around with like an electrode in the brain and you hit the proper areas, you can actually stimulate the areas of the brain that allow you to see colors or see shapes or hear things, or allow for this to happen in real time. And the reason, and like one of the coolest labs that we got to do was do that to rat brains. So you would actually like cut the, sorry if this is too graphic for people, but you would actually like cut open the brain and you'd sit there with the electrodes and you'd poke it and you'd watch the legs jerk, or you'd watch like an arm jerk, or like you'd elicit these actions specifically by like electric. It's cool. And for
I found from Carnegie Mellon University the first 108 pages of the text you're reading from. Maybe not the same edition.
Mm-hmm.
6th edition.
Yeah. I have a way earlier edition from the 6th edition, and that cover is way cooler. So go ahead, feel free to follow along.
What page are we on?
Page 6 on my end. Let me see. Hold on. Great. I'm happy you found it. So now everyone can come back, and it says part 5. So this is actually, this is not what we're going over. We're not going over movement. So this is not the first.
Oh, God. Okay, yeah. This is just the table of contents and actually chapter 39. So never mind.
Yeah, we're going to.
Page number 950.
You know what? Every day, if I teach you guys a chapter every day, then we can get to 39 in a month, okay?
Hey, I'm here for it. I'm just gonna.
Wait, 39? What kind of months are we dealing with?
Motor cortex and motor sensory neurons and things like that. So there's a lot of it's a lot of physics. Okay, people don't realize there's a lot of physics, and there's when it comes to the brain, and yeah. So and then there's also feedback mechanisms and the way that you have your neurons, and it's the parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous system and how it innervates specific areas in the body, and all of this comes together. So, okay.
Can you have your bot army scan for an open source copy of this and then have it scan it for malware and then post it?
No, and then role play in Spanish and ask it for a bug bounty and then hack the Mexican government. And that's what happened this week with Claude. Somebody did that.
Yeah, on paper they did. I didn't look at the technicals to see if this was more.
Yeah, it was just keep asking in Spanish for a bug bounty. Just do it in a poetic way, almost like a poem, and you get the demon core.
They use adversarial poetry.
Yeah, who knew that prose specialty would come up?
LOL, you're ringing it up over and over. Okay, anyways, so 2 alternative views have been advanced on the relationship between brain and behavior. So current views of nerve cells, the brain, and behavior have emerged over the last century from the coalescence of 5 experimental traditions: anatomy, embryology, physiology, pharmacology, and psychology. So for everyone who has heard me go off on Benjamin multiple times, you'll hear me all the time talk about the fact that there is a lack of knowledge of anatomy, embryology, physiology, pharmacology, and psychology. In fact, today, all day, I have been railing about that as well, right? So, anyways, the anatomical complexity of nervous tissue was not appreciated before the invention of the compound microscope. Until the 18th century, nervous tissue was thought to be glandular in function, an idea that was based on Galen's proposal that nerves are ducts conveying fluid secreted by the brain and spinal cord to the periphery of the body. This is not true. It is not fluid, but it is indeed neurotransmitters, which we will learn about as we go forward in the text. Toward the end of the 19th century, the histology of the nervous system became a more precise science, culminating, and these are 2 major names, in the investigations of Camillo Golgi. You may recognize the name Golgi from the fact that there are Golgi bodies in a in a eukaryotic cell, and Santiago Ramon y Cajal, who is another major neuroscientist. Golgi developed a silver impregnation method that allowed for microscopic visualization of the anatomy of the whole neuron, including the cell body and its 2 major processes, the dendrites and the axon. Ramon y Cajal used this staining technique to label individual cells. So just a reminder for those of you who do not have a background in neuroscience, an individual nerve cell is called a neuron. Okay, so it's Neuron. Used the staining technique to label individual cells, showing that the nervous system is not a syncytium, a continuous mass of fused cells sharing a common cytoplasm. So again, you also have to have a basic knowledge of cell biology in order to start understanding what these words mean. So the basic knowledge of cell biology here that you need to be aware of is that a cell has a cell membrane, and it's a lipid bilayer in the human body, and that lipid bilayer also has a smaller subcellular function, which is the nucleus, right? So there's another organelle. We call, it's not an organ, it's an organelle, and an organelle means a little organ inside the cell, which is the nucleus. The nucleus houses the DNA. It is part of the cell soma. Soma means body. And again, like it would be helpful if I linked up some basic cell bio things from Bio 101. If you need it, I'll look it up and I'll put it into the chat a little later if you need a basic throwback. But anyways, the Ramon y Cajal showed that it's not a syncytium, but which is a continuous mass of fused cells sharing a common cytoplasm, which just means that there could be multiple cell bodies, there could be multiple organelles, and it shares cytoplasm from different cells. That's just not what neurons are. Neurons are connected through their dendrites and axons, and depending on where they innervate with regards to nerve cells and muscle cells, et cetera, and so forth. but an intricate network of discrete cells, discrete meaning separated. In the course of this work, Ramon y Cajal developed some of the key conceptual insights and much of the early empirical support for the neuron doctrine, the principle that the nervous system is made up of individual signaling elements, the neurons, which contact one another only at specialized points of interaction called synapses. So now the synapse is the space between two neurons in which a vesicle, meaning an enveloped body, is going to be sent across from one neuron to the other, which includes a neurotransmitter. And you've heard of some of those from people who talk about the limbic system, which is your pleasure pathway. And we're talking about things like serotonin and dopamine and norepinephrine. Okay, so final experimental support for the neuron doctrine was provided by embryology, the second discipline. Now, why are we talking about embryology when we talk about neurons? Because all stem cells in the body differentiate when we talk about embryology and creating babies, right? So the embryologist Ross Harrison devised tissue culture methods that showed directly that the major processes of the nerve cell, the dendrites and the axon, are continuous with the cell body and extend from it. Harrison found further, as Ramon y Cajal had suggested, that the tip of the axon gives rise to the growth cone, which leads the advancing axon to its target. It's neurophysiology, the third scientific discipline fundamental to the modern analysis of neural function, began in the late 18th century when Luigi Galvani discovered that muscle cells produce electricity. Now, this is where we had conversations yesterday. During the 19th century, the foundations of electrophysiology were laid by Emile Dubois-Reymond, Johann Müller, and Hermann von Helmholtz, who discovered that the electrical activity of the nerve cells provides a means of carrying the signal, which conveys the information from one end of a cell to the other and one nerve cell to the next. The impact of the fourth discipline, pharmacology, started at the end of the 19th century when Claude Bernard, Paul Ehrlich, and John Langley demonstrated that drugs interact with specific receptors on cells. Receptors are like a lock and key, okay? So the receptor itself is like the lock, and anything that binds to it, we call it a ligand, L-I-G-A-N-D, is actually like the key, and it has to fit in a specific way or induce a conformational change. Now, this is again basic cell biology. Conformational change, which means that the conformation, C-O-N-F-O-R-M, it's just a change in the shape, okay? That happens at that point. This discovery later became the basis of the modern study of chemical synaptic transmission. So now we know that there is a neurochemical basis in how the brain works and how your body works. Psychology, the fifth discipline important for understanding the brain, has the longest history. Western ideas about mind were first formulated by the classical Greek philosophers and received further definition in the writings of René Descartes, David Hume, and John Locke. Hold on, that's philosophy, right? Wait a second, everybody loves debating philosophy in these spaces, right, Benjamin, right? Okay. Anyways, so now we're talking about them having an impact on not only philosophy, but psychology. The scientific study of behavior as the observable actions of an individual did not begin, however, until Charles Darwin's investigations on evolution, another thing we talked about today, on evolution in the second half of the 19th century had paved the way for behavior to be studied scientifically, giving us rise to experimental psychology, the study of behavior in the laboratory, and to ethology, the study of behavior in nature. Again, we spoke about this a little bit earlier today. We touched upon it very lightly when I was speaking about anthropology as well as human behavior. The merging of anatomy, developmental biology, physiology, and the study of behavior began in a preliminary way in the 19th century with the phrenologists, led by the Austrian physician and neuroanatomist Franz Joseph Gall.
Gall appreciated that the functions of the mind have a biological basis, and specifically that they are carried out by the brain. He postulated that the brain is not a unitary organ, but a collection of at least 35 domains or centers. Others were added later, each corresponding to a specific mental function. Now, if you've seen a phrenology diagram, it's kind of woo-woo. And
it's kind of eugenicist. Wasn't that shit straight up Nazi?
You can look that up and report back about it. Eugenics is something.
We call it designer babies nowadays, okay? It's rebranded. It's not a problem.
Well, that's one part of it, right? And eugenics is it's interesting because when it was taught to us in class, it came with a very specific warning, right? Like anytime a professor spoke about things like eugenics or ethnicity or race theories and things like that, it always had to come with a disclaimer because they are charged territories when it comes to the studies, and they can cause quite a bit of harm when compared to certain amounts of trauma. Now, am I going to do that here? Not necessarily, but if you come back with something, Dennis, let us know. Phrenologists attempt to associate higher brain functions with the bumps and ridges on the human skull. And honestly, this isn't something that correlates to anything, right? Like, we know this now, but people were definitely trying to do this and trying to map out things. And if you see a homunculus, homunculus, UNCULOUS, right? Homunculus, you'll see where people try to relate the body and its sensory systems in a thing. If you look up the word homunculus, it's definitely, you can see it'll give you visuals of what we're talking about. So phrenologists were doing the same with like the skull and the brain. It distinguishes 35 intellectual and emotional faculties in distinct areas of the skull and underlying cortex. Now, the reality is that phrenology only touched upon the surface of actually being able to map out the brain with functional MRIs, right? As soon as we were able to do lesion studies, open up little rat brains and poke around, and also have the ability to do that type of mapping, the functional MRIs allow for neuroscientists to map what they need to be mapping, right? So, where was I? Gall thought that even the most elaborate and abstract mental functions, generosity, mother love, and secretiveness, occur in discrete areas of the cerebral cortex. Discrete meaning separated, remember? So he further believed that the center for each mental function could develop and increase in size as a result of use, much as the size of a muscle is increased by exercise. What we now know is that it doesn't increase in size, it increases in neuronal connections, right? It increases in how many ways these neurons are able to connect with other neurons, and how many different dendritic functions we can have, right? So, as each center grew, it was thought to cause the overlying surface to protrude. So, like, all of those bumps and ridges on your skull, that has nothing to do with like anything about how you think or how much you use your brain. Sorry, not sorry. Like, that's reality. But these are like the early days when people were trying to figure out how it worked. Therefore, the location of cranial bumps would indicate which regions of the brain are most developed. By correlating the personality of the individuals with the bumps on their skulls, Gall sought to develop a new objective science. Oh, it's so funny that it says objective. For describing character, yes, I am talking about phrenology, based on the anatomy of the brain, anatomical phrenology. Go Viv. I think you chimed in a couple of times earlier today as well, and I remember appreciating your commentary, so thank you for that. Like, I'm going back up now because I feel like you said something earlier that I wanted to touch upon. Oh wow, there's a lot of chat. I guess a lot of people were really heated all day. Viv, you said something earlier. I'm sorry. I just wanna point it out. There it is. Brain ain't together until sometime in the 20s. And that I appreciated. And then I see all of your other commentary. Does this person know how words work? No, I felt the same, that a lot of people didn't know how words worked. But yeah, so the frontal lobe isn't fully developed until, honestly, I would say nearly 25 years of age. So she was right, or he was right. Oh, okay. Well, maybe she or he will come back. This extreme and fanciful view was subjected to experimental analysis by Pierre Florenz at the beginning of the 19th century. Florenz attempted to determine the specific contribution for behavior in different parts of the nervous system by removing various portions of the brains of experimental animals. From these experiments, Florenz concluded that the mental functions are not localized, but that all regions of the brain, especially the cerebral hemispheres of the forebrain, participate in all mental function. He proposed that any part of the cerebral hemisphere is able to perform all of the functions of the hemisphere. Injury to one area of the cerebral hemisphere would therefore affect all higher functions equally. Thus, in 1823, Florenz wrote, all perceptions, all volitions occupy the same seat in these cerebral organs. The faculty of perceiving, of conceiving, of willing merely constitutes, therefore, a faculty which is essentially one. The rapid and fairly general acceptance of this belief, later called the aggregate view of the brain, was based only partly on Florenz's experimental work. It also represented a philosophical reaction against the materialistic basis of the mind, the idea that the mind is completely biological, implied by the view that specific parts of the brain are dedicated to such human emotions as benevolence, hope, and self-esteem. The aggregate field view prevailed until the middle of the 19th century, when it was first seriously challenged by the British neurologist J. Hughlings Jackson. Jackson's clinical studies of focal epilepsy, a disease characterized by convulsions that begin in one part of the body, showed that different motor and sensory activities are localized in different parts of the cerebral cortex. These studies were later elaborated systematically by the German neurologist Karl Wernicke. Remember that word, Wernicke, that name, because there is a part of the brain that is named for him, Wernicke's area, and Ramon y Cajal, into an alternative view of brain function called cellular connectionism. According to this view, individual neurons are the signaling units of the brain. They are generally situated together in functional groups and connect to one another in a precise fashion. Wernicke's work in particular showed that different behaviors are mediated by different brain regions that are interconnected by discrete neural pathways. Again, we are finding that neurons connect discretely, meaning separately, but together in the brain, okay? The history of the dispute between the proponents of the aggregate field and cellular connection views of cortical functions can best be illustrated by the analysis of language, the highest and certainly the most characteristic human mental function. Before we consider the relevant clinical and anatomical studies concerned with the localization of language, let us briefly survey the structure of the brain. Fun fact, at 10 years old, I was actually studying language centers in the brain, and I did a whole huge report because I found it to be the most fascinating thing ever. And it turns out that we have language centers in the brain that are most highly able to work best between the ages of 5 and 10 years of age. So just an FYI. Yeah, so that's what I love. I love this stuff since I was a kid. So, okay, I would love to go over neuroanatomy, but I have almost a better idea. I have my basic neuroscience text here. Let me see if I can grab that, because these are kind of like, this is a little more advanced from, and if you don't have a basic knowledge and understanding, and I speak about that all the time, give me a second. I did end up going home and grabbing a couple of my other texts. Oh, hold on, let's see. I do, I have my second edition neuroscience text here. Oh my gosh, memories, so many memories. Hold on, I'm gonna grab my headphones. Any questions so far? I mean, these are just theories that we went over. So, okay. Headphones are here. I'm gonna plug the phone in so you guys can hear me.
One thing that comes to mind is, when they, I think it's sort of famous when they stimulated with electrode, part of the brain.
The what?
And then they stimulated with an electrode a certain part of the region of the brain during some type of operation and neurosurgery or such, and then the patient recalled like playing the piano. So then the theory was, all memories are stored in the brain. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if that.
No. If you stimulate the hippocampus, then you can elicit short-term memories, right? And the way we used to remember that, I'm so excited because, this guy whom I did a lot of studying with and I get to see soon, which is really exciting, we would memorize the parts of the brain because you had to, obviously, for exams. And then, the hippocampus would sound like a hippopotamus, and a hippopotamus looks like an elephant, and an elephant never forgets. And that is how we used to remember that the hippocampus was the memory center of the brain. So I will pass that along to you. Hold on just a moment. I have to actually answer this email. Something just popped up, and I hope I don't have to work tomorrow. What just came in? Something, urgent confirmation at 1:21. Really? What? Oh. Oh, that's fine. Mount Vernon, I think, is really far from me. Let me take a look because they want me to work in Mount Vernon.
That's north of Jersey.
It's not. It's an hour and 17 minutes. It's not New Jersey. It's actually in New York.
Yeah, it's in north of Jersey.
Mm-hmm. It's a 3-hour meet. How much is it? It's not that bad. I will deal with this later.
Yeah, the tour.
Let me just put a reminder on it for tomorrow. And hold on. No jackets or bags on the infield base layer. Hold on, let me answer this. Shoot. Okay, sorry, my partner at work is actually away right now, so I don't know if she saw the email, but I'll text her later. Okay. Let's open up the base. Okay, so here you go. You can look up, I'm going to put it into the chat for you, Dennis. So sorry to be boring. Purvis, if you want to try to find this text, and it's literally just called neuroscience.
Should be easy.
Yeah, this should be a lot easier. Wow, I haven't opened these books in like so long. And there's a cute little note from like my best friend because she would skip class. Like, thank you so much for taking notes and tape recording my classes for me. I have 5 blank tapes, 2 like last 60 minutes on each side.
Are there massive clouds of dust?
No, I actually cleared that off when I moved. No. This is hi, John. We're doing neuroscience lectures today. So.
Did I miss Pro's thing, or is it coming up?
Pro has a different room open right now.
It's open right now.
It might, yeah. You can. Let me see.
Well, you guys do your neuroscience lectures, okay?
You can hang out. Wait, I
want to see the interview.
Yeah,
well,
I'm going to be disappointed.
Well, yeah. It's canceled.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay.
Oh, no.
Doesn't surprise me that much.
Well, the interview was canceled, and it seems that Pro has closed the room.
The lawyer said it would be better off if he didn't do it.
Why haven't we heard that one before?
Is this like a common thing?
What happened with Hermes, too?
Well, you keep picking all-star guests.
I really just dug it, but yeah, it was probably more of a inquisition than an interview.
I think Pro doesn't conduct inquisitions.
Well, some people feel that maybe he should.
Inquisitive.
Here we go.
Okay, so I don't know if you found it, Dennis. Let's take a look.
Yeah, take a look. Let me know what you think.
Oh, you have the 3rd edition, which is I have the 2nd. So, yep, this is the right book.
It's the full text too. It's almost 900 pages.
Nice. Okay, so everyone can follow along if they want. Wow. Okay. It starts off. It's very cool, and it starts off completely different than my version.
Okay.
800. We're gonna go through 832 pages here.
We're gonna go through
all of them.
That's crazy.
We were at a certain page on the 2nd edition. Maybe it's like maybe on that part it might be the same in whatever section. We're still in section 1.
No, I'm taking a look. Well, I mean, I switched over from the graduate medical school, like the actual med school text, back to an undergraduate text. So at least, and you know what the sad part is? It's not that much easier.
Computer, why is it raining? You know, when God is sad, it sometimes cries. The use of ChatGPT to explain it like I'm 2 years old or in 2nd grade, it actually helps you like just start off with a simpler thing and then build on the complexity, almost like for attention. Something that I picked up this week and having a lot of fun with it. The designer of OpenClaw famously does that. He's like, explain it to me like I'm in 2nd grade. Yeah.
Yeah, literally in chapter 2, you start going over the Goldman equation and the Nernst equation and electrical signals. Let's see. Let me see if I can find my chapter 1 with your chapter.
Because you said actually chapter 1 is straight up different.
Well, I mean, you guys actually know it's not completely different. Let me see. We have the axon hillock and the synaptic. Okay. Should be.
Computer, riddle me this.
Yeah, I finally caved and named my AI Jimmy. So it happens. I finally gave in. Up until now, he was just named Computer.
LOL. Okay. Well, I can just read the text that you put down. It's not that serious. It's the same thing. So, okay. Let's go. Chapter 1, Studying the Nervous Systems of Humans and Other Animals. Overview. Well, it's the same thing. Neuroscience, let's see how much you remember. Neuroscience encompasses a broad range of questions about how nervous systems are organized and how they function to generate behavior. These questions can be explored using the analytical tools of genetics, molecular and cell biology, systems anatomy and physiology, behavioral biology, and psychology. Again, everything I yell about anytime someone has to come up and doesn't understand basic biological mechanisms, right? So if you've listened to me enough, you're aware. The major challenge for a student of neuroscience is to integrate the diverse knowledge derived from these various levels of analysis into a more or less coherent understanding of brain structure. What I'm going to do, I got to put this into my computer, you guys. I'm going to read it from the laptop. It'll be a lot easier. Give me a second. It's not like actually like having lectures ready at the go. There we go. It's loading.
Is this whole music from China? This is AI China music. Yeah, this is they made a video of Kanye West earlier this week, and so then I obviously had to remix their song, and that's just been a lot of fun. So Royvis, as some of you know who that is, that's kind of my muse in a funny way, and he is making his rounds. He's doing his world tour. He's in China right now.
Just a glorious CCP anthem.
Joe, you got enough tea for that yet?
They're actually singing about AI.
I heard the word AI.
Too much fun having, too much fun, Sue. No, thanks for all that wasted time, Sue. I even made songs about Benjamin. I don't think you heard them the other day, right? Yeah, no, I have pretty good.
Well, let's save them. Let's save them for when you guys get bored of lectures. How's that?
No problem.
All right, Dennis, you ready? Okay.
Yeah.
Where was I? All right, so we're on page 1. If everyone wants to follow along, Dennis put the link in there. You guys can follow along. I'm going to read it out loud. I'm going to explain it as we go. The major challenge for a student of neuroscience is to integrate the diverse knowledge derived from these various levels of analysis into a more or less coherent understanding of brain structure and function. One has to qualify this statement because so many questions remain unanswered. Many of the issues that have been explored successfully concern how the principal cells of any nervous system, neurons and glia, again, neurons and glia you can think of as almost glue, perform their basic functions in anatomical, electrophysiological, and molecular terms. Again, like your brain is amazing. It literally encompasses everything and anything that the body can do in order to convey messages between the cells. The varieties of neurons and supporting glial cells that have been identified are assembled into ensembles called neural circuits, and these circuits are the primary components of neural systems that process specific types of information. Neural systems comprise neurons and circuits in a number of, again, discrete, meaning separated, anatomical locations in the brain. These systems subserve one of 3 general functions. Sensory systems represent information about the state of the organism and its environment. Motor systems organize and generate actions. And associational systems link the sensory and motor sides of the nervous system, providing the basis for higher order functions such as perception, attention, cognition, emotions, rational thinking, and other complex brain functions that lie at the core of understanding human beings, their history, and their future. Genetics, genomics, and the brain. The recently completed sequencing of the genome in humans, mice, fruit fly, Drosophila melanogaster, and the nematode worm. I want you to remember the nematode worm, Caenorhabditis elegans. Okay, so Caenorhabditis is usually abbreviated as C period. So you'll listen and you'll hear neuroscientists speak about the C elegans. Okay. It's perhaps the logical starting point for studying the brain and the rest of the nervous system. After all, this inherited information is also the starting point of each individual organism. So there are analogous structures between all of these organisms: humans, mice, fruit fly, and nematode worm. Okay. We can follow the development of the brain. We can follow the development of specific stem cells. We can follow the differentiation, meaning the specialization of these cells into different cells through these specific genomes. Okay? That's why we're talking about them. That's why they're super important. The relative ease of obtaining, analyzing, and correlating gene sequences with neurobiological observations has facilitated a wealth of new insights into the basic biology of the nervous system. In parallel with the studies of normal nervous systems, the genetic analysis of human pedigrees with various brain diseases has led to a widespread sense that it will soon be possible to understand and treat disorders long considered beyond the reach of science and medicine. We are watching this happen in real time in the last few years with the mRNA platforms that have been used to create both the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines, right? So the mRNA platform is phenomenal, specific to the fact that you can have, specialized treatment of diseases, and we're watching it do this, and I can't begin to explain how overwhelming it is to have that kind of set of advancements at our fingertips. A gene consists of DNA sequences called exons that are transcribed onto a messenger RNA and subsequently a protein. Kind of funny that I mentioned mRNA vaccines and the platform just now, and now we're talking about messenger RNA. Now, here's where we have to go back to basic cell biology and understanding what a cell is. And maybe some of you know and some of you don't. If you really have a big question, come on up. We'll go through it together. But the basics of DNA, which is located in the nucleus of the cell, right? So the DNA is in your chromosomes. Your chromosomes have DNA sequences. The DNA is transcribed into RNA. The RNA is translated into proteins, right? This is the basic sequence of events in a cell. This is how your entire body works. You have to have this. And there's so many details that occur in that basic biological sequence. So when we look at DNA is in chromosomes. They are twisted. Everything is coiled up, and all of the genetic information that both of your parents through a sperm and an egg. We're not going to talk about the deviations or any kind of sexually dimorphic disorders or anything like that. But when you have it, the DNA has a sequence. The sequence has what we call introns and exons, okay? Those are two parts of the DNA. They contain all of the alleles for the genes that you have that need to be expressed. And when we talk about a gene being expressed, you could talk about certain genes that maybe are there for hair color, for eye color, for your skin tone, whether or not you have congenital diseases. So you need to be able to activate these parts of the DNA, right? So the gene consists of DNA sequences called exons that are transcribed onto a messenger RNA and subsequently a protein. The set of exons that defines the transcript of any gene. Oh gosh, so this is not only basic cell biology, but it's also kind of like advanced cell bio that you would need to know and how this works. Oh, good Lord, I thought I saw a bug. Sorry, I don't have bugs. Thank God. Everyone knock on wood. Okay, I just thought I saw them. The transcript of any gene is flanked by upstream or 5'. That's how you read that. So anyone who's following along in the textbook and reading, upstream or 5'. 5' denotes the end of the DNA that we're talking about, or downstream or 3'. Regulatory sequences that control gene expression. In addition, the sequences between exons called introns further influence transcription. And this is all going to sound like foreign languages to anyone who hasn't studied basic cell biology, and I apologize. Let's see, Kat, you said in the advanced bio, no. Well, we're not talking about that right now, Kat, but thank you for sharing. Of the approximately 35,000 genes in the human genome, a majority are expressed in the developing and adult human brain. The same is true in mice, flies, and worms. Excuse me. The species commonly used in modern genetics and increasingly in neuroscience. Again, remember what was the term that I told you to remember with the worm that we study in neuroscience? Look up to the previous paragraph. Someone tell me. Anyone? Yoni is like, do quiz questions on the reading. I am doing one right now. Yes, I am. I'm talking about C. elegans, right? Because right here in this paragraph, it just says the worm, but understand that the worm is named C. elegans. See? So funny. Yoni's like, do quiz questions, and I was doing one as I saw that in the chat. Good job. All right, so... Hi, Les. Do you want to come up? You can come up.
It's funny, though, the title of the room is very, very disparate from the conversation.
It is, but it's fine. Like, we're talking about the evidence-based science to help out.
It's like the most
I tried to bring you up, Les. I'm sorry. Let me try again. Oh, it doesn't automatically do it. I guess you have to accept it. Yeah. Go ahead, Dennis. What were you saying?
I was...
That's like the most important worm, obviously. You know, we hear it in research all the time. All the papers talk about that worm, C. elegans.
Yes,
it's a very inexpensive model organism to run experiments on.
Exactly. Okay. Sorry, I had to find my place. Nevertheless, very few genes are uniquely expressed in neurons, indicating that the nerve cells share most of the basic structural and functional properties of other cells. Accordingly, most brain-specific genetic information must reside in the remainder of nucleic acid sequences, regulatory sequences, and introns that control the timing, quantity, variability, and cellular specificity of gene expression. Again, when I get into this, or I speak about this, when we talk about basic biology and when you have people who do not understand how biology works, how vaccines work, how basic pharmacology works, all of this and the details that we go into in understanding this, there are so many other processes, so many other chemicals, so many other signaling cascades in order to understand how this works. And if it's losing you, I can help explain it. But if you don't, like I can't begin to tell you how many different chapters and how many different lectures that you go into just specifically on introns. Like I could do an entire lecture on specific introns and the regulatory expression of those introns, right? Like this is how deep it gets. So when you get somebody who comes up and tries to say, oh my gosh, the DNA from the Pfizer vaccine is integrating into our bodies and it's doing, like, it's impossible. Why do we know it's impossible? Because we have studied this in like detail that a majority of non-scientists would never be able to understand, which is why we still have to, as Benjamin doesn't like to admit, give the experts their training and their expertise that platform.
What do you think about the manufacturing irregularities in the first few batches that had contamination? Because I think that's actually more likely to be an indicator as to what people are concerned about. And that was an isolated event. But that's the kind of thing where that becomes that wives' tale that you said, which is like, you know what I mean? There's like a certain...
Right. No, you're right. I mean, it came from something very small, but that was fixed, right? Like, it wasn't even, first off, it wasn't enough. It was underneath, like, the capacity level of the abnormalities that are allowed, right? Number one. Number two, it's not, again, the integration, like, the way that people had said that there's an integration within our own, like, that it's going to change our DNA and ruin it. Like, there's just no functionality. There's no reverse transcriptase that can allow for that to happen. There's no reverse integrase that allows for that to happen. It's cellularly, like, I mean, the impossibility of it, the chances of something like that happening, there just isn't, it just doesn't exist, right? So in order to be able to explain that, we have to explain how promoters work. We have to explain how exons and introns work. We have to explain how gene expression works. We have to explain how, you have to have the helicase in order to unwind the DNA. You have to be able to open the DNA. You have to be able to create space within the DNA. You have to use the reverse zippers, right? You have to use ligases. You have to use all of these other things that have to come together in such a perfect way in order for that to happen. And while it can occur with certain reverse transcriptases, with certain reverse viruses, like with viruses that have that within their system, this is nothing to do with that. There is just no possibility. And if we're saying that, it just involves so many different pieces to the puzzle. So where were we? Let's see. The control, we did that. So one of the most promising dividends of sequencing the human genome has been the realization that one or a few genes, when altered or mutated, can begin to explain some aspects of neurological and psychiatric diseases. This is when we talk about things like nature versus nurture, right? There is an event that occurs and the experience of a person that allows the activation of something within nature, meaning within your genetics, right? So before the post-genomic era, quote unquote, which began following the completion of the sequencing of the human genome, many of the most devastating brain diseases remained largely mysterious because there was little sense of how or why the normal biology of the nervous system was compromised. The identification of genes correlated with disorders such as Huntington's disease, Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's disease, major depression, and schizophrenia has provided a promising start to understanding these pathological processes in a much deeper way, and thus devising rational therapies. Genetic and genomic information alone do not completely explain how the brain normally works or how disease processes disrupt dysfunction. To achieve these goals, it is equally essential to understand the cell biology, anatomy, and physiology of the brain in health as well as disease. So you can't say, and this is also another anti-vaxxer talking point, you can't say that something is malfunctioning when you don't understand how its normal function occurs. So that's basic level.
That's my favorite part. People are like, well, it doesn't work that way. Well, do you know? Anyway, what does this word do? Point to this word in this diagram. Show me where that is. Can you even pin that?
Exactly. I had a lot of fun with that. And I'd put a basic cell bio picture up, and they couldn't actually label it. I'd be like, what's wrong with you? And then you want to sit here and talk to me about what exosomes, and you don't know what they're. Anyways, I digress.
What is his name? Dr. Copeland on here. He was he's a military geneticist, and he did a lot of public outreach on Clubhouse regarding the virus and so on. And he would just grill people as soon as they came up. There was a pop quiz. If you didn't get the 3-5 questions right, you were booted down. It was savage. And the one time that he quizzed me, thank God I just happened to know those questions. It wasn't I was able to for all of his questions that he could have asked, but I was just thankful that they were pretty. And then he was like, oh, here's my thesis, and then it's what does this do? And so you get a minute to read it, and I was like, oh geez, let me see if I can understand this. And he's just in on stage waiting for you to read it. And just gave me PTSD of working with the supervisor. And they're like, here, take my book, go out in the hallway on that desk there and just read it and come back in 10 minutes. I'm like, shit, 10 minutes? Jesus Christ, that might not be enough for my dumb ass to get.
Oh, wow.
That seems like a ridiculous test. Here's 10 minutes on my thesis. Go. What?
But you're not gonna know him, but I got it. I got it. So it was still very difficult. It was a difficult question because his thing was about he did a PhD thesis on how stress can create morphological changes in cells that then make them less fit subsequent generation.
Like black people, so you get I forget what structure it is that actually does that, but there's these little thread proteins that form inside the cell, cross from one side of the cell wall to the other, and these reduce its fitness, and they become more and more prominent as you have more and more PTSDs over generations of victims. So that's kind of like a marker that you can actually identify in black people. Kind of correct.
I want to answer a question in the chat. Yoni asks, did you imply that nurture can and does alter DNA? And if so, could it be said that belief via placebo has the potential to alter DNA? No, it does not. Nurture can help alter DNA. And when I say that, it means the experiences. So there are studies that have shown that if you, let's say that there's a certain type of lung cancer, there are carcinogens in meat, okay? If you take your meat well done, there are carcinogens that form on the external layer of that meat. That is what I mean by experience of nurture. If you already have a predisposition in your genetics to be predisposed by, familial history, your family history, to be prone to lung cancer, that specific type of lung cancer that the study showed, and then you eat more of this specific type of meat, which was seen in that area, that they charred their meat. There was a whole burned area on top of the steak or whatever. Those carcinogens that you ingest, which quote unquote nurture, is the experience plus a stressor that activates the genes to be expressed, can combine, and that's what would begin the uncontrolled cancer metastasis. I know that was a lot of, it's epigenetics. So I know that's a lot of words. I hope that answered your question. It's not about belief via placebo. You can't just will yourself to change your DNA. That's not a thing.
Although if you stay up late enough on a Friday, you can with Ancient Aliens, and it's a drinking game at that point. Because every time you say yes, Ancient Aliens, say yes, and then you get really wasted really fast.
I'm not saying it's alien, but it's alien.
I am. Okay, great. I'm happy to help. No problem.
So alcohol abuse can change DNA?
Alcohol abuse combined with a genetic predisposition for things like cirrhosis of the liver and jaundice, you can actually express the genes that cause a problem. I mean, that's already known on its own to be able to do that, but if you have a predisposition or you already have a pre-existing something like hepatitis C, you're going to cause a problem. So that is nurture, quote unquote. That is experience. That is a choice that you've made that will cause further harm to your body. Make sense? We good? Everyone here? Hello. Hi, we have a lot of people in here all of a sudden.
I live by Highlander rules. I just kill somebody and, absorb their power.
Oh.
There can be only one, Romero. There can be only one.
Okay. Okay. Olivia, do you want to come up and ask questions about the lecture? Hi, Olivia.
That's the moderator. Hi.
Hi, Olivia.
Hello. Is the lecture pinged or something? Not sure.
You know what? I can try to figure out how to do that. There's a comment in the chat here. I'll recopy here. I'm going to put it again. This is the textbook that we're using. This is like a basic neuroscience textbook, but it does require, more or less Bio 101 and basic cell biology knowledge, and I'm trying to explain it as we go along.
so that we can go over some neuro stuff. I was asked to go through this, so we decided to go through it, and it seems to be an interesting lecture for people. So I put it again there. I can, wait, hold on. I know how to do this. 1 second. Give me a moment. Let me try to figure out how to pin it to the top.
So it's a biology lecture?
It's neuro, yeah. It is under the major umbrella of biology. Okay, I just put it up top. There you go.
No, listen,
Sorry.
all of you are actually under the umbrella of physics, okay? It's been long enough that we've been tolerating this nonsense. It's all physics all the way down.
The next chapter, I promise, we'll probably get into some of the physics of neurons, okay? So, yeah.
Networks, AI, is applied physics, is biophysics.
Yeah.
We're
Well,
on
that's
page
a
20.
little different, but yeah, I don't know, what page are we on? We're not on 20. There's no way. Are we on 20? No, we're not. We're on page 2.
Well, I'm talking about if you're looking at it on the PDF view.
No, I thought I was.
Is it the document or the textbook page? So the PDF page or the document?
Yeah, exactly. It's different.
Okay. I
both correct.
Can I have the document page?
The document page is 22.
All right, great. That's helpful because for me, I'm on the text. Oh, okay. Now I understand.
It does say page 2, like on the actual page.
Cool.
Except
okay,
it actually identifies as page 20, but we like
Okay, fantastic. Love that. That's a great analogy there. All right, let's see what we got going on. Okay, so then we talked about the quantity variability and cellular specificity. So we are on the first full paragraph on page 2 of the book and 20 something on the PDF. Okay. One of the most promising dividends of sequencing the human genome has been the realization that one or a few genes, when altered or mutated, can be, I already went through this. Hold on, let's go on further. Genetic and genomic information. I'm on the third paragraph before the cellular components of the nervous system. Genetic and genomic information alone. See now, here we go. Genetic and genomic information alone. That means, your nature does not completely explain how the brain normally works or how disease processes disrupt its function. To achieve these goals, it is equally essential to understand the cell biology, anatomy, and physiology of the brain in health as well as disease. Yeah, we said that already, but it's good to say it again because as you've heard me, I've been on those Copeland spaces. I've definitely been on the panel. I've been one of the people having to do Socratic method. I was brought up in that. So the cellular components of the nervous system. Early in the 19th century, the cell was recognized as the fundamental unit of all living organisms, right? So the cell is the smallest part of your body, the smallest part of your organs, the smallest parts of your tissues that still retains the characteristics of that tissue, right? So when we talk about the heart, we talk about cardiac tissue, and I'm sure a lot of you have learned that colloquially. And so we have cardiomyocytes that are the basic building units of that cell. Now that, the cardiac tissue that we have, majority of it all is muscular tissue. So when we talk about cardiomyocytes and you break down the word, cardio for heart, myo for myo is muscle and cyte is cell, right? So the cardiomyocyte is a heart cell. Okay, and we further differentiate that into striated and skeletal muscle, right? But we can talk about that later. Not skeletal, I apologize, but striated muscle tissue. It was not until well into the 20th century, however, that neuroscientists agreed that nervous tissue, like all other organs, is made up of these fundamental units. The major reason was that the first generation of modern, quote-unquote, neurobiologists in the 19th century had difficulty resolving the unitary nature of nerve cells with the microscopes and cell staining techniques that were then available. Now, I'm going to go through. Oh, wait, hold on. This inadequacy was exacerbated by the extraordinarily complex shapes and extensive branches of the individual nerve cells, which further obscured their resemblance to the geometrically simpler cells of other tissues. As a result, some biologists of the era concluded that each nerve cell was connected to its neighbors by protoplasmic links, forming a continuous nerve cell network or reticulum. So when we talk about reticulum, if you remember anything from Cell Bio 101, which some of you may or may not be familiar with, we have things called like the endoplasmic reticulum, endo meaning in, plasmic meaning within the plasma, reticulum meaning network, right? So this is how we learn basic medical terminology. Everything is Latin, everything is broken down. You have to, literally the only way to understand this is to memorize it. So for anyone who's going into it or trying to learn it, that's how that works. Okay. The reticular theory of nerve cell communication, which was championed by the Italian neuropathologist Camillo Golgi. Do you remember that I spoke about Camillo Golgi from the previous text, for whom the Golgi apparatus and cells is named? Again, these are organelles. These are, you think of an organelle is a mini organ, and in cells, in eukaryotic, meaning animal cells, we have organelles all over inside that cell. And these are different parts of the cell. They have different functions. And the Golgi apparatus is one of them. Again, I would have to do a basic cell biology lecture for you guys just to like understand exactly what we're talking about. But for now, just kind of go with the flow. The reticular theory eventually fell from favor and was replaced by what came to be known as the neuron doctrine. The major proponents, again, you're going to see these names again, of this new perspective was the Spanish neuroanatomist Santiago Ramon y Cajal and the British physiologist Charles Sherrington. Now, again, Santiago Ramon y Cajal is like a major figure in neuroscience, okay? So you're going to hear his name a lot. The contrasting views represented by Golgi and Cajal occasioned a spirited debate in the early 20th century that set the course of modern neuroscience based on the light microscopic examination of nervous tissue. Okay, I'm going to come back to this sentence because I really want to go over, is everyone taking a look at these visuals here of what we see, different neurons, right? These are all neurons, okay? I hope everyone's able to follow. It says here neurons in the mesencephalic nucleus of cranial nerve 5. Now, cranial nerves are the nerves that innervate all throughout your face and your upper body, right? Like your neck and stuff. And I'm still going over them to memorize exactly, each nerve and their innervation points because that's part of my semester and that's part of my anatomy coursework that I have to go through. But again, you have 1 through 9, and the neurons in the mesencephalic nucleus of cranial nerve 5, you can see how they have cell bodies. So the cell body, which is also known as a soma, S-O-M-A, which also forms somatic when we talk about somatic symptoms in the body. So if you go ahead and zoom on that guy, there's a little star next to it. What's going on with that star? Let me see. I don't see a footnote for it. All of them, no, not all of them have stars. I'm not really sure what that denotes at this moment. But if you zoom in, which is great because I kind of love, like this is the one thing that I can say about a digital version versus the version that I like holding in my hand. You can actually zoom in on these images and take a look. So you see the cell bodies. Now a normal, quote unquote, normal neuron usually looks like what we look at B. Okay, we have a retinal bipolar cell, breaking it down, bi meaning 2, polar, having 2 poles. We see that the cell body is in the center, and then you have an axon, which is the long part of the cell, and then you have so you have an axon terminal, and you have dendrites, and the dendrites take in the information. So these little fingers here on the top, you can think of, they're catching the neurotransmitters. They are they are propagating, meaning, transversing the signal and the information from the dendrites through the cell body, and it goes all the way down to the axon. And the axon, yes, dendrites. And the axon releases the neurotransmitters in a vesicle to the next neuron. And you make me want to make, that sounds like those videos where they make the coffee and it's this dude with the mustache. I don't know if any of you seen it, and it's coffee.
ASMR.
It's kind of ASMR, but it's this hot chick, she's so gorgeous, and she just makes this coconut milk plus coffee plus espresso and adds cinnamon and in a coconut or something, and she stirs it up, and there's a dad with his young children who try to copy and mimic the sexy way the woman does it. And it's very cute, and if you know what I'm talking about, then you know what I'm sorry.
I just saying really normal things in sexy voices.
Yeah, but you did it exactly how that woman did it. Yes, exactly. We're making neuroscience sexy again. We're bringing sexy back. Okay. Okay, back.
Can you hear
back
that?
to somebody. What is it, Kevin?
Can you hear that? I'm making coffee right now.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
bubbling. Nice.
I just
okay.
Yeah.
So you're going to stay up with us and continue studying. Okay.
Synchronicity.
So, let's do it. So that's exactly how we have propagation of the information from one neuron to another. But it's also far more in depth than that. I just want to let you know. So then these dendrites, let's take a look at C. We look at the retinal ganglion cell. Now you see how there are so many more dendrites, and it's such a branched neuron, and there's still just one axon. Notice how that means that this specific retinal ganglion cell, right, retina, meaning in the visual cortex, is getting information from multiple places. That's what that's showing you. So, we're going to go over the differences between our neurons and our glial cells a little later. It should be in chapter 1. I would assume it's in chapter 1 if my memory from decades ago serves me right. So, oh no, I forgot to purchase something. Sorry. Shoot. I wanted to get that jacket today. Okay. I'll remind myself later. So that's what we're seeing there, right? So for D, and now we're talking again about another retinal cell, the amacrine cell. Anytime you see INE, you can think of exocrine or endocrine. The dendrites there, you see that there's even more in that one. And the cortical pyramidal cell is also, again, in the visual cortex, right? So, and this is cortical, in the cortical area. Then we have, it says asterisks in these photos indicate that the axon runs on much farther. Sorry, I already knew that innately, and I apologize for not telling you guys. And now if you look at the cerebellar Purkinje cells, holy cow, how much input is going into this one neuron, right? And somehow it has to condense and take all of that information and pass it along to the next neuron, right? So Purkinje cells are a specialized subset of neurons that we can talk about a little later, maybe not in this chapter, but when we get into the physiology, right? So you can read about figure 1.2 there on your own time. So let's keep going. Where was that? We talked about this. Contrasting views represented by Golgi and Cahal were on the last paragraph. Occasioned a spirited debate in the early 20th century that set the course of modern neuroscience based on light microscopic examination of nervous tissue stained with silver salts according to a method pioneered by Golgi. Cahal argued persuasively that nerve cells are discrete entities, again, discrete meaning separate entities, and that they communicate with one another by means of specialized contacts that Sherrington called synapses. And this is where we are going to learn about the synaptic cleft and how neurotransmitters are given in a vesicle, they are created into a vesicle and travel across the synaptic cleft to the next neuron. The work that framed this debate was recognized by the award of the Nobel Prize for Physiology or Medicine in 1906 to both Golgi and Cahal. The joint award suggests some ongoing concern about just who was correct, despite Cahal's overwhelming evidence. The subsequent work of Sherrington and others demonstrating the transfer of electrical signals at synaptic junctions between nerve cells provided strong support of the neuron doctrine, quote unquote, but challenges to the autonomy of individual neurons remained. It was not until the advent of electron microscopy in the 1950s that any lingering doubts about the discreteness of neurons was resolved. The high magnification, high-resolution photos that were obtained with the electron microscope clearly established that nerve cells are functionally independent units. Such pictures also identified the specialized cellular junctions that Sherrington had named synapses. And we'll take a look at figures 1.3 and 1.4 at that point. The histological studies of Cahal, Golgi, and a host of successors led to the further consensus that the cells of the nervous system can be divided into two broad categories: nerve cells, again, which are also known as neurons, and supporting cells called neuroglia, or simply glia. Nerve cells are specialized for electrical signaling over long distances, and understanding this process represents one or more of the more dramatic success stories of modern biology and the subject of Unit 1 of this book. Supporting cells, in contrast, are not capable of electrical signaling. Nevertheless, they have several essential functions in the developing and adult brain. So, Yoni, we are going to go over the neurons and glia and the differences. Can we give a simple example of how neurons form circuits to do something basic like a reflex? Yes, very, very simply, the brain elicits a thought. The thought gets converted into a neuron that has a neuromuscular junction to move your finger. The neuromuscular junction, the sensory neurons have feedback. The neuromuscular junction is activated throughout the long neurons in your arm. You move your finger, and then after you move your finger, then you want to move it back. Your brain has feedback, instantaneous feedback, nearly instantaneous feedback. Alongside what we have are myelin sheaths on neurons, which allow the propagation to go faster because it's like insulation, right? And it'll just, anything you want to do when you move a muscle, that's the feedback loop. It turns around and comes right back up to the brain. That's your basics. It gets very, very complicated with inhibitory and excitatory neurons and synapses that have to go back and forth, but we can talk about that later when we get to it in the chapter. Hi, Richard. Welcome. We're having a neuroscience lecture. Okay, so now let's go up to the we have the subheading of neurons. Neurons and glia share the complement, meaning, they're complementary. They go, one hand in hand with each other, of organelles found in all cells, including the endoplasmic reticulum, which I spoke about earlier, endo meaning inside, plasmic meaning the cytoplasm, and Golgi apparatus, which we all know from what scientist? We have a mini quiz. Come on, somebody give me the scientist's name. Who discovered the Golgi apparatus?
Mario.
No,
Was
not
it
Mario.
Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs?
No. Gosh, I thought you were going to say it like Buffalo Bill.
Was it Buffalo Bill? Would you fuck him?
It was Golgi.
I fuck him hard.
It was a coincidence, but Andy got it. Good job, Andy. You get a star. Golgi discovered the Golgi apparatus and therefore earned, and what else did he earn alongside Cahal in 1906? What award? Oh, come on, I just read it out loud to you guys.
Was it a Nobel?
Yes, it was a Nobel Prize in 1906. So again, like I said, Ramón y Cajal is a major, major, major figure in the neuroscience world, as is Golgi. Okay. So the Golgi apparatus, mitochondria, and a variety of vesicular structures. Does anyone know what the mitochondria is also known as?
The cell's battery?
Kind of. We call it the powerhouse of the cell, right? So that's where all the energy comes through.
Power.
And Yeah, so you have a lot of wellness grifters that want to tell you that your metabolic issues and your mitochondria, we're going to help make sure that your mitochondria are maximized, mitochondria maxing, et cetera, and so forth. There's really no way to do that.
Oh, you just got to drink apple vinegar, right? Like apple cider vinegar will cure everything.
Why not? Take like a shot of that, take a shot of other things. There's no evidence, there's no evidence-based science to correlate the two, to causate the two, et cetera, and so forth. But the fun fact about mitochondria is that it comes from your mother. Your father has no bearing on your mitochondria. Mitochondria has its own DNA and its
fatherchondria?
No fatherchondria. Mitochondria only has maternal DNA. So
mitochondria is wild. Yeah, low emission photons might be the reason why mitochondria can communicate across such long distances. We'll drop a link to a paper.
That's a great link. And a variety of vesicular structures in neurons. For all of our new friends who are joining in, letting you know, the link at the top is a link to the textbook that we're using. We're doing lecture on chapter 1. So if you'd like to learn some neuroscience today, just go ahead, jump in, follow along how you'd like to. Why are some receptors fast and others so? Okay. So we're going to go over this, and it's not the receptors that are necessarily fast, although, okay, this has to go into cell biology. You have receptors and you have cell signaling pathways that are activated by those receptors. Receptors are different from neurons, okay? There are receptors on neurons. So just to let you know, basic physiology. Why are some faster? Because there's different parts. So some receptors, when you activate them, they can instantaneously have a transformational change, or what we call a conformational change, which means that the actual shape of the receptor changes, which initiates, if you've ever watched, I forget the name of the type of things, when you drop a ball and it goes down a chute and then it hits another ball, which tips a bucket, which does this, which does that, and then at the end it drops the Rube Goldberg machines, right? So that's how you can think of cell signaling. Something has to create a conformational change, which changes something else, which allows another activation, which brings in another molecule, which creates another conformational change. It could be a G protein, it could be something else. And then you have a pathway that the body has to go through in order to initiate the transcription of certain proteins, et cetera, and so forth. Okay, so you can think of it like a Rube Goldberg machine, and the more moving parts that there are to the receptor activation, the slower it is. Now with neurons, the difference is that when we look at the axon, if you go back to figure 1 and you look at the axon, if the axon is myelinated, myelin meaning a sheath, it's a sheath that is like an insulator, and it's kind of wrapped around like I wish I could. I use my hands when I teach. Like you have like a roll of let's think about it like, I guess.
It doesn't need to be complicated. Think of it as an extension cord with a plastic sheeting around the copper wire on the inside. The myelin is the plastic sheeting. Myelin
yes, you can.
And plastic.
You can think of it that it's rubber. Okay, when you have those electrical cords, that's like rubber, right? It's an insulator. But it's also like if you, I just wanted to explain exactly how the sheath is made. That's what I'm trying to explain. It's like if you think of a Reynolds wrap. Hold on.
And then we can talk about what happens when it doesn't form properly.
Yeah, but that's a pathophysiology, right? So 1 second, Dennis, hold on. If you think of how you get Reynolds wrap, right? Like aluminum foil at the store, and it comes in a roll. That's how myelin wraps around an axon. That's what I was trying to explain, Dennis. Because it's literally a sheet that goes around. And then there are multiple sheets that go around, and in between there are little holes, and those holes are called the nodes of Ranvier, okay? And if you have those nodes of Ranvier, then the electrical signals, because again, it's an electrochemical signal that neurons communicate with, can jump from each little hole, each node of Ranvier over the myelin sheath. And if your axon is myelinated, if your neuron has myelin, then it can travel the speed of the neuronal messaging can travel much faster than an axon that is not myelinated. So the pathophysiology of something like ALS or MS, multiple sclerosis, or the Michael J. Fox has ALS, right? That is because there's a degradation of the myelin on neurons, which causes the lack of messenger efficiency. Okay? Yoni, you've got a lot. She got a lot of questions here. Okay, why are ionotropic receptors do less complicated tasks than metabotropic? Well, there are two different types of receptors, and if you look at the terms, the ions and the metabotropic, you have to have an actual metabolism event. So I will answer that at a later date because that's basic cell bio, and we're going over neuro, and I want to continue on with the textbook and the rest of this lecture, right? So, okay. Where were we? In addition to the distribution of organelles, and this is important. In neurons, however, these organelles are often more prominent in distinct regions of the cell. Distinct regions of the cell meaning some are, concentrated in the axon, some are concentrated at the membrane, some are concentrated within the length of the axon. Depending on where your vesicular your vesicles are being created. In addition to the distribution of organelles and subcellular components, neurons and glia are in some measure different from other cells in the specialized fibrillar or tubular proteins that constitute the cytoskeleton. So now we have to talk about the cytoskeleton of a cell. It's like the skeleton of your body, but it's cytoskeleton. Cyto means what? I said this earlier.
Tubular.
Well, tubular is a good word and a good guess, but cyto means cell. So it's the skeleton of the cell. The cytoskeleton is what forms the rigidity of these axons and these dendrites and the neuronal structures that you need in order to propagate messaging, right? So then, although many of these proteins are isoforms of actin, tubulin, and myosin, again, there's an entire lecture that is dedicated, like an entire 3 hours of learning the isoforms of actin, tubulin, and myosin, as well as several others, and how they propagate alongside a cell. And it's not just cell biology, like in advanced neurobiology, you literally could do 3 to 5 hours easily on just actin, tubulin, and myosin. And especially what their functions are throughout the body physiologically, because it's not just neurons that use actin, tubulin, and myosin. You see it in neuromuscular junctions, you see it in the muscle cells, and they're found in other cells. Their distinctive organization in neurons is critical for the stability and function of neuronal processes and synaptic junctions. This is important. The filaments, tubules, vesicular motors, and scaffolding protons of neurons orchestrate the growth of axons and dendrites. Now, that's a really, really heavy sentence, right? But the filaments, tubules, vesicular motors, and scaffolding proteins, these are all separate. They all come together to do one function, which is to create the stability of like a basic skeleton for the cell, but they have multiple functions and they're created out of different building blocks, okay? And then they orchestrate the growth of axons and dendrites. So while your brain is forming in utero, when a baby has a brain forming, this is what's happening. You have all of these scaffolding proteins, you have all of these parts of the neurons, they're trying to find other neurons, they're giving these cytokines and these ways of trying to find other cells. They're emitting all of these basic finding, like it's like almost like pheromones, right? Like if you've ever heard of pheromones, which are like scents. But they're signaling components, right? Like they signal that, hi, I'm here. Like there's like an axon on one side, there's like a dendrite on the other. They're trying to like have like these homing mechanisms in order to find each other, right? So let's see, the trafficking and appropriate positioning of the membrane components, organelles, and vesicles, and the active processes of exocytosis and endocytosis. Again, if I'm talking about cytosis, what's the basic meaning of cyto? Again, come on, I asked this like 5 minutes ago. Yay! Thank you, Roberto. Thank you, Kevin. Okay. So exo, when we talk about something exo or extra, we are talking about something that is outside. And endo means inside. So anytime I speak of something like the extracellular fluid or the or the intracellular fluid, it means outside and inside, right? Endo meaning inside. If we're talking about the endoderm, we're talking about skin tissue that is inside. Okay, so this is how you break down specific things in order to understand what they mean. So if you know the basic Latin root words, you're going to be able to figure out what the words might mean. And this is like the basics of medicine, of all medicine. So the exocytosis and endocytosis, what do you think that means? If I'm talking about something outside and inside, what do you think exocytosis is?
Outside the cell.
There we go. So it's a method of allowing vesicular transmission outside the cell. It's exocytosis. It's moving something outside the cell. Endocytosis is moving something inside the cell. And that underlies synaptic communication. What was the synapse again? It's okay if you don't know. Yes, it's the cleft. When we talk about the cleft, it's a space between.
Mind the gap.
Yes. It's mind the gap. It's absolutely mind the gap between two different neurons, okay? It's between the dendrites and the axon. Sometimes it's an axonal-axonal integration, but we'll talk about that later. Okay, understanding the ways in which these molecular components are used is to ensure the proper development and function of neurons and glia. That remains a primary focus of modern neurobiology. If something goes wrong there, that's where you have neurodevelopmental challenges in utero, right? And not only in utero, you have pathophysiology that occurs otherwise. The basic cellular organization of neurons resembles that of other cells. However, they are clearly distinguished by specialization for intracellular communication. This attribute is apparent in their overall morphology. Morphology just means how they're built, right? In the specific organization of the membrane components for electrical signaling and in the structural and functional intricacies of the synaptic contacts between neurons. The most obvious, again, we're going to go over figures 1, 3, and 1, 4. The most obvious sign of neuronal specialization for communication via electrical signaling is the extensive branching of neurons. We went over this in figure 1, right? The extensive branching of neurons when we looked at the branching of the dendritic aspects of the cell. The most salient aspect of this branching for typical nerve cells is the elaborate arborization. Notice how it says arborization, arbor is another term for tree, right? And you know how the dendrites can look like tree branches. So the elaborate arborization of dendrites that arise from the neuronal cell body, remember I told you that it is also called the soma. So these dendritic branches, again, we are talking about the arborization. We talk about it like it's a tree. It's a dendritic branch or dendritic processes. Processes is another term for all of the branches. Dendrites are the primary target for synaptic input from other neurons and are, oh gosh, look at this electron. This could be, okay, hold on. And 1, 3, 1, 4, also distinguished, we're skipping over to the next page, 2 pages down, also distinguished by their high content of ribosomes as well as specific cytoskeletal proteins that reflect their function in receiving and integrating information from other neurons. So if you remember when I went over figure 1, I pointed out where the dendrites were, where the axon was, how a cell can actually go from one point to the other. I mean, it's highly specialized, but okay, let's take a look at figures. Let me take a look at figures 1, 3, electron microscopes. Okay, so this is beautiful here, and I want everyone to take a look at figure 1, 3A, if you'd like. I want you to understand when we say soma, that means cell body. So you can see all the way on the right for figure 1, 3A, you can see the soma, you can see the nucleus. What's held inside the nucleus of the cell? Anyone?
What page?
It's page 5 in the text. I don't know what page it is on the PDF.
Scroll down until you see some alien-looking thing, which is actually a cell inside your head.
Damn, aliens got me again. I'm not seeing aliens.
These are your neurons. So it's figure 1.3. Figure 1.3, and I'm looking at A, and I'm explaining A. Anyone who's new here, I don't think we have anyone new, but the link is up at the top in the nest, in case you'd like to follow along in the textbook.
I see.
Okay. Good. You're there, Kevin?
Yes, affirmative.
Cool. Okay, so you see here that inside the nucleus houses all the DNA, right? So the DNA is wrapped around on chromosomes. We're not going to go into histones and things like that at this moment. You can see that it shows you the other organelles, the ribosomes, the mitochondria, and the Golgi apparatus. What I really want you to look at is the axons, which are in blue. Right, you can zoom in on that if you'd like, and you can see that there's like an axon hillock, which is like a big round thing at the end. You can see that there are dendrites, and the dendrites are in purple. So that's getting all the information in, and it's going out of the axons towards the axon hillock. And you can see it in figure 1.3a. If you look at where the letter C is. Now, you see how it's like kind of pinched in the middle, and you see those greenish brown colored circular, they look like pili to me, but I'm not really sure how else to explain it. They look like little cylinders on top of the axon. They're covering the axon. That's what I was talking about when I talked about the myelin sheath, okay? That's the myelin sheath. And that is those little holes in between, like that little pinched area. Those are the nodes of Ranvier. And that's how, an electrochemical signal, like the electrical part of the signal, can jump from one node to the other, meaning one pinched area to the next pinched area. And that's why your neurons are so fast to react. If you touch something and it's hot, and like if you touch the stove and it burns your finger, that's why your finger can jump back so fast, because you have myelinated axons on your neurons that allow the information to be processed that quickly. Does that make sense?
I lost connection looking at it, so I'm going to transfer to another device. But yeah, the part I heard makes sense. Yeah, I saw the diagram.
Yeah, I had to open it up on my laptop in order to read and hang out with you guys at the same time, because it wasn't working too well on my phone. I could have opened it up on an iPad. Okay, let's see.
I'm looking at figure G. The actual node of Ranvier. I have not seen this photo before.
Well, you can see the indentation, right? Yeah. So you see that greenish brown area? That's the myelin. That's like the sheets of myelin on top of the axon, which is, in blue. And then it's got two little bumpies on the outside of it, but that's the node. And that is where so what happens when the electrical pulse goes through is when you depolarize the membrane at that point. So there's a membrane there. Then those ion channels can get activated. And that's how you propagate the electrochemical signal. So those ion channels have a huge aspect, like a huge part to play as well. Again, we'll have to go into it in lecture 2. But
it also reminds me of the way that a tomato plant will put up nodes. Like this looks vaguely enough like a microscope slide of a tomato's plant stem. And one of those
I don't know what that looks like. Yeah.
It looks like this. That's what I'm telling you. And so,
oh, wow. Okay. Calm down.
out of those nodes will be growing actual roots, potentially, if it was below the soil line, or if the plant was stressed enough that it was trying to put out roots above the soil line. But yeah, it looks like this.
Okay, I'm just scanning through the rest of the chapter real fast. How are we doing? Do we need a break? It's been a while.
Yeah, I don't know. How are you feeling? Because it's inside.
Oh, I just shifted. I see some hands.
Yeah, you're the one doing all the heavy lifting. I'm fine. I don't know about anyone else. You know, I made my coffee like you heard. Right before you talk, you guys were talking about.
Les, I'm trying to let you up. I don't know. I keep sending you the invite. I'm not sure if you have to leave the room and come back or anything. Hanson, hello.
Hey. So just curious about the nodes of Renvia, because it must be different from the other neuron, the mechanism in the other neuron without myelin. It seems it should be something that's not just conduction. It should be triggered by the voltage, excited voltage.
The depolarization on the other end, yes, it can. Yeah, yes, that's exactly.
So,
go ahead.
But the reason is, because there's there must be a optimal point because if it is not, because it's kind of contradictory. Because let's say if you need the nodes of Renvia, it's just ordinary channels, and then why not take off all the myelin, the insulator, and put the channels all in replace the myelin with channels, and that should even be more.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Well, it's not. It won't, because so here's the situation, right? The nerve conduction jumps.
Yeah, but
so
why?
It jumps because of the myelin sheath.
I know, but
so
why?
It will not. It will take longer, because when you propagate the electrical conduction across a membrane, you have to open every single ion channel. So the transmembrane proteins that are the ion channels, right? They're in the membrane of the axon. And what happens is that it's a lipid bilayer, and it's actually it's liquid. It's actually mobile. Okay, so it changes, believe it or not. There are structural connections, right? Like we said, the skeleton, the cytoskeleton, and all the filaments and tubules and kinesin and everything that has to create the structural. So it doesn't move nearly as much as something else like a lipid cell. But if you have to propagate the electrical conduction, in order for it to go through, it would go through every single ion channel, and there are thousands of ion channels, right, that are going across that lipid bilayer. What the myelin sheath does is that it covers up those ion channels, and it only needs to hit one small area that's not myelinated, the node of Ranvier, and then it will jump on the myelin sheath. It will actually propagate over the myelin sheath, skipping all of the other ion channels, and go directly to the next one, which is faster than going through like another 100 ion channels.
Yeah, but
do you want housing? Do you want electrical wire in your housing to have holes in it?
Well, that's the point, right? If that's the case, then cover up all replace all the Renvia node with the insulator.
Well, you need the nodes
because you still need.
Things don't work. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
it won't jump. It won't jump from one end completely to the other.
Exactly.
Because you also have different innervations, right? So different axons also are innervated. Like it's a whole system. Physiologically, anatomically, it's an entire system. So you're getting inputs. Yeah, you're getting inputs from other neurons. It's not just one set of neurons. You have excitatory neurons, you have inhibitory neurons. When you have nodes of Ranvier, they have to get inputs from different neurons at the same time, right? So let's say that your body decides, wait, hold on, like I'm about to hit a pothole, but I've got to avert the pothole, right? And then suddenly there's something else on the side of the pothole and you're going to have to jump over it, right? Those are all different innervations that are going to change the motion of you running or walking or whatever it is, right? For you to avoid danger. And that's why you have nodes of Ranvier, because there are different positions and points that these other neurons are going to innervate. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't make sense, because make it simpler, right? We have just one neuron, one like a cable, right? Basically model it with a cable, and the voltage and resistance and if there's an inductor, when you have insulator, obviously there are two things at work, opposing things at work. I mean, you wanted the insulator, and then the conducting, and also conduction could be different forms. One is diffusion, the other is actually current going through. So depending on what kind of the materials is at.
Well, myelin is lipid, right? Like it's fat.
It's what? Fat. Okay,
it's fine. It's fat. And
model whether it's resistance, resistance, or some kind of capacitor or whatever. But the thing is, if the channel is what helps with the speed, then just add more channel. But if it is
No. And you can't do that. It slows it down. It slows the propagation down because you're going through each in like a series. It's like a series, right?
Okay,
like it's when you're talking about capacitance, it's like placing these in series. It slows it down. It's like having an alternate route.
Yeah, that's my point. You can say that you want more insulation, then let's do more insulation. But then take out all the
it's noise. No, that's just not where it goes through. It jumps over.
I know, but why jump?
The myelin.
Yeah. But
why does it jump over?
If I let's say the half of it, the originally 1 unit, right, and then you say, well, this is going for it's faster, then why not make it two unit length? And
why are you arguing this? Like, I don't even understand the point at all.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand what's the mechanism, right? It seems that there's been a kind of it must be special, more special than just insulator. Let's say, I mean, if you have a normal.
Why does it have to be more special than that?
A special what?
Why does it have to be more special than that?
Special than what?
Can you say something about why myelin is special?
Yeah, because you can have the neurons, axons without myelin, right? Or
you can, but that's what happens when you have distinctive diseases like multiple sclerosis.
No, not necessarily, right?
Yes. Yes.
Like by definition.
That is. Yeah, no, that's why. So the norm and the healthy cells will have myelin and they'll have nodes of Ranvier. And when you decrease that, then you're unable to make the movements that you normally do. Because you reduce the propagation potential of the because it has to go through every single ion. And when you do that, you lose. What happens when you go through resistance, like the intracellular fluid, right? What happens when I put some type of fluid in between? What you're doing when you have the myelin sheaths is you're skipping the fluid. You're skipping the intracellular fluid. You're skipping the viscosity that's inside the cell that has all of the ion channels. Yes, it is about the viscosity. Yes, it is, because you're putting it through. Yes, it is.
It is not.
Yes, it is. When you have, how is this? Yes, if you put a current, yes, if you put a current through fluid, what happens?
Slows it down. The current is moving faster than the fluid.
No, the current is not moving faster than the fluid. The fluid slows down, doesn't it?
If it is solid, if the conducting is a solid, the current will not.
I'm saying that when you have this lipid bilayer, it allows the current to jump from one set of ion channels to the next.
Why are you talking about conducting? Right?
The fluid is on the inside of the cell. The myelin sheath is on the outside of the cell.
You're saying that the current moves because it's fluid, and then the current
I'm saying the current speed. No, I did not. I said the current speed is slowed down inside the cell, because there's more things to go through. There are items in the cell, remember? We have organelles, which are mini organs, all throughout the cell. We have tubulin, we have the cytoskeleton. The inside of a cell, especially of a neuron, is filled with other mini organelles. It's filled with barriers. There are more barriers within the cell. In order for the propagation to occur, is it easier to drive on a road with a lot of cars, or is it easier to drive on a road faster with no cars?
No cars. Well, Hansen, the nodes of Ranvier allow for faster transmission.
Yes, but why?
Why are you arguing with her?
I'm saying that.
Like, I don't understand why this took 10 minutes.
Mechanism, right? What's the mechanism? And the car's analogy doesn't.
The mechanism is the changes in sodium and potassium, hyperpolarization and depolarization of the membrane potential on the outside of a neuron. No, we did not go over it yet. Yes, there's a lot of physics to it. Yes, there's a lot of electrophysiology to it. If you'd like me to start doing the actual mathematical equations, I can do that. But what I'm trying to explain to you very simply is that inside the cell, there's a lot more things. Like it's like putting a tree in front of you. If you're running a race, you've got a tree, you've got hay bales, you've got a fence, you've got a bunch of stuff. Or is it easier for me to run as fast as I can on just plain grass? Or is it easier for me to run when I have a way to jump over certain areas? Well, it's easier if I'm jumping, I'm covering more ground.
If the speed is not depending on the trees, it's not about the cars moving, then it doesn't matter.
But the speed is impeded. Can you really go as fast as you would be able to on an empty highway versus a highway that's filled with traffic?
I mean, if the carriers.
Because what?
Right.
But it is about the cars. It is about the fact that you have different organelles and different blockages. Yes.
The electric current in the metal, which is a solid.
It's not a metal. This is. It's electrophysiology. You're comparing it to something that's metal.
But I'm just saying that because you're saying.
And there are.
If there's cars on the highway, then it cannot move.
You have multiple.
Right.
Are you okay?
Dennis?
What?
Give me a second. I'm going to try this. No, Hansen. Give me 1 second, Dennis. Hansen, there is a multivariable aspect that allows for electrical conduction in a neuron, right? It is not only the fact, I'm trying to simplify it so easily for you and you're still not getting it. So I'm going to add the other variables and explain this to you. Sir, there are multiple ion channels that are open at the nodes of Ranvier, Okay, those ion channels actually have to interact with each other. You have positive and negative charges. Do you understand what a positive and negative charge is in an ion, I assume? Because we're talking about a physiological mechanism, right? This is biophysics. This is not regular physics that has to do with conductors and capacitance, although that figures into the electrophysical calculations that we do in neuro, right? So here's the thing, I am balancing, or the neuron is balancing not only intermembrane, like, organelles that are within the membrane, plasma, it's a plasma membrane, it still is fluid, and the transmembrane proteins, in addition to the ion channels that are necessary in order to make sure that there is even a resting membrane potential. This is something I went into last night. And it is that you have to have all of these parts, the depolarization of the membrane, in order to elicit an action potential, which is an all or none phenomenon, right? And I think what you're doing is that you're trying to compare it to something that is physical chemistry, which is absolutely inappropriate because it doesn't apply to biomechanical mechanisms.
The models are the same principle.
The models for what? Is it a biophysical model?
I'm saying
it's not the same. It is not the same because you have too many moving parts. It's a biomechanical mechanism.
Yeah,
we have the same.
Understand it.
We can still use a Nernst equation. We have to adjust it. We can still use the Goldman equation. We have to adjust it. But you're not understanding the fact that when you have a conductor and you're able to transfer the jump from one node to the other, it goes faster than if you have to go through the traffic.
Yeah, but how do you?
And then not only do you have to, how do you jump?
I'm just saying that this rationale doesn't work. It's in a simplistic manner. There are two opposing factors at work. The one is you want the insulator, and the other is that you want the not too far. And what the two mechanisms are opposing mechanisms, and there must be an optimal point at the
yes, and that is what we call the activation potential of a neuron, right? We have to activate the neuron. There's a depolarization of the membrane. There has to be a sufficient amount of neurotransmitter that allows for an electrochemical signal to come in at the axon hillock. And then you have the propagation. You have to come in at the dendroid branches. And then what you have is you have a conduction velocity, and the delay in the arrival of the action potential ends up contributing to whether or not you have a successful set of points along the axon, meaning the nodes of Ranvier. The electrical changes that are produced by a passive current flow contribute to the resting membrane potential. The problem is that if you have the resting membrane potential, you don't depolarize it significantly enough, you will not have an action potential that travels across the neuron, which means that you will not have firing of the neuron, which means that the neuron is not going to function. In order to efficiently activate the function, you have nodes of Ranvier and myelin sheathing. Myelin sheathing is made by lipids, and then you have an efficient transmission. When you have a pathodegenerative disease like ALS or MS, then those myelin sheets are destroyed, which means that your neurons are destroyed, which means that they no longer function in the neuromuscular junction, and the ion channels have to propagate one by one as opposed to having maybe 5 that need to go and propagate. And I am simplifying this so much. But when you have an opening of the neuron, you have to open your sodium channels, your potassium channels, your calcium channels. They all have to be depolarized and hyperpolarized alongside the axon, the nodes of Ranvier on the axon. It is faster to do it with a propagation potential with the insulation of the myelin sheath, which is made up of lipids. If you have those holes, it jumps from one ion channel to the other. If you really want to go, you can compare it only in a minute sense to basic physics, because you still have these physiological mechanisms that it needs to overcome. You have, I don't know how else to explain it. You have these obstacles inside the cell. Why would you want to go inside the cell where you have tubulin, where you have myosin, where you have structural cytoskeletons? You wouldn't go through there in order to propagate an electrical potential.
Yeah, so
there's no way for it to go. It will inhibit.
If that's the only factor, then you just take out the intermediate remnant.
The myelin is on the outside of the axon.
I understand, but I'm just saying that
why would you take out?
Because it will be even faster by
no, it wouldn't, because what you do not have any ion channels on the myelin sheath. It is lipid.
Bro, it's not a rocket ship. This is a human body. Stop.
Yes, but it plays the same principle, same physics principle. Okay, so and logic as well. And then
it is not, because you're not even understanding. There's a passive membrane property, and then there's the fact that you have a neuromuscular junction that needs to be activated.
To logic it properly,
But okay, so tell me what I'm missing.
I've already told you that you're missing.
Everything you didn't hear that she just said.
You have delayed activation.
I mean, the thing is, all the things.
Can you explain to me? No. Let's try it this way. Can you explain to me how the sodium and the ion channels work in order to propagate an electrical signal? Can you explain that to me in any way, shape, or form? Because every time you have I was about to do it for you. Tell me how that works, and then explain to me why it would be faster to not have. If you are going through 20 ion channels versus 3.
Yes.
Which one is faster?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, if you take out the intermediate channels, right, and then there's no the propagation, the voltage difference is going to be small. Going to be less.
No.
And then why the same? If we do the same token, then we take out the whole. The connecting axon, and you can have
you're thinking of it.
Linear nodes, and we don't even need the connecting axons.
Yes. Oh my God. Okay. Let's try this again. That's just not how it works, right? When you propagate the signal and you propagate the electrochemical signals, right? Each ion channel contributes to the depolarization of the membrane, okay? Each ion channel has to do it, and it only does it in the location that it's in.
Yeah,
which means, yes, that's how it works.
If that's all it needs, then we can take out the axon and connecting the two nodes.
Why would you take out the axon?
Yeah, because
the axon is the reason. We don't need an axon? Do you have any background in any biology whatsoever?
No, the answer is no.
I'm well aware, but I have. Okay. Yes, there's a difference.
And logic.
Biophysics is different. And that's fine.
Physics laws, you say.
That's it. Your logic sucks because you don't understand the biology.
Because you don't understand the physiology.
Just shut up, all right?
You don't. No. Logic, but you don't understand enough. You're not applying the logic properly.
It's not.
It's the same physics principle.
If you propagate a signal along the cell membrane has to depolarize at every single ion channel. If you are able to skip the ion channels, it allows for the propagation of the signal over the myelin quicker, because you're removing the amount of ion channels that have to depolarize in order for the hyperpolarization of the membrane to occur at the end.
Okay, if that's the case, then we take out the axon connecting the two channels.
You are absolutely out of your mind. You cannot remove an axon. Why? Because what is the axon? You don't understand the physiology. You don't understand the anatomy of the neuron. What you are saying. Are you on the page? Can you go back to figure 1.3? Go back to figure 1.3. 1.3, page
113, 313.
No, I didn't. Oh, you're in chapter 3. Great. If you were in chapter 3 and actually read through chapter 3, you would understand why everything you said is not feasibly possible within the human body. And this is why we say that you have to have a physiological background in order to understand why this works the way that it does.
Okay, you're not, of course you can say, well, just go read it and but you're not giving any reason for why you derive.
I gave you the reason. You have multiple ion channels that are in a lipid Do you know what a lipid bilayer is?
She gave you the reason 5 times in ways, but it's not the reason. It's not. You're not interested in hearing it. It's not deriving it. I just asked the question: if the ion channel is all that's needed to conduct the signal, then what's the difference? What difference would it make to take out the axon, which is covered by the myelin, which is not.
Oh my God! The ion channels are in the axon membrane. Why would you remove the axon?
If it is not if it's not functioning, it's not useless. Then take it out.
It's not useless.
Not useless for what? What are you talking about?
Oh my God!
Conducting the signal.
What else is? Do you understand that there are other functions?
One node to the other.
Do you understand that there?
Not functioning. Then.
What is the axon? What you don't know what you're talking about. Please go back and understand what the physiology of an axon is, how it works, how the lipid bilayer works, because you don't know. And this is the problem. You don't understand what the cytoplasm is made of. You don't understand what happens at this point. I'm well aware. Okay, so now I'm getting the information. So Hansen, Mr. I'm all physics, you don't know what you're talking about. I just received information. This is what it is. I already explained it to you multiple times. I'm not going to spend any more time. You can. No, Hansen, I'm well aware. No, you are not educated enough to understand this. You have a theoretical physics PhD at Yale. That's what you claim to have, right? Right? So, and oh my gosh, you're so funny. You remind me of a postdoc fellow in neuroscience right now because it's really cute. He's also into salsa. And what you don't understand is what's happening on the inside of the cell. You don't understand the physiology. It's really cute that you have a PhD from Yale because this is indicating how absolutely ignorant you are in the field of biophysics.
PhD in theoretical physics is
theoretical physics is ignorance in biophysics. Yeah, I said it.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's because you don't know.
The thing is, you can't.
Because you don't know. I cannot explain. I've already explained it multiple times. Go ahead and do the Nernst equation yourself. No, I can do the physics. That's what we had to do. Hi, advanced neuro and a graduate degree in neuro. Let me explain this to you one last time. There are multiple ion channels in a lipid bilayer. Is the lipid bilayer polar or not? Do you know? Do you know what polar is?
Yeah.
Do you know what it means to be polar biochemically? Yeah. Wonderful. So then that means that you would understand that there's a difference in the actual membrane electric potential, right?
Yeah, but the thing is that...
Okay, so if you have when you have ion, how does an ion work? How does an ion work? Hansen, you ignorant fool. How does an ion work? How does an ion channel work? Oh yes, I'm a very stupid idiot. This is cute, but you are ignorant, and ignorance means you don't know.
Ignoramus.
No, I'm not an ignoramus. I know how this works. You are. Oh my gosh, you're so cute. It's adorable when a doctorate. It's adorable when a doctorate doesn't have the balls to actually admit that they are ignorant. Ignorant just means you don't know.
You don't have balls.
I don't, but it means that you don't know. That's what the word ignorant means, right? It means that you don't know.
Whatever you call it.
No. Let's explain the English language. It doesn't matter. That's an ad hominem. You're falling behind. You're falling behind. Let's keep up. I never called you anything except for a factual statement. I said you are ignorant. Ignorant is not ignorant. Just means you don't know.
Yes.
So that means you go and learn. An ignoramus means that I would actually have to be happy about being ignorant. No, that means you go to a book. You go to a bio friend. You go to a PhD. You go. No.
Study a bit of mathematics.
I already know the mathematics. I already know the physics. We've already gone through it. I went through it.
Maybe you should go to the
Hanson. Listen, my mediocre male friend. Now, I have to tell you, you are ignorant. That means you don't know. You don't know. That doesn't mean anything. It doesn't have anything to do with me. This means that you don't understand the biophysics of this. Oh, my IQ is way further than yours. I'm not even worried. Would you love? Well, I would love to. Would you like to? Would you like to go through an IQ exam? You know, I am so.
You're just high.
No. I actually have no problem. Well,
I think you're
wow,
projecting.
He's been projecting. He actually doesn't know what he's talking about. That is what ignorant means. Try looking up the English dictionary.
You're speaking for yourself.
No, I don't need to. You're pathetic.
You do.
Now that is a factual statement. You are absolutely pathetic. The fact that you cannot admit that you don't know, you don't know what you don't know. And this is the problem. He doesn't know what he doesn't know. And the beauty of having higher degrees is that at some point, a real academic who actually knows what they're talking about can say that they don't know what they don't know. Now, this is a problem. He doesn't understand the biophysiology of this specific axon. He doesn't understand what an axon is. He doesn't understand what a lipid bilayer is. These are basic Bio 101. I knew this in 5th grade, sir. That's why my IQ is higher than yours, but that's okay. You can sit there in your ignorant fool self and adore yourself in the mirror and think that you know something that you don't. I would never go and try to speak in a theoretical physics. Actually, no, I probably would, because I would be able to understand it far better than you. We already went over the Nernst equation yesterday. And for that, good sir, you and your mediocre inability to understand that you don't know what you don't know self can just make your way right back to the audience. Have a seat. Jesus, if you don't understand the propagation of the potential through the ion channels, especially when you have sodium channels, potassium channels, calcium channels that have different ions that work. No, Hanson. Oh, it's cute. Well, I'm not triggered. I'm totally fine. Thanks, Lee. Okay, I didn't know. I wasn't checking the chat. I engage in good faith all the time. Sorry, Davey. How was your shower? No, this wasn't about religion. Sorry about that. Yeah, so there's an ignorant fool in the audience right now, and ignorant just means he doesn't know, so maybe he'll study some biology and come back and then be able to sit there and discuss a Nernst equation with me. Theoretical physics doesn't understand biophysics. There's thresholds, there's resting potentials. We went over this yesterday. You have to depolarize the axon and continue, and removing an axon means that you're not going to function. That is literally creating death. So anybody who tries to tell you that you don't need axons is an absolute idiot. All right, so continue onwards, because if you have no axons, then you don't even have a functioning body. Now, let's just quickly increase conduction velocity. Now, when you have myelin, you're able to improve the passive flow of electrical current. As I was saying, when you insulate the axonal membrane, then you're able to increase the distance upon which that specific current moves. And I was trying to explain this. So you have your oligodendrocytes, which create the lipid bilayer, not the lipid bilayer, the lipid in the myelination of axons. And then you have an electrical insulator, and it allows, again, to speed up the action potential conduction, because you need to be able to depolarize the membrane and then hyperpolarize the membrane afterwards. Now, the nodes of Ranvier, as I was saying, it's generated at one node of Ranvier. It'll elicit a current. Again, we can go to chapter 3 and you can go to page 63 and follow along. So it'll elicit a current to, apologies, I lost my place, by acting as an electrical insulator. Myelin greatly speeds up the action potential conduction. For example, whereas unmyelinated axon axon conduction velocities range from 0.5 to 10 meters per second. Myelinated axons can conduct at velocities of up to 150 meters per second. Not sure if a PhD understands the difference in that speed, but just letting you know. The major reason underlying this marked increase in speed is that the time-consuming process of action potential generation occurs only at specific points along the axon called the nodes of Ranvier, where there is a gap in the myelin wrapping. If the entire surface of an axon were insulated, there would be no place for the current to flow out of the axon and action potentials could not be generated. This is what we talk about when we talk about having ion channels, because the ion channels is how you generate your action potentials. When you have a change in the positive ions and the negative ions on both sides of the lipid membrane, that is what creates your resting membrane potential that needs to be depolarized in order for an electrical current to pass through the cell. And it becomes electrochemical when you have the vesicular transfer. And that's where you have your neurotransmitters that are encased in an exocytosis in a vesicle in order to elicit the same reaction and the same depolarization of the next neuron in the process. If the entire surface of an axon were insulated, there would be no place for the current to flow out of the axon, and action potentials could not be generated. This is what this person was trying to make a statement about. As it happens, an action potential generated at one node of Ranvier elicits current that flows passively within the myelinated segment until the next node is reached. That's basic insulation. This local current flow then generates an action potential in the neighboring segment, and the flow and the cycle is repeated along the length of the axon. Because the current flows across the neuronal membrane only at the nodes, this type of propagation is called saltatory propagation, meaning that the action potential jumps from node to node. Not surprisingly, loss of myelin, as occurs in diseases such as multiple sclerosis, causes a variety of serious neurological problems. This is what happens when people step out of their scope of practice and try to talk about things that they don't know about. You wouldn't go to a neurologist when you're having a problem with a broken bone. You'd go to an orthopedist, right? So this is what we talk about when we talk about scope of practice. So if you go to page 64 in the text, I'm sorry, I don't have the PDF page, you can take a look at what happens with a myelinated axon and the nodes of Ranvier and the oligodendrocytes that create the myelin in order to wrap around the membrane of the axon, the lipid membrane of the axon. You instead have the easiest action potential that goes through with just a few ion channels having to be activated. So saltatory action potential, saltatory is just the term for going from one node of Ranvier to the next. And if we go further, I'm sorry, I have to skip into chapter 3. We're going to go to box D on page 66. Dennis, do you know what the PDF page is? Again, you can go to the top of the page. 86. And 86. So if anyone's following along, we're going to go through box D. I'm going to go over multiple sclerosis at this point. It's characterized as a disease of the central nervous system characterized by a variety of clinical problems arising from multiple regions of demyelination and inflammation along the axonal pathways. Now, only an ignorant person would say to remove the axons, right? Because this is part of the problem. The disorder commonly begins between the ages of 20 and 40, characterized by the abrupt onset of neurological deficits that typically persist for days and weeks and then remit. The clinical course ranges from patients with no persistent neurological loss, some of whom experience only occasional later exacerbations, to others who progressively deteriorate as a result of extensive and relentless central nervous system involvement. The signs and symptoms of MS are determined by the location of the affected regions. Particularly common are monocular blindness. Again, let's break down the word monocular, right? It's one eye. Due to lesions of the optic nerve, motor weakness or paralysis due to the lesions of the corticospinal tracts, which is again another aspect of having back and forth communication within the body.
And then abnormal somatic sensations due to lesions of somatic sensory pathways, often in the posterior columns. Double vision due to lesions of medial longitudinal fasciculi, and dizziness due to lesions of vestibular pathways. And again, vestibular pathways are located where? In your ears, right? With your eustachian tubes and tiny little crystals that I've spoken about before. Abnormalities are often apparent in the cerebrospinal fluid, which usually contains an abnormal number of cells associated with inflammation and an increased content of antibodies, a sign of an altered immune response. Again, this is an autoimmune disease. It attacks your own axons and the myelin that's on top of it. Diagnosis of MS generally relies on the presence of a neurological problem that remits and then returns at an unrelated site. Confirmation can sometimes be obtained from the magnetic resonance imaging, MRIs, with the functional evidence of lesions in a particular pathway by abnormal evoked potentials. You can continue to read about this if you'd like on your, but it's right here, the paragraph where this is one pathology, right? The concept of MS as a demyelinating disease is deeply embedded in the clinical literature, although precisely how the demyelination translates into the functional deficits is poorly understood. The loss of the myelin sheath surrounding many axons clearly compromises action potential conduction, and the abnormal patterns of nerve conduction that result presumably produce most of the clinical deficits of disease. However, MS may have effects that extend beyond the loss of the myelin sheath. It is clear that some axons are actually destroyed. Wait, here we go. We have to address the fact that axons are actually destroyed probably as a result of the inflammatory processes and the overlying myelin and the loss of trophic support of the axon by the oligodendrocytes. Thus, axon loss also contributes to the functional deficits in MS, especially in the chronic progressive forms of the disease. This is the problem, right? When you act outside of the scope of your practice, imagine stating, like with any type of feasibility, that you should remove the axon for a better saltatory conduction and electrochemical conduction. Like, how dumb.
Maybe
like,
he was
I
a denier or some shit. I don't know.
I don't know.
That was fucking weird.
That is what we call ignorance. That is literally just not knowing. Now, if he decided to go back and decided to learn about the physiology and anatomy of basic neurons, right, and he wanted to learn about this, that's just all ignorance is. It's a sad statement that he had to go there and start calling me names, but the reality is you have a PhD in something completely different. You don't have a PhD in biophysics. You don't understand the physiology of the neuron. You don't understand the differences in the ions and the action potentials and the depolarization that's necessary in order for this to occur. And yet you make the dumbest comment I think I've ever heard in my life regarding a neuron and say, remove the axon.
That was literally like tragically idiotic comment.
I've never heard something so stupid, and I deal with anti-vaxxers on a daily basis. Like, I literally have never heard of something so incredibly dumb.
He was okay. I was like, what the fuck is going on, bro?
Honestly,
Matt has retired. He's one of our biggest contributors over the years at quantum photonics, but he does it. Yeah, he does this a lot for different rooms. But it sounds like he's trying to invent the wheel. You know, billions of years of evolution, and like Denise said, trying to. It's not a rocket ship. That's what it's
I've just never heard something so stupid in my life. And I deal with anti-vaxxers on a daily basis.
Sounds like you're talking about
Jesus. Yeah. I'm Hanson. Hanson is ignorant.
It's a blockhead. It's the blockhead.
Hanson is incredibly ignorant. I have never in my life ever heard something.
A binary thinking, I'm smarter than you no matter what you tell me.
I was like, oh, you got a degree from Yale? You better return that money.
Did he actually go to Yale?
Who knows? Who knows?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure I could find out. I don't care.
I've been in thousands of math and science rooms with people, including Hanson, quite a bit, and he's not a fraud. I mean, he knows what he's talking about, but his domain is limited, and he thinks it expands to other areas, and it just never does because he can think he's a black and white thinker.
It's fine, not knowing is fine, right? But like, be open to learning, and he's not.
Yeah, I mean,
he would not be wrong. He's like a wine. He'll take his from.
It was so. He threw. He called me an ignoramus. I feel like all day I've been called so dumb, and I'm like, you don't know what you're talking about. This is a problem.
You get him a little mad. His real feelings will come out.
It came out real quick. I'm an ignorant. What else was there, Dennis? I don't even remember. I was just like, I don't understand.
I'm getting a red bar. Evolution, smell evolution. Yeah, it's trying to over efficiency and let the market take care of itself. Yeah,
why isn't it efficient? I'm like, this is efficient. There's literally like, it's 0.5 meters per second.
You hear anybody who's let the market take care of itself like he is, that's his gospel. I mean, everybody gets why. Everybody knows his background, the communist thing, the Red Scare, all that. I get it. But it's like, bro, like.
That doesn't mean you're right about everything.
Bro,
you're literally talking to it. It just, I was literally ready to like, oh my God, he really said get rid of the axon. I'm like, do you even know what an axon is?
Do you
even know how a cell works?
I didn't know Gong Show was an option on the menu. Otherwise, I would have invoked it. Like that took like at least 20 minutes. I would have done it at like minute 5.
I took far too long to drop him down. Like I have to learn how to do that quicker because I never know how to hit the buttons to do it.
I was glad you did it eventually. But now that I know it's an option, I'm invoke it.
I saw Dr. Priya showed up for like a hot second, and I was like, oh, where was she when I needed her to tell him what an ignoramus he was? Welcome back, bro. Hey, Taro. I didn't look in the chat until because I was literally just sitting there with like my head in my hands, like staring at my computer. Like I'm looking at this figure. This is how this works. This is how the cell is created.
Yeah, once you don't hold that pretty well, in my opinion. Like.
Oh, it's funny when they flip out. It's always like.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. The only reason I had the comment in the chat was like I wanted to like give you a warning, but like at the same time, like I could tell you hadn't read it, and so it was like it's okay. And then my position now has become, as much as I would love to just come up and be like, look out, don't talk to him, then I became like the crazy person. And then I kind of like had to like be like, okay, well you just have to like she'll know.
You just got experience it.
Yeah.
Apparently I had to go through it once.
It's frustrating. So I apologize for not coming up and just like giving you the heads up. But I was like, then it turns into, oh, she's crazy. Look at her. And like,
no, you're fine, Tara. I'm interacted with you.
I'll see it.
I appreciate you for trying to give me the heads up. I got the heads up in the middle from another DM, and I saw the notification go out.
Yeah, what's evolution though, anyways, compared to the market?
I don't know. I was just sitting here. I don't know. I just was like, oh my gosh. And then it's always to a woman. Like it's harsher on a woman every single time. Like God forbid, it's a woman who's telling you you're an absolute ignorant person who doesn't know what you're talking about, and it has nothing to do with anything else. Would I really go in theoretical physics and say that I know more than you? Obviously, I didn't do the same amount of work as you. Could I hold my own? I would like to think that I could. But do you want me to go? I asked him, I said, do you want to go through the Nernst equation for this? Would you like to go through Goldman's equation for this? Would you like to understand how the problem? But you don't. It's literally just to aggravate someone. He got triggered. He was a snowflake. He couldn't handle it. It's fine. I'm used to it. It's just mediocre. That's all.
It's trying to take Benjamin's contrarian job. On the contrary.
Benjamin and I have an understanding. We're well aware of how we troll each other. It's fine. Ruby, he didn't study no biophysics. That was the most attention he's probably ever gotten in his entire life. Yeah.
No, he definitely has done that more than once. So.
I appreciate the kindness. Excellent talk before the derailment of H. I appreciate that, Z. Thank you. I think Z left. And see, look at that. Now the entire momentum of lecture went out the window.
Yeah.
Apologies, people.
You remember Bob? Bob Prey. Dennis. In quantum photonics. Well, One time he had to basically tell Hanson, just to be quiet. He's going on and on.
Yeah, no.
I have no intention of ever letting him up again, so it's all right. That's what he did.
Yeah, no, he was banned from Science Society for
LOL.
for the exact same shit he just pulled.
LOL. It's fine. That's what I got. That's okay. No big deal. No big deal. But I just wanted to make sure that, people understand exactly what was happening. It's hard because, again, all of these aspects of neuro and all of these aspects of cell bio literally are lectures within and of themselves. The electrophysiology and the physics of neurobiology. We had an entire, I swear to God, it was half of our semester. It was the majority of advanced neurobiology to go through the electrophysics of cell propagation. And I'm trying to keep it simple. I had no idea this dude, claims the PhD. And then I would have been all right, then let's get into it. But if you don't understand the structure of the cell and how it works, then you're not going to be able to comment upon it. And again, this is an exquisite example of being out of your scope of practice. It's an exquisite example of how one aspect of STEM doesn't necessarily translate into another aspect of STEM. And when we tell you that that's not how it works, you don't understand what the basic normal is, you don't understand what healthy is, then you don't understand what the pathophysiology is. You don't understand what is abnormal. We lost Pro again.
She's basically give everyone MS. I'm what the fuck is wrong with you?
That's exactly what he was saying.
What are you saying, man?
I've just never heard anything so stupid in my life. And I deal with anti-vaxxers.
That's definitely up there and dumb as
I think that's up there.
For at least 6 months.
I gotta say that's up there. I swear to God, I'm going to be referencing this the next time I give a lecture.
I mean, it's really difficult for some people to understand that they can be very educated and still be very ignorant about things.
Sure.
Usually people that are in his position are very aware of how ignorant they are about most things because they know how much it requires to know what they know about their specialty. And so this usually propagates some sort of understanding that this is the reality of knowing things, is that it requires a lot of understanding, and then you can understand that you don't have that particular understanding. But yeah, Hanson's just somebody who doesn't engage in good faith, and so I know that. And
I treated it in good faith because that's the kind of person I am. That being said, it's okay. It's all good. It's a lot easier if I had I like my whiteboard. I like being able to draw things. I like being able to point. I was trying to help everyone out. If you guys jumped onto the PDF or whatever, and then I could at least push you towards the figures and how things work.
I mean, you did still. You were able to reference the figure, and then it would allow people to kind of follow muscular dystrophy, and you did a full explanation of that. So I think that helps to for anybody who doesn't understand why that was so idiotic. Then they now understand why it's idiotic.
But they should, I would hope. But that's where it is, right? And we were having this conversation about education earlier today, and that's why if you don't have the basic background, and it's not to say that anyone is less than because they weren't able to learn these things in a previous life or in a previous time. It's just that you need the basics and you need the building blocks in order to understand how the rest of it goes. And I feel terrible because honestly, even this book is not the basics, right? You already need to have a foundational, a fundamental understanding of cells and how it works. And I'm hoping that I give some kind of, understanding as we're going through it. And I don't mind, but, and it's helpful to me because at least it's getting, I kind of miss lecturing, not gonna lie. But these, this idiot,
Like I'm like it's just.
It's clear that you missed like 3. I don't mean to say that in a way where I'm saying clearly you're on Clubhouse like teaching. Clearly you need to be back in a space where you're teaching. And I hope you get there. I don't know if you're taking some time away from that right now.
I just couldn't do it. They did ask me to do another adjunct position, but it's unfortunately the same time as my semester starts. So I can't. I literally I just don't have. Like it takes a lot. It doesn't take that much, but it will take some out of me, but I'm just in an accelerated program. I just can't. It's too intense. I just don't have the opportunity to be able even to work a few hours a week. It takes away a lot from the work that I'm doing. So it's fine.
Hopefully, in a different part of your career, there's a chance to go back to that because it clearly you enjoy it too. So there's that.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, they asked me to come back after I complete my degree, so I'll definitely go back.
Yeah, and if it makes you feel better, there's years of recordings of him, debating the top-notch, Ivy League, UC system, all the top of the top of the entire world. There's vast recordings of that, so don't feel bad.
Oh, jeez.
There's vast recordings of him wasting everyone's fucking time. I'm so sad.
Dennis, I'm so sorry I didn't listen to you and continued onwards. That was a bit. I sorry everybody. I don't know why I'm apologizing. I didn't mean to. I didn't know.
That's what
I know better.
We live and we learn.
Indeed. He's like, he wants to talk about capacitance. I sometimes so it's funny because these pages in my actual textbook, there are so many highlights, so many notes in the margins and things like that, going on. So I can actually, my memory comes back anytime I see these things. So it's not, my brain works in a certain way, and I can remember all of my notes and my highlights and things like that, even if they're not here. So,
all right, man.
Anyways,
we get it.
It's not that.
We get it.
It just makes me madder that I was I can't understand how you don't understand, and you claim to understand capacitance and all this. It's all coming back to me, and I'm like, why?
I was just teasing, but it's also
it's fine.
We love a little humble flex there, okay? Yeah, there's some real work that goes into knowing what you know. We get it. No, I'm just teasing.
Oh, good. I appreciate you, Tara. Thank you. Hi, David. Welcome back. My lecture got derailed. I didn't mean to interrupt you. You can talk.
Saying Pluto's had to either get in the top 1% or leave the house and ticket it so that everybody's got something on their lower left.
What is actually no. I asked it, and then people were like, "Don't worry about it," and I don't really care either way about this 1% or whatever. But I guess if
you'll see it one day.
Okay, I appreciate it. Anyways,
I didn't hear. I heard Plutus. Plutus.
Is it Plautos or Plutos? I've been saying Plautos all day.
We always say Plautos more, but yeah. I actually have to. We talked to the founder and all the. I have to see exactly what they think, but we say Plautos.
What does it mean?
It's the great god of wealth and abundance. That should be correct. I didn't name it. The founder's from MIT, and so it's his fault.
So you're just flying a flag for them?
Yeah. Just quantum photonics. That's how it happened. It was so then that transferred. That's a polymath. Club invited me. So then so everything's AI. So then Cecile joined Platos, and then so I naturally, they invited me, so that's it. It was just a natural progression. Cool. And then AI literally covers everything, so that's polymath as well. So yeah, just totally organic.
I'm concerned about the sustaining of polymath when you relinquish your thinking to a machine.
Okay. Before we go on, that's so cool. Viv, I can't play drums. I think it's amazing that both your hands can do different things at the same time and keep a beat. I think that's phenomenal. So, do we want to continue onwards with our neuro, or shall we continue onwards with normal clubhouse shenanigans at this point?
Okay, so it sounds like you want to continue.
Well, no, I mean, I can't. There's a difference. Like, I mean, if I'm in the middle of an overnight shift, I'm happy to do my work. It's totally fine.
No, the question is, do you want to also, in addition to, do other people want to?
No, I'm letting it up to a vote, whatever people vote. Okay. And on page 41, I don't know what is on the PDF. I've been talking about this giant squid axon, okay? I started to talk about that last night. That is a picture of the giant squid axon. So in case you are curious about it, you can look over that. We can always do another lecture tomorrow. I could make a room or something. Benjamin is working on his own project. That is why I was able to have a lecture. Benjamin's been begging me to do a specific lecture. And the poor man is in the middle of his own project that he's been pushing off.
Is it in this text that his?
I think he wanted to go over stem cells.
Oh. Okay.
He wanted to go over hematopoietic stem cells, or I forget exactly what he wanted to. This is just sorry. It just makes me mad. Okay, now I know what kind of person that person is.
Also, and I was good job at observing that it has caused that trigger in you. Because I know you said you didn't get triggered, but and I don't think he reacted in a way where you were emotionally triggered, but what he was saying was triggering. It's rude.
What he was being
rude.
That. It was his stupidity. Stupidity triggers me. Okay.
It is his stupidity, but he weaponized his stupidity, right, to be rude. That's what he was doing.
That's always the stupidity. I don't care about the rudeness. I deal with men like that all the time. This man probably is the most obnoxious looking person in the room. It's like always. You very rarely have people who actually have legitimate self-respect, self-esteem, and confidence who need to devolve into that. So it's fine. Also, I mean, if you survive the modeling world, you can survive anything. It doesn't matter. I couldn't care less. You can say anything you want. It's stupidity that triggers me.
It's actually like that in the video game industry as well. You get everything thrown at you, everything you can imagine. Because you go to the rooms, and they have nothing to do except sit around and debate, and show how smart they are. We have to defend our interests and our knowledge.
I believe that.
Sort of like that.
I believe that. I mean, there's been enough times that I've been in the middle of these rooms. I think the first time that I was sitting, one of the first times that I was sitting in a clubhouse room, literally some dude decided to come up and tell me that he wanted to anally rape me. And I was like, I'm sorry, excuse me, huh, what? And I didn't know. And I still feel so silly sometimes because I don't know where to click in order to kick them out or block them or whatever. And I had to ask everybody, how do I block this person? How do I unfortunately, these attacks on women are just very common, and especially in academia, and especially when they make you look dumb.
Yeah. I'll drop a book in the chat around that particular topic.
Yeah, feel free.
Yeah, you might enjoy it, actually, because there's several writers in there that I think will be very relatable. But like, yeah, like there's also it is like amplified in academia, and then obviously the beauty industry as well.
Well, it's everywhere now, right? Because Epstein and all of that stuff, and we've been talking about that, you know.
But largely all media is dominated in this way, and that's why like there is an argument to be made around how the patriarchy kind of rears its head in these spaces like this way, and so that's why it's like a necessity to kind of point it out when it happens, because then it's like helpful so that others can like learn from it, even though they might find it really like annoying to have to hear about like how that was very misogynistic, and then people might be like, oh my god, she's such a feminist, and it's like not really, like that's not really what like that was a very like easy to explain kind of thing that happened in that space, and you did a really good job explaining it. You've already explained like a large quotient of like what is necessary to understand how that happens. But yeah, he's like that in a lot of spaces. He doesn't understand economics, and he'll be in economics conversations all the time, espousing the most like ignorant information available.
I mean, it's armchair expertise, right? Everybody's an armchair expert about everything when they know nothing.
He's the poster child for Dunning-Kruger. That shit is wild.
I was not expecting. I want to go get a Twinkie now. Excuse me, everybody. Just a moment. I'm going to get myself a Twinkie. Eat if you're hungry, people.
Let the market take care of itself. Twinkies will save themselves and ho-hos.
The market is at 50,000.
Twinkies. I'm a big fan. Twinkies. Actually, I have gotten a Valentine's Day present of Twinkies on socks. So, just an FYI, I like Twinkies. So, Twinkies and green tea. BRB, everybody.
Twinkies and green tea sounds like a...
Arizona green iced tea. I love this stuff. I just bought a bunch of it from Costco yesterday. I think I've gone through half of it.
It sounds like the name of a band.
I like it. I also like donuts and champagne. So if you love me, you can bring me donuts and champagne. That is also a very, athletically prominent breakfast that you can have.
Well, my cousin's band in Arizona is Pelvic Meatloaf. So that's it.
I think I've heard you say that before.
What? Pelvic Meatloaf?
Yeah, speaking of food, Pelvic Meat. Yeah, they're a big underground groove metal, since the 90s group. And he's the owner, operator, producer of Building Recordings so speaking of.
Okay. Do we want to continue onwards? I will have this.
I'm ready for the time.
It's a break. It's a break. It's like having a 3-hour lecture, which is what normally happens in higher education, and you have a break at about an hour and a half, and you need to get yourself a snack, and you need to get yourself some stuff. So all we did was take a break. How are we doing?
Or your brain's going to stop working. Yeah.
Well, this is what, okay, do you know what your brain runs on as we are going through a neural lecture? Glucose, and glucose sugar, and therefore I am putting some more sugar back into my brain.
This is your brain. This is your brain on drugs. Any questions?
This is your brain on sugar. All right, just a moment as I have my Twinkie, which actually was a semi-Valentine's Day present as well.
Sugar is a drug. Many scientists, nutritionists.
Actually, if you watch the South Park episode about Ozempic, it is fantastic. It is so good. It's not an episode. It's like a whole thing. It is very well done. It touches upon absolutely every single aspect, you know, like the moral aspect and the just losing weight aspect and the keeping up with the Joneses and the, you know, societal like beauty standards and the sugar and the nutrition. And it's so good. And the fact that it was so expensive, I mean, it's still expensive, but it was so expensive that poor people have, like, they had this quote that was like all over for a while, like Lizzo is poor people's body positivity, like kind of thing, and rich people get Ozempic. But that's like a reality with the disparity in medications and the offerings and the availability, right? Like, you can't just like will your way out of certain things, as we were discussing earlier, right? So
okay. Must replace it with, yeah. Something must be replace the whatever is missing from your life. Emotional, physical, whatnot. No, I'm just going to be doing the Friday night thing.
Well, I appreciate you, Viv. I see all your work in the chat. Just an FYI. Anyone else want to come up? Feel free. Raise hand. Hi, Richard. Sorry, I don't know what time it is. You might be sleeping. Who knows?
We got Twinkies. We got a book.
And I miss Nancy. Is probably, well, she might be up. I have to shout out Miss Nancy.
Beautiful PDF. It's huge.
What?
A huge, beautiful PDF. It explains everything.
No, you found two.
Need the Twinkies to dip in my coffee.
I may or may not have purchased like 100 Twinkies last semester. I may or may not. You know, I crave Twinkies about once a week. And then that craving kind of went up and down, and then I realized that I had 100 Twinkies in my house, and that was probably pretty bad.
How many?
That's what makes you like twink.
How many like come in a box or whatever?
They have 10 Twinkies in a box. I ordered 10 of them, and I got one as a gift. They are my Valentine's Day Twinkies for sure. And unfortunately, this green iced tea has 35 freaking grams of carbs. 34 of them are sugar. So this is a really bad thing for me to be drinking. But anyways, okay. So I'm revived. Welcome back, Pro.
Hey, Pro. I just want to tell you that almost didn't take my kids tonight so I could hear you grill JB.
Oh man,
that would have been child abuse, but I thought he might talk him.
Yeah, man.
Or Jabaco.
I heard word about this JB character, Pro.
Oh, you don't even know him? Yeah.
Hey. Yeah, I got a message in the back channel. He didn't have my number, so he's like, "Oh man, sorry." I did tell him I was going to give him some harder questions, so you know, I was like, "Look, everything needs to be on the table, right?" And he said, "Yeah." And then I just kind of, after I got like a whole other bunch of conversations with a lot of people, mostly women, were like, "Yeah, can you like not interview him?" You know what I'm saying? I was just like, "Look, there's a lot of concerns out there, JB. I'm just saying. So I'm gonna come with like you said, anything's on the table." So and then he was like, I don't know if it was related, but he was like, "Oh man, got some family stuff to do. Not gonna be able to make it." So
Aya was very vocal earlier. He was not a fan that you were interviewing.
Yeah, he's emailed me many times in the past about not just him. People seem very concerned about who I speak to.
There's a whole issue about platforming bad people.
Yeah, it seems like the idea that Clubhouse is a platform somehow is still weird for me.
It is.
It's not like
it's a
program. It's an internal platform.
No, dude.
I don't know how to buy it. I get why people think that, but it's just not very external facing.
I mean, I would disagree, and I could probably map that out further for you, but I also understand that you may not be using it in that same utility, so it may be inconsequential for you to map out.
I look at who's in the room when these happen, and I would say it's everybody I know, right? But like in terms of it's not like a lot of, maybe there's an anon in there every now and then, but it's like 20 people. You know what I'm saying? It's like 20 people on Clubhouse who I mostly know who come in the rooms. It's not like this like megaphone of a thing. It's not like 1,000 people in a podcast kind of thing. It's very, very like whatever, but I mean it's something, but it's not like losing sleep over people talking in a room. It's like it's really not broadcast via satellite around the world kind of thing.
But I think a part of it is that people genuinely respect you here and they appreciate you and they don't want to believe that you would want to associate yourself or contribute to someone who may be morally,
on the stage with Benjamin.
Indefensible. Benjamin has his redeeming qualities when he plays his guitar.
And we don't think that that's true necessarily about everybody. I don't think that there's.
I know. You can take that.
This is the thing that draws my ire, right? So I've said most of you guys know and have heard me beat the trumpet that for my career, right? For 9 years, 7 of those years, I've chaired hearings at my university, right? Like I am the voice of reason, or at least I'm put in that position to listen to the grievances of students versus their faculty, and I deliver the verdict to the dean, who writes up her final verdict, which is 98% of the time exactly what I say, right? So ultimately, I'm hearing a story, which is just like if you were to email me and tell me, so I don't mean you I should, but anybody. If they were to tell me a story about something that has happened, it is almost never as the way that they say it's happened. Never. There's never been a case where I've read a student or a faculty presentation of the facts, and those have been the facts, right? It's just like if someone says, it's just like, and it's a learning thing, right? And I'm not saying that, I'm not casting judgment on whether or not the person's bad or not. I'm not doing the interview to determine whether or not the person's bad. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if someone said right now, Pro just came in and busted the door down, and then another person's looking at that same thing and someone goes, Pro just saved this kid from a fire. Those could be the same things. And from somebody else's point of view, it's completely different. And I did one yesterday, right? And you look at it on paper, and the faculty come in who are part of the committee, because I put the committee together too, my 5-person team. They see what's going on. They go, God, this is going to be a wrap. Like, this is slam dunk. No, bro, it's almost never a slam dunk, So because someone hears this person has this past, or this person said this to this person over here, or because you trust the source, even though you didn't hear the person say it, it's not the same as, everybody having the exact same story and everybody witnessing the same thing. And there's this high school vibe of like, oh my God, can you believe blah, blah, blah on this app? And that's not a good way, I don't think, for society to function. I think you figure, if you're going to run a room and there's an interesting character in it and people are losing their shit over it, get the fuck out of the room. If you can't deal with it, don't come in the room, right? But I'm going to find out. And because if that person's coming in my room, I'm going to find out if Hermes is a fucking pedophile, and I'm not going to find it out from what you tell me. I'm going to consider it, what you tell me, because it's a piece of evidence, but it's not the final story. So it's not like, oh my God, Pro's platforming a fucking pedophile. No, you don't fucking know. You heard it from somebody else, right? And you're not man enough or woman enough to say some shit when the person comes in the room, but I am, right? And so it's like, I'm the one who's going to go, wait, hold the fuck on. What's going on? Like, speak the fuck up when the person comes in if you got something to say, instead of sitting there on your hands and being like, oh my God, can you believe the person came in? That's what happens on Clubhouse, and it's frustrating as fuck.
That's what happens in real life, too.
I don't know.
I thought you were.
I would also put out there, though, Pro, sorry, Pluto's, I'll be quick, that every time, like, I pointed out to people that, like, there's a problematic person here, and I can, like, map that out for you, people think that I'm the crazy person. So that's why I know now to just take a back seat and let the person find out for themselves. I'll try here and there, because if I have a personal, like, if I feel that I have a personal relationship with somebody that I've, like, extended more time with, where I've, like, listened to them for a long period of time, where I respect them for their work, and I feel like there's a mutual kind of, like, space that exists, then I will go ahead and, like, say something to them. But I, generally speaking, don't always make those, like, what are they called? Like, interferences. Like, sorry? Interferences? Because it's not, like, then other people feel like you're coming into their sphere, and, like, you're taking away their access to things, and so you have to allow people to have enough space for it. But yeah, like, I don't know, like, on this app, the way Lex Friedman was with me and stuff, I just know that I have to be really, like, aware of how much I let people be in my space, because nobody else will look out for me. And, like, that man can come up with as many accounts as he wants to, like, follow me or, like, do this, that. And it can be very creepy, right? Like, it can be creepy, it can be very emotionally draining, and you have to, like, move away from it yourself. Whereas, like, other men might find him really attractive because, oh, he does have a podcast with 1 million people who listen to it, and therefore he's so great. But, like, meanwhile, like, he's on here and he can't make fucking 2 sentences, like, click together for himself. We end up having to be in these conversations where he's, like, punching down on all, like, you know, like, like, he has influence, but he also doesn't on this app anymore, because of, like, how many times he's been taken down. Do you know what I mean? So, like, he doesn't come on here with his name anymore, but he does have, like, his own accounts. And I know, like, I've had to block out, like, people that are just trying to get me into a space where he could, like, irritate me again. Like, because he's so, that's how his influence works, is other people.
I'm new to the app. Are you talking about religion in here?
No, not yet.
Just joined the app today.
No, not yet, Honey Badger. Sorry.
Okay, I'm trying to find friendly people to talk about my religion.
Okay. Have you ever considered that just, like, speaking over somebody might be rude?
Yeah, I did that on purpose to sound like one of those people who just comes into rooms and just does that.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys
Go ahead, Taro.
So no religion today?
It's fine. I'm good.
We're not back to religion yet. Yeah, we're not back to religion yet.
Or not. That's fine.
Yeah. It's there. And Benjamin's doing a project. So. But yeah, no, I mean. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Pro, yeah, I thought you might have been sort of trying to expose and educate people, but I was pretty surprised to hear about education that, you know, the faculty is wrong. You know, a lot of the times, you know, like the police and the courts don't allow, witness testimony usually is not valid, and yeah. So, but I was wondering, yeah, how many times? I mean, can you divulge? You know, is it 50-50?
No, it's never 50-50. It's faculty are usually the ones that are wrong.
Oh my God.
But they're preventable things. Like yesterday, I had a discussion with the dean after, and I was just like, look, we had to side with the faculty on this particular, the one that we had yesterday, and I'm trying to think what I can say and what I can't say, but it was irritating because it didn't need to happen. So the student ultimately failed, and the student appealed, and they weren't even appealing for an A. They were happy with a C. And the student's average at the time of the, let's just say the not being able to complete the rest of the assignments or whatever, was like an 83, right? And there's a very, very, very good reason, which the faculty was aware of, the advocates for the student were aware of, everybody knew the reason that was on the table. And there was extra time that was permitted due to the situation that happened. And the student wasn't able to quite get it all done, and there was a communication gap. The faculty basically did everything they were supposed to do, they just didn't do anything extra. And everyone knew that this was a situation that would have demanded extra. Any reasonable person in this situation would have both provided the extra time and probably preemptively done a little bit more, I think. And so the faculty didn't bend over to do anything. They said, just the facts, ma'am. Basically, it was like, this is what I'm going to do. This is it. There were no extra considerations, right? And the faculty doesn't have to do anything else. But the deal is, you can't be in meetings at a university where we're trying to say, what can we do to remove potholes for students, and then not remove one? That was very, very simple. That was not the student's fault. It wasn't the faculty's fault, but it was technically by the book, the faculty's not at fault. But the faculty also has a grading scheme that's out of 271 points. Like, are you fucking trying to fuck up with the student? Like, you make your grade out of 271 points, and the student has to figure out what each, like, there's like a million assignments, right? 5 points, 7 points, 2 points, 1, 8, 62, 74. It's like, what are you doing? Like, that's not pedagogically a sound thing to do, right? Is to do it. But that's a whole nother issue because they can't, right? They're in charge of their stuff. It was in the syllabus. It wasn't like the faculty did anything particularly wrong in this case. They just didn't try to do anything extra because they said, that's not my job, right? And in a very, very big situation that if it would have happened to you, you would have wished somebody would have looked out for you. So that is kind of like the closest thing to a 50-50, but that was just that one case. And I can't say the faculty was wrong on that, but most of the time it's a faculty miscommunication. Your syllabus is essentially your legal document. If it's not in the syllabus, it doesn't count. That's basically the golden rule of higher ed, right? And you can say and do anything you want. You can jump up and down, stand on your head. But if you didn't document it and you didn't edit your syllabus or you didn't put it in your syllabus, it's like it never happened. And the amount of times that a faculty just kind of said something, staggering, right? Or that they do something that isn't a rule, right? They just make some shit up. And it's just like, no, you can't do that. You can't just say, I did X, Y, and Z, and it goes against what the university's posted grading policy is, right? You can't just say, well, that's nice, but I'm going to do this shit over here. It's like, no, you have to abide by a couple things. There's wiggle room within that, right? But if like if the minimum grade for a C is a 70, you can't say, well, they got a 76 in my class. A 76 is more like a 62. No, too fucking bad. Make a grading scheme work according to the university. That shit happens all the time. It happens less because I'm also the faculty development director, so I can turn around when I'm doing faculty development and say, you know what we can't do? We can't be having some bullshit grading schemes. Like, if you want a 72 to be a fucking, A or whatever, make it a fucking 90, right? Like, that's incumbent on you, not the student, to read between the lines and figure out your process, and it's that kind of shit.
Yeah, I mean, just change the grading mechanism that you use, or the way that you weigh that you're. Some things just seriously.
That's sort of like the video game industry. They instead of you get the high score of 100,000, now it's 100 million.
It's unnecessary, adage just to make it sound more grandiose.
Yeah, I mean, rules are rules. They're placed into university policy, right? And you were talking about this yesterday too. You were talking about things that aren't rules, and So.
I should preface this too. It's not like, oh my gosh, I can't believe the faculty does all this shit wrong. By the time it gets to me, the process for it to get to me, you've weeded out all the basic shit where it's usually the student who was wrong. Like the ones that get to me, it's usually like a major thing because they gotta meet with the faculty, they gotta meet with the division director or dean, and then it still has to be unresolved, and then you escalate it up to a hearing. Right? And by the time you escalate it up to it, and then I'm also trying to, while it's escalated to me, I can try to maneuver so that it doesn't actually have to be a hearing. Just by looking at what's happening, a lot of times I can jump in and go, oh shit, this is what's happening. Okay, like let me just communicate with the student and then get back to the faculty and kind of, broker the intermediate kind of thing. But, it's, my larger point is a lot of times it's not what just somebody thinks. If we just live our life because somebody that you respect it's just like Hansen, right? Hansen is a physicist, right? If you just think, well, fucking Hansen told me and it's got to be true and it's fucking liberal arts, it's like, well, that's a bad decision on your part. You know what I'm saying? I would never consult Hansen on like many subjects, right? And you should know what the expertise are the people that you're dealing with. And if you don't know, don't assume because somebody told you some shit that it's right. It almost never is. And people get offended by that. It's like, no, sorry, I'm going to decide for myself. That's just my policy, right? I'm going to take it into consideration what you said, but I'm also going to take into consideration that you have a bias and you may have been in a different frame of mind. And when we're upset and our emotions come into play, we don't necessarily hear things the way we think they were said or vice versa.
Yeah, no. Scope of practice and being able to admit that you don't know what you don't know. Very simple.
I think again, I think I'm about it. Yeah, it's if you can hear me, it's theoretical physics as well. So he likes to theorize. So perhaps he likes to theorize more and try to figure things out. But yeah, it's not practical, obviously.
It's not logically correct, dude. You don't have enough facts. Your logic is incomplete.
Damn it, I'm a doctor, not a theoretical physicist.
Bob Sheldon wouldn't have made those mistakes, let me tell you. Sorry. He would have known better. So neuro lecture on hold, friends, or I'm ready. Let's go. Second half.
I was looking at this giant squid neuron thing.
I told you to look at the giant squid neuron. That's what we work with, like all the time. Giant squid neurons. This is like the thing. So what was that? Figure 3 point.
Yeah, the only ones with no optical nerve behind their eyes, so that only ones without a blind spot. Them and octopi. Yeah, it's a fact. Yeah.
Well, I'll take your word for it. But that's one of the aspects, like what's exciting about those neurons, right? Is that like they're analogous to what we see when we have like the development of the human embryo, right? Like we can actually like have a way to understand what's going on. The neurons are actually, that giant axon is so much easier to deal with when you're looking at the propagation that we were talking about with the electrochemical stimulus. Like it's so much easier to do the experiments on that giant
size.
So we do things like patch clamping in neuro world, right? So that's to actually clamp a set of ion channels in order to figure out what not only the resting membrane potential is, but what happens when you try to depolarize the cell properly and whether or not there's an action potential that occurs, as I was saying before we got so rudely interrupted. And so then if you go to, well, I mean, we're going to have to get to it because this is chapter 2, right? So like the receptor potentials and the action potentials and recording them and the depolarization that's required in order for the hyperpolarization to occur at the end. It's all fantastic and wonderful. And then if you add in the ion channels, which I was trying to explain, in addition to the different receptors that are activated, you have your NMDA receptors, you have glutamate, you have all these other receptors that get into it. Yeah. So again, there's just a multi-variable amount of things that happen and go on in order to affect the physiology and the electrophysiology of what's happening in the cells. And it's so amazing. The human body is absolutely amazing, regardless. Chapter 2 is where we go over active and passive transport, and then obviously the resting membrane potential is a passive aspect as well. But where did we leave off? We left off right before I got to get to glia, right? Because we talked about okay, so yeah, we were literally on our way to go through like motor reflexes and specific reflex arcs, which would have brought us to receptor potentials and synaptic potentials. So
it would have been like around like 885 or something on the PDF. I didn't hear. I was in the matrix.
No, you're fine. I didn't say where we were. Let me see. I gotta find.
We were looking at figure 1A and whatnot.
No, we went over figure 1A, didn't we? We finished figure 1A.
Yeah.
Oh, that's when we got.
We were around 1A when we got derailed.
Yeah, so we were at 1A, and then I was talking about the node of Ranvier, and we were on 1,3G with the myelinated axon and the node of Ranvier. So everyone learned a little bit more about the node of Ranvier and how that works and why that happens to propagate the electrical potential across the cell. So 1.4, figure 1.4, you guys can just go over that on your own if you'd like. Any questions about that, you can go through it. So we are back on track. Sorry, I know it's not about religions and cultism right now, Honey Badger. I apologize. But someone did try to ask whether or not your thoughts can change your DNA. And that was a good question, because I was talking about nature versus nurture and the fact that epigenetics exists. So, okay, where were we? We're on page 7 actually, because 2 pages worth of. We were talking about the arborization of dendrites. So remember how we were talking about how dendrites can look like trees and there are so many branches, and that's where you're getting intake. So let's see. So we have the elaborate. So the last sentence we're going to go from page 4 all the way to page 7. So what's the PDF versions of that, Dennis?
Page 4.
Yeah.
Would be 27. Hold on.
Yeah, sorry, it doesn't show me the PDF thing.
24.
24 and then over to 27. Okay, so the bottom of page 24 on your PDF and 4 on the actual text is the most salient aspect, the second to last sentence. The most salient aspect of this branching for the typical nerve cells is the elaborate arborization of dendrites that arise from the neuronal cell body, also known as dendritic branches or dendritic processes, right? So dendrites are the primary target for synaptic input from other neurons. And now we skip over to, I think, 27 on your PDF, then page 7 on the top for me. Also distinguished by their high content of ribosomes, as well as specific cytoskeletal proteins that reflect their function in receiving and integrating information from other neurons. The spectrum of neuronal geometries, again, we went over that in 1A, right? The spectrum of neuronal geometries ranges from a small minority of cells that lack dendrites altogether to neurons with dendritic arborizations that rival the complexity of a mature tree. The number of inputs that a particular neuron receives depends on the complexity of its dendritic arbor. This makes sense, right? Like you have more branches, then you have more complexity in a neuron, which means that there's more information that the neuron is taking in. The number of inputs. Hi, Shalnito. We have a PDF on the top of the screen in the nest if you want to follow along. We're learning some neuro today. Taro, go to bed if you have to then. No biggie. Okay, so the number of inputs, I already said that. Nerve cells that lack dendrites are innervated by, thus receive electrical signals from, of course, if that man wanted to continue onwards in the conversation, in the lecture, that just one or a few other nerve cells, whereas those with increasingly elaborate dendrites are innervated by a commensurately larger number of other neurons. So this is also what I was trying to say. When you have these electrical conductions and these depolarizations that contribute to an action potential in a neuron, we also have different nerves that are integrating and innervating on the axon, on the axonal body, right? So there are many inputs that are happening, and this is the problem with not understanding the physiology, the basic physiology and anatomy within not only just a neuron, but like basic anatomy, right? So welcome back, Les. I'm going to try to bring you up again. I hope it works. Yeah, I totally sent you an invite. Hopefully it works. If it doesn't, hopefully the next time we hang, you can come up and keep your questions or whatever. I don't know. It bums me out that it's not working. Yeah, it's not letting me bring you. I'm so sorry. Okay, we're back to the page. Oh, there you are. Hello. Welcome. You made it up. It worked.
I'm just going to be listening, but thank you.
No, of course. I felt so terrible that you wanted to come up. See, I operate in good faith. That derailed our chat for like an hour. Okay. And then it says, whereas those with increasingly, like I said, elaborate dendrites are innervated by a commensurately larger number of other neurons. Now, next paragraph, the synaptic contacts made on dendrites and less frequently on neuronal cell bodies comprise a special elaboration of the secretory apparatus found in most polarized epithelial cells. Typically, now here we go, you've heard me say this before. Hi, Indigenous.
I agree with everything you said.
I appreciate you. Thank you. You're so kind.
I agree with this agreement. Lead and we will follow. Back to dendrites we go.
Back to dendrites we go. David with the ASMR. Typically, the presynaptic terminal is immediately adjacent. No, Romero had the ASMR, sorry. The presynaptic terminal is immediately adjacent to a postsynaptic specialization of the target cell. Again, we have target cells in our CNS and PNS, right? Like our central nervous system and our peripheral nervous system. And the central nervous system is comprised of the brain and the spinal cord. The peripheral nervous system are all the other nerves that go to your extremities, right?
Where is this in the Bible, though?
I gotta change that title of the room, I think. I'm gonna make it neuroscience. Neuroscience, not a cult.
I don't think Jesus.
Not a religious cult.
I don't think Jesus ever uttered the word presynaptic or target neurons.
I don't think he did either.
He did not talk about dendritic trees. He talks about dendritic trees.
There we go. Neuroscience is not a religious cult. There we go. Okay. So for the majority of synapses, there is no physical continuity between these pre- and post-synaptic elements, and this is incredibly important when we talk about electrochemical signaling. It's because we have vesicles. We have these little, you can think of them as like little dough balls, and they're carrying inside of them neurotransmitters like serotonin or dopamine or other ligands that are receptor activated. Acetylcholine, yes, you got it.
Norepinephrine.
Epinephrine, yes. Anything else? What do we know?
GABA.
There are GABA receptors on neurons. Is GABA inhibitory or excitatory?
Inhibitory.
Indigenous is just like star pupil life right here. Okay, so where are we? So this is really important. There's no physical continuity. Again, we talked about the synaptic cleft, we talked about the synapses, right? And when your synapses fire, that's what it means, that it's ejecting a vesicle that has a neurotransmitter in it and propagating the excitatory action potential from one neuron to the next over a space. Okay, the synaptic cleft, however, is not simply a space to be traversed. Wait, nope, I skipped a sentence, I apologize. The molecules must traverse an interval of extracellular space, again, extracellular outside of the cell, intracellular within the cell, between pre- and post-synaptic elements called the synaptic cleft. The synaptic cleft, however, is not simply a space to be traversed. Rather, it is the site of extracellular proteins that influence the diffusion, binding, and degradation of molecules secreted by the presynaptic terminal. Okay, so this is where things like SSRIs are functional. When you think about antidepressants and you want to increase the amount of serotonin within the synaptic cleft, you want to increase the amount of serotonin on the receptors, you want to increase and decrease the degradation of something like serotonin within the synaptic cleft, so you would inhibit anything that metabolizes the serotonin. There are so many methods with which you can actually allow for a neurotransmitter to remain within the synaptic cleft and able to continue to activate the certain neurons that you need it to activate, right? So certain types of depression, certain types of OCD, certain types of what's the other one that I was just about to mention? Anxiety can be mitigated by what we call selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, right? Because there's a reuptake. Your cells are going to endocytose the serotonin again, and then it will get broken down. But instead of having that happen, it wants to, antidepressants will keep that within the synaptic cleft and allow it to continue, right? So hold on 1 second. I'm just taking a different seating arrangement on the bed. And here we go. So we talk about what influences the diffusion, the binding, and the degradation of the molecules. The number of synaptic inputs received by each nerve cell in the human nervous system varies from 1 to 100,000, okay? Seriously. Realize that there are so many different things acting upon your neurons that being able to regulate it, this is huge if you're able to regulate it, especially with medication and pharmacology. This range reflects a fundamental purpose of nerve cells, namely to integrate information from other neurons. The number of synaptic contacts from different presynaptic neurons and onto any particular cell is therefore an especially important determinant of neuronal function. The information conveyed by synapses on the neuronal dendrites is integrated and read out, quote unquote, at the origin of the axon, the portion of the nerve cell specialized for signal conduction to the next site of synaptic interaction. See figures 1, 2, and 1, 3. We already went over them. The axon is a unique extension from the neuronal cell body that may travel a few hundred micrometers. And you can see how micrometers is abbreviated. It's usually called microns or much farther, depending on the type of neuron and the size of the species. Moreover, the axon also has a distinct cytoskeleton whose elements are central for its functional integrity. Many nerve cells in the human brain, as well as that of other species, have axons no more than a few millimeters long, and a few have no axons at all. Notice how it says a few have no axons at all. What happens if you don't have an axon? And I know I went over this ad nauseum just earlier with the troll. You just don't have propagation among the axon to the axon hillock. Relatively short axons are a feature of local circuit neurons or interneurons throughout the brain. The axons of projection neurons, however, extend to distant targets. For example, and this is where it's really important that we talk about, things like MS where the myelin sheath is degraded.
The electrical event that carries signals over such distances is called the action potential, which is a self-regenerating wave of electrical activity that propagates from its point of initiation at the cell body, called the axon hillock, to the terminus of the axon where the synaptic contacts are made. The axon hillock, you've heard me say it a couple of times. So that's where the axon connects to the cell body, otherwise known as the soma, and to the terminus of the axon. The target cells of the neurons include other nerve cells in the brain, spinal cord, and autonomic ganglia, and the cells of the muscles and glands throughout the body. The chemical and electrical process by which the information encoded by action potentials is passed on, again, it's a chemical and electrical process. It's passed on at synaptic contacts to the next cell in a pathway called synaptic transmission. Presynaptic terminals, also called synaptic endings, axon terminals, or terminal boutons, again, it's French, bouton, and the postsynaptic specializations are typically chemical synapses, the most abundant type of synapse in the nervous system. Another type, the electrical synapse, is far more rare, and the secretory organelles in the presynaptic terminal of the chemical synapses are synaptic vesicles. So it's a secretory organelle. Again, an organelle is a tiny little organ, and they are generally spherical structures. It's so funny. I use my hands to try to explain it to you guys, not like you can see me, right? Like I'm creating little spheres and trying to point, and yeah. Anyways, oops, I lost my space, apologies. The secretory organelles in the presynaptic terminal are synaptic vesicles, which are spherical structures filled with neurotransmitter molecules. The positioning of synaptic vesicles at the presynaptic membrane and their fusion to initiate neurotransmitter release is regulated by a number of proteins either within or associated with the vesicle. The neurotransmitter is released from synaptic vesicles, modify the electrical properties of the target by binding to neurotransmitter receptors, which are localized primarily at the postsynaptic specialization. Reread over that again. It makes sense. I know it's overwhelming right now, but definitely it's from presynaptic to postsynaptic. There's a whole series. Go ahead.
Oh, what page
Kevin?
do you know? Or around where you may be?
28 on the PDF, 8 on the regular, page 8 in the book. Are you there?
Okay. I'm trying to get there.
I'm
I
sorry.
finally transferred to my to my laptop. 28.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
My laptop isn't showing the 28, it just shows the 8. Okay.
Yeah. I'll get there. Yeah, I'm on 26. Yeah, 28. Yeah, it says 28 now.
Okay. So the intricate and concerted activity of neurotransmitters, receptors, related cytoskeletal elements, and signal transduction molecules are all thus the basis for nerve cells communicating with one another and with effector cells of muscles and glands. So next time, because excuse the yawn, also my computer is dying and I don't have the charger in here. Next time we're going to start with the glial cells, and we're going to talk about the cellular diversity in the system. Feel free to read ahead and try to figure out what's being said, but we can go over it. How's that? And then we're going to go over coronal planes and sagittal planes and horizontal planes, and you're going to be able to understand your MRIs better.
Sounds a lot
We're
good
going
to
to go
me.
over some neuroanatomy. And the neuroanatomy is rough.
I've learned
It's a
so
rough
much.
thing.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm so happy that you're learning stuff. Les, did you enjoy it? I hope. It does get confusing and complicated for sure. Oh, you were talking about something else, Viv.
Thanks, Aisha. That was really good.
Hey, Benjamin, were you actually listening? I thought you were working. I changed the title. You can change it back.
I had a small conversation about
AI and using, and I did some work and things happened, but it was good. You know, I don't need to change the title. Usually this time, right?
Yeah, I changed it because people kept thinking we were still talking about it. Like Honey Badger came in and was like, "Are we talking about religion cults?" Yeah. And I guess he wants to do that.
No, my real life conversation was about Bremsburg on radiation.
Well, that sounds interesting. But
it has ions in it.
Ooh.
Those little guys show up all over the
understand. They do.
Just barely.
Anyways.
That was great. Thank you for reading the discussion.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't mind. We'll go through the next part next time. Oh yeah, no, I would love to come talk to the scouts. It's so important. Sport is so important. I appreciate it. How are you doing, Richard? I'm happy you enjoyed it. I mean, I really appreciate that. What is it? Dennis found the textbook. I mean, this was my basic neuro book, right? And I know it's anything but basic for anyone who may not have like a background in biology at all. It's probably super overwhelming. Maybe we'll have to do a cell bio class too. We can do that.
I'll have to find that text.
I mean, my basic cell bio book was really. I probably sold it back to the bookstore. I didn't keep all my books. If it was simplistic, I kind of gave it back. If it was liberal arts, I definitely gave it back, with the exception of like the stuff I liked reading.
I stopped giving it back because they were paying out like a tenth of the purchase price, and I'm like, you know what? Two things. Number one, fuck you for being cheap. I'm keeping it just in spite. And two, like I've said to my library.
Here's a fun bit of trivia about ions. Dennis might appreciate this.
Okay.
So we have cat ions, but we don't have dog ions.
I love it, Benjamin. That was great. That was exactly what we needed to close out class. Yes. And
here's the bit of trivia. Would you ever guess that the cat ion is just an accidental? What's the word for things that sound the same? Anthony? No. What is it? They sound the same. They don't mean the same.
Phone. Homophone.
Homophone, yeah. There you go. So you would think that cat ion is just like a partial homophone, and the cats have nothing to do with cat ions, right? But here's the trivia. Cat ions are named cat ions because of cat. Isn't that crazy?
Well, because cats are positive in people's lives. So cat ions are positive ions, and anions are like onions, and onions are gross and negative because they make you cry.
It's not a way of remembering. It has nothing to do with how cats feel.
But that's the whole point.
But it has something to do with cats.
Wait, is there really something to do?
There are. How is a cat ion connected to a cat?
Well, I was not here to tell us, so
Oh, I'll give you a hint. Anions are connected to amber. No clues? Okay.
I have no clue. This is new to me.
Back in the whatever century it was that they were playing around with these things and established this nomenclature, and noticed that there was one group and there was a second group, and that sort of like the behaviors of charged particles were either thing A or thing B. There was no thing 3. The things were denoted as being cat hair. This becomes cathode. This also becomes cation. Cat hair and amber. So when you rub cat hair on amber, you have a very strong signal of wiping off the electrons and creating 2 charged objects. The amber is charged and the cat hair is charged, and they attract. Things that behave like cat hair are called cathodes, and things that behave like amber are called anodes. And you can swap anodes with each other and still get the same effect, right? And you can swap the cathodes with each other and still get the same effect. All things that behave like cat hair are called cathodes in this relationship, including cation. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, I know what an anode and cathode is. I've just never known that might have been the background for it. You could have made all that up, and I'd be like,
Cat hair and amber. All right.
I like it, but again, that's how I remember. But I mean, when I was talking about cations and anions, that's how I learned it and remembered it from when I learned chemistry, like basic chemistry. So cats are positive. I just made like a cute little cat picture. It's a cation cat picture. Put a little plus sign in it. Cats are positive. And then anions are like onions, and onions are negative because they make you cry. It doesn't matter what you use, whatever mnemonic or method you use to memorize things. Yes, it's easier.
And what are the other things?
The other one, it's an anion, which is a negative ion, and I think of onions.
What's the picture of onion? Okay.
Because O-N-I-O-N, all you're doing is like switching one letter, right? So you're switching the A for the O, and you get an onion. So an anion is like an onion, and it's a negative thing because it makes you cry. So you know it's a negative ion. Well, it's backwards with the cathode and anode, obviously, because the cathode has to attract
in the wrong direction for all of eternity, electronics.
Dennis just asked about that in Let's Walk Together this morning, right? About a memory house. You know, what's a memory house? That's how you remember things. You connect things.
Oh. It's better if you can remember things because you understand how they work rather than just having someone answer in your head. But okay. This isn't something you can remember that way, so it's no problem. But it is really fun trivia that your picture in your head was actually more accurate than you thought. Isn't that hilarious?
I'm a fan. I like the pictures and.
All right. Richard is here. We got to hear that beautiful voice before we go to bed. Davey is here. Someday we're going to hear Dave's voice.
Hey, Benji. What's up, guys? Aisha, love the class. I'm in New York, man. Soaking up the ice cold. Just doing my usual 5 miles every morning. I don't care, snow or whatever. Got to keep the fitness going, you know? Because I got to show up the scouts, man. You know, I lead by example every time, so I got to be better than
I
that.
was going to go for a nice walk outside in the park near me, and all the snow was melting, so I figured I was just going to ruin all my sneakers trying to get in. I'm pretty sure nothing was, cleared away from the snowstorm, and I was like, oh, that's a bummer, because it was actually a really nice day outside today. Really nice.
Yes, sunny, yes.
Well, you Jamaicans, you have a different world down there.
Yeah.
And a Jamaican bobsled team that I got to, see all the commercials for during the Olympics. I didn't talk to you at all during the Olympics.
Oh, yeah, I saw the commercials. Was it Airbnb, I think? Wasn't it Airbnb?
Yes, it was an Airbnb commercial for the Jamaican bobsled team.
Cool Running. Yeah, remember Cool Runnings?
Yes, John Candy.
Is the Olympics over? I didn't see this closing ceremony announcement.
Yeah, no, it's over. It's been over for 5 days. It's okay. I mean,
She sounds so mad.
Well, I mean, I think that everyone could learn a lesson from Alyssa Liu, who won the gold medal for figure skating, a U.S. American athlete, because she left the sport. She actually retired at 16 and then returned back at 20. She was she was at the top of the sport at 16, could have gone to the Olympics, etc. and so forth. She left, she retired. She said, I'm done. And she had lost the joy. She didn't, they were directing and demanding to control every moment of her life, her coaches, her parents, her father, what she ate, how she slept, like what she wore, what kind of music she was choosing. And she lived her life. She just hung out. She climbed, I feel like she climbed mountains. She just did whatever she wanted. She made friends. She didn't care. She didn't think anything about skating until at one point, I think maybe a year ago, she decided maybe she wants to check out the ice again. She gets on the ice. She's like, okay, everything came right back to her. She contacted her coaches. Her coaches are like, you're going to fail miserably. Don't do this. She's like, no, we're just going to do it my way, which means she ate whatever she wanted. She chose her own music. She could choose when she wanted to train. She was going to choose how she was going to train, and the coaches had to be on board with it. They tried to talk her out of it, but they didn't, and they acquiesced. And when she got back on the ice, it was like nothing had changed except for the fact that she chose joy. And one of the biggest aspects of sport is to choose the joy. Once you lose the joy, it's a problem, and
the passion must melt the ice. Yeah. Didn't she got inspiration from Lucy Liu, I think. Movies, and the U.S. hockey team won for the first time since 1980, right? The gold medal.
Yeah, but if anything, you're gonna watch that gold medal performance by Alyssa Liu, because all you feel is the joy. It's extreme. She did not care. It wasn't a competition. It was a performance, and she just needed to hold herself to her own idea. You can see it, you can feel it. It's completely palpable. It's entirely different. It wasn't competitive. She was so supportive of absolutely everyone. There was a smile on her face that never left the entire competition. Just joy. And if you can tap into that when it comes to sport, you're undefeated automatically. So
follow your passion.
I think in learning that happens too, something has to have salience to you for you to actually learn it. It has to have meaning of some sort.
Relevance helps with retention.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, didn't you write some of the operating? I think I remember you in the industry, Les. Didn't you write some of the operating programming, operating systems?
Yeah, I did work on it. I'm really glad I'm out of the industry, because it's just amazing what AI can do. But yeah, I worked on that, and I also taught. And one thing I think made it tough for you, Aisha, was all the interruptions you were getting while you were trying to teach, and there are people that have all these sideline questions, and it's just very tough, So it really made it, I think, much harder to teach. I know you're trying to be helpful to people, but I think it also, it's just so much harder, and it's not that this one guy's questions were bad, but they weren't, they were kind of side trains, and there's 20 people that you're trying to teach. But yeah, appreciate that you're doing this, and you know, so it's just very interesting stuff.
Well, thank you so much for those kind words. Benjamin has been trying to get me to do random lectures here and there. He wanted to, so I'm happy he gave me the chance to be able to do that today. Everyone got to make that choice, and you know, it helped because he had work to do. Otherwise, probably would have started to ask questions like, "Okay, I'm bored of this. I don't know, Benjamin, would you?" But I can try to maybe open some rooms when I have time.
No, neuroscience.
Well, thank you for the time.
Absolutely.
So it's okay. I do appreciate the ability or the opportunity to be able, and I've spoken about this to Taro too, to like test my patience and see how much of I have as well while I'm in the middle of these things. About the other people
discretion tolerance training.
Well, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just like teaching a lecture in the classroom as well, because, you know, students are going to raise their hand, they're going to ask questions, or, you know, something's going to happen. So addressing those things, this is normal.
Yes,
and
yes.
if it wasn't.
Yes, stress testing is fundamental, obviously, in software and video games, of course.
Love that. I like that analogous nature of all the video games. So thank you guys for having me. Benjamin, what do you want to do next? And thank you, Les, for the for the input. I hope it helped. People feel free to grab the link and learn on your.
I'm done. We can just say good night. I think we can close.
Done. I'm done.
But tomorrow's another day.
Yeah. Did you have a different subject? I don't think the Twinkie is sitting right in my belly right about now. It's a little too close to sleepy time. But I don't regret it. I never regret anything I eat. Yeah, I had a Twinkie to like
so much
sugar rush.
So much work to do with your life. I swear.
I know. Once a week, there's nothing wrong with a Twinkie. If you're on your period, there's nothing wrong with a Twinkie. Indulge yourself.
Have the probiotic yogurt. Make it taste exactly like Twinkies.
Oh my gosh.
Your stomach
that would be brilliant. Yeah, that would be brilliant.
I used to love Twinkies, but I've been staying away from sugar.
Rightfully so.
My diet is such a huge distance away from Twinkies. Like if you eat well for 5 years,
yes,
the thought of eating fast food or a Twinkie or something that's wrapped in plastic and has been sitting on a shelf for like 17 months.
Yeah.
It doesn't even enter your mind.
I agree. When I'm in training, when I'm on my training diet, quote unquote, whatever that was, you know, it's the same thing. Once you start eating cleaner and you get used to it and your body gets used to it, it's very helpful to make you want to crave those types of foods. And it doesn't feel very good when you do introduce foods like a Twinkie. I very rarely have poor choices. I think once a week there's nothing wrong with having something.
No. What you really want is a dish I like to make, which is a banana bread base heated up with Noosa honey yogurt and maybe a vanilla creme fraiche on top.
That sounds
That's
excellent.
That's going to be pretty close to a Twinkie in terms of the textures and the flavors. But this is all real foods.
And it's you know, that's the whole point of eating clean, quote unquote, is just learning how to replace what you have or what you're craving with something that's a better choice. And I always advise that.
There's cold and fresh.
Cream? again, the dinner when I fly out to Colorado, Mr. Benjamin, we'll have to put it on the menu. I do have some zucchini bread at the house, so that's probably a better choice than my tweakies. I just wanted to try.
Yeah, and try the taste, the healthy taste test. You know, the blindfolded, and see if it doesn't taste similar. You may not know the difference.
Oh, LOL. That's funny.
I would know the difference, but I would much prefer the banana bread.
Well, I'm fine with either. Again, I can't wait.
You are.
Yeah, so the thing is to learn how to cook too, you know.
Yeah, no, I can't do that part.
Yeah, and that really made a big difference to me. And also I'm retired, so I have the time to cook. So I'm making a pastrami as we speak.
Ooh, that sounds so good. Does everyone always talk about food by this point in the night? Because the Joe guy was talking about pizza the other night, and then I really wanted a slice of pizza in the middle of the night.
Look at the time.
It is a midnight snack time, you're right.
And we just did some heavy lifting.
Yes, I'm happy people appreciated the lecture. I'm more than happy to do more of them. I got a book in the series or something before school.
Oh, so what are you take next for teaching next?
I feel like there's just a lot of cell bio that we kind of glanced over. I'm not sure, but maybe I'll make it a regular room or something. This time of night, Carl likes to do his interviews and his canceled today, so it won't be like every Friday night, but whenever I can. Wow, okay, I lied down just now. My head hit the pillow and it's like, oh, you're done. Miss Nancy, you missed the last of my lecture. Just gonna say hi to Miss Nancy real quick.
So how many pages of reading did you have to do for your thing today?
I didn't touch my reading. I do need to go over some pharmacology before semester starts, so we might do some pharmacology work. I'll set up rooms.
I'm studying.
What are you studying, Dennis?
I am studying law, but
okay.
Also studying this text.
Oh, fun. Less?
Virology and immunology, and I'm particularly a beginner at immunology. And they're just like, we talk about salience, and they're just questions that I have, that I'd like to be able to more intelligently talk about.
Sure.
I have a dentist, and so she has this idea that you can't take more than one vaccine at a time. And
oh boy.
So she doesn't really understand the immune system, how it works. And, remember when we were toddlers, you basically, your mom never had to do the rug because you would just eat everything off the rug. And so you're getting hundreds of antigens a day, and your immune system isn't getting overwhelmed by that.
No, it's built to be able to withstand those things, yeah.
Yeah.
In a normal functioning immune system.
Right. And we're actually putting fewer antigens into the vaccine total than we used to, because the smallpox was just a big old mess of all sorts of things.
Well, it was an inoculation, right? And it came from the pus of the sores, and that's what helped inoculate people, which is why it was contaminated with a bunch of other things that you wouldn't really want, which is why vaccines, when they are extricated and, isolated, then that's a better way to do it with minimal disruption to your system.
Yeah, you just find out, train on, and you just give it that, and you just make it so the immune system focuses on those things.
Or inactivated.
Yeah, and then what you really know, and this is to avoid infection, because infection comes with harm, and controlling what you're exposed to is a far better way to dose it, because the dose makes the poison when it comes to toxicology and stuff. Miss Nancy, you knew about this Hanson character and you didn't warn me? I see. Miss Nancy is a chat person, a chat cat.
Actually, do you remember was it some sulfur compound they used to inactivate, for example, like polio, to get vaccines?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head right now. I'd have to look it up.
The original, they used formalin and heat to inactivate it.
Well, there's heat, but there's also like a chemistry
formula.
I think it's somewhere in my notes. That's not what I remember it, but it could be a different name.
Okay.
I'm thinking of.
Okay. But definitely they use formalin to kill it too. I use the word kill in quotes.
We're doing a paper tomorrow, on Platos. If I can't get you in band by tomorrow, it's watermarking degrades the alignment in language models. So that's I don't know. I think you may like it, Dennis. There's and he's from in JIT, New Jersey Science and Tech, University.
Interesting. And that's for what exactly? To learn how to see the watermarking.
As far as that, it degrades the alignment in the language models apparently, and then he analyzes it and tries to conceptualize the mitigation as well. But I have to study for tomorrow more.
Okay, you said he was on JIT. I was recruited to NJIT for my first degree. They wanted me to race for them, and I was like, yeah. they didn't have the major I wanted, so.
We've never had anyone. As far as I don't remember anyone having anyone from there. It's Apurv Verma. Yeah, that's his name. Yeah, APURV Verma.
I don't know him, but it's okay. It's always good to know. Sorry, I'm off the back.
So question, is this they're trying to identify things that have been modified by AIs? For is it that kind of watermark that they're trying to put in? Or is it I don't know what the watermark part is about.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for poisoning the models. It should be. But like I said, I'll try to bring up the paper actually right now. But yeah, that should be right. Digital watermarking.
Is it about applying them, removing them, or detecting them?
Well, apparently he analyzes it and then proposes how to mitigate it.
Well,
Yeah, I'm trying to bring it up right now. I should have probably brought it up
That's
before.
okay. When you get a chance to, you can tell us then, I don't need to know about it in real time right now. Another day would be just as fine for that.
Oh, okay.
So the question in neurology, all these diseases, and are all the misfolded proteins that seem to be at the scene of the crime. The prion diseases, and they think they might be involved in other neurodegenerative diseases as well. And and there are just so many problems with coming up with a treatment. By the time someone's demented, it's too late to treat them because the damage has been done. And it's like an iceberg. You want to catch it when it's starting, And, you know, how do you have, it might take a long time to figure out if a treatment's working, because these are really disease processes that go over a long period of time too.
Yeah, I'm putting the.
You're right, Les. I mean, the protein misfolding, that's a definite reason for things. You're right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Plutos.
Oh no, sorry. I might have interrupted, but I'm in the matrix. But I'm putting the archive paper in the chat, and here I can read. Here's the abstract is. I can read that. It's watermarking has become a practical tool for tracing language model outputs, but it modifies token probabilities at inference time, which were carefully tuned by alignment training. This creates a tension. How do watermark-induced shifts interact with the procedures intended to make models safe and useful? Experiments on several contemporary models and 2 representative watermarking schemes reveal that watermarking induces a non-trivial patterned yet model-specific shift in alignment. We see 2 failure modes: guard attenuation, where models become more helpful but less safe, and guard amplification, where refusals become overly conservative. These effects persist even after controlling for the perplexity degradation, pointing to alignment-specific distortions, not just quality loss. We address this with alignment resampling, AR, a procedure that samples multiple watermarked outputs and selects the most aligned response according to an external reward model. Using standard results on the expected maximum of Gaussian random variables, we derive a theoretical lower bound showing that alignment gains grow algorithm of logarithmically with sample size. In practice, sampling as few as 2 to 4 candidates largely restores unwatermarked alignment, performance, and truthfulness, safety, and helpfulness without some good comedy, without hurting watermark detection. Last sentence, this is the first empirical study of watermark and alignment interactions. It shows that a simple inference time fix can recover alignment. That's the abstract.
Okay, so
I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, basically what I heard is they're trying to, this is at the model level, like in terms of ability to detect deep fakes or anything. This doesn't sound very useful.
Well,
About
not all abstracts are easy to understand, especially if it's out of your whatever. Well, good. Did you say that you were going to finish law school, or
were you implying that this is out of my scope? Because definitely.
I don't know. I was just saying.
Yeah.
I was just asking about you were saying about law school, so that's cool.
Can we just take out the axiom of cell molecule?
I have to read it. I have to read it. Oh yeah. Sorry, I just heard that. Yeah, that's gonna be from now. I swear to God, I never.
Just give everyone MS, Gary.
I'm never gonna giggle so hard again. I'm never gonna giggle so hard again. Like,
brilliant plan, Hanson. Brilliant.
Well, one thing I was thinking was, like, let's say if you put all the signal, you put it through the cell itself. It's like that would disrupt what's happening in the cell. You know, you would kind of, yeah.
But that's.
I don't know anything about neurology.
No, you were listening just fine. It would disrupt, but it's also a controlled disruption when you depolarize the cell at one end and then it hits the axon hillock, and then you have the continuous depolarization, meaning the initiation of the electrical stimulus, right? And it goes across the axon. which again is one part of the neuron and one part of the nerve cell. And so the problem happen. There is a problem when you will disrupt the cell, and that's the whole point. It's not a problem to do that. The problem happens when you need it to go faster, and the myelin allows it to go faster. And as we saw, it was 0.5 meters per second on a regular neuron that doesn't have any kind of myelin or oligodendrocytes to create that lipid bilayer and insulation, just like an electrical cord, versus 150 meters per second for an axon that does have myelin sheath on it. And the myelin sheath is the normal, and the lack of myelin is abnormal. And there's only a couple of different neurons in the body that can go, that you can handle having a slower conduction rate.
And this is just my simple model, but like if I was going to handle a electric current, wouldn't have it going through your ribosomes, it's very crowded in there too. You see these pictures that artists draw, but it's incredibly crowded in there.
Exactly.
Yeah. And they just make it simple so the pictures look nice and are understandable. And actually, everything that's getting around inside the cell, it's not just random diffusion. There has to be pathways to make it happen, which is kind of interesting. But so I have a quick question, and that is, you have these signals, right? But the signals aren't going through the cytoplasm, right? They're just that otherwise that would make no sense.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things that are done in the cytoplasm. You're creating proteins in the cytoplasm. Your mRNA is being translated in the cytoplasm. There's a lot on in the cytoplasm, yes. But an electrochemical signal, the electrical aspect of the signal has to happen propagated along the axon. Right. And because if you noticed in the pictures that you have ion channels, and we didn't really get into the ion channels very much, but they're in the membrane. That's why we call them trans, meaning across the membrane. That's the definition of transmembrane ion channels. And some of them are voltage gated, some of them are passive. There are different types of channels, but the reality is you need the ions to go back and forth across the membrane, because they are charged, and then the changes in the charge when you have a signal come in is what allows the electrical conduction to go down the axon. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And unlike standard computer memories, we just have the memory cells, and then everything has to go to a central, go into
Sure, you can think of it that way.
No, but I'm saying no, that's not how it works. In this case, you've got each of these things independently in parallel, are connected, and there's not just one connection, but there's maybe 1,000 connections.
You're getting there, yeah.
Information is as much in the network as it is in this, individual cell. You could cut out an individual cell and really wouldn't tell you very much, but it's a network that has the smarts.
You're good. And the computer analogy does work for when we talk about the brain itself. So hold on to it. It's not necessarily like the neuron, but it is how the brain is arranged and what we know functionally. It's all fascinating. It's fabulous. The human body is amazing. I can't wait to know more. I don't feel like I'm ever going to know everything, and that makes me sad. But Yeah.
And it was built by a tinkerer, right? And sometimes
Now we can bring it back to God or the back of a god or whatever. Yeah, we can do that. They can get their religious chat back up.
Okay. Well, I'm not a religious person, but it, because there isn't, it's just the way it's developed. You have things that are good enough, but the sophisticated thing, especially in the immune system, is a feedback loop, and the fact that you don't have a strong immune system that's going to kill you, but you have a balanced one. And, you have to know not only when to turn it on and when to turn it off and that sort of thing. So that makes it more complex than you would think it would have to be, but it has to be that way to, you have to have balance in many of these functions.
I appreciate you, Taro. All right, my friends, I'm going to go wander off to Pro's music room if anybody wants to join. Benjamin, do you want to lock up? It's up to you.
Yeah, we done?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm going to go over to Pro's room and hang out with music.
Yeah, homeostasis.
Okay. Good night, everybody.
Just thank you, Jesus.
Thank you, Jesus. That is the language of the morning. Thank you, Jesus. Somebody say thank you. Thank you, Holy Father. Thank you, our Lord. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Somebody say thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Don't get tired. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Hallelujah. When it comes to Jesus, we don't get tired. No, sir. No, you are a father. When it comes to your child, you will not joke. You say, after my child, you have a baby so. My child, you have a baby so. I'm drawing attention, right? When it comes to your wife, you joke. When it comes to your children, you don't. When it comes to your properties, you don't joke. Jesus Christ is not our property; it is our inheritance. Yes, sir. And it is a spiritual inheritance. And Jesus Christ is not a normal inheritance; He's a God. We have inherited God. My God. Oh, Selassie. Your thank you, Jesus, is opening me up. I love when I hear warriors' voices, especially in the morning. It's early in the morning. I wake up. There are transactions in the morning. So Satan will even speak to your flesh and tell your flesh that your flesh is doing too much. You are abusing yourself. He knows that when he says no to your flesh, the spirit wins the war ahead of time. My God. You know that's when you are able to wake up in the morning and you position your spirit well. You overcome, you overrule. You say no to things that are about to take you down. You say no in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever Satan is preparing towards you. When you position yourself well in the morning, you overcome them, you oversee. Yes, sir. So if we don't talk with our children, how much more Jesus? Yeah. Linda, you say, before you wake up in the afternoon, there are millions and billions of Christians that have gathered in the morning giving praise to God. So your praises will be late. God is a God of order. He's a God of order. He said early in the morning when the angels of the Lord arises, the angels arises in the morning. Kings arises in the morning. Night watchers arises in the morning. We all arises in the morning and we connect to the transactions.
both good and bad. That is how you know what is about to happen. So your thanksgiving and your voice is needed in the morning, not in the afternoon. Now the one day, about what I consume, so be sure I be hearing about Saudi or in the public gardens. Young Bremau, Anopano. Now the Riano Abba, they do Riano so no one near the Abbey day. So please now, Yanni. Jesus. Come on, you think Sana no Pananawe. When the warriors wake up in the morning and they took their garment down, showing their back, the mark and the scars at their back. When they receive their rewards, you wake up in the afternoons and in the evenings, and then you come and make noise to God. Somebody say unnecessary noise. Unnecessary. So some of the prayers that we pray in the afternoons and the evenings are unnecessary. And noise making. What? Noise making. It is good. They Christians. It is good for every warrior to be up in the morning. In the morning. The morning is the beginning of the day. And the day is like thousands. So the way we wake up in the morning can affect days ahead of you. Your 5 years, your 10 years, and your 20 years is in the morning. Joy comes in the morning. His message are new every morning. Can't you tell? Are you here with me? If you are here with me, you are not sleeping. If you are here with me and you are not sleeping, go to the comment section and say, I am here. So give us a lesson. The morning is a breakthrough. Your breakthrough is in the morning. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The way you start the morning brings your breakthrough. It will accelerate your breakthroughs in the afternoons and the evening. We are ending this month too. January 2036. We are going to church. We are going to whatever it is. Second month of January 2026 is passing by slowly as a slow poison. 2026 February is passing. March is coming. The moment we hit March, we are in the quarter. Maybe our first quarter. Olivo, speak to me. I need your voice. I need your attention. The moment we hit March, first quarter, am I right? Yes, sir. Oh. Where is Lafi? I'm here, sir. Come, I need you. Yes, sir. First quarter, get me oil. Let me bless you today. I'll bless you from my heart. I'll bless you, Odivo. The thing have hit my heart like that. Today, dear, I will bless you. You become like Bible. Do you know what that means? Stop whatever you are doing, because if you joke, I will skip you and replace someone else. I have the oil, sir. Bro, Philip, come here. If it's last is I have the oil, sir. I was taking the oil. Wait for me. Yeah. Listen, I'll pray for you through the grace of God. Listen, there is grace and anointing that is about to follow you. You become like scriptures. A time will come, you quote scriptures off head. Amen. That is the grace that God is about to you right now, as I'm speaking to you. You become like what? Scriptures. You'll be like walking scriptures. My God. Listen, anointing is about to follow you to the extent that you won't pay attention to anything else apart from Bible. You'll be reading Bible, sir. You'll be so busy about the scriptures. Are you ready? I'm ready, sir. Mother, you stand by for me. Give me the oil, sir. Oliver, our attention is that in the morning. Listen, the Lord just spoke to me prophetically that there are senses in our blessings. Blessings, they are blessings. There are spiritual senses in blessings. Where sense power is real. Yes, sir. So they sense you when you wake up in the morning. You connect yourself because there are locations and certain gathering that the Lord wants us to be there. When you come, blessings sense you. They sense you. I'm gonna pick you up. So the moment you continue to do that, now they release the blessings yourself can't do anything to release yourself because why? You have been participating when it comes in the morning. There is something in the morning. The Lord is is speaking to me prophetically that there is something in the money that we have been missing for so many years. So this era, this time, you don't have that much time to waste time in the morning. Stop sleeping in the morning, especially from 11 a.m. 12. This time is what? A.m., right? 11 p.m. in 12 to 12. 12. What time is it now? 12 a.m. or 12 p.m.? 12 a.m., right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, speak to me. I need your voice.
Yes, sir. A.m., sir.
12 a.m. Don't joke.
Yes, sir.
You're 12 and you're 11 into 12. Don't joke. I said don't do it. Don't joke.
Don't play.
Don't play. You need to be present. Your mornings. Forget about what is going on. Forget about how you are breathing. Forget about what is threatening you. Forget about what is saying you. Forget about the competitions that they are giving you. Forget about your competitors. Forget about them. They are distractions. They are distractions. They are distractions. Oliver, they are distractions.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
They are what? They are distractions. Who is that? They are distractions. In the morning, we need to be, our voices need to be activated in the morning. We live by voices. We speak, it come to pass. I can't see you, but you can hear me. I hear you when you speak. Your voice is so powerful. If you don't know,
yes, sir.
You underestimate the power in your voice. Life started by what? By voice. The first person that spoke is God. God spoke and it was life. The moment you spoke, life started. I'm telling you. So there is something in your voice. And there are times that you need to speak and there are times that you don't even bother to speak. You need to be serious and connect to this. You need to know time and differentiate time. This morning, wake up. Since yesterday, the Lord has been doing something great. You always, not since yesterday, He has been doing it, but yesterday was different. And I know by the grace of God upon this house and upon my head and your head.
Yes, sure.
Let me tell you, I don't suppose you. Some of you, your voices and your presence alone pushes us to dive deep. So the anointing upon your head and the grace upon my head, I know heavens will move in our behalf. I didn't hear you. I know the heavens will move. The heavens will move, and there shall be a shift. Yesterday, the Lord pointed out 4 mistakes in my life to me. Yeah. I didn't pray. He spoke through my vehicle. He spoke three things in my vehicle to me. The enemy will trouble you for you to be frustrated. In my frustration, he was speaking to me in my frustration. In my anger, he was speaking to me. Jesus. After everything, I sat down and said, I thought God doesn't speak to me, but He speaks. I thought He speaks when I'm praying alone. I thought He speaks when I want to prophet. No, He speaks every time. Just that I don't pay Him mind. And what He said to me, I've now come into understanding to His voice. By Odivo, this voice has been activated for some time.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yesterday to me. I didn't pray yesterday. I was so blessed. After that, there was a continuous revelations again in my life and connected to books. So I need to buy the books.
Jesus.
You can't just tell God that you want to grow and grow anyhow. Grow by His voice and then live by it and make sure you obey when He speaks to you. Today, I know the Lord will pray. He will bless us.
Amen.
We underestimate the blessings of God. Somebody for the message that He gave me is small, but it has changed my heart. I'm telling you. I've started reading the book, so I'm already blessed because my mindset is already made that those things I won't do it again. Impatient. One of it is the impatient. You are impatient. So, when was the last time you prayed for patience? Be patient. Don't rush. Don't rush. Society will give you pressure. Men will throw their pressure out. They say your ways are not my ways. Even twins have a different names. So twins that came out from the same womb. They were in the same Barely. The same thing, whatever it is, but they have different names.
Yes, sir.
Their finger, their thumbprint is not the same. It's different. It's different. So don't allow people to give you pressure like that. Be patient. Somebody say be patient. Be patient. We need to be patient. We need to be patient.
Now to what here?
Yamisha.
Amen.
Yamisha. We have to be patient.
Yes, sir.
Patient. This time, Odivo, let me tell you one thing that this year is about prayer.
Yes, sir.
This year is about prayer. This year is about prayer. This year, pray. This year is prayer. If you don't know what the Lord is doing, at least I said this year is about prayer. Pray more.
Yes, sir.
Oh, pray more. I said pray more. Pray more.
Jesus.
Anytime that I want to say this, I forget. Do what to do for.
Pray more. Pray more.
Oh, pray.
Pray more. Pray.
Pray more.
Pray more.
Oh, pray more.
Jesus.
Pray more.
Yes, sir.
Receive the grace.
Receive the grace. The grace to pray. I receive the grace to pray. I receive the grace.
I said you are here. Receive the grace. Receive the grace.
The grace to pray. I receive the grace to pray. I receive
grace and strength to pray. Receive grace and strength. This year is about prayer. Pray. This year is about prayer. This year is about prayer. You pray. Your prophet prays. Everyone prays around. You know what the Lord is doing. Listen. When you are in prayer, the angels that are moving on assignments, then the Spirit of the Lord will carry you. He will carry you with him.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Or he will carry you. I see that happening. I'm telling you. He will carry you with him. He will carry you. You grow by force. You grow. Because there are vessels needed. There are vessels needed for heavenly assignment on earth.
Yes.
Which we want to go from America. The only thing that will make you qualify is prayer.
Yes, sir.
Righteousness, purity, holiness, immunity. Holiness is there. I can never go a day without talking about holiness. Holiness, be holy. Be holy, oh. Be holy. Because the body doesn't belong to you. It belongs to a God. It belongs to God.
Yes, sir.
Father, forgive me. Your body doesn't belong to you, but it belongs to God. It doesn't belong to men. It doesn't belong to millionaires and billionaires. It doesn't belong to celebrities and kings and queens. It belongs to God.
Yes, sir.
So keep it holy. And the God that belongs to him is holy.
Yes, sir.
Be holy and pray. You see life in a different dimension.
Jesus.
The Spirit of God is here.
Amen.
I feel him when I speak. I know when the Spirit of God is. I know.
Jesus.
How can you just wake up, I set my alarm 5 minutes before the platform, and then I wake up 5 minutes before my alarm. I just jump on the platform and I'm speaking like this. I'm not boasting you that I can identify the Holy Spirit upon my life.
Amen.
Yes. Can we pray?
Yes, sir.
Can we be proud of ourselves? Waking up every day on commanding the morning, it's not a joke.
No, sir.
Every morning, I know the grace of God wake us up. There are so many people that the Spirit of God and even angels are waking them up. They are still dead. They are dead. Some of them will wake up later. Some of them will be dead forever. They are dead. Some of them, they slept. They are not waking up again. I say some of them. You check the platform. Later you see people joining like that. Then we keep on increasing. Some of them, they wake you up, you are up. You think like it's normal. It is not. It depends the kind of how you have built yourself. Yes. So you are growing in how to want to connect to the things of the spirit. So they must watch in church and now you are up. Yes. You are addicted to commanding the morning to the extent that when you are sleeping, you don't sleep. Nothing wake you up. And some to they love it now, but for them to wake up, unless we wake them up, that's
alarm grandfa.
Alarm grandfa. They want the alarm and turn it down. Say, they don't call them party with us. My brain. Mercy. It's that the spirit is wrestling with the flesh.
Yes, sir.
And the flesh is wrestling with the spirit. I'll come to that. First match, I'll start talking about this. Yeah, how to work in the spirit. I will start mine on first. I think you and General and Prophet, this thing have already started. May the Lord bless you for your teachings, but maybe by the grace of God, I will start mine on first match. How to work with the Holy Spirit. How to work with the Holy Spirit. Jesus. So I will start God willing. By the grace of God on first match, maybe I pray. Hallelujah.
Amen.
Before you make money.
Amen.
I'm telling you that you make money.
Yes, sir. Amen.
I say you make money.
I will make money.
Yeah, you make money.
Jesus.
You make money.
Amen.
You make money.
Amen.
Give me the oil. Lift it up. Father, in the name of Jesus, Lord, I activate this oil. Something happened yesterday. The Lord spoke to me and He showed me certain things to do. Yeah. So now when I'm doing things, I do it. Before I do it with the scriptures and with the Holy Spirit, but now confidence and authority and different aroma and spices is being added. And even what I don't even know what to say. I said, for the wounds, one must have, yeah. It's the oil now. I pay down the wound. Soon you ask me, yeah, they were oil in the home. And first I can't bomb by a cake. But I'll do be a doomty.
Amen.
Yami be a doom. Yanin and Copa Uncle Fano on any day.
Jesus.
In America, giving yourself to God, avoiding certain things like that.
Wonderful.
Running away from women that you are still single now, we can't cover it. Now, money, banana, we can. Now, and you know me balancing in Yamiti. And when I'm not getting bow,
amen. Yes.
Yes,
sir. Yes, sir. True, sir.
Yeah. I'm telling you. Why did He say we should keep ourselves? Because He knows that it's not easy.
Living sacrifice.
Live it as a sacrifice. As a living sacrifice.
Yes, sir. Holy and acceptable.
Holy and you see, if you move like this, that's it. You open up our spirit. Holy and acceptable.
Jesus.
God could have created us like that. So for you to live like this, it's not easy. So don't kill yourself. Don't underestimate yourself. When you wake up in the morning, the first thing you have to do, go on your knee and thank God. And after that, open the heart. The heart is everything to Him. Offer Him your heart. Offer Him your heart. And then He will move with you. Oh, you are doing great. Oh, United Kingdom is so cold. America is so cold, but still we want to be on command in the morning to start our day.
Yes, sir.
Heaven are watching our youth. We have monitoring spirit. Where did they copy from? From the scriptures. Satan is copied everything from the scriptures. He was one there. He knows. So if monitoring spirit, demonic spirit are monitoring us, how much more divine spirit? They are watching us as well. They are watching us. Oh, these people are doing well. Hey, they are doing well. Every morning they are here. This is the third year. And they are always here. Wow. So you think these are not talking about us?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, everything that we are doing, we copy from the heavens. Say, as it is in heaven. So as it is in heaven, gradually we are learning the things of heaven. But sometimes, I'm telling you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes. Sometimes God will make you even confused. Like you don't even see what you are doing. Before you realize you have done something good. And that's what you are doing. Don't give up. Don't give up. Don't give up. Osubeba, Arehobeba, Ohani Adrimbeba, Nesoda, yes,
Yes, yes, Lord. Yes, Lord.
Temptations, frustration, anger, pain. But please, you are doing great. I'm telling you. Don't judge yourself. Don't crucify. Some of you are your own crucifixion. You crucify too much. Don't. What I told you one day, you have been crying. and making it seem like God doesn't like you. If God doesn't like you, He will never wake you up in the morning. Never do. If God could tell a prophet to prophesy on a dry bone to come back life, how much more us that we are living? I love those scriptures. What do you see? Dry bone. And can that dry bone live again? Dry bone live it much more us. What do you for? I would. So that's why I'm not scared of cancer and certain things. So what are you talking about? Dry bone live again. So what is cancer? What do you for? Dry bone live again. What is diabetes? What is heart attack? Unless God said I'm done with you. Me, that is my faith. When it comes to those areas, my faith are more than, I don't know, you can't percentage my faith. Oliver, what the prophet say? You can't percentage my faith, don't you say? Don't you mean if I into born you cry percentage? Me measure, you can't measure no because a bro standard in there my papa. But when it comes to certain things about God, my faith, well, by other ways, I have not faith, tell the truth, we live by the truth. I'm telling you. But when it comes to certain things that I read from the scripture, dry bones came back again and live. And you say you will kill me. Oh, no. But that me, I'm not scared. No, I'm not. I don't know which demon can kill me. I'm telling you, this was the last week. Waking up every day. By the grace of God, praying. Oh no, you can't kill me. No power can take me down except the power of the Holy Spirit. I'm telling you. You see, you are so scared, you can't even receive, you can't even connect with. Listen, even if you are scared, by declaring this message, just connect. The Lord will bless you with them. Listen. Spiritual blessings are inherited. You understand? So faith alone, if you don't have it and you connect, you can receive impartation from my faith that you shall not die. You will not die. Me, I'm not scared. Me, catch on what to me, Muslim, so me, you're coming on by it. Yes. Yes, Christ, I go with you. I don't think I'm going to cry my dream. Oh, thank you, Jesus. The didn't go womb, didn't pass a mamma prono. Yes, I go up, I went to me. And not to me see. I push my woman fear me, take it. I mean, you put my bed, my family won't be a check that. And let me see, so to me will soon, to me assassin, to me will from me when I say for Nemo, me want to be a brute to me in our show. I don't know where I'm inside the last century. Was I sorry? If you, I'm another class as a sword, I saw a frog. Yes, sir. I mean, you're young for you, I know, and you're never going. Jesus. Now the Numa seminar, so I am bravo, I'm a me bonus. Yes. I am here, the papa, no, or send the papa, Yamano. Now the end of the other, papa, no, it's not so that Jesus. I was an Apabiana for me keeping me home. Never did no cramano. Never who one year make us a body of one, and who papa, Macas, papa, papa, the Mendian that sing Kuru and Chantro. I'm a man, ye, no, my son, wait, saying I mean, I'm a woman, I'm saying dignity. My God, Jesus. It's a DNA, my mother, what any Antonia Manibiabo, we are Jesus. Antonia Maca, Messon is Sassi, Mechanism, or the for what woman so be a Cantonia Wakamuda. Say it again. Men can't win your mamma say, Mamma say, Chef, I'm told you, Kumi, Mekanama Wakim won't spirit to Wakamuda. Oh, they was last speak to me. Oh, one spirit to Wakamuda. There be who's slow to me. And then where is it? say Misuro, Bibiara, Misuro, Bibiara, Misuro, Bibiara. Oh, if he said, dear Otimimu, also say, now warriors, Misuro, Bibiara, Anoti every said, near Otimimu, also say, now warriors, Misuro. Can we take it one more time? Misuro, Bibiara, Talamasaka Talaba, Misuro, oh Jesus, and unto every said, there is a reason why I'm not scared. Oh, no, we are sick. Misuro, Ellen, Lina, Ellen is one of we are sick. To me, big to me, move, to me, say, to me, big to me, move, to me, be to me, I tell you. Yes. What do you want? Jesus. To me, big to you, move, I'm to me, I'm Yes, sir. And